Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 6 quick, pile them up. Put the light ones on the bottom and the heavy ones on top. Lin Baici wanted to use these items to build a small bunker, though he didn't know if it would be useful or not. Everyone immediately sprang into action. The sandstorm arrived quickly. The desert, which had previously only been scorching hot, was now whipped by strong winds. The sand and gravel carried within the gale lashed against their bodies at high speed. It hurt. Lin Baici took out several pairs of swimming goggles and distributed them to Zhihongyao, Fei Xiao, and the others. A few minutes later, the sky was filled with yellow sand. Visibility dropped rapidly, making it impossible to see anything. Moreover, there was so much sand that they dared not open their eyes or mouths. I forgot. Lin Baici had never experienced this kind of natural disaster, so he didn't know better. He hadn't made scarves in time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Cover your mouths and noses, Lin Baici shouted, but the sound of the gale and the sandstorm drowned out his voice. Furthermore, as soon as he opened his mouth, he got a mouthful of sand. There was no other choice but to shut up. Lin Baici took out a gas mask, put it on his face, and gave several to Zhihongyao and the others. As for the rest of the group, Lin Baici handed out face masks. Just as he lost his grip for a moment, the box of masks flew away. Fortunately, he still had plenty. Lin Baici walked through the gale, swaying unsteadily, and stuffed masks into their hands, but soon, he could no longer continue, because the massive sandstorm had arrived, blotting out the sky and sun, completely engulfing everything except for the sand. Nothing could be seen. Lin Baici and Zhihongyao huddled together, crawling behind the tank. Creak, creak. The tank was rocked by the sandstorm, as if it might roll away at any moment like a ball kicked with great force. Xiao Bai, Hu Yu and Jin Yingchen hugged each other, worried that Lin Baici outside would be blown away. Lin Baici summoned the muscular Buddha, having it brace against the tank while acting as a shield to block the wind and sand for him. Once this god ruins ends, I'm going to stuff 2 tanks into the Black Om's bowl to use as fortresses. Lin Baici was preparing to join the Kyushu Security Bureau, otherwise, he would never be able to purchase this kind of military hardware. Zhihongyao's ears were filled with the howling of the wind. She held Lin Baici tightly. In this situation, she felt as if she were on a deserted island. In the entire world, only the Lin Baici beside her was real. That warm body temperature and the large hands clutching her back gave her a tremendous sense of security. It's so good to be with little Lindsay while clearing the god ruins. Zhihongyao never wanted to be separated from Lin Baici again. Lin Baici suddenly noticed that Zhihongyao's grip on him had tightened. Not knowing if she was uncomfortable, Lin Baici was about to check on her when he heard the God Eater's commentary. Warning, warning, a monster is approaching. Chapter 181. The Mummy. A monster at a time like this. Lin Baici's scalp tingled. This was a death sentence, however. Lin Baici was not the type to sit and wait for death. Even if the chances were slim, he had to fight back. So he summoned the red clay mudman. He was wearing a gas mask, so he didn't have to worry about sand getting into his eyes. But the sandstorm was so intense that he couldn't even see Zhihongyao, who was right next to him. In this situation, he could only pin his hopes on the little mudman, using it as a radar to point out the monster's specific location. The little mudman was made of red clay, but it was struggling to move in this sandstorm. As soon as it appeared, it was almost blown over. Once it steadied itself, it immediately buried its head and burrowed into the dust. It didn't fear sand in its eyes and could see everything around it, but the wind force was too great. Its small frame simply couldn't withstand it. The monster is here. Lin Baici patted Zhihongyao's back firmly, signaling her to let go of him. Stay down and don't move. The high ponytail girl realized Lin Baici was about to get up and immediately followed him. What's wrong? The wind and sand were too loud, drowning out all sound and making it impossible for the two to communicate effectively. Just as Lin Baici wanted to push Zhihongyao down and use body language to tell her not to act rashly, the sand beneath him suddenly sank. Lin Baici's body plummeted. Quicksand. Lin Baici felt a jolt of alarm. Instinctively, he wanted to push Xia Hongyao away to get her out of there while ordering the muscular Buddha to come and pull him up. But the next moment, a pair of arms wrapped around his waist. "It's me," the Golden Scorpion Queen shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Once the sand that had fallen with Lin Baici settled and no longer obstructed his vision, Lin Baici saw that this was a sand cave. The dust and sand scraped over the opening of the cave, making a howling sound like the strange cries of countless migrating monsters. This was a safe zone. Xia Hongyao climbed up and crouched in the sand cave. "Can you bring my friends down?" Lin Baici asked. The cave wasn't very large, but it could still fit 4 or 5 more people if they squeezed in. "Wait a moment." The Golden Scorpion Queen crawled out. A few seconds later, Huo Yuyu, Jin Yingxin, and Gu Qingqiu were all dragged down. Cough, cough. Huo Yuyu coughed, feeling dizzy and disoriented from the fall. Jin Yingxin thought they had encountered danger and was somewhat panicked. Only Gu Qingqiu, after falling in, immediately crawled toward a corner, keeping on the move to make it harder for an enemy to hit her. While dodging, she still didn't forget to observe her surroundings from the corner of her eye. When she saw Lin Baici and Xia Hongyao, she instantly felt relieved. With them here, it was safe. The Golden Scorpion Queen returned. With a wave of her right hand, the sand shifted like a lid, covering the cave entrance and turning the place into a safe nest. "A monster is coming." Lin Baici looked up at the cave entrance. A monster. The Golden Scorpion Queen focused her mind and sensed carefully. She didn't feel any powerful aura, however. The Golden Scorpion Queen was also a cautious monster. She emitted some mysterious sounds, as if chanting a spell. Beneath her feet, several finger-length scorpions immediately appeared and quickly crawled out of the sand cave to scout for intelligence. That is a very formidable monster. If you go up there, your flesh and blood will become its food, and your soul will become its plaything. Is it a god? Lin Baici sat down. God Eater's commentary. Are you feeling frustrated because you see a feast in front of you but cannot eat it? Then work hard to hunt, eat. One day, you will be able to devour the entire world. Lin Baici had no interest in devouring the world. He just didn't like this feeling of hiding, which made him feel weak. Once he reached the dragon rank, he should be able to roam freely through the various god ruins, right? According to the Kyushu Security Bureau's classification of god hunters, as long as one possesses divine grace, they are at the hungry wolf rank. Then, once a god hunter has attained 5 divine graces and has served as a main force in clearing 3 god ruins, they can be promoted from the hungry wolf rank to the leopard head rank. Lin Baici had already conquered the Longshan Temple Divine Ruin and the Palm Harbor Divine Ruin, and on top of that, he had played a game of Master and Mad Maid in the Dragon and Beauty Bar, which was enough to meet the criteria. In fact, that Mad Maid was one of the 7 wonders of Kyushu, and the games she designed were far more difficult than the average Divine Ruin. Generally speaking, it takes most people at least 3 years from the time they become god hunters to being promoted to the leopard head rank. For one, divine grace is difficult to obtain, and for another, divine runes are too dangerous. No one would joke with their own life, so they are always extremely cautious when exploring. Someone like Lin Baici, who has encountered so many divine ruins and rule-based contaminations in less than 3 short months, is as if he had sexually assaulted the goddess of luck and was being held a grudge against by her. This kind of bad luck is truly one of a kind. Lin Baici did not even have to wait for the annual God Hunter license assessment. He had already been promoted to the leopard head rank. Moving up, after possessing 10 divine graces and acting as a main force to conquer 5 more divine runes, one is promoted to the violent bear rank. At Lin Baici's current pace, it is estimated that he will securely obtain the violent bear title within a year at most. Of course, if Lin Baici is determined enough, he could directly be promoted to Lion King if he explores 3 major divine ruins that have existed for over 10 years, returns alive, and brings back valuable intelligence. If one single-handedly takes down 5 divine ruins, one is also qualified to skip ranks and be promoted to Lion King. Above the Lion King is the Dragon rank. Advancing step by step requires conquering dozens of divine ruins. But if one single-handedly takes down a major divine ruin that has existed for 10 years, one is promoted directly to Dragon. However, No one usually does this because no one wants to die. About 9 minutes later, the main body of the sandstorm passed. Although the wind was still blowing above, it was not as strong as before. Queen, open the entrance. I am going up. Lin Baici wanted to confirm how many people were still alive. Wait a little longer. The Golden Scorpion Queen wanted to be safer. No need. That monster should have left. Lin Baici had not recalled the muscular Buddha, but there was no feedback of combat, which indicated that although the attacking monster was powerful, it was also cautious and did not want to provoke enemies easily. The Golden Scorpion Queen opened the entrance. Just as Lin Baici was about to jump out, the queen had already walked over with her scorpion legs, grabbed Lin Baici, threw him onto her back, and began to climb up the wall of the sand cave. You can grab my hair, the Golden Scorpion Queen suggested. Lin Baici looked at the queen's golden hair and wanted to ask, are you a masochist? Do you like having your hair pulled from behind? Lin Baici did not want to do it and intended to grab the Golden Scorpion Queen's shoulders. But she turned her head and glanced at him. What is it? Are you actually looking forward to it? Then I will not be polite. Lin Baici grabbed the Golden Scorpion Queen's hair on the ground. The wind and sand were still blowing, but much less so, and visibility was about 7 or 8 meters. Everyone was lying on the ground, with most or even their entire bodies buried in the yellow sand. This was caused by the dust brought by the sandstorm. Lin Baici rushed to the nearest man, grabbed his leg, and pulled him out of the sand. Cough, cough, the man coughed, gasping for air in large gulps. He had almost suffocated just now. Lin Baici began to save people, although the sandstorm only lasted about 10 minutes. The pressure it brought was so intense that it made everyone feel like a day was a year, as if they had walked through hell. 5 minutes later, when the sandstorm completely dissipated, Lin Baici had also dug out almost everyone. Everyone, please help check if there is anyone else buried in the sand, Lin Baici shouted. The number of survivors now did not match those who had been following him before. More than 20 were missing, likely swept away by the sandstorm. As for whether the attacking monster had killed anyone, Lin Baici could no longer judge. With such a massive sandstorm, any traces of killing had long been destroyed. Baici, that building is still there. Gu Qingqiu pointed to the west. Perhaps because of the wind, that black shadow on the horizon was even clearer. Rest for 5 minutes, then set off. Lin Baici did not want to waste time. Besides that monster, who knew what other dangers were in this desert? What if another sandstorm came? Lin Baici recalled the tank. As for the other supplies, he was too lazy to bother picking them up. In any case, there were still some in the black alms bowl, enough to eat. Pai. Fei Xiao kept spitting out the sand in his mouth as he walked over. Baici, what do you think? What kind of divine taboo object caused this desert? He was, after all, the section chief of the 9th Division of the Haijing Security Bureau. He could not just call Lin Baici Godlin like everyone else, even though this young man was indeed very powerful. Thinking of this, Fei Xiao glanced at the Golden Scorpion Queen. Damn it, he is actually so handsome that even a monster is willing to be his mount. Is there any justice left? Extremely envious. I do not know. Lin Baici shook his head. Everyone was covered in dirt and dust. Even beauties like Huo Yuyu and Jin Yingzhen looked disheveled. Only the Golden Scorpion Queen remained heroic and spirited. It was just a pity that only her upper body was worth looking at. Let us set off early, Fei Xiao suggested. He also did not want to wait any longer. Every extra second spent here was another second of danger. All right. Just as Lin Baici was about to call everyone, a man sitting on the sand resting felt his body sink suddenly, and he was swallowed into the sand. Whoosh, careful, monster attack. Lin Baici shouted a warning. Everyone was startled and hurriedly stood up, running toward Lin Baici. During this process, some people kept sinking into the sand. As it quicksand, Fang Tianhua looked at the spot where a man had disappeared. It did not look like it, did it? Lin Baici threw the dragon tooth. Swish. The bronze sword pierced into the sand. The muscle Buddha sprinted forward with long, heavy strides. Because the ground was covered in sand and its weight was immense, more than half of its feet sank into the ground with every step. Lin Baici held his pinewood torch, staring at the ground beneath his feet. It is the Pharaoh's magic scorpion army. The golden scorpion queen caught the scent of her own kind. How many are there? Are they stronger than you? Lin Baici pressed for an answer. There are quite a few, about equal to my servants in number. But in front of me, they are nothing but ants. The golden scorpion queen was very confident. The muscle Buddha rushed to the location of the bronze sword, crouched halfway to the ground, and punched down into the sand. When the muscle Buddha pulled its hand out, its 5 thick fingers were gripping a black scorpion the size of an adult human. Dragon teeth were embedded in its body, and black blood was oozing out. Screech! The magic scorpion shrieked, its sharp, venomous tail hook stabbing toward the muscle Buddha. The muscle Buddha pulled out the bronze sword and swung it in one fluid motion. Swish! The magic scorpion's tail hook was severed, and blood sprayed everywhere. Clatter, clatter. Over 100 magic scorpions crawled out from underground and launched an attack on the group. The muscle Buddha used the corpse of the magic scorpion in its hand as a projectile, smashing it into a magic scorpion that was pouncing toward Lin Baici. Master Lin. The scene descended into chaos. Some people were unlucky enough to be too close to the magic scorpions, and in the blink of an eye, they were overtaken. The magic scorpions extended their tail hooks, stabbing them to death, and then their mouth parts, lined with jagged teeth, bit into their heads, crunched, skulls shattered, brains spilled out, and were devoured by the creatures. The golden scorpion queen took a few steps forward, shielding Lin Baici, then opened her red lips and let out a piercing shriek. Screech! The magic scorpions that were frantically slaughtering the people suddenly panicked. They abandoned their prey, gathered into a pile, and stared at the golden scorpion queen as if facing a formidable enemy. This was because this mother scorpion exerted immense pressure upon them. The golden scorpion queen emitted some strange syllables, seemingly communicating with the magic scorpions. Shortly after, the magic scorpions suddenly burrowed into the ground and vanished. Are they gone? Huo Yu gripped her voodoo staff tightly, ready to discharge electricity at any moment. It is fine now. I told them that if they did not leave immediately, I would eat them. The golden scorpion queen was very proud. She wanted to tell this human that she was powerful. Thank you. After Lin Baici said this, he instructed the others. Everyone, come over and thank the queen. Everyone knew that the magic scorpions had retreated because of this monster's intervention. So regardless of how sincere they felt, they all hurried to express their gratitude. There is no need. The golden scorpion queen did not care about them at all. She had only driven those monsters away for Lin Baici's safety. As long as you produce a powerful scorpion king with me, I will be satisfied. What the hell? Fang Tianhua was stunned. He felt like he had just heard something incredible. Fei Xiao was also completely bewildered. As a section chief, he considered himself well-traveled and experienced. But this time, he looked at this mother scorpion and really wanted to remind her, isn't there supposed to be reproductive isolation between your species? Let's move out. Lin Baici felt a bit annoyed. He had previously considered killing this scorpion monster, but although its motives were impure, it had ultimately helped his side and saved some people. If he killed it now, would that be wrong? The group headed toward the black shadow on the horizon. After walking for half an hour and crossing a massive sand dune, they suddenly saw a group of people fighting ahead. Mummies, Huo Yu exclaimed. The people were being besieged by a group of mummified corpses that were not wrapped in bandages. They were tall and long-legged, and if not for the fact that they were dried corpses, they would have been very muscular. One look and it was clear they were fierce warriors from the battlefield. It is the people from the 3rd section. Fang Tianhua was overjoyed. Among that group, there was a man around 30 years old with a crew cut who was incredibly fierce. His weapon was a 3-meter-long horse-chopping saber, and with every swing, he would hack a mummy monster in two. His posture was relaxed and effortless. That human is very strong. The golden scorpion queen's expression turned grave. Of course, he is Zhang Heng, the chief of the 3rd section, a Lion King level team leader. Fei Xiao laughed, feeling a sense of pride. In the Haijing Security Bureau, the top 3 sections were the elite of the elite, specifically responsible for exploring divine ruins that had existed for more than 3 years. I am going to help. Fang Tianhua immediately started running, wanting to show his face in front of Zhang Heng and get to know him. Hey, your team leader is still right here. Do you have to be so spineless? "Are you in such a hurry to switch teams?" Fei Xiao teased. He said this, but he did not actually mind. If Fang Tianhua was appreciated by Zhang Heng and recruited into his team, that was his own ability. People climb to higher places, and water flows to lower ones. If divine hunters want to become stronger, they need divine grace, meteor stones, and divine taboo items. Only by following a powerful team can they obtain these things more easily. Fang Tianhua ran more than 30 meters away when his left foot suddenly stopped, feeling as if something had grabbed his ankle, which gave him a jolt of terror. He hurriedly looked down and saw a withered palm gripping his ankle. "There is a monster," Fang Tianhua shouted, lunging forward with all his might, using the momentum of his sprint to yank the monster out from underground like pulling a radish. It was a desert mummy. The mummy opened its large mouth, roaring as it lunged at Fang Tianhua, intending to bite through his throat. Fang Tianhua swung his blade, hacking at its face. Splurt! The blade embedded itself in the mummy's face, but it did not die. Fang Tianhua rolled to the side to dodge. Clatter, clatter, on the ground. The sand writhed, and in the blink of an eye, it stood up, coalescing into mummy monsters one after another. Lin Baici shouted, "Run forward." 100 mummies suddenly appeared all around them. It was impossible for Lin Baici to kill them all in an instant, so casualties were inevitable. In this situation, the sooner they linked up with the God Hunter from the 3rd Division, the safer they would be. "I will lead the way." Jiao Hongyao rushed to the front, her short blade slashing repeatedly. Bang! Bang! The mummies she struck all exploded, crumbling into a pile of sand and dust. But after a few seconds, they began to reform. Immortal, Fei Xiao frowned deeply. Swish! Lin Baici hacked down a mummy and, seeing it begin to reform, switched to his pinewood torch and swung it. But he failed to ignite them. "Yu," Lin Baici ordered. "Fire one off towards the front." Understood. Hu Yu held the voodoo staff with both hands, aiming it forward. Zzz crack. Zzz crack. Pale blue electric arcs appeared at the tip of the staff and shot out. Boom crack. The lightning struck a mummy, blasting it into pieces, then jumped to the next one, and continued on. In the blink of an eye, it had affected 7 mummies, shattering them all. Hu Yu was thrilled to see 7 mummies killed in one strike. She changed the direction of the staff and fired again. Boom crack. "Do not waste your divine energy," Lin Baici quickly reminded her. Releasing that attack required divine energy, and if Hu Yu kept using it so recklessly and frequently, she would soon be exhausted. He did not have anything that could quickly replenish a female streamer's divine energy. Oh, Hu Yu nodded quickly. She stroked the staff with her hand, suddenly feeling quite exhilarated. The muscular Buddha appeared, swinging its heavy fists wildly. Every time it struck, it shattered a mummified corpse, but they quickly coalesced back into shape. Some people had already been tackled and bitten to death. This could not go on. These mummified corpses moved quickly. If they did not reach the 3rd Division soon, these ordinary people would all be dead. Chapter 182. Are you the Lin Baici that department head Jia values? Yellow sand stretched endlessly under the scorching sun. Team leader. There are people. A young man with a side-parted hairstyle spotted people on a sand dune in the distance. His name was Wujiaken, a team member personally recruited and heavily cultivated by the 3rd Division's team leader, Zhang Heng. About 100 people, and the section chief of the 9th Division is there too. Wujiaken possessed the divine gift of 100-mile eyes, allowing him to see very far away. Oh no, mummies have appeared. You two, go and take care of them, Zhang Heng ordered, casually slashing a mummy to pieces as he spoke. These monsters that could resurrect were such a nuisance. Zhang Heng preferred to overcome complexity with brute force. But today was a bit unexpected. It seemed he would have to use his brain. He knew that if he could not find the reason why these mummies were immortal, he would not be able to get rid of them. Team leader Fei is also there. Is it really appropriate for us to go over? A young man with a scholarly air asked with concern. By the time that loser finishes dealing with the mummies, everyone will probably be dead, Zhang Heng urged. Go quickly. In Zhang Heng's view, apart from the top 5 sections, the rest of the Haijing branch should be disbanded to save funds for elites like them. Wujiaken laughed. Mingsu. Let's go and let team leader Fei witness the strength of the 3rd Division. Wujokin took the lead and charged out. Even on the sand, he moved with great speed. The scholarly-looking young man followed closely behind him. His name was Chen Mingshu, and he was from the same intake as Wujokin. What are these monsters made of? Why won't they die? Lin Baici shook his head rapidly, observing the surrounding environment and the mummified corpses, trying to find some clues. Dozens of seconds later, he saw a mummy at the 5 o'clock position that was also charging, but its targets were all women, or rather, the weak. Moreover, although it also appeared to be in a frenzy, after attacking one person, it did not continue to pounce on the next target like the other mummies. Instead, it would pose for a moment, preferring to bypass the nearest target to attack one that was easier to kill. This thing has intelligence. Lin Baici's eyes lit up. He immediately pretended to be busy hacking at enemies and moved toward it. The closer he got, the higher the success rate of the kill. But to Lin Baici's surprise, the mummy actually dodged. This scene confirmed to Lin Baici that there was something wrong with this one. You hit that one, as Lin Baici spoke. He threw his bronze sword. Swish. The dragon tooth flew out, skimming the ground and rushing toward the mummy at high speed. The mummy performed a nimble roll and successfully avoided it. It was discovered. The mummy leaped like a fish jumping over a dragon gate, bringing its hands together, intending to burrow into the desert. Yu reacted quickly. Seeing the bronze sword fly toward a mummy, she immediately aimed her voodoo staff at it. Boom crack. A chain of lightning shot out, the pale blue electric arcs cutting through the air and striking the mummy. The mummy's body instantly stiffened, black smoke billowed, and there were charred marks on its body. While sprinting, Lin Baici caught the returning dragon tooth and fired it again. This time, the bronze sword hit its mark, entering from the back of the mummy's head and piercing through its skull. Thump, thump, thump. The muscular Buddha came charging over. A mummy rushed toward it, only to be grabbed and smashed aside. Fang Tianhua saw Lin Baici suddenly pinning a mummy down and beating it violently, and he was somewhat confused. Could it be that it was so ugly it displeased him, or was it his love rival? But in an instant, Fang Tianhua dismissed that possibility. With Lin Baici's face and his status as a god hunter, he would surely be successful in pursuing any girl. It should be others who hated him to death. Where do you think you're running? Lin Baici gripped the giant locust leg and, with 2 leaps, easily covered a distance of over 20 meters. Descending from the sky to strike down a mummy, the giant locust leg slammed into the mummy's head. Flesh-shattering strike. The mummy's head disintegrated into fine sand, taking the neck and a large portion of its shoulders along with it. Fei Xiao was firing on all cylinders, rushing back and forth to attack the mummies, trying to draw all their attention to himself to buy time for everyone to escape. However, there were simply too many mummies, and their attack power was astonishing. Once a person was pounced upon by them, they were essentially done for. Team leader, we have to find a way to kill these monsters, otherwise, it is all a waste of effort, Fang Tianhua said anxiously. They were fine, but ordinary people were dying, and the more that died, the more it proved their incompetence. If it were any other time, it might be fine, but the 3rd division was right ahead. He did not want to lose face. I know, Fei Xiao thought to himself. Do you think I do not want to? But these monsters had only appeared a few minutes ago, and it was likely they had not even fully displayed their strength yet. So trying to gather sufficient and important intelligence was nothing more than a pipe dream. Furthermore, he had to be distracted by saving people. Troublesome, Fei Xiao frowned. This was the exact reason he disliked participating in missions to rescue ordinary people. Team leader, Wujokin is here, Fang Tianhua shouted. Fei Xiao turned his head to look, and sure enough, 2 people were sprinting toward them. Damn it! Is Zhang Hen looking down on me? Does he think 2 rookie greenhorns are stronger than me, the team leader, that they can solve these mummies? Fei Xiao felt aggrieved, his anger rising, and consequently, the force of his attacks against the monsters became even more ruthless. He was using a machete. After slicing off half of a mummy's body with 1 strike, he followed up with a backhand slash, because according to his previous experience, this backhand strike would perfectly shatter the mummy that had just begun to reform. But this time, he slashed at empty air, because after the mummy shattered into a pile of yellow sand, it did not reform. Fei Xiao was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that I was lucky enough to slash the one that kept these mummies from dying? Fei Xiao immediately lunged at the nearest mummy. Swish! The machete chopped off its head, and its body immediately crumbled into sand. Seeing that it did not recover, Fei Xiao laughed out loud. He turned his head, preparing to tell Lin Baici, only to see him standing beside a mangled mummy, crushing its chest with his foot. As this mummified corpse crumbled into powder, the other mummies that were surrounding the group suddenly exploded with a series of bangs, dying instantly. Fei Xiao wore an expression of embarrassment and relief. So it was Lin Baici's doing. It was a good thing he had not said he had already taken care of these mummies, or he would have lost face completely. Immediately after, Fei Xiao fell into shock. Was this Lin Baici just lucky? Did he happen to kill that specific mummy? Or did he discover it through his meticulous observation skills? If it was the latter, then that would be truly terrifying. Fei Xiao suddenly understood why Xiao Hongmian had given this young man a special genius recruitment contract. Wujiaken rushed onto the sand dune, but he did not see a single mummy. Where are the monsters? Wujiaken frowned. Why did they not reform? Of course, they were all killed. Fang Tianhua did not like Wujiaken, because he had once considered himself a genius, only to be soundly beaten after meeting Wujiaken, which left him depressed and dejected for a long time. Did you kill them? Wujiaken's tongue was also quite venomous, and a single sentence left Fang Tianhua feeling stifled, because the subtext was clear. It was not you who did it. So what are you being smug about? It was my team leader. Fang Tianhua snorted coldly. Holy crap! When Fei Xiao heard this, he felt completely numb. Do not spout nonsense. If people find out the truth, I cannot afford to lose face like that. How long have you been in this desert? Have you discovered anything? Fei Xiao asked. Changing the subject, Wujiaken ignored him, instead locking his gaze onto the golden scorpion queen. He felt no fear at all. Instead, he lunged forward excitedly. Mingshu, coordinate the attack. All monsters must be killed. Swish! But just as Wujiaken had taken a few steps, a bronze sword shot in from the side, grazing past him and forcing him to stop. What are you doing? Wujiaken stared at Lin Baici. Lin Baici caught the dragon tooth, looking at the young man who had an average appearance but a strong spirit and a pair of eyes that carried a great sense of pressure. She is my friend, Lin Baici replied indifferently. Friend? Wujiaken frowned. What does that mean? Humans can be friends with monsters. What an absolute absurdity. Are you sick in the head? Wujiaken demanded. I do not know if Xiaobai is sick, but I do know that you are definitely an uneducated fool. Listen clearly. Friend means that you are not allowed to hurt her. Huoyu did not like the look of this Wujiaken, and during the sandstorm earlier, the golden scorpion queen had pulled her into a sand cave, which made her feel very grateful. Crazy, Wujiaken cursed. He did not care about the female streamer at all and lunged at the golden scorpion queen once more. Lin Baici's expression darkened. Wujiaken! Xiao Hongyao shouted. Wujiaken, do not mess around. Fei Xiao reprimanded. As far as Fei Xiao was concerned, he felt that a living golden scorpion queen had more research value than a dead corpse. Through it, they might be able to understand the ecosystem composition and life forms of the divine runes. Wujiaken stopped. Not because of Fei Xiao's command, but because his divine grace told him that something unknown was watching him from the shadows. He immediately scanned his surroundings. Is it a divine grace? Or a divine taboo item? Wujiaken glanced at Xiao Hongyao, then turned back to look at Lin Baici. Get lost. Lin Baici was concise and to the point. Wujiaken's expression changed. He had come over to save these people, actually carrying a heavy sense of superiority. As a result, he hadn't managed to save anyone, which made him very annoyed, which was why he had wanted to finish off the golden scorpion queen. It was just a monster anyway. Killing it was no big deal. Don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. We came over because we wanted to offer a helping hand. Chen Mingshu was quite rational. Seeing the situation, he quickly interjected. After speaking, he looked at Fei Xiao and Xiao Hongyao. Team leader Fei. Team leader Xia. You know Zhao Kun's personality. Please bear with him. Does my Appa need your help? Jin Yingxin was hoping these people would fall out with Lin Baici so that he wouldn't join the Kyushu Security Bureau. Wujokan, we don't need your help, get out of here. Jiu Hongyao knew that this Wujokan had always looked at her with disdain, feeling that she wasn't qualified to be a team leader within the department. The two of them had already clashed several times. Hey, what a joke. If I'm not mistaken, the mummies on your side haven't been dealt with yet, Fang Tianhua mocked. Wujokan's face stiffened, and he turned to glance back. Indeed, the team leader and the others were still fighting the monsters. This meant that Fei Xiao and these people had found the key to killing these monsters a step earlier. Mingxiu, let's go. Wujokan turned and walked away. He wouldn't ask these people how to completely kill these monsters because he was confident that their third division could handle it with their own strength. Chen Mingxiu smiled. Though he was not ashamed to ask for advice, everyone, for the sake of being colleagues. Could you please tell us how to kill these mummies? Fei Xiao avoided Chen Mingxiu's gaze. Don't look at me. I didn't do it. Jiu Hongyao looked at Lin Baici. She was also very curious about how Lin Baici had discovered it. There is one mummy that is quite special. It is very easy to find. Kill it, and the others will die as well. Lin Baici did not hide it, because these people were also protecting some ordinary people. If they killed the monsters sooner, they would be safe. Thank you. Chen Mingxiu smiled slightly. He actually had a good impression of this young man. Mingxiu, no need to ask them. The team leader has also finished off those monsters, Wujokan shouted, snorting triumphantly. He saw that Zhang Heng had already killed all the mummies. What are you so smug about? Wu Yu muttered. Isn't it still slower than us? Baici, let's go. I'll introduce you to Zhang Heng. Fei Xiao felt that Lin Baici had a limitless future, so he couldn't help but want to do him a favor. In his view, being able to know a big shot like Zhang Heng and establishing a connection would be very beneficial for his future development in the Security Bureau and the God Hunter Circle. Not interested, Lin Baici refused. Fei Xiao was stunned, and then his scalp went numb. Damn it, is this kid's personality this arrogant? Even if you don't want to know him, there's no need to say it in front of his team members, right? Wujokan heard this and immediately glared at Lin Baici, while Chen Mingxiu looked astonished. This young man doesn't look like a reckless person. Why would he say such thoughtless things? Lin Baici wasn't being thoughtless, he was just too confident. The battle ended, and Zhang Heng ordered a rest. In his view, those people wanted to survive, so they would definitely come over and beg to join the team. But after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction from the other side. Something wrong. Zhang Heng looked over, called out to everyone, and hurried over. Lin Baici's group was replenishing water and eating, seizing the time to rest. When Zhang Heng arrived, the first thing he saw was the Golden Scorpion Queen. But he wasn't as lacking in composure as Wujokan. He didn't say anything, just took an extra look at Lin Baici, because this monster clearly had a deep connection with him. Afterward, Zhang Heng scanned these ordinary people and saw that each of them had a bottle of mineral water. A flash of surprise crossed his face. Who is this? They actually have a space-type divine taboo item. And looking at how these people were eating and drinking, it was clear that the storage space was very large, and there were plenty of supplies. Zhang Heng subconsciously looked at Jiu Hongyao, as Jiu Hongmian's younger sister. Jiu Hongyao possessing a rare, top-tier divine taboo item was not strange. Team leader Wujokan walked up to Zhang Heng and whispered a few words, constantly looking at Lin Baici during the process. Mingxiu, you tell me. Zhang Heng knew Wujokan's personality and didn't believe his embellished words. Chen Mingxiu gave a wry smile, repeated Lin Baici's words, and finally added, young and arrogant, but overflowing with talent. It's understandable. Did you solve these mummies? Zhang Heng asked. Team leader Zhang, this is Lin Baici. Fei Xiao quickly interjected, hoping to avoid a situation where they wouldn't see eye to eye and end up arguing after 3 sentences. Zhang Heng heard the name and looked him over with scrutiny. You are Lin Baici. He had been away on business before, and upon returning, he heard that Minister Jia had issued a special genius recruitment clause, based on the achievements of the Lin Baici that everyone was rumored to have. He was indeed worthy of it. Yell, Lin Baici responded casually. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Wujokan was annoyed. My team leader is talking to you, and you're actually sitting down. Do you know what a lion-level big shot is? Wujiakan respected Zhang Heng very much, so he couldn't stand Lin Baici's dismissive attitude. TSK, with that tone of yours, someone who didn't know better would think your team leader was dragon level. Boy, you use little mouth was sweet. But she could roast people without using a single dirty word. Wujiakan's face turned red instantly. He will be soon. The team leader not being dragon level was the topic everyone least wanted to bring up, because the prestige was really lacking just a little bit. Stop arguing. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Zhang Heng glared at Wujiakan, then looked at Lin Baici. I think you have all rested enough. Let's move out. After saying this, Zhang Heng took the lead and headed toward the black shadow on the horizon. Who does he think he is? By what right is he giving orders? Jin Yingxin said with disdain. By the right of being a Lion King, Fang Tianhu replied, feeling depressed. In this situation, everyone had no choice but to follow, as that was the only way to increase their survival rate. However, once they followed, it meant they were seeking protection, which naturally put them in a subservient position. Let's go. Fei Xiao called out to Lin Baici. Moving out, Lin Baici set off. He saw Wujiakan look back and smile at him. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the God Eater suddenly spoke. You must head toward the black obelisk to escape this desert. But what is appearing before you now is a mirage. Turn left and head in that direction. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow and stopped. What is it? Fei Xiao took a sip of water. We are going that way. Lin Baici looked at Fang Tianhu. Go tell them that only by choosing this direction can we leave this desert. How do you know that? Fei Xiao asked, confused. Intuition. Lin Baici replied casually. Do you think Zhang Heng will listen to a reason like that? Fei Xiao was speechless. No matter how much he tries to act cool, isn't he still going to follow us? Wujiakan mocked. Their destination is just that black shadow as well, Han Mingxia sighed. Then, when we encounter danger later, let's not worry about them. I want to see if they will beg for help. Wujiakan sneered. Team leader Zhang, wait a moment. Fei Xiao walked over quickly. What is it? Wujiakan overstepped his authority. Is he scared? So he sent you to be the peacemaker. Peacemaker my foot, Fei Xiao cursed. Lin Baici said that we must go left to get out of this desert. The reason? Zhang Heng glanced at Lin Baici, who was several dozen meters away. Intuition. After saying this, Fei Xiao added an explanation. However, he does possess a divination-type godly object. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I trust my own judgment more. I want to go to the location of that black shadow and inspect it first. Fei Xiao shrugged. He had known this would be the result. At Zhang Heng's level, he would not listen to the suggestions of a minor figure. Chapter 183. 1 hour until death. Is that kid sick? Does he really think he can walk out of this desert on his own? Wujiakan could not understand Lin Baici's mindset. He was truly risking his life just for the sake of his pride. In Wujiakan's view, only by staying with the God Hunters of the 3rd Division could one maximize their survival rate. He has ambition, Chen Mingxia remarked. He actually admired Lin Baici's character of preferring to be a shattered jade than an intact tile. Fei Xiao returned, relayed Zhang Heng's words, and offered one more piece of advice. Your judgment might be correct, but don't be in such a rush. It's safest to follow Zhang Heng and the others for now, not in a rush. Lin Baici looked at Kai Wenqi and the others, then thought about the people struggling in this museum ruin at this very moment. They could die in the next second. Fei Xiao clearly thought of what Lin Baici was worried about, and he sighed. Sometimes, safely containing the god remains and purifying the god ruin was more important than the lives of a few individuals, because if the god ruin expanded, the resulting losses would be even greater. This was the trolley problem for god hunters. They often faced such choices and were forced to abandon some people. Zhang Heng disdained showing off his battle record and fame, so he simply left. Wujiakan wanted to embarrass Lin Baici, so he walked over. Our team leader is a Lion King level god hunter and a grand team leader of the Zhuzhou Security Bureau. We are heading toward that building now. Anyone who wants to follow, come quickly. After saying this, Wujiakan shot a provocative look at Lin Baici. Everyone looked at each other, then looked at Lin Baici with concern. Great God, Lin, what's going on? Aren't we all going together? The couple who had survived was now very protective of their lives and asked boldly. That's right. I'm going this way. Lin Baici told them the truth. Why? Is that guy a liar? The couple did not understand. No, everything he said is correct. They are indeed elites from the security bureau. You will be safer following them than following me. If people wanted to leave, Lin Baici would not stop them, because he knew that more people would die. And he certainly did not have the spare capacity to look after everyone. Everyone fell silent. Go ahead, I won't blame you. Lin Baici smiled faintly. Great God Lin, thank you for taking care of us all this time. Great God Lin, when we get back, I'll buy you a drink. Let's go together, shall we? Some thanked him and said goodbye. Some tried to persuade Lin Baici to join them, but most were inclined to follow Zhang Hen because that team had more god hunters and was stronger. Lin Baici shook his head. Some people left in a hurry to catch up with Zhang Hen. You're not leaving. Lin Baici saw that Fei Xiao had no intention of moving. I don't like that guy. Fei Xiao found a random excuse. In reality, it was his pride getting in the way. As a team leader of the 9th Division, if he followed Zhang Hen, how could he show his face in the future? He might as well resign. Fang Tianhu also stayed behind to stand with Fei Xiao. Seeing this, Fei Xiao smiled and gave Fang Tianhu a firm punch on the chest. You should follow them. Lin Baici suggested to Kai Wenqi that she leave. I trust you more. Kai Wenqi had already witnessed Lin Baici's character. He was incredibly reliable and trustworthy. Moreover, because of her connection with Li Wei, she knew she would receive extra care from Lin Baici. If she had joined Zhang Heng's team, she would have been nothing more than an ordinary person. The path is one I chose myself. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Kai Wenqi smiled with a carefree air. Let's move out, Lin Baici shouted. Leader. More than half of them followed us. Wu Jiaqin was very happy, watching the small group around Lin Baici as their figures gradually disappeared behind the sand dunes. What is there to be happy about? Zhang Hen retorted, his expression stern. He felt that given his status, having everyone follow him would have been the true proof of his strength. Having a third of the people follow Lin Baici was, to him, a slap in the face. Wu Jiaqin realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered his head, keeping his mouth shut. 3 hours passed. Everyone had been walking in the scorching desert for so long. Because they had no sun protection, their skin was sunburnt, turning bright red, burning, and itching intensely. Yet they didn't dare to scratch. But the most unbearable part was the exhaustion and thirst. Zhang Heng possessed a space-type divine taboo item, but its storage capacity was not large. So, he had to use their supplies sparingly. Furthermore, with over 200 people in the team and no idea how long it would take to walk out of this desert, Zhang Heng had implemented strict supply rationing. 1 bottle of water for 10 people. Only when the thirst became truly unbearable could one take a sip to moisten their throat. Before half a day had even passed, everyone had already begun to miss Lin Baici. At least by following him, there was enough to eat and drink. Even if they were to die, they would at least be well-fed ghosts. However, it was too late for regrets. Having walked for so long, it was impossible to turn back and chase after Lin Baici now. The team continued to advance, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's body sank, and he was swallowed by the desert. I help. Before the middle-aged man could finish his cry, he had completely vanished. Monsters are attacking. Prepare for battle. Zhang Heng shouted with a powerful, booming voice, full of momentum. But no matter how loud he was, he couldn't save the man. Clatter, clatter. A dozen or so people sank into the sand, and 10 seconds later, scorpions larger than an adult human crawled out from underground. Several of them had corpses clamped in their jaws, which they were currently chewing on. It was the Pharaoh's demon scorpion army. Slaughter them. Zhang Hen grabbed his horse-chopping saber and charged toward the demon scorpions. Damn it! Don't chase me, my meat tastes foul. Go eat someone else. Hurry up and kill these monsters. I was wrong. Can I choose again? Let me follow Great God Lin. Those who had previously followed Lin Baici all began to regret their decision. Zhang Heng and his men were capable fighters, leaving the demon scorpions strewn across the field. But the problem was that there were too many of them. They couldn't wipe them all out in an instant. And in that time gap, some people were bound to be unlucky. As for Lin Baici's side, With that Scorpion Queen present, there was no need to fight the monsters at all. The queen would let out a few roars, and the demon scorpions would simply leave. 5 minutes later, over 100 demon scorpions had been killed, but 20 people had also lost their lives. Wujokin stood beside an injured demon scorpion, chopped off its head, and helped the girl up. "Are you okay?" The girl kept crying. Wujokin didn't even get a thank you, which made him a bit unhappy. He had specifically come over to save her because she was quite pretty. He had been fantasizing about the hero saving the beauty, expecting her to be filled with gratitude and secretly harbor feelings for him. But that didn't happen. Damn, this is a woman who doesn't know how to be grateful. Wujokin spat on the ground and looked up, only to realize that no one was thanking his side at all. Wasn't this a bit rude? Hey, we saved you, and this is the attitude you give us. Wujokin stroked his blade. At least say thank you, right? Wujokin, shut up, Zhang Heng scolded. You saved people to get rewarded. Wujokin quickly lowered his head, muttering in defense. I just can't stand it. There is nothing to be upset about. You saved them because it was your duty. Zhang Heng stared at Wujokin. Get rid of this mindset that you are a hero and that you have done them a favor. Or get out of my team, I understand. Wujokin wilted. Leader, can we not fight the monsters? A woman who was truly terrified pleaded with Zhang Heng. She didn't think she was lucky enough to escape death a second time. Not fight the monsters. Do you want to just wait for death? Wujokin thought this request was incredibly stupid. No, I mean, let's catch a scorpion monster and keep it with us. These monsters crawling out of the desert won't attack us then, the woman explained, though because she didn't understand it well. She couldn't explain it clearly. What do you mean? Aren't these all scorpion monsters? Wujokin felt this woman just needed a lesson. A couple of slaps would stop her from making such a fuss. No, there is a type of female scorpion, just like the one by Great Godlin's side. If we keep it with us, these scorpion monsters will stop attacking us. We encountered this kind of scorpion monster earlier. That female scorpion rushed out and said a few things, and they just left. It's true. I'm not lying to you. Everyone saw it. Those who had followed Lin Baici recounted everything they had witnessed. The divine hunters of the 3rd division looked at each other in confusion. You could actually do that? And how exactly did that Lin Baici make a monster listen to him? Did he have some kind of enslavement-type divine grace? Chen Mingshu, with his scholarly air and a face that always carried a smile, made people subconsciously feel that he was harmless. He found a dozen people, asked around, and then returned to report to Zhang Heng. They said that the female scorpion is following Lin Baici because she wants to have children with him. What? Wujokin was completely stunned. Are you kidding me? Even Zhang Heng wore a stunned expression. The whole thing was simply too absurd. Setting aside whether a human and a scorpion could even produce offspring, one had to ask why that monster would choose Lin Baici in the first place. It couldn't possibly be because he was handsome, could it? Chen Mingshu shrugged his shoulders. I am starting to think that Lin Baiqi's judgment might be correct, because he has an inside source. Zhang Heng fell silent, gazing toward the black shadow on the horizon. Turning back now to chase after Lin Baici would mean admitting that his previous judgment was wrong. But if he did not go back, there was a chance they would be making this trip for nothing. Team leader, I will go scout it out. Chen Mingshu volunteered. It is too dangerous. I will go myself. Zhang Heng was not a man of indecision. I will move faster if I go alone. If Chen Mingshu were to die on the way and fail to bring back intelligence, it would waste a lot of time, which was something Zhang Heng did not want to see. Should we ask them again? Wujokin still felt that the words of those people were unreliable. What could possibly be wrong with the intelligence Chen Mingshu gathered? It is settled. Zhang Heng set off alone. Damn it, Wujokin cursed. You should be grateful to Lin Baici. If it were not for him, this trip of ours would likely have ended in failure. Chen Mingshu had become interested in Lin Baici. Fei Xiao is truly a cunning fox, Wujokin said with disdain. Fei Xiao did not know that he was being regarded as a sinister villain by Wujokin. At this moment, he was standing in front of a massive black obelisk, trying to decipher the inscriptions upon it. Have we really reached the end? Fang Tianhua looked up, staring at the obelisk made of black basalt that stood dozens of meters high, his face full of shock. He was not shocked by the grandeur and magnificence of the structure, but by Lin Baici's judgment. He was right again. When everyone parted ways with Zhang Heng and set out on the road, Fang Tianhua had prepared himself for a long trek. Yet who would have thought that after only an hour, this building would appear so abruptly before their eyes? What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and find clues to get out, Fei Xiao urged. Fang Tianhua circled the obelisk, feeling that the secret must lie within those hieroglyphs. The sun shines brightly. The pharaoh's divine power is invincible. After kneeling in piety, the temple gates shall open. I think if we cut out 3 times to this obelisk, it should work. Lin Baici certainly would not kneel. Fei Xiao had average emotional intelligence, but he was full of social experience. Upon hearing this, he immediately took the initiative to shoulder the blame for this reputation-damaging task and picked a few people. You, and you, come over here and kneel before the obelisk to kowtow. The people Fei Xiao picked included both men and women, and they were all quite good-looking. The 10 people called out were somewhat afraid, worried that they would become sacrifices. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Fei Xiao urged. It is just a kowtow. You won't lose a piece of flesh, will you? The 10 people walked tremblingly to the front of the obelisk, knelt down, and kowtowed. Be pious, use some force. Let your foreheads touch the ground, Fei Xiao demanded. In reality, it was not that strict. When one of the girls finished kowtowing, the ground suddenly began to shake. On the north side of the obelisk, a large door appeared in the stone wall, revealing a downward passage inside. There is a path. Fang Tianhua looked down excitedly, but it was pitch black, and he could see nothing. Lin Baici handed out flashlights to everyone and, holding a lit pine torch, prepared to head down. I will go first. Fei Xiao blocked Lin Baici. He was not only older but also the team leader. He felt embarrassed to let a young man walk at the very front. After everyone entered the passage, they immediately felt a sense of oppression and confinement wash over them. A few people could not help but start gasping for air. These individuals suffered from claustrophobia. Once they entered such a place, their heart rates would accelerate. They would panic and sweat, and their nerves would suffer immense torture. However, at a time like this, no one would take care of them. They had to endure it on their own. The passage was long and led continuously downward. The walls and floor were covered in dust and draped with many spider webs, where spiders the size of watermelons could be seen crawling about. Lin Baici casually set fire to those spider webs. The flames spread, as if burning out a patch of pure land. Should we walk faster? Fang Tianhua suggested. It had already been 20 minutes, and they still had not walked out of this passage. Let us be cautious. Fei Xiao was not in a hurry, observing the murals on the walls in hopes of finding some clues. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew. Damn, there are ghosts, Fang Tianhua screamed. Up ahead, where the flashlight beams shone, one could see gray shadows drifting over from the air along with that cold wind. They wailed and shrieked, as if they were souls bound here for 1,000 years, having suffered endless torment. Prepare for battle. After Fei Xiao shouted, he slashed at a shadow drifting toward him, but the blade passed through the shadow's body, leaving no injuries behind. However, these ghosts did not kill anyone either. They simply passed through the group and continued drifting forward. What is going on? Jin Yingxin checked her body and found no issues. Base and filthy heretics. How dare you enter my kingdom and disturb my eternal rest? I curse you. Within 1 hour, you shall die one after another. A grand and majestic voice echoed within the passage. At the same time, half a foot above the heads of Lin Baici and the others, small clusters of flames appeared with a popping sound, as if being ignited. Only, these flames were not the normal orange-red, but green. As the light spread, it bathed the surroundings in a sickly green glow. It was bone-chilling. Damn it, Fei Xiao cursed. This was the type of rule-based pollution he least wanted to encounter. For god hunters, games that only required fighting monsters were actually the easiest. What does this cluster of flames mean? Does it represent the curse? Hu Yu turned her head to look at the flames atop everyone's heads. Lin Baici's cluster was the largest, followed by Jia Hongyao, and then Fei Xiao. Is this flame linked to combat power? I believe it is linked to vitality. Gu Qingqiu scanned the group. The frailer a person's physique, the smaller the flame on their head. which suggested they likely wouldn't be able to hold on for even an hour. That's definitely not it, Fang Tianhua retorted. My team leader has undergone over 100 body enhancements to date. How could he possibly be inferior to those two? Keep your voice down. Fei Xiao told Fang Tianhua to shut up. Reason told him that this girl named Gu Qingqiu was likely correct in her deduction. Don't let Jiu Hongyao's youth fool you, because she had a sister like Jiu Hongmian. It was obvious she had been using meteor stones to strengthen her body since childhood. It was no surprise she was stronger than him. But what about this Lin Baici? What was going on with him? The flame on his head was terrifyingly bright. Fei Xiao suddenly felt that Lin Baici was definitely not an ordinary person. At least not the ordinary college student rumored to be. Either his parents had a secret, or he had experienced something extraordinary during his childhood. In any case, he did not believe a person could grow to such a formidable level in just 3 short months. Damn it! What am I overthinking for? There is no time to worry about these things now. I must find the source of the curse and break it. Fei Xiao was just about to ask Lin Baici if he had a plan when he saw him standing there in deep thought, his face calm and devoid of any panic. This ability to handle pressure is truly impressive. I can't compare. I really can't compare. Fei Xiao suddenly noticed that Jiu Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu also looked calm, perhaps even a little excited. Are you people perverts? It's here. It's here. Only this kind of time-limited case-solving difficulty brings out the thrill and excitement. Jiu Hongyao rubbed her hands together. Little Lin, what do you think? She was ready to show off her skills. If she could solve this, she would have more bragging rights in the group chat with dragon-level team leaders like Hotpot Immortal. That didn't exist. Not to mention Lin Baici, who had a sharp mind. The reserve member Gu Qingqiu was also a very intelligent girl. It was thanks to her that they had previously cracked that rule-based pollution and obtained the divine favor. Charge, 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 run faster. If you don't devour the pharaoh within an hour, you will die, the gluttonous god urged. My stomach is already starving and impatient. Start running. Lin Baici bypassed Fei Xiao and began to lead the team. The current situation did not allow them to play it safe. 100 meters later, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Just as Fei Xiao was agonizing over which way to go, Lin Baici had already charged toward the right. Chapter 184. I return, I kill, I conquer. Inside the temple, the light was already dim, and after being illuminated by the green flames atop the heads of Lin Baici and the others, it appeared ghostly and eerie. Lin Baici sprinted all the way. Little Lin, I'll take the vanguard. You direct the way. Jiu Hongyao did not question Lin Baici's choices and even took the initiative to handle the most dangerous task of scouting, which allowed Lin Baici to focus his energy on identifying the route without distraction. Otherwise, Lin Baici would have to worry about whether he might step into a trap. Hu Yu and Jin Yingchen followed behind, holding their staves, ready to attack at any moment. Their expressions were serious, and even though they were panting heavily, they did not complain in the slightest. At this moment, they were competing with each other and willing to become a burden to Lin Baici. After running for another 100 meters or so, Lin Baici encountered a third fork in the road. He turned directly to the left. Team leader, is he really capable? Fang Tianhua was worried. Why do I feel like he's being a bit reckless? Do you have a better idea? Fei Xiao retorted. Fang Tianhua shook his head. Then just keep running. Fei Xiao did not think Lin Baici was running aimlessly, because every time they reached a fork, he made his choice without the slightest hesitation. And then there was Jiu Hongyao, whose trust in Lin Baici was off the charts. Not only did she not question him, but she also took the initiative to clear the path. If Lin Baici's judgment were wrong, she would inevitably be the first to suffer. Of course, the most important reason Fei Xiao followed was that if it were up to him, he would have no clue what to do. It seems that under the pressure of the one-hour death curse, Lin Baici has begun to reveal his true trump cards. Fei Xiao guessed that Lin Baici must have some kind of mysterious and powerful divine favor kept in reserve, which he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary. Lin, great god Lin, I can't run anymore. Wait for me. Even a donkey pulling a millstone in the countryside isn't this tired. Everyone was running until they were gasping for breath. Their lungs and throats felt a burning pain, and they felt as if they were running out of air. But they dared not stop. In this kind of terrain, they felt that if they lost sight of Lin Baici, they would surely die. Having walked this far with these people, Lin Baici had a rough understanding of their physical fitness. This speed was already a compressed version. Otherwise, if he were to sprint at full speed, no one except Jia Hongyao, Fei Xiao, and Fang Tianhua would be able to keep up. Even so, some people began to fall behind. Watching themselves being left further and further behind, they let out anxious and desperate cries. Ignore these bottom of the food chain small fry. Charge, charge, charge. Go and eat the pharaoh raw, the gluttonous god urged. Unable to wait to have a grand feast out, Lin Baici stopped. No more road. Fang Tianhua was dejected. This was a dead end. He secretly gave Fei Xiao a look, wanting to say that Lin Baici's choice was unreliable. Fei Xiao was more composed than Fang Tianhua. He said nothing and waited for Lin Baici to act. Lin Baici looked at the wall at the end of the corridor. There were many murals on it. When connected, they seemed to tell the legendary story of a hero who killed a demon, established a great empire, and brought harvest and stability to the people. Please shout 3 times, O ancient Egypt. Your pharaoh has returned. You must shout with the greatest volume possible, embodying an aura of dominance that says there is no one else but me. I return, I slaughter, I conquer. Lin Baici felt this slogan was a bit embarrassing. If it weren't for the time constraints, he would have let Jia Hongyao recite it. Little Lin, do you have any leads? Jia Hongyao stared at the mural, her brain working at full capacity, trying to crack the mysteries within. Lin Baici's answer made everyone instinctively look over. Are you bluffing? Fang Tianhua felt that if Lin Baici could uncover the secret of this mural in such a short time, that would be too badass. Is Wujiakan even considered a genius? He is even fit to tie Lin Baici's shoelaces. Lin Baici cleared his throat, endured the embarrassment, brewed his emotions, and shouted out, Oh, ancient Egypt, your pharaoh has returned. This shout, if one ignored Lin Baici's excessively young face, actually carried a bit of resonance, majesty, and dominance. The crowd was startled by Lin Baici's sudden outburst, but they were mostly just confused. What is he doing? Lin Baici bit the bullet and roared it 2 more times. The whole place was silent, with only echoes reverberating in the dim passage. I think shouting Open Sesame would be more useful, Fang Tianhua suggested. Open Sesame is a fairy tale from the Middle East. Huoyuyu was speechless. It seemed there were some uneducated people even among the god hunters. Anyway, there is no other way. We might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Besides, what is there to lose by trying? Fang Tianhua shrugged his shoulders. Lin Baici's 3 shouts were like a joke, lightening the heavy atmosphere quite a bit. Who says there is nothing to lose? Fei Xiao retorted. In some rule-based contaminations, there is no such thing as trying. One mistake is directly judged as failure. You can just wait for death. Fang Tianhua was rendered speechless, just as he was pondering how to reply. The wall in front of them suddenly made a rumbling sound and began to rise upward. Whoosh, whoosh, some dust, sand, and stone powder fell down. Cough, cough. Everyone was choked and uncomfortable, but their expressions were excited. It actually worked. Fang Tianhua stared with wide eyes. Fei Xiao thought to himself that it was confirmed. This kid definitely possessed a divine favor related to prophecy or divination. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find the key to clearing the level so quickly. The Golden Scorpion Queen, who had been silently following Lin Baici, suddenly wanted to ask, Is this place not your home? Otherwise, why are you so familiar with it? Let's go. Lin Baici took the lead and walked through the stone gate. After walking forward for another 10 meters or so, everyone emerged from the passage and arrived in a large hall. It was as big as 2 soccer fields, and the floor was paved with stone slabs, each one a cube with sides of 1 meter. These floor tiles also had mural patterns on them. On the walls of the hall, every 10 meters, there was a bronze lamp stand with a beef tallow candle burning on it, emitting wisps of blue smoke. However, the hall was too large, and the candlelight was too weak, so it remained dim. My 6th sense tells me there are traps here. Jia Hongyao scanned the area. I will go first to check the situation. You guys follow later. After saying this, the girl with the high ponytail stepped onto a stone slab. The stone slab beneath her feet suddenly sank. and the speed was so fast that she was caught off guard. If this had been an ordinary person, they would have definitely fallen. But the girl with the high ponytail reacted super quickly. She extended her right arm and grabbed the edge of another floor tile. Hongyao. Just when everyone thought Jia Hongyao had escaped a disaster, the stone slab she was holding onto also suddenly sank. Damn it. Fang Tianhua was shocked. However, having suffered once, Jia Hongyao was already prepared. The moment she grabbed the stone slab, she exerted force with her 5 fingers and pushed herself upward. Swish. Jia Hongyao jumped up. Fei Xiao flicked his left hand, threw out a leather belt, wrapped it around Jia Hongyu's arm, and pulled her back. Do you think this level is about gambling on luck, or using wisdom to solve it? Hu Yu asked nervously. If it is gambling on luck, many people will die before everyone can successfully cross. If it is about wisdom, then where are the clues? Hu Yu widened her eyes. Observing the murals on the floor tiles, Fei Xiao looked back. This hall was too big, and their side had too few people. Even if they used cannon fodder, they could at most cover half the distance. A desperate gamble, relying on luck, or be ruthless and let the cannon fodder scout the path. Pull down the lever handle on the opposite wall to disarm the trap. It has been almost 15 minutes. Gu Qingqiu had been keeping an eye on the time. Seeing that a quarter of the 1 hour limit had passed, she reminded them. I will make a dash for it. Lin Baici took out the giant locust leg. This god-forbidden item could increase his jumping ability. As long as he jumped far enough each time, he could reduce the number of times he had to step on the stone slabs. Jia Hongyao and Fei Xiao spoke in unison. Let me do it. It is time for me to contribute. Fei Xiao loosened his neck. Otherwise, I will have lost all the dignity of a team leader. How much confidence do you have? Because of this sentence from Fei Xiao, Lin Baici felt a bit of goodwill toward him. 60%. Fei Xiao extended his thumb and pinky to make a 6. This god-forbidden item can increase jumping power. Lin Baici lent the giant locust leg to Fei Xiao. Why don't I do it? Jia Hongyao looked at the hall. I have 80% confidence, team leader Fei. I will trouble you. Lin Baici acted as if he had not heard the girl with the high ponytail. Even if she had 90% confidence, he would not let her go. You save your strength to fight the boss later. Time was of the essence. So Fei Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He took the giant locust leg and quickly jumped twice to familiarize himself with this divine taboo item, ensuring he wouldn't be clumsy when he needed to use it. Do you see that wooden lever on the opposite wall? Pull it down. Lin Baici pointed it out to Fei Xiao. It was a 1-meter-long wooden lever, tilted upward, with the sight of a god hunter. Even in the dim light, he could see it clearly. I am going. Fei Xiao did not ask for the reason. He knew that trusting Lin Baici was the right choice. As soon as he finished speaking, he darted out, landing directly on a stone slab 7 meters away. As he stepped on it, the slab rumbled and began to sink. Fei Xiao took off the moment he touched it. Just a fraction faster than the falling slab. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. Well done, Fang Tianhua cheered, raising his eyebrows at Lin Baici. The meaning was simple. Is my team leader awesome or what? But Lin Baici didn't pay him any mind at all. He was focused entirely on everything in the hall, trying his best to collect data. Seeing this, Fang Tianhua suddenly felt awkward. Compared to Lin Baici, his own behavior seemed childish. Thus, Fang Tianhua put away his competitive mindset. Now, working together to purify this rule-based pollution was the most important thing. Fei Xiao rushed to the 80-meter mark. The stone slabs within a 120-degree range directly in front of him suddenly began to rise and fall, all of them moving, which made it difficult for him to judge his path. If he stepped on a slab just as it began to sink, the inertia would make it difficult for him to borrow force to jump again. Fei Xiao subconsciously stopped in his tracks, wondering if he should go around the sides. That would be a longer route, but it would be safer. Do not stop. Do not stop. Lin Baici heard the gluttonous god's commentary and immediately shouted, Don't stop, charge. Hearing this, Fei Xiao lunged forward violently. Time was tight, so he stopped trying to find a detour and just went for it. He gripped the giant locust leg tightly, intending to jump across these rising and falling slabs in one go. The moment he left, not only did the slab beneath his feet fall, but the ones surrounding it also collapsed. Damn it! Fei Xiao was startled. That was close. Thwack! Fei Xiao landed. His luck was poor. He happened to land on a slab that was sinking, leaving him with nothing to step on and no way to borrow force for a jump. However, he activated his divine grace. Fei Xiao's tongue shot out, 3 meters long, sticking directly to a rising slab ahead. This tongue tightened like a spring, pulling him toward the slab. He performed a backflip to land on it, then immediately performed another, using his divine grace frog tongue and the giant locust leg. Fei Xiao traversed the massive stone slab trap in a thrilling display and successfully reached the opposite side. He didn't even have time to catch his breath before rushing to the wooden lever, grabbing it, and pulling it down hard. Click, rumble, rumble. The slabs that had fallen rose back up, returning to their original state. Move quickly. Lin Baici stepped onto the slabs. Although everyone was afraid, having Lin Baici take the lead gave them an inexplicable sense of confidence, as if following him meant they would be safe and sound. In this situation, there was no need for Lin Baici to urge them. Everyone summoned the strength they would use to beat up a romantic rival and ran for their lives. In less than a minute, most of them had passed safely. There were a few stragglers left behind, but Lin Baici really didn't have time to wait for them. Team leader Fei, impressive. Lin Baici praised. Don't in front of you. I don't deserve to be called a team leader. If you think I'm alright, then I'll be bold and ask you to call me Brother Fei. Fei Xiao valued Lin Baici highly. If this person joined the Kyushu Security Bureau, he would surely have a limitless future. So it was better to build a good relationship early on. Moreover, Lin Baici's way of conducting himself made him feel comfortable, and he was worth befriending. Brother Fei, Lin Baici smiled faintly. Fei Xiao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder and returned the giant locust leg to him. I'll lead the way this time. Don't argue. Fang Tianhua was confused. What has the team leader gone crazy for today? According to the team's tactical habits, the agile and meticulous members usually led the way, while the team leader held the center, as the leader needed to conserve strength for the final boss fight. But now, Fei Xiao was acting as a scout. He wouldn't be trying to curry favor with Lin Baici, would he? Ahead was another maze-like area with various forks in the road. For most god hunters, this wasn't considered difficult, but it would waste time, something Lin Baici didn't need to do. The gluttonous god, the hunger radar, and the oracle tortoise shell allowed him to find the most correct path at the first opportunity every time. After running for another 7 minutes, upon turning into a corridor, Fei Xiao suddenly stopped. Careful, there are people ahead. Fei Xiao's expression was serious. Everyone immediately prepared for combat. Who is it? Come out, Fang Tianhua barked. A man in his 30s walked out from the shadows. He was wearing a light blue tracksuit and looked like someone who worked out regularly. There was also a cluster of green flames above his head, quite large. The way ahead is blocked. There is a large group of snakes. The man in the tracksuit had intended to say there were some snake monsters ahead, but when he saw the scorpion monster following Lin Baici, he was dumbfounded. What is going on? Are you a wild god hunter? Fei Xiao inquired. The man in the tracksuit nodded. My name is Baiyan Xiang, and I usually operate in Southeast Asia. A takeaway has delivered itself to my door. Lin Baici's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. The gluttonous god hadn't shown obvious hostility toward other god hunters before, so this remark suggested that this Baiyan Xiang might be from the Lost Coast. Or perhaps he had something good on him that the gluttonous god wanted to eat. How many years have you been a god hunter? Not to mention that Fei Xiao was a team leader in the Security Bureau. Even an ordinary staff member had the authority to interrogate such information, because this was the right granted to them by the state's apparatus of violence. 3 years. Baiyan Xiang looked very honest, answering every question asked of him. Did you come through those previous checkpoints alone? Xu Hanyao interjected. In the past, she certainly would have vetted this man and invited him to join the Security Bureau. After all, being able to make it this far proved he was quite capable. But now, having seen Lin Baici and Gu Qinkyu, her standards had risen significantly. No, there were 2 others, but we were attacked in the snake pit ahead and got separated. Baiyan Xiang wore an expression of lingering fear mixed with hope. Can I follow you guys? Ask him. Fei Xiao pointed at Lin Baici. A flash of surprise crossed Baiyan Zhang's eyes. Fei Xiao was clearly a tough character, yet he was actually letting a newcomer call the shots. "May I ask your name?" Bai Zhang's attitude was humble. He knew of Lin Baici because he was a member of the Lost Coast, nicknamed Black Gold Ray, and he had come to Haijing this time specifically to kill this young man. Lin Baici. Lin Baici continued walking forward. "Take a detour. There are many venomous snake monsters ahead. I tried, but I couldn't get through," Bai Xiang advised, having attempted to break through several times without success. "If it is just snakes, I can handle it," the Golden Scorpion Queen volunteered. "That is fantastic." Wu Yu was overjoyed. "Queen, I am counting on you." The Golden Scorpion Queen walked to the very front. Bai Xiang followed beside Fei Xiao, holding back for a moment before he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fei, what is going on here?" He was simply too curious. A monster that clearly possessed intelligence certainly wasn't summoned by a god-forbidden item. So why was it traveling with humans? "I have no idea." Fei Xiao couldn't exactly say that this female scorpion was helping out because she wanted to have children with Lin Baici. Could he? Before everyone had even reached the end of the passage, the ground was already covered in many snakes, colorful and tangled together like a carpet of snakeskin. They flicked their tongues and glared with triangular eyes at these uninvited guests. "Hiss, hiss." The Golden Scorpion Queen pursed her lips slightly, emitting a hissing sound from her throat. The venomous snakes reacted as if they had encountered a natural predator, retreating like a receding tide. The group walked out of the passage and saw a pit over 10 meters deep, larger than a university sports field, and it was filled with writhing venomous snakes. Their triangular eyes were fixed in unison on these humans. If not for the presence of the Golden Scorpion Queen, the snake tide attack would have already begun. "Stay close to me," the Golden Scorpion Queen said, then walked into the pit. "Is she actually reliable?" Bai Xiang was worried. Once they were inside the pit, if they were attacked, there would be no escaping. "I trust that Lin Baici would not joke with his own life." Fei Xiao followed. He couldn't let himself be outdone by a newcomer. Wherever the Golden Scorpion Queen went, the snakes gave way. However, as she approached the deepest part of the pit, the snakes stopped moving and began to press forward. Chapter 185. In the north, there is an egg. Its name is Great Snake. Eat it, and gain the soft body of a snake bone. Hiss, hiss. The venomous snakes flicked their tongues, coiling around each other in layers to form a massive snake tide. A person could grab a dozen of them with a single handful, setting aside the lethality of the venomous snakes. The mere sight of this scene was enough to make a timid person faint. Some cobras were the most aggressive, rearing their upper bodies and closing in on Lin Baici's group. "Gurgle." Lin Baici looked at these venomous snakes, and his stomach growled. He was actually feeling a bit hungry. "Damn it. Are you capable or not? Could this monster have finally waited for an opportunity to intentionally trap us? I feel like we are done for." Some people were too terrified and instinctively blurted out profanities, questioning the Golden Scorpion Queen. Others suspected her motives were impure and that she had only followed them to kill them. "Shut up, all of you," Lin Baici barked. "Do not wrong the queen." Wu Yu was unhappy. These people thought too highly of themselves. They were just a bunch of small fry. If the queen wanted to kill them, why wait until now? The Golden Scorpion Queen glanced at Lin Baici, seeing that he did not question her and did not urge her, but instead waited quietly. She found this human male even more charming. That little fish person was not bad either. The Golden Scorpion Queen brought her left hand to her mouth, bared her sharp fangs, and bit down hard. Sizzle, her skin broke, and the Golden Scorpion Queen began to suck her own blood. After a few large gulps, her lungs expanded, and she exhaled forcefully. Whoosh! A bright red poisonous mist immediately filled the air. When it enveloped the venomous snakes, they instantly went mad and began to tear at their own kind. They slaughtered each other, turning the snake pit into a chaotic mess in an instant. Is that a neurotoxin? Fei Xiao's expression was grave. If a human inhaled it, they would likely suffer the same fate. Everyone was very nervous, especially seeing the red poisonous mist spreading wantonly. There was no help for it. Mist was not something that could be controlled precisely. Even though the Golden Scorpion Queen was being very careful, some of it still drifted over. "Great God Lin, what should we do?" Everyone covered their mouths and noses. The timid ones even started to hide further away. But because of the venomous snakes, they dared not go too far, resulting in a crowded mass of people. Take out some water. The golden scorpion queen spat out another cloud of red poisonous mist. Lin Baici hurriedly complied, taking out 4 large barrels of mineral water and twisting off the caps. The golden scorpion queen spat a few times into the water barrels. Shake it up. Drink it, and you will be fine. The group looked at each other. The main issue was that this method of detoxification seemed like a joke, and they had no idea if it would work. What they were worried about was it being ineffective. As for the matter of drinking the golden scorpion queen's saliva, there was no need to dwell on such details. If it were not for your sake, I would never have helped these humans. The scarlet poison mist is my trump card, yet I ended up exposing it just to save them. The golden scorpion queen looked at Lin Baici sincerely. I hope you will not let me down. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. What should he do? Could he really have children with this scorpion spirit? Baiyan Xian was dumbfounded. What was this? The power of love that transcends species. Baiyan Xian looked at Lin Baici again. He had to admit, this kid was truly handsome. Once he decided to live off a woman, dance weaving their money around could circle the entire city of Haijing. I will help you find a strong male to produce the most powerful offspring. Lin Baici did not want to deceive this scorpion spirit, so he told her the truth. HMPH, who do you think I am? Do you think any human male will do? The golden scorpion queen sneered, but she also understood that this discomfort between species could not be eliminated in a short time. They would only be able to cultivate feelings by spending several years together. Damn, why am I suddenly a little envious? Fang Tianhua muttered. Fei Xiao slapped the back of Fang Tianhua's head. What nonsense are you spouting? It was a pity that Lin Baici was not a pervert, otherwise, let alone a scorpion spirit. Even a carp spirit would be fine as long as it had a mouth. You drink first. Lin Baici handed the water bucket to Jia Hongyao. The golden scorpion queen turned around, grabbed Lin Baici by the collar, pulled him in front of her, and kissed him on the lips. Lin Baici felt a liquid flow into his mouth. The poisoning effect brought on by the scarlet poison mist was immediately cleared. Ashiba, Jin Yingzhen was extremely annoyed to have a scorpion spirit beat her to it. She was not going to accept this, but fortunately, it was just a scorpion spirit. Do not be angry, stay calm. Appa might like figurines, two-dimensional paper characters, or keeping a pet in the future, which is not much different from a scorpion. Jin Yingzhen comforted herself. Jia Hongyao did not know why, but a sudden urge to chop this scorpion spirit into pieces welled up in her heart. The venomous snakes were in a chaotic battle, because Lin Baici and his group had consumed the saliva of the golden scorpion queen. Their bodies also emitted the scent of a poisonous scorpion. To these venomous snakes, this was a terrifying enemy, so they followed their instincts and backed away. In the middle of the large pit, a hole half a meter wide was revealed. Arian, Lin Baici urged. Speaking of which, what was up with this hunger he was feeling? Could it be that there was something good in here? It could not possibly be that he wanted to eat snake meat, right? I will go first. Fei Xiao jumped in first. Jia Hongyao originally wanted to be second, but that Baiyan Xian was faster. Lin Baici pulled Jin Yingzhen back. Tell Hongyao to be wary of that guy. The group did not dare to linger here and all wanted to get into the hole quickly. Soon, only Lin Baici and the golden scorpion queen remained at the scene. You go first. Lin Baici wanted to cover the rear. Hearing these words, the golden scorpion queen suddenly felt that her efforts had been rewarded. So a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. You go first. Stop arguing. We have time to spare. Lin Baici felt that this scorpion spirit was actually alright, as long as she did not bring up the matter of having children. Let me see what has been discovered. A snake egg imbued with divine grace. Eat it, and you can obtain this divine grace. Lin Baici felt a surge of energy. He was now very sensitive to the term divine grace. Where is it? Lin Baici widened his eyes and looked around. There is an egg to the north, known as the Great Serpent. Consuming it can soften the tendons and bones, greatly increasing the body's flexibility. North. They were in a temple now. Who knew which way was north? What are you looking for? The golden scorpion queen noticed Lin Baici's strange behavior. Snake eggs. Lin Baici summoned the muscle Buddha. preparing to have it clear the way and flip through the corpses of the venomous snakes to find eggs. You want to eat them. After hearing this, the Golden Scorpion Queen immediately crawled toward Lin Baici's 3 o'clock direction. Lin Baici told the Muscle Buddha to hurry and follow. If a boss appeared, it could lend a hand. However, the venomous snakes were currently suffering from the neurotoxin and were killing each other, so they could no longer pay attention to the Golden Scorpion Queen. Soon, the Golden Scorpion Queen flipped over a pile of snake corpses and found 6 black-purple snake eggs, the size of durians, and brought them back. Is this enough? The Golden Scorpion Queen stuffed the snake eggs into Lin Baici's hands, looking at her. If he said it was not enough, the queen would likely go find more. She was doting on him to an extreme degree. Are there any more? Lead the way. I will go get them myself. Lin Baici was surprised to find that he had an urge to swallow 2 of the snake eggs immediately, which meant they contained divine grace. A 1/3 chance was already very high. Because there were too many venomous snakes, the scent was thick, and with the mutual slaughter, flowing blood, and the poison mist sprayed by the Golden Scorpion Queen, Lin Baici did not dare to activate his 1 breath, 100 flavors. Otherwise, he feared his sense of smell would be ruined. Therefore, he could only rely on the Golden Scorpion Queen to find the snake eggs. As an animal, the Golden Scorpion Queen's ability to find food stemmed from instinct. This way, the Golden Scorpion Queen led Lin Baici toward the next pile of snake eggs. Lin Baici not only had the Muscle Buddha go ahead, but he also took out the Goblin King card and summoned 100 goblins, having them spread out around him. This way, even if the venomous snakes launched an attack, they would have to bite them first. The Golden Scorpion Queen was startled to suddenly see so many short, ugly monsters. But when she realized that Lin Baici could command them, her expression became complex. This human male still had hidden cards. Lin Baici flipped through 6 snake nests in a row and found a total of 7 snake eggs, all of which had divine grace on them. I am rich, I am rich. Lin Baici was overjoyed. This stuff would definitely sell like hotcakes. He wouldn't dare say he would become rich overnight, but he would certainly be half wealthy. Moreover, using this as a favor to give to others would be absolutely foolproof. Little Lin, what are you doing? After crawling through the snake den, Jiu Hongyao hadn't seen Lin Baici follow, so she grew worried and crawled back, picking up money. Lin Baici glanced at his watch. Damn it, it took 7 minutes. If everyone weren't cursed, it would be well worth spending 7 hours searching for snake eggs. But now, every second counted. Let's go. Lin Baici looked back at the snake nests, feeling as if he had just lost $1 billion. Are you short on money? Jiu Hongyao was surprised. I still have some savings. I can lend them to you first. When Lin Baici ran to the edge of the cave entrance, Jiu Hongyao was holding her short blade and staring at the surroundings, looking like she was prepared to cover the rear. This scene filled Lin Baici with deep emotion. The high ponytail girl might have a low intelligence stat, but when it came to treating friends, she was truly beyond reproach. She would rush to do all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous work, never complaining. Every team leader would surely want such a hardworking and fearless soldier. I'm not short on money. Lin Baici held a snake egg and handed it to the Golden Scorpion Queen. There is a divine favor on this. That's what we humans call it. You can understand it as a mysterious and powerful force. Once you absorb it, you can obtain it. What divine favor? Jiu Hongyao was curious and took a peek. She thought to herself that little Lin was truly a great detective comparable to Sherlock Holmes. He could even discover these kinds of snake eggs. After all, even that Lion King team leader, Fei Xiao, hadn't noticed them. So that's how it is. No wonder I always felt an urge to swallow a few of these eggs. The Golden Scorpion Queen suddenly realized. Thank you. The Golden Scorpion Queen also craved power. She took the snake egg and swallowed it in a few bites. At the same time, her wariness toward Lin Baici dropped significantly once again. Yes, even now, although the Golden Scorpion Queen appeared friendly, she didn't fully trust Lin Baici. If this human male dared to show any hostility, she would drag him back to her nest to imprison him. Love was a luxury. The Golden Scorpion Queen didn't dare to hope for it. As long as he was alive, healthy, and could help her produce powerful snake babies, that was enough. Gluttonous God. Are the divine favors on these snake eggs all the same? Lin Baici scanned his surroundings. This was a narrow and cramped tunnel. Given his and Jia Hongyao's height, they had to hunch over to walk inside. The much larger golden scorpion queen had an even harder time. She couldn't even turn around quickly. If Lin Baici were to launch a surprise attack on her now, the success rate would be as high as 90%. They are all the same. They are all snake bone suppleness. After activation, a person's body can become as soft and boneless as a snake, capable of contorting into various shapes that break the limits of human anatomy. You can even shape yourself into the 26 letters of the English alphabet. Understood. Lin Baici grasped it instantly. It was even better than the flexibility of acrobats or gymnasts. He could even crawl through a narrow dog hole. Ever since he was a child, perhaps because of the gluttonous god, Lin Baici had naturally defined abs and a strong physique. While his flexibility was decent and he could do a split, he couldn't pull off more exaggerated poses, like turning his head 180 degrees. Now, this disadvantage had been compensated for. Hongyao, here is a divine favor for you. After tossing a snake egg to Jia Hongyao, Lin Baici took out another one and began to absorb it. Little Lin, I owe you too much. Holding the snake egg, Jia Hongyao felt that she would have to work like a horse and serve like an ox to pay him back. If she didn't bear a child for Lin Baici, she really wouldn't be able to live with herself. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and absorb it, Lin Baici urged her. On his shoulder, a slender, starlight-like arm had already emerged. With a wave in the air over the snake egg, it plucked out a ball of light. Thanks for the gift of nature. Open mouth, swallow, digest. The snake bone suppleness was imprinted onto Lin Baici's neural pathways, becoming his instinct. This divine favor is pretty good. Jia Hongyao was pleasantly surprised. Although it didn't provide direct help in combat, it was very useful for escaping. From now on, no one would be able to bind her with handcuffs or ropes. How delightful. I know a dragon-level team leader named Great Snake G. Most of her abilities are related to snakes. If I let her see my snake bone suppleness, she will definitely be envious. Jia Hongyao giggled. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Selling snake eggs to such big shots should fetch a very high premium. The two people and one scorpion moved forward rapidly. Although Lin Baici had a high tolerance and didn't suffer from claustrophobia, he had instinctively felt uncomfortable walking in such a narrow and cramped space. However, after consuming this divine favor, that feeling vanished immediately. In his eyes, this tunnel was now incredibly spacious. 10 of him could pass through it at once. Approaching the cave entrance, Fei Xiao heard footsteps and immediately asked, "Is that Baici?" "Yes." Lin Baici crawled out and saw that this was a large hall. The floor, walls, and ceiling were all carved with scarab beetle patterns. Why did it take so long? Baiyan Xiong glanced at Lin Baici and the golden scorpion queen. It seemed like a casual question, but in reality, he was very concerned. There were no signs of battle on either of them. So why had they stayed for so long? Did they discover something good? Were they keeping it for themselves? Baiyan Xiong felt a bit of regret. He shouldn't have come over so early, otherwise, he might have been able to get a share of the spoils. Is that any of your business? The golden scorpion queen didn't like the look in Baiyan Xiong's eyes. Get lost. If you talk nonsense again, I'll eat you. Baiyan Xiong pretended to be wary of the queen and stepped aside. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to quickly lift the curse, kill these people, and seize the most bountiful loot. Which way do we go? Fei Xiao also felt that Lin Baici must have been hiding something from everyone and had done something over there. However, that was just how exploring God ruins went. It all depended on one's keen eye and luck. If you missed out on the loot, it simply meant your skills were lacking, and you couldn't blame anyone else. To the right, the group set off again, passing through the hall and entering a corridor. This time, the corridor was very long. They had been running for 5 minutes and still hadn't seen the end, which made some people anxious. Suddenly, Fei Xiao stopped. "What's wrong?" someone behind him asked. In front of Fei Xiao, a statue of a scarab beetle, the size of an adult bull, was slowly crawling along. "Mother of scarabs, will lay countless scarabs. Do not touch, do not touch, do not touch. Don't touch it, walk around it," Lin Baici warned. Fei Xiao was obedient. And besides, lifting the curse was the top priority right now. He didn't want to create any extra trouble. The other ordinary people didn't have the guts to touch it recklessly, but Baici Xiong, carrying a scimitar, slashed at the head of the obsidian scarab statue as he passed by. He figured this thing was a god-forbidden item. It was too big for him to take away. So, he wanted to destroy it rather than leave it for others. Clang. The scimitar struck the statue, emitting a crisp sound that echoed through the corridor. Everyone was startled and looked over in unison. "What are you doing?" Lin Baici roared. "I saw it staring at me, so I instinctively took a swing," Baici Xiong explained. "Sorry." His attitude was good because he knew Lin Baici was the leader of this temporary team. Offending him would mean getting kicked out. Lin Baici didn't have time to deal with him and shouted at the group, "Run, hurry, 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 full speed." Seeing how nervous Lin Baici was, the others got scared too and started sprinting. "Do you know about this thing?" Baici Xiong was surprised. This Lin Baici should also be seeing this statue for the first time, yet he seemed to know about its danger. As for Lin Baici's order to run, Baici Xiong wasn't panicked. He was a god hunter. If he encountered danger he couldn't beat, he could just run. And there were still so many cannon fodder to buy him time. After being struck, the scarab statue stopped, turned its head, let out a squeak, and suddenly began to run frantically. Swish, its abdomen opened, and a large number of coin-sized scarabs poured out, forming a swarm of insects that chased after the intruders. Holy crap! Bugs, damn it! It's all because your hands were itchy. God Lin, think of a way. Everyone was anxious because the scarabs were very fast. Lin Baici took out the pine torch and rubbed it hard against the wall. Swish! The flames ignited. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The scarab statue let out high-pitched screams. On the ceiling and the walls on both sides, some stone slabs suddenly cracked open, revealing holes. Dense swarms of scarabs poured out from within, just like a floodgate being opened. There were too many scarabs. They landed on everyone and covered the floor. One step down could crush a dozen of them, and the sensation was indescribable. Even more terrifying was that some scarabs had already crawled onto their bodies, their abdominal feet scraping against their skin, leaving behind a hair-raising sensation. Chapter 186 The Undead Pharaoh. Lin Baici extinguished the torch because everyone was already trapped in the insect swarm. If he ignited them, they would spread the fire everywhere. Wrestle, wrestle. There were too many scarabs, and the sound of them crawling merged into one, which was exceptionally chilling. Everyone ran while waving their hands, trying to drive the bugs away, but it was to no avail. Even Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao had no effective way to repel the insects. Killing one batch only led to more sweeping in. The bugs on the ground were already more than half a foot thick, burying their ankles. Under the impact of the swarm, someone lost their footing and fell. Before they could crawl up, the bugs swarmed over and covered them. This made them look like they were wrapped in a coat of insects. And after struggling for a dozen seconds, they collapsed to the ground, motionless. Kaiwenchi screamed repeatedly in terror. She was afraid of even cockroaches, let alone these scarabs. The memory that stuck with her most was opening her dormitory cabinet, only for a dozen cockroaches to fly out like bombers. She had nearly died of fright back then. And now, there were even more bugs. Kaiwenchi's scream suddenly stopped, like a speaker whose power had been cut. Because a scarab had flown into her mouth, she panicked instantly. Thuff, thuff. Kaiwenchi tried to spit the bug out, but it was useless. Even more terrifying was that she felt the bug crawl past her throat and continue to burrow into her esophagus. The sensation of something entering her stomach was absolutely hair-raising. Student Lin. Kaiwenchi subconsciously called for help, but two more bugs took the opportunity to crawl into her mouth. Forget about them. Let's go. Baici Xiong, who had caused this chaos, showed no signs of guilt or remorse. He urged Lin Baici and Fei Xiao to hurry up. To him, there were billions of ordinary people, more than animals. If they died, they died. And it wasn't worth caring about at all. Queen, do you have a way? Jia Hongyao held her head with one hand, worried to death. This kind of insect swarm made her feel a sense of frustration, as if she had strength but nowhere to use it. Lin Baici ran wildly, intending to get to the front to clear a wave of bugs and open a path. But there were too many insects on the ground, making his feet feel like they were stuck in a swamp, slowing his movements. It wasn't just him. Everyone was too busy protecting their heads to pay attention to their legs, which were now covered in a thick layer of bugs, as if they were wearing heavy cotton trousers. Lin Baici rushed to the very front and activated his divine grace. In the corridor, wind and rain suddenly drifted in, landing on those insects like a flame igniting a candle. Puff, puff. Above the heads of the insects, balls of fire ignited. A majestic, imposing Buddha appeared behind Lin Baici, then leaned forward and blew a breath of air, floating life night rain. Wild Buddha blows out the lamp. Whoosh! The flames on the insects' heads were extinguished instantly, and they dropped dead on the spot, falling to the ground like rain, quickly forming a thick layer. The passage ahead fell silent in an instant. Holy crap! Baiyan Xiong was startled, staring at Lin Baici with vigilance. What kind of divine favor is this, so powerful? It is simply a god-tier skill for clearing the field. Fei Xiao and Fang Tianhu were also dumbfounded. With this single move, Lin Baici had killed at least tens of thousands of scarabs. Run, Lin Baici urged. The scarabs were endless and fearless of death. After a few seconds of silence, the holes in the ceiling and walls began to spew out insects again. After Lin Baici cleared a wave of insects, the pressure on god hunters like Fang Tianhu and Baiyan Xiong was greatly reduced, and they took advantage of this interval to rush more than 100 meters ahead. But the ordinary people could not keep up. Can the golden mask control these insects? Lin Baici asked while taking out the golden mask he had seized earlier. He dared not wear this thing because whoever wore it would have their mind corrupted and be afflicted with a flesh curse. Becoming a breeding ground for the flesh scarabs, it is useful. It can create flesh scarabs that are one ecological niche higher than ordinary scarabs. If you only wear it for 20 seconds, you will not be parasitized. Hearing this, Lin Baici immediately put the golden mask on his face. Appa, Xiao Bai, Jin Yingjin, and Huo Yu were shocked. They hadn't forgotten how terrifying this mask was. Little Lin, give it to me. Jiu Hongyao was even more direct, reaching out to demand it. If there is danger, let me handle it. Lin Baici ignored the three girls. The moment he put on the mask, his head roared as if it had been run over by the massive tire of a dump truck. And then a voice echoed in his mind. You are the king, and the world shall submit to you. Give your command. Everyone must live by your will. If you let them live, they may live. If you let them die, they must die. Shut up, Lin Baici roared. And during the splitting headache, he turned back and shouted at the scarabs, get lost. A circle of mental pressure rippled outward like waves on a lake. The scarabs flying in the air that were close to Lin Baici all descended to the ground, as they dared not fly in the presence of the king of scarabs. Those further away stopped in their tracks, including the obsidian scarab statue. Run, Lin Baici urged, silently counting the time in his heart. As soon as 20 seconds passed, he immediately went to remove the golden mask. But the thing seemed to have suction, sticking tightly to his face. Moreover, Lin Baici felt an addictive sensation, wanting to keep wearing it forever. Fortunately, Lin Baici was no longer an ordinary person. Times had changed, and he managed to rip it off by relying on his powerful willpower. Does this thing have a requirement for willpower? Lin Baici had originally thought about having everyone wear it for 20 seconds, but now he didn't dare let ordinary people wear it. Yes, but it can be forcibly peeled off, the God Eater commented. As Lin Baici removed the mask, those obedient scarabs began to go crazy again, surging toward the intruders. The obsidian scarab statue crawled even faster. Hongyao, put it on and make these scarabs retreat. Remember, 20 seconds at most. You must take it off, Lin Baici cautioned. Let me do it. Fei Xiao reached out his hand. He hadn't relied on his superior physical fitness to run ahead first, but had stayed with the main group. Though he hadn't saved anyone either, namely, he didn't know how to save them. These little insects didn't actually have much lethality. The trouble was that there were too many of them, making them hard to kill. You can wear it for 30 seconds. Lin Baici handed over the golden mask. Fei Xiao was a lion king with stronger physical fitness and mental willpower. Lin Baici felt he should be able to hold on for longer. If he couldn't hold on, Lin Baici would peel the golden mask off him. Fei Xiao put on the mask and, as expected, suffered mental corruption. However, after only 3 seconds, he regained his clarity and loudly ordered the scarabs to retreat. "Can I make these insects commit suicide?" After Fei Xiao asked. He didn't wait for Lin Baici to answer and immediately began to try. "Everyone, commit suicide," Fei Xiao roared. A massive, piercing pain assaulted Fei Xiao's brain, causing him such agony that he nearly dropped dead on the spot. This kind of command could be issued, but because it violated the nature of life, there was a backlash. If it were only a few, it would be fine, but with so many gathered together, the backlash they transmitted in an instant caused great damage to his mind. This was only because Fei Xiao was strong enough. If it had been Fang Tianhua, he would have been reduced to an idiot by this move. However, the results were immense. The closer the insects were to Fei Xiao, the more severely they were affected by the command, causing them to crash directly into the walls. Because there were so many of them, it created a squelching sound of impacts. Soon, the walls were covered in the bodily fluids left behind by the dying scarabs. The scarabs on everyone's bodies also left to commit suicide, which made everyone feel lighter and able to run more easily. "Time's up," Lin Baici reminded him, watching Fei Xiao, ready to peel off the golden mask at any moment. Fei Xiao hooked his 4 fingers onto the forehead part of the mask and, like tearing off a plaster, ripped it from his face. Damn, this thing is terrifying. The pain was bearable, but the addiction was the real problem. "My turn." Jia Hongyao reached out and grabbed the golden mask, putting it on her face without the slightest hesitation. "Wait." Lin Baici stopped the girl with the high ponytail. "Wait until the bugs get closer before using it." A large number of scarabs had died, but another massive swarm had been summoned by the scarab statue, surging toward Lin Baici and the others who had entered the temple. As they drew near, Jia Hongyao put on the mask, endured the excruciating pain, and commanded the scarabs to die. 20 seconds passed, and Jia Hongyao took off the mask. "My turn." Jin Yingxin reached out and took the mask. She did not want to be a burden. Lin Baici did not refuse. This was also a form of training. 5 seconds at most, one command, not suicide, just retreat. Understood. Jin Yingxin followed Lin Baici's instructions strictly. After a single command, the bugs retreated, and she bought everyone several dozen seconds of time to escape. However, after she finished using the golden mask, her face turned pale. It was clear that the damage she endured was greater than that of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. "Change to me." Hu Yu refused to admit defeat and was also willing to contribute to the team. After she finished using it, Gu Qingqiu reached out. "Are you sure?" Lin Baici sized up this girl. Although she did not look frail, she definitely did not look healthy, not as full of vitality as the Korean girl or the streamer. "I want to experience it." Gu Qingqiu was concise and to the point. Team leader, Fang Tianhua, who had run ahead while a large batch of bugs were dying, ran back again. "Why did you come back?" Fei Xiao scolded him irritably. "I saw you guys were too slow. So, I came back to check." Fang Tianhua still had team spirit, unlike Bian Xiang, who ran in front and always kept a distance of nearly 100 meters from the main group, though he also stopped charging forward, because he was worried about encountering traps. By the time Fang Tianhua finished using the mask and drove the scarabs back, Gu Qingqiu was just about to reach out to take over when a loud shout came from Bian Xiang in front. "Hurry up, the bugs have stopped." Hearing this, everyone felt as if they had seen a glimmer of light in the darkness and sprinted with all their might. A distance of 100 meters was only a matter of seconds for ordinary people. When everyone rounded a corner and rushed into a corridor, those scarabs slammed on the brakes. As if there were natural predators they feared ahead, and they all stopped. Everyone stumbled, gasping for breath. As they rushed into the corridor, "Help me!" A woman's legs gave out, and she fell a few meters away from the entrance. She was so terrified that she started to cry, but her crying was soon blocked by the scarabs crawling into her mouth. She fell into despair. Just as she was resigning herself to her fate, Lin Baici rushed over, grabbed the back of her clothes, and threw her out. Then, he swung his torch. Whoosh, whoosh. The trail of flames from the torch made it look like a long, swimming dragon of fire in the dark corridor. igniting the nearby scarabs wherever it passed. These bugs flew around in chaos, acting like sources of fire themselves, igniting even more bugs. After setting the fire, Lin Baici immediately retreated. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The scarabs shrieked as the flames spread rapidly through the corridor. It's all your fault. A young man grabbed Baiyan Xiang by the collar and roared at him in anger. His girlfriend had been unlucky during the earlier escape, got entangled by the bugs, and died. Swish. A flash of a blade flickered, and the young man's right hand was severed. The young man screamed in agony. Watch your claws next time, and don't go touching others randomly. Baiyan Xiang snorted coldly. Fei Xiao walked over and shoved Baiyan Xiang hard in the chest, pinning him against the wall. If it weren't for your meddling hands, everyone wouldn't have encountered this trouble. And then what? Baiyan Xiang chuckled. Are you going to kill me? Do you think I don't dare? Fei Xiao's expression was ferocious. Hey! Baiyan Xiang removed Fei Xiao's hand and straightened his collar. In this situation, everyone must pull together to survive. Having one more god hunter, even if they were not of one mind, could still help shoulder some of the monster's firepower. This guy is so annoying, Huo Yu said, feeling displeased. Is there a big boss here? Otherwise, why would those bugs stop chasing us? Gu Qingqiu stared ahead. Why don't we go and see? Jia Hongyao took the lead. There was only one path anyway, so there was no choice. Soon, the group passed through the several dozen meter-long corridor and entered a magnificent, spacious hall. The floor of the hall was covered with gold leaf, shimmering brilliantly, and combined with the reflection of the oil lamps on the walls, it was somewhat blinding. The ceiling was very high and could not be seen, and the surrounding walls were covered with various reliefs and murals of strange and bizarre postures. Directly to the north was a high platform with 32 steps, on which sat a throne made of gold, encrusted with jewels. A man wrapped entirely in white bandages, wearing a golden crown, sat upon it, holding a black cat in his arms and slowly stroking its back on his fingers. He wore rings with gemstones the size of eggs. A group of lowly commoners. Why do you not kneel when you see this king? The man spoke. Is this the strongest monster in this god ruin? Gu Qingqiu was full of curiosity, carefully examining this pharaoh. It should be. Fei Xiao took a deep breath. The third division had also come this time. If he could win this, he would definitely be able to hold his head high. This person shouldn't be a god, right? Lin Baici wondered to himself. He had not forgotten that the God-Eater said this god ruin was polluted by a god. And for now, it seemed this pharaoh was merely summoned by a god-forbidden item. An ancient Egyptian pharaoh. After death, he was mummified, with tens of thousands of people buried with him as sacrifices, and countless gold and silver artifacts. The murals depict its entire life. It considered itself a god, yet it still could not transcend life and death. Lin Baici turned his head to look at those murals. This is its true form, but killing it will not lift the curse on you. You must destroy the carvings of the slaves on the walls. Upon hearing this, Lin Baici frowned deeply. Slaves. The relief murals were carved with all sorts of people, merchants, commoners, warriors, and slaves. Without exception, they all bowed in submission to the great glory of the pharaoh. Team leader Lin. Team leader Fei, let us start fighting. There are only 7 minutes left. If we cannot kill it, our curse will never be lifted. Baiyan Xiang was very anxious. Fei Xiao looked at Lin Baici, waiting for his command. You go ahead and do it yourself. Lin Baici's tone was unfriendly. He had not forgotten that this guy had been itching to touch things earlier. He had explicitly said, do not touch anything, walk around it. Yet this guy insisted on slashing that statue, which ended up causing all this trouble. The escape just now had not lasted long, but more than 20 people had died, and those who remained were in a miserable state, covered in wounds from insect bites. Team leader Lin. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment and lose sight of the bigger picture. Baiyan Xiang tried to persuade him. You have been in this temple longer than us and were cursed earlier, so the time remaining until your curse erupts is even shorter. Lin Baici smiled. If you do not put effort into fighting the boss, I will just have to watch you die. Baiyan Zhang's expression changed. He had been afraid that Lin Baici would notice this, which was why he had added a few extra minutes when stating the remaining time earlier. He had not expected this Lin Baici to be so difficult to deceive. Our time difference is at most a few minutes. If I cannot kill the boss, can you guarantee that you can handle it within those few minutes? Bai Xian threatened. That is right. We might as well take down the boss first. Fang Tianhua felt that with so many people, they did not need to fear Bai Xian playing dirty. Shut up. Fei Xiao glared at Fang Tianhua. He should speak less if he lacked brains. I will not trouble you with that. If we cannot beat it, the worst that happens is death. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Bai Xian felt infuriated. Seeing that he could not persuade Lin Baici, he could only urge Fei Xiao. He does not understand. Are you going to follow him into madness too? I was able to make it this far thanks to the great efforts of God-tier Lin. I will listen to him throughout the journey. Lin Baici had performed exceptionally well, which made Fei Xiao willing to trust his judgment. Bai Xian was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. His expression turned ferocious in an instant. Then, I will slaughter you all first. Whoosh! This statement shocked everyone. Come and try it then. Lin Baici beckoned with his hand. In the end, Bai Xian did not have the confidence to wipe out all these people. With no other choice, he lunged at the pharaoh alone, driven by the pressure of the curse. He had no choice but to fight with everything he had. Lowly commoners, how dare you provoke this king's majesty? The pharaoh, clutching the black cat, charged toward Bai Xian. Everyone, move back and stick to the walls. Do not get caught in the crossfire. Lin Baici urged the group, taking the lead as he moved toward the wall. In truth, this was just an excuse. His goal was to go over and find the murals. The others quickly followed. Are we really just going to stand by and watch? Fang Tianhua worried. Will there be enough time? Fei Xiao actually had the same question. There should be reliefs of you on these murals. Go and find them. Lin Baici whispered a reminder. Fang Tianhua was stunned. What did that mean? You mean? Gu Qingqiu reacted quickly and was very sharp. She was worried that Bai Xian might overhear what she was about to say. So she did not finish. Let us go. Gu Qingqiu pulled Jiao Hongyao along. What for? Jiao Hongyao still did not understand. Chapter 187. The Kill in the Great Hall. A fierce battle erupted. The pharaoh was actually very angry at Lin Baici. It wanted to kill this person, but it was blocked by Bai Xian. Bai Xian had no choice either. Lin Baici had made it clear he was going to slack off, and with his strength, stalling for time under the pharaoh's attacks was as easy as flipping his hand. Damn, Bai Xian cursed loudly. The feeling now was like eating excrement. It was so annoying it made him want to vomit blood. If he had known, he would have launched a sneak attack earlier and killed this guy. Fei Xiao and Fang Tianhua were still worried, constantly glancing at the pharaoh. As for the others, they followed Lin Baici's lead. Jiao Hongyao had been pulled away by Gu Qingqiu. Appa, be careful. Jin Yingxin knew that at this moment, being by Lin Baici's side was the safest place. If she wanted to stay, Lin Baici certainly would not drive her away. But she chose not to. She wanted to show her value and prove she was not a burden. Jin Yingxin moved quickly along the wall, her eyes scanning the statues above. My little Merlot cannot be defeated, Huo Yu sniffled, clutching her staff, and headed in the opposite direction of the Korean girl. You two should go together. Lin Baici was speechless. What were they doing? Do not let their absorption of divine grace fool you. In reality, their combat strength was mediocre. They probably could not even kill ordinary monsters. However, this was also a form of tempering. If they could endure it, their lives would see a massive leap forward. Regardless, after Lin Baici became a god hunter and enjoyed the benefits of the meteor stone's physical enhancement and divine grace, there was no going back for him. He did not want to get sick. He did not want to age. And he did not want to work a 996 job every day doing something he disliked. Only by reaching the dragon level could he possess all of that. Student Lin Kai Wenqi looked at Lin Baici with pleading eyes. She was afraid. Kai Wenqi, it is time to fight for your life. If you want to live, go find your relief carving on the murals. Lin Baici could have taken Kai Wenqi with him, but he would absolutely not take the initiative to help her find her slave mural, because she was at most the class monitor of his childhood friend, and her relationship with his friend was merely that of a classmate who had barely spoken a few words. in front of Lin Baici, Xu Hongyao, Jin Yingxian, Huo Yuyu, and even his fellow alumnus Gu Qingqiu. All carried more weight than Kai Wenqi. Heck, I know. Kai Wenqi was sobbing uncontrollably. She wanted to ask Lin Baici for help, but the words never left her lips because her reason told her it would be useless. Go on, I will keep an eye on you. If there are any monsters, I will kill them, Lin Baici comforted her. The couple who had survived the ancient Egyptian cat girl riddle earlier, along with others who were close to Lin Baici, immediately began to take action upon hearing his words. Those who were further away and had not heard clearly were all confused and panicked. What are we looking for? Great God, Lin, what should we do? You have to think of a way. The crowd clamored. Leave it to fate. Search the surroundings and see if there are any clues on how to kill that pharaoh. Lin Baici did not dare to be too blunt. If Bian Xiong heard him, he would not be able to use him to fight. To be honest, Lin Baici's heart was already soft enough. The most correct course of action would have been to ignore these ordinary people and only tell Xie Hongyao and the others. Of course, in times like these, everyone's choices are crucial. Some people simply stuck close to Lin Baici, staying by his side at all times. Not to mention that he didn't drive them away. Even if he had, they wouldn't have left. There were others who had their own pride. They felt that getting close to Lin Baici smacked of sycophancy, or they simply disdained doing such a thing. I know you are powerful, but what does that have to do with me? If you save me, I am grateful, but I will not grovel to flatter you. Lin Baici treated everyone equally, but in this situation, they were the ones who would suffer. It is like a luxury cruise ship about to hit an iceberg. The super VIPs living on the top deck with the best views, upon learning that the ship could not avoid the iceberg, had already boarded the lifeboats and fled. Those living on the middle decks could also discover the danger in time when the ship hit the iceberg and begin their escape. While those who could only afford the cheapest tickets might still be fast asleep in the most primitive and cramped cabins. On the entire cruise ship, the higher the room, the better the view, and it is inevitably more expensive. This is just like staying by Lin Baici's side, where one can obtain the most timely and important information. When disaster strikes, one cannot count on others to notify them. That would be far too late. After speaking, Lin Baici held up his torch and began to run along the wall. While observing the contents of the murals, he kept his eyes fixed on the battle in the Great Hall. Bian Xiong was very powerful. With his full firepower, he was actually trading blows with the pharaoh. Lin Baici did not know that Bian Xiong was one of the 3 veterans of the Lost Coast, a powerhouse second only to the Black Sea Emperor. The food god's commentary was too vague. The mural is the pharaoh's true form. Then destroying the mural can kill it. Lin Baici felt it was not that simple. And to lift the curse, one must destroy the portraits of the slaves on the painting. The food god was also unclear about this. Lin Baici speculated there should be reliefs of the cursed individuals on this mural. However, the Great Hall was vast, and the surrounding walls were completely covered in murals with a multitude of figures, conservatively estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Finding them in a short amount of time would not be easy. There must be some key to it, right? Lin Baici stared at the murals, his gaze moving rapidly. Here, it depicted the pharaoh's conquests, the destruction of surrounding nations, and the annihilation of the god race. Further ahead, it showed the pharaoh creating a kingdom of God, where every subject had endless fruits and delicacies to eat, and endless fine wine to drink, such that even a beggar could live a happy life. Lin Baici felt that the craftsmen who carved this should have been killed. If it is already a kingdom of God, why are there still beggars? Isn't this tarnishing the pharaoh's ability to govern? Each section of the mural told a part of the pharaoh's life story, some true, some fabricated, but all intended to praise and deify him so that future generations would look up and know that this was a great king. Since each section of the mural tells a story, then we must belong to the slaves, right? Lin Baici pondered. How did the pharaoh treat his slaves? With a general direction, Lin Baici's search became much faster. His gaze swept hurriedly over the murals, looking for content related to warfare, herding, and daily life. Lin Baici walked quickly along the wall for nearly 100 meters and finally had a breakthrough. On the northwest side of the hall, the wall was carved with the pharaoh displaying his majesty and benevolence. It released some slaves, giving them freedom, and then hanged or beheaded those who were disobedient, letting them know what the consequences were for defying the great king. Before Lin Baici could carefully look for the people, Gu Qingqiu and Jia Hongyao had also found their way over. "This is it!" Gu Qingqiu shouted excitedly. "Hongyao, look quickly!" After she shouted, her gaze could not help but fall on Lin Baici, who was more than 20 meters away. "He is so fast! Little Lindsay, over here!" Jia Hongyao called out, wanting to remind Lin Baici that it was on this section of the mural that they could find the reliefs of everyone. "Stop shouting!" Gu Qingqiu whispered a warning. Shouting like that might very well attract the pharaoh. Jia Hongyao was stunned, then nodded. That was true. With little Lindsay's intelligence, it made sense that he would be able to deduce this much. After hearing Gu Qingqiu's analysis of this mural just now, she was amazed and wanted to recruit her into the team even more. She had originally thought that little Kiku would become the team's primary strategist. But now it seemed that Lin Baici was not bad either. Jia Hongyao immediately became happy, because this was her vice captain, a talent she had personally unearthed. Lin Baici looked at Jia Hongyao, quickly held a finger to his lips to make a shushing gesture, and then flicked his two fingers rapidly. "What does that mean?" Jia Hongyao did not understand. "He wants us to move. Don't just stand here like idiots," Gu Qingqiu explained. Oh, Jia Hongyao understood this. Standing here and searching would definitely attract the attention of the pharaoh or Baiyan Xiang. So she had to pretend to be just passing by. It was just that she could pass by a few more times. Lin Baici did not find his own relief, but he did see those of Kai Wenqi and Jin Yingshan on the mural. They were just tiny figures the length of a finger, bound all over and kneeling on an altar. The clothes on them were exactly the same as what Kai Wenqi and Jin Yingshan were wearing in reality. And as for their faces and features, they were more than just lifelike. They were a perfect replica. Lin Baici let out a sigh of relief. It was solved. Since he could find two, he could find more. "Lin Baici, Fei Xiao, come over and help," Baiyan Xiang shouted anxiously. Seeing this, the pharaoh increased the intensity of its attacks. "This human is very powerful and must be killed as soon as possible. Once they join forces, the pressure on me will increase significantly." However, seeing that Lin Baici, while feeling a sense of relief, it could not help but sneer. Humans are indeed a race that loves infighting. Could it be that this guy standing in front of the slave mural has found the reason to break the curse? The pharaoh looked at the others anxiously wandering in front of the murals and felt that they were simply grasping at straws. He shouldn't be that clever, not to mention whether he could think of the slave relief point. Even if he did, the mural was so large, and there were over 100,000 human reliefs on it. Before he could find it, I would have already killed this man and taken his head. Don't scare yourself. The pharaoh composed its mind and focused entirely on dealing with Baiyan Xiang. Lin Baici had been keeping an eye on the pharaoh. Seeing it glance at him a few times and then look away, he felt reassured. Solve the curse problem first. How should this relief be destroyed? Lin Baici did not rashly go up and slash at it. What if he made a mistake and caused Jin Yingshan's death? Fortunately, the God Eater was understanding. Destroy the head of the slave relief. But remember, you must decapitate it in one strike and succeed on the first attempt, otherwise, it will cause the curse to erupt prematurely. So that's how it is. Lin Baici felt at ease and began to look for his own slave relief. Suddenly, 3 sword oars shot over, striking the wall and leaving them deep indentations. Lin Baici is the key to breaking the curse on this section of the mural. Baiyan Xiang roared. He was very sharp. Seeing Lin Baici lingering here, he knew there must be a problem. If it weren't for the fact that there was only a little over a minute left before the curse took effect, he would have waited quietly and observed secretly. Now, he could only shout to fish for information from Lin Baici. The others heard this and looked over in unison. Lin Baici said nothing, but Jia Hongyao immediately looked at Lin Baici with a sense of tension, as if to say, "Oh no, we've been discovered." An old fox like Baiyan Xiang had too much experience. Just from Jia Hongyao's instinctive little expression, he guessed most of it. He immediately abandoned the pharaoh, rushed over, and simultaneously swung the long sword in his hand toward the wall. Swish, swish, swish. Sword oars crisscrossed. striking the mural and sending stone dust flying with a boom. Suddenly, a man screamed. His chest was sliced open as if by an invisible blade, and his internal organs spilled out as he died on the spot. Haha, trying to trap me. Keep dreaming. Bai Xian laughed loudly and immediately looked at the spot he had just slashed. There was a relief there that looked exactly like the man who had just died. I understand now. Bai Xian realized and hurriedly began to search for his own slave relief. The pharaoh stopped and did not pursue, because it felt that these humans would break into infighting. The black cat from before ran back, jumped onto its shoulder, and sat down. Kill him. Gu Qingqiu instinctively mouthed these words toward Lin Baici. This human and this monster were too cunning, and Lin Baici had also offended Bai Xian to the point of no return. No matter which one remained, they would be a formidable enemy. So, it was better to kill one first. In Gu Qingqiu's view, killing Bai Xian was the top priority because he could kill others by destroying the slave reliefs. She hoped that at a time like this, Lin Baici would not still be thinking about using Bai Xian to maximize the value of his life. Everyone come over and find the reliefs, Lin Baici shouted. Team leader Fei, hold him off. Fei Xiao also knew the situation was dire and immediately lunged out from the side to intercept Bai Xian, preventing him from getting close to the mural. Get lost, Bai Xian roared. Fei Xiao did not dare to hold back, because he knew that his survival depended entirely on whether he could impress Lin Baici with his performance. There wasn't enough time for him to go find the relief, so he could only pin his hopes on Lin Baici. This was also thanks to the character Lin Baici had consistently displayed, which made him trustworthy. Otherwise, he would definitely have prioritized finding the relief to save his own life. As the strongest god hunter among these people, he was confident he could go toe-to-toe with Bai Xian. When Bai Xian couldn't kill him, he would naturally give up. So theoretically, as long as Fei Xiao didn't make a move, he could coexist peacefully with Bai Xian. Lin Baici held the bronze sword and stood in front of the mural. Swish, swish. The moment the necks of Kai Wenqi and Jin Yingzhen's slave reliefs were severed, the flames on their heads were extinguished instantly. Kai Wenqi was startled, and then she felt a sense of comfort throughout her body, as if she had been traveling all day with luggage and had finally arrived home. Putting down all her bags. Relief. Hurry and find the relief, Jin Yingzhen urged. She felt no joy, only anxiety in her eyes, because Lin Baici's had not been found yet. Huo Yuyu was also searching. She saw a man in a suit in front look at Bai Xian, then at the mural, and then run away. This made her heart skip a beat. The man in the suit had certainly discovered Bai Xian's relief, but fearing that he might bring trouble upon himself, he decided to remain silent. Besides, finding his own relief was his top priority. Huo Yu immediately ran over, her gaze scanning rapidly. Found it. The little mermaid was overjoyed and immediately shouted, "It's here." No sooner had she finished speaking than the pharaoh lunged at her. This monster would not allow the infighting to end so quickly. The rule-based pollution generated by the radiation of the divine remains was a massive hazard to humans, but it was also a shackle for the monsters. They could only act within the scope of those rules. For instance, this pharaoh could curse these people or kill them with its own hands, but it could not kill them by destroying their slave reliefs. Yuyu, watch out! Jia Hongyo charged in to provide support. Huo Yuyu gritted her teeth, leaped toward the mural, and threw a punch. Drunken immortal fist, bang, bang! Bai Zhang's slave relief took 2 hits, the pattern immediately deforming as stone dust fell away. As for Bai Xian himself, his head spun instantly, and his skin cracked and bled. Fei Xiao seized the opportunity and slashed his shoulder with a blade. Swish! An arm fell to the ground. The pharaoh possessed 2 weapons. In its left hand, it held a flail, symbolizing power, and in its right, it gripped the Heka scepter nearly a meter long, tipped with a curved hook, representing that all its subjects were but lambs. Both were made of gold. The pharaoh rushed to Huo Yuyu, the Heka scepter in its hand smashing toward her head. The little mermaid did not sit idly by. She swung her fists, rising up to resist. Whoosh! A bronze sword shot over, knocking the Heka scepter aside. A second later, Jia Hongyao arrived. Get out of the way. Jia Hongyao held a short blade, intercepting the pharaoh's attack. The pharaoh could not spare any attention for Huo Yuyu and could only fly into a kick. slamming it into her back. The little mermaid was sent flying, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Had she not absorbed the divine graces and had her body strengthened, that kick would have shattered her spine. Even though it wasn't broken now, she was in too much pain to crawl back up. Lin Baici, Fei Xiao, Baiyan Xiong grew desperate. He suddenly clapped his hands together, intending to unleash his trump card. Once this divine grace was used, his body would immediately weaken, and his combat power would plummet. But he had no choice left. Fei Xiao braced himself as if facing a formidable enemy, Sea Dragon, before Baiyan Xiong could finish activating his divine grace. A hole the size of a coin suddenly appeared in the center of his forehead, and blood sprayed out from it. It was Lin Baici, who had thrown the champion's dart, utilizing its guaranteed hit effect to strike the slave statue. In reality, even if Lin Baici hadn't done this, Baiyan Xiong would have died instantly in 50 seconds once the curse duration expired. Baiyan Xiong collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with the resentment of an unfulfilled death. Fei Xiao attacked the pharaoh. Lin Baici glanced at Baiyan Zhang's corpse. In the divine ruins, fighting alone was too dangerous. For instance, in today's situation, if Baiyan Xiong had even one teammate, he would have had a great chance to turn the tables. When I explore the divine ruins in the future, I must bring along a few trustworthy companions. Lin Baici searched the murals for the pharaoh's relief, destroying every one he saw with his blade. It's useless, the pharaoh laughed. Its true form was indeed a relief, and if destroyed, it would die. But the problem was that there were hundreds of pharaohs on the murals. I don't believe your luck is good enough to find my true form, the pharaoh mocked. Sizzle. Jiu Hongyao's short blade stabbed into the pharaoh's chest, but the monster suffered no injuries. Instead, the bandages on its body suddenly shot out like a dozen spider threads, entangling Jiu Hongyao. The high ponytail girl's dodging speed was already fast, but her hands and feet were still bound. Chapter 188, Encountering Poaching, Top Teardrops. The red clay mudmen hid in the shadows of the light, using a sling to throw 3 stones in succession. They whistled through the air with a shrill sound, aiming precisely at the pharaoh's eyes. The pharaoh had been about to crush Jiu Hongyao's head, but seeing this, it immediately raised its hand and swatted the stones away like flies. Then, the muscle Buddha arrived, its bull-sized fists striking in a flurry. Ora. Lin Baici's flying sword also arrived, aiming to pierce the back of its head. Do you think you can save her? The pharaoh sneered. The bandages on its body suddenly moved like writhing tentacles, each exerting force, intending to tear Jiu Hongyao apart as if she were being pulled by 5 horses. The high ponytail girl did not panic. She activated her divine grace, and a black shadow shifted from her body to the side, like a molting shell. The next second, that shadow became the real Jiu Hongyao. Those bandages tore the Jiu Hongyao apart, but what shattered was not flesh and blood, but a pile of black, glass-like fragments. This was Jiu Hongyao's divine grace, phantom substitute, which could be used to save her life in critical moments. However, using it consumed a massive amount of divine power. Even with Jiu Hongyao's super strong constitution, she was left gasping for air and drenched in sweat after using it. Seeing Jiu Hongyao escape, the pharaoh's expression stiffened, feeling its dignity offended. It immediately wanted to pounce and slaughter her, but Lin Baici arrived in time, his bronze sword slashing in fury, flesh-shredding strikes. Swish, swish, swish. The blade cut through the air, carrying a cold light of death. Every time it sliced into the bandages, it severed a section. You guys go to the murals and find this guy's image. Destroy them all. Lin Baici shouted. Wind and rain drifting. A wild Buddha appeared behind him and blew toward the pharaoh. Whoosh! The flames that had just ignited on the pharaoh's head were extinguished, but the monster itself remained completely unaffected, because it was dead to begin with. Guqinkyu hid by the wall, her mind working at full capacity. These murals depicted a great deal of content, most of which served to glorify the pharaoh's magnificent life. Some were particularly exaggerated, such as scenes of him slaying gods, establishing a divine kingdom, and proclaiming himself a deity. In Guqinkyu's view, although there were many murals, the content varied in importance. For instance, when the pharaoh was born, the sun did not set for 7 days. Fruit trees around the royal city bore fruit. Flowers bloomed, and the air was filled with fragrance that lingered for half a month. Another example was when the pharaoh ascended the throne. A goddess descended to marry him. Although it was clearly propaganda, a prince being crowned king was certainly a significant moment in his life. Gu Qingqiu immediately ran toward Huoyuyu. The female streamer was gripping her voodoo staff with both hands. Watching Lin Baici and the pharaoh battle with anxiety, she wanted to find an opportunity to strike that monster. Huoyuyu, come with me. Gu Qingqiu tugged at the streamer's arm. Huoyuyu was startled, but upon seeing it was Gu Qingqiu, she felt relieved. What for? Follow me, Gu Qingqiu repeated. Seeing that Huoyuyu was constantly worried about Lin Baici, she urged, if you go over to join the battle, you will only be a burden. It is better to do something within your capabilities. What can I do? Huoyuyu hated her own uselessness. Follow me. After saying this, Gu Qingqiu began to run along the murals, her beautiful, spirited eyes scanning the walls rapidly. She was grateful for the speed-reading skills she had cultivated in her youth, which allowed her to extract thematic information within seconds. What are you looking for? The pharaoh. Huoyuyu pointed at a spot. I see one. That is not the right one. Follow me. Gu Qingqiu was concise. Her health was not good. If she hadn't absorbed a divine grace to strengthen herself while she was with Jia Hongyao earlier, she would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Even so, she was reaching her limit. Her face was pale and covered in sweat, yet there was a hint of excited flush on her cheeks. She was only able to hold on now because this adventure was so thrilling that it caused a massive surge of adrenaline, suppressing her discomfort. If she could make it out alive this time, the after effects would surely make her suffer for a long time. Gu Qingqiu suddenly stopped and pointed at a relief of the pharaoh on the mural. Here, attack it. Gu Qingqiu had called Huoyuyu to join her precisely because the power of her staff could destroy the relief in one hit. Otherwise, if she had to scrape at it with a small knife, it would take forever. Huoyuyu knew the situation was urgent and that she couldn't do it herself. So she listened to others. Even though she had doubts in her heart, she didn't ask and strictly followed Gu Qingqiu's instructions. Boom boom. Two bolts of lightning struck the wall, shattering the pharaoh's relief into dust and leaving a large crater. To ensure the strike was successful, the streamer had fired an extra bolt of lightning. No need for two. Save some divine power. Gu Qingqiu started running again. She knew this wasn't the right one because, while she was having Huoyuyu attack the relief, she had been secretly observing the pharaoh. If that monster felt nervous, it meant she had found the right one. Here, do it again, this time. Gu Qingqiu found the mural depicting the pharaoh holding a sacrificial ceremony to perform his deification. Lightning struck the mural, precisely destroying the pharaoh's relief, but the entity itself still showed no signs of damage. It's useless. Huoyuyu was anxious. Over on Lin Baici's side, the situation was perilous. Huoyuyu rushed toward the next location, and then she heard Lin Baici shout, "Destroy the reliefs depicting the major turning points in the pharaoh's life." When Lin Baici shouted this, he was staring at the pharaoh, trying to catch any clues from its expression. But the pharaoh remained as calm as a stagnant pool, looking as composed as could be, as if everything were under its control. Jin Yingxian was anxiously destroying every relief of the pharaoh on the murals. Upon hearing this, she suddenly realized what to do and found her target. Watch out. Fei Xiao pulled Fang Tianhu aside, helping him avoid the pharaoh's attack. Lin Baici, Fei Xiao, and Jia Hongyao were locked in a chaotic battle with the pharaoh. Suddenly, the pharaoh's expression changed. It took a hit from Jia Hongyao's short blade head-on and lunged toward Gu Qingqiu. Stop it! Lin Baici roared. Destroy these few. This time, Gu Qingqiu chose the murals depicting the pharaoh's birth, especially those showing various celestial phenomena. Then, she noticed that just as Huoyuyu raised her staff, the pharaoh had already charged over. Hurry, Gu Qingqiu urged, a flash of excitement in her eyes. She had guessed correctly this time. Boom boom! The pharaoh was intercepted by Lin Baici and the other two, who were fighting for their lives, and it couldn't arrive in time. Huoyuyu's lightning struck the mural, blasting those reliefs to pieces. The pharaoh let out an angry howl. I will kill you all, turn you into mummies, and ensure you cannot be reincarnated, forever wandering between the human world and the underworld like stray dogs in the form of the dead. The pharaoh roared. Be careful. Fei Xiao's expression was grave. The pharaoh was going all out. Why isn't it dead yet? Huo Yuyu was nervous. After destroying the reliefs, its immortal body should have been broken, Gu Qinkyu speculated. The pharaoh broke through the obstruction of Lin Baici and the others and appeared before Gu Qinkyu, its scepter swinging with full force toward her head. Huo Yuyu cried out and dodged in a panic. But Gu Qinkyu didn't move. Just as the pharaoh was about to strike her, a bronze sword flew in, knocking the pharaoh's scepter aside. Lin Baici rushed over, slamming into the pharaoh with a loud thud, sending it rolling away before he began throwing punches. Drunken immortal fist. Bang, bang. Lin Baici didn't know if this martial art was effective against an immortal being, but besides this, he had no other offensive skills. Overlord stripping armor and no clothes to cover were armor-breaking techniques, which didn't deal much damage to the main body itself. The group continued their chaotic battle. He is injured, Fang Tianhua shouted excitedly. During the previous battle, no matter what kind of damage the pharaoh received, it remained unscathed. But now, its wounds were no longer healing, and a look of pain began to appear on its face frequently. We can win. Fei Xiao fought desperately, even intending to trade injury for injury. First of all, he was a Lion King level team leader, the strongest and oldest person present, so he should set an example. Furthermore, he felt that this was the final boss. As long as he killed it and then contained the divine remains, he could purify this divine ruin. One had to know that Zhang Heng, the team leader of the 3rd Division, was also here. If he could beat them to the punch, he would truly be able to hold his head high. Team leader Fang Tianhua said with concern. Get out of the way, Fei Xiao roared. A person only lives once, and one must pursue something. Fei Xiao simply wanted to prove that he was no worse than those team leaders from the top 3 divisions. Giant's arm, activate. Fei Xiao's arms expanded, becoming incredibly thick and strong, comparable to the legs of an elephant. He swung his heavy fists, striking toward the pharaoh. Bang, bang! Each strike was like a heavy artillery bombardment. When they hit the ground, the floor cracked and shattered instantly, creating a large crater. Die, die! Fei Xiao roared. The pharaoh tried to dodge, but the flying stones from the red clay mud man hit it squarely in the ankle, causing it to stumble and lose its footing. Fei Xiao seized the opportunity and landed a punch. The pharaoh was sent flying, just as Fei Xiao was about to follow up and continue his assault. A spear shot over, as fast as lightning. With a squelch, it pierced through the pharaoh's head. Then, the powerful impact carried its body flying dozens of meters away. Before it could even land, a burly figure arrived, and the 3-meter-long horse-chopping saber in his hand swept across. Swish, swish, swish. The pharaoh was dismembered, instantly chopped into dozens of pieces, and fell all over the ground. Zhang Heng, Fei Xiao was furious. You stole my kill. The person who writhed was Zhang Heng, the chief of the 3rd Division, and also a Lion King level team leader. He ignored Fei Xiao and looked at Lin Baici instead. Do you want to join my team? Zhang Heng extended an invitation. In the desert, he had run at full speed for 2 full hours without being able to get close to the black building on the horizon, which made him realize he was wrong. This building might be a mirage, and Lin Baici was right. Only by walking in the opposite direction could one leave. Afterward, Zhang Heng returned, reunited with his team, and found the entrance to the temple. As they walked along, they saw the various traces left behind by Lin Baici when he cracked the rule-based pollution. With his intelligence, it was easy to deduce what Lin Baici had done. Therefore, he wanted this kind of super rookie. Zhang Heng. Fei Xiao was ignored and was furious. What made him even angrier and more annoyed was the attack power Zhang Heng had displayed. It had to be said that the man was truly strong. This gave Fei Xiao a sense of frustration. I never said I wanted these spoils of war, did I? Zhang Heng lifted his foot and kicked away a piece of flesh. Don't panic. The credit is yours, and the spoils are yours too. No one is going to fight you for them. You. Fei Xiao was so angry he almost vomited blood. The more nonchalant the other party's attitude was, the more it hurt him. Lin Baici. What do you think? Zhang Heng looked at Lin Baici. Why don't you seriously consider it? Members of the Chuzhou Security Bureau could receive generous rewards for purifying a rule-based pollution. and the spoils they could obtain now were a huge fortune for many god hunters. But Zhang Heng did not care about that. He wanted Lin Baici. Everyone looked at Lin Baici. This was poaching, right? However, given Lin Baici's excellence, he was worthy of such high regard. Jin Yingxin was very worried. She did not want Lin Baici to agree. Different nationalities. So annoying. There were 7 people from the 3rd Division present, including Wu Jiaken. After hearing Zhang Heng's words, he felt a bit envious, a bit jealous, and also a bit unconvinced. He wanted to compete with Lin Baici again. Lin Baici, in my team, you can have the greatest freedom. Except when you are on a mission and must follow me. You can do whatever you want at other times. Even if you kill someone, I can take the blame for you, wealth and benefits. Lin Baici would definitely have those things in the future. Zhang Heng knew that what could move Lin Baici were these privileges. The privileges of being above others. To put it bluntly, it meant that Lin Baici could do whatever he wanted outside the law. And if he caused trouble, Zhang Heng would smooth it over for him. Wu Jiaken was incredibly envious when he heard this. Sorry, not interested. Lin Baici thought to himself, if I wanted to join the security bureau, wouldn't it be better to just follow Zhu Hongmian? Your authority can't possibly be greater than that of a minister, right? Team leader Zhan, you aren't even dragon level. You don't have a chance. Zhu Hongyao did not mean to mock him. She was stating the truth. With Lin Baici's strength, he was qualified to join the team of any of the Zhuzhou Dragon Wings. The few dragon-level big shots in her own group were already starting to pine for Lin Baici. What do you mean by that? Zhang Heng's face darkened. Zhu Hongyao had said it casually, but to Zhang Heng's ears, it was unpleasant. If it were any other time, Zhang Heng would have laughed it off and not taken it to heart. But today, he had let a rookie who had been a god hunter for less than 3 months take the lead, and he was actually feeling quite unhappy inside. Now, being evaluated like this while trying to poach someone. Wasn't this a slap in the face? It was fortunate that Zhu Hongyao was Zhu Hongmian's own younger sister. Otherwise, Zhang Heng would have slapped her long ago to teach her a lesson. Hongyao, say less, Lin Baici scolded. He was a cautious person. In this situation, who knew what Zhang Heng might do? Even if he was a member of the Zhuzhou Security Bureau, he was not worth trusting completely. Although his personality is flawed, his nature is not bad. Then again, those with strength are at the top of the food chain, so why care about the opinions of others? Regardless of how displeased they might be, there is nothing they can do about someone with real power. That is exactly right. Zhu Hongyao muttered. Jin Yingxin ran over. The way you faced the pharaoh head-on without running away just now was so cool. Hu Yu supported Gu Qingqiu as they walked toward Lin Baici. I was so scared that my legs went soft. Gu Qingqiu gave a wry smile. I am not a fool. If there is danger, I will definitely run away at the first opportunity. After all, the world is so big, and I have not finished seeing it yet. Hu Yu did not expect Gu Qingqiu to be so candid, but she really was very smart. Qingqiu, well done. Zhu Hongyao waited for Gu Qingqiu to come over and hugged her, her excitement evident. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she stole a worried glance at Zhang Heng, afraid that he would try to poach her again. Don't worry. He does not have his eye on me. Gu Qingqiu chuckled. Well done. Lin Baici praised. You flatter me. Gu Qingqiu smiled slightly. Do we not need to clean up the battlefield? I will go. Zhu Hongyao ran toward the pharaoh's corpse. The key to killing this monster was found by Gu Qingqiu, and Hu Yu delivered the final blow, so they deserved half the credit. Lin Baici forced Bayan Xiong into a desperate fight, wearing down the pharaoh and killing Bayan Xiong, a member of the Lost Coast. So his contribution was also significant, although Fei Xiao fought very hard at the end. To be honest, in the God Ruins, human life is sometimes quite cheap. Fighting desperately does not always equate to a major contribution. The people from the 3rd Division had purified many God Ruins and obtained too many spoils of war, so they were all well off. Since their team leader had spoken, they naturally would not object. Stay alert and search for the divine remains, Zhang Heng ordered. The pharaoh was dead. The crown on his head, the gold ornaments on his body, and even those golden slippers had shattered. Only the golden flail and the Heka scepter in his hands remained. So Zhu Hongyao picked them up immediately. Pharaoh's scepter. When you use it to whip others, they will be convinced and submissive, harboring no dissatisfaction. Over time, they will even become addicted to this feeling. Prolonged contact with this scepter will give you the illusion that you are the king of the world, and you will truly believe that everyone you see is your subject. Golden flail. As an antique and a gold product, it should be worth some money. The God Eater's commentary indicated that this flail was not a divine relic. Xiao Bai. Jiu Hongyao saw Lin Baici walking over and immediately handed the 2 items to him. You keep them. Lin Baici had no interest in these 2 pieces of junk. Pharaoh's Shroud. When you wrap yourself in it, you will transform into a mummy. In this form, you are effectively walking in the space between life and death, and the physical damage you take will be greatly reduced. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. This was a good item. He squatted down and carefully examined the bandages wrapped around the segments of flesh, then discovered that the one on his right wrist was glowing. Lin Baici immediately unwrapped it. Prolonged use will cause your body to carry a mixture of spices and the stench of a corpse, and you will grow to hate the living and yearn for death. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. Why did such a top-tier divine relic have to have such a drawback? He had originally planned to wrap himself in the bandages to transform into an immortal mummy whenever he explored god ruins in the future, but now it seemed that was just wishful thinking. Is this bandage also a divine relic? Fang Tianhu asked curiously. He had not contributed much, so he naturally had no right to share in such precious spoils. Before Lin Baici could answer, Zhang Heng suddenly turned his head, looked at the entrance of the Great Hall, and roared, "Who was there?" Chapter 189. The Arrival of a God. Among the survivors currently in the Pharaoh's Great Hall, Zhang Heng had the greatest strength, when he suddenly shouted with a grave expression. Not to mention people with lightning-fast reactions like Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu. Even Jiu Hongyao, with her D-rank intelligence, felt as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone followed Zhang Heng's gaze toward the entrance of the hall. A young man of about 30 walked out. He was wearing a long yellow trench coat that reached his knees, and on his feet were tan British-style leather shoes, polished to a spotless shine. He had a long face with a rather pointed chin, which did not look very harmonious, but he wore his hair long and with a natural wave, giving him a heavy artistic vibe. He looked exactly like the protagonist of an art house film, with his left hand in his pocket and a cigarette in his right. He walked in with the air of someone touring a famous historical site, looking left and right. "Well, a god has entered the stage. I suggest you run. Run as far as you can. Otherwise you will become its lunch in a moment." The God Eater's commentary was different now. When they had not yet encountered a god, it would shout loudly that Lin Baici was at the top of the food chain and was going to eat a grand meal. Now that they were face to face with a god, it immediately told Lin Baici to run, because they really could not win. Lin Baici's expression sank instantly, though his eyes were also filled with curiosity as he sized up the autistic young man. Was this the god? Something even more terrifying than divine remains, capable of radiating pollution to create god ruins. He did not look any different from an ordinary person. It is just the shell that is the same. The interior is completely different. The God Eater commented. "Who are you?" Zhang Heng asked again, unable to help but tighten his grip on his horse-chopping saber. This young man gave him a very discordant feeling. It was as if an Ultraman had suddenly appeared in a painting of a lady by an ancient master. It was very awkward and jarring. The reliefs on these murals are carved quite well. The autistic youth ignored Zhang Heng, continuing to admire the murals on the wall on his own. These reliefs are carved beautifully. It is a great pity that some parts have been destroyed. "Hey, our captain is asking you a question," Wu Jiaken barked. "I am admiring these murals. Can you not see that?" The autistic youth looked toward Wu Jiaken. "Please do not disturb me." After he finished speaking, without waiting for anyone to respond, his brows furrowed again. "However, your presence here has already disturbed me." The autistic youth's gaze fell upon the scattered remains of the pharaoh. He glanced at them briefly before shifting his eyes away, then swept his gaze across everyone present. Or Yu, Jin Yingxin, and Gu Qingqiu were all incredibly beautiful girls. They would have an extremely high turn head rate walking down the street, especially the Korean girl with the explosive figure, whose tight jeans wrapped around her thighs and hips. paired with a chest-bearing sweater and long boots, exuded a rich, potent feminine pheromone. If she were his girlfriend, he would want to spend every day in bed with her. But the artistic youth only glanced at her, nodded in appreciation, and then looked at Jia Hongyao. Do you have an older sister? The artistic youth recalled the woman who had fought him just moments ago. She was too strong. You have seen my sister. Jia Hongyao and Jia Hongmian looked 70% alike, especially around the lips and nose. But their eyes were vastly different. Jia Hongyao's were too innocent, while Jia Hongmian's were profound, like a bottomless dark pool. Whenever anyone locked eyes with Jia Hongmian, they would feel palpitations, dizziness, and panic, as if their soul were falling from a 10,000-story building. It was an extremely uncomfortable sensation. You have a very formidable sister. After saying this, the artistic youth looked at Lin Baici and stared at him for a full 10 seconds. His lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. He turned his head to look at Jin Yingzhen. Seeing you, I suddenly have inspiration. Would you like to be my model? Jin Yingzhen's beauty was very pure. It was simply sex and desire, capable of stimulating animal instincts and making people develop a sense of possessiveness. Jia Hongyao also had a great figure, comparable to Jin Yingzhen's, and her chest was even larger. But there was nothing about Jia Hongyao that made one want to sleep with her. Although this person might be a powerful god hunter, Jin Yingzhen refused quite bluntly. She would only be a model for Lin Baici, even if it were in the nude. You refused too quickly. The artistic youth frowned, feeling a sense of displeasure at being defied. However, art was something that required one to invest from the heart to create a perfect masterpiece. If the model harbored resistance, then even if she agreed, the artistic conception would be flawed. No one understands me. The artistic youth remembered the girl with the bun hairstyle named Shenshin whom he had seen when he first entered the museum. Find a chance later and run, don't stay. Lin Baici whispered instructions. Hu Yu covered her mouth with her fair little hand, leaned toward Lin Baici, and whispered, Is this guy very strong? Strong is no longer enough to describe him. Lin Baici felt it was better to leave this god to be dealt with by people like Zhang Heng. He had been a god hunter for less than 3 months. Although his battle record was quite dazzling, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take down a god. Captain Zhang, this guy is being so arrogant in front of your 3rd division. Take him down. Fang Tianhua goaded. Fei Xiao, keep your people in check. Zhang Heng snorted coldly and suddenly launched himself toward the artistic youth. His speed was incredibly fast, like a shell fired from a tank. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the artistic youth. Swish! The horse-chopping saber brought out a flash of silver, slashing furiously toward the artistic youth's head. At that moment, it felt as if space itself had been cleaved open. The artistic youth did not dodge. He looked at Zhang Heng with a calm gaze, extended his right hand, and waved it casually, as if shooing away a fly. His movement was understated, but when it landed on Zhang Heng, it was as if he had been struck at full force by the arm of an invisible giant, and his entire body was sent flying. Zhang Heng flew dozens of meters and slammed into the wall. Zhang Heng spat out a large mouthful of blood. What the hell? Fei Xiao's scalp went numb. He knew exactly how strong Zhang Heng's combat power was, yet he had been swatted away with a single slap. Fei Xiao looked at the artistic youth, dumbfounded. What was this guy's background? Could he be dragon level? Captain Wu Jiaqin and his group were horrified. They all launched themselves toward the artistic youth. Don't go over there, Zhang Heng shouted anxiously. His subordinates were simply no match for that youth. This shout agitated his wounds, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood, and the pain in his chest and abdomen intensified. The artistic youth watched the people rushing toward him and took a sharp breath. The force was so great that many strands of white airflow could be seen surging into his nasal cavity. His lungs expanded instantly, and the next moment, he exhaled. Whoosh! Multicolored air sprayed everywhere, making it look as if Wu Jiaqin and the others had been splashed with a pile of overturned paint, instantly dyeing them. The next moment, the artistic youth waved his right hand as if holding a paintbrush, splashing ink to depict a scroll. Bang! Bang! Wu Jiaqin and his men were knocked to the ground by an invisible giant hand. They couldn't even get close to the artistic youth. Run! Zhang Heng roared. It was too late. After striking these people down, The autistic youth flipped his right hand downward and slammed it fiercely toward the ground. A middle-aged man from the 3rd Division was flattened instantly, imprinted onto the floor. Everyone's faces turned pale, and a few of the cowardly ones even lost control of their bladders. This scene happened too suddenly and was too bizarre. A living person of that size now looked like a floor decal. What was even more terrifying was that he was not completely dead yet, as his eyes could still move, though they were clearly dazed. There was no helping it. Anyone who was struck from a 3-dimensional world into a 2-dimensional one would end up like this. Holy crap, Fang Tianhua blurted out. How was he supposed to fight this? He knew exactly how strong the members of the 3rd Division were, yet now they couldn't even touch a single hair on this guy's head. What was a one-sided slaughter? This was it. The artsy youth acted as if he had just done something trivial, clapping his right hand repeatedly, bang bang. With every clap, another person vanished, printed onto the floor. Because of the oil paint he had sprayed earlier, these human decals looked incredibly rich in color and magnificent. Xiao Bai, Hu Yu huddled close to him, grabbing his lapels. Jin Yingjin felt like she was done for today. Damn it. It was such a pity that she hadn't slept with Appa yet. Is this his divine ability? Gu Qingqiu took 2 steps forward, wanting to see those human decals on the ground more clearly. Because of this movement, the artsy youth looked over. The skin on everyone's backs tightened instantly, as if they were being stared at by an apex predator. It was a fear that stemmed from their very place in the ecological niche. Hey, an interesting woman. The artsy youth scrutinized Gu Qingqiu. Why don't you learn to paint from me? Sorry, I only appreciate art. I don't create it. Gu Qingqiu shook her head. Wu Jiaqin and the others who had been charging forward escaped a calamity because the artsy youth was talking to Gu Qingqiu, and they temporarily ran away. They rushed toward Zhang Heng in unison, wanting to huddle together for safety. Do you think the pigments are too dirty? Or is painting too tiring? The artsy youth asked. No. In my opinion, painting, animation, film, literature, and so on are all forms of expression. Only works created by an interesting person are interesting and worth appreciating. Gu Qingqiu shrugged her shoulders. Someone like me is too ordinary. The things I express have no value for others to appreciate. You, ordinary. The little fish girl was shocked. This girl could actually converse calmly with this artsy youth after seeing him slaughter others so brutally. Her mental state was absolutely abnormal. The artsy youth clapped, Gu Qingqiu's words greatly increasing his favor toward her. Someone who can say such things is definitely not ordinary. Perhaps you just haven't noticed your own unique qualities. I am truly lucky today to have met another interesting girl. The artsy youth smiled slightly. You may go, another. Gu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. May I be so bold as to ask, why did that previous girl make you feel she was interesting? That was a girl who could climb to the absolute pinnacle in the field of painting. As the artsy youth spoke, he revealed a sense of envy. Things like talent, if you are born with it, you have it. If you don't, you will never have it in your entire life. Agreed, Gu Qingqiu nodded. Take Li Bai, for example. Even people 1,000 years later look at his poems and are still shocked, completely unable to comprehend how he came up with them. Qingqiu, hurry and leave. Jiahong urged. In this situation, it was clearly a case of saving whoever could be saved. Such an interesting event. Why would I want to leave? Gu Qingqiu retorted, and after saying this, she began to cough, because she was too excited, and coupled with the massive amount of physical exertion today, her body was already feeling very unwell. But so what, for Gu Qingqiu? Life right now was too brilliant. She would rather have these few minutes than live a boring life where every day was the same as the last. I feel like this guy has some pursuit of art. Can we pretend to be artsy people and muddle through? Hu Yu muttered in a low voice, feeling this might be a way. Do you think he's stupid? Jin Yingjin was speechless. Pretending to be an artist would only provoke him instead. You don't need to pretend. Aren't you a streamer? That counts as being in the entertainment industry. Lin Baici did not want Hu Yu to die. Xiao Bai, you overestimate me. Although I have systematically studied singing and enrolled in classes to learn dancing, let alone an artist, I can't even be called an entertainer. Hu Yu still had self-awareness. She was just a little pretty, had a little talent, a little gift of gab, and coupled with good luck, she had reaped the dividends of live streaming. The little fish girl gave a bitter smile. My driving skills are quite good, but do I dare to drive? Before the tires could even roll over this youth's face, I'm afraid I would have already been clapped into a painting by him. I became a streamer just by chance, wanting to earn a living, achieve financial freedom early, and then go see the big world, be an artist. I don't have that kind of pursuit or sentiment. Right, Xiao Bai. Recite some Buddhist scriptures to him. Maybe he'll let you go, or use heart stirred. Lin Baici shook his head. Even if it were possible, he could not abandon his companions and leave. Otherwise, given his personality, such an act of running away would become a psychological shadow for the rest of his life. Hong Yao, give me the Pharaoh's shroud, Lin Baici urged in a low voice. You don't intend to fight him, do you? Hong Yao handed it to Lin Baici. I will create an opportunity for you all. Run, and whatever you do, don't look back. Lin Baici wrapped the shroud tightly around his left wrist, held the bronze sword in his teeth, and tucked the Bodhi messenger Kasaya into his belt. He was prepared to risk his life. Xiao Bai, if we die together. Huo Yu sensed Lin Baici's desperate resolve and felt a bit panicked. Jing Yingzhen didn't say anything, but she decided not to leave. If she died, so be it. But if she survived, she would be the #1 person by Lin Baici's side. I am the team leader. If anyone is going to create an opportunity, it will be me. Hong Yao gripped her short blade tightly. She could not let her subordinates take the risk. Why is the aura on this guy different from yours? The Golden Scorpion Queen did not understand. What do you mean? Gu Qingqiu was stunned. You mean he is not human? Could there be monsters in human form? That makes sense. Gu Qingqiu looked at the Golden Scorpion Queen. Since there was a creature whose body was half human, it was not strange for one to have a completely human body. He is likely not human, but he is also not a life form born in this place. The Golden Scorpion Queen scrutinized the artistic young man. He is very strong. I suggest you choose to submit. For these monsters, the law of the jungle prevailed. If you could not win, you surrendered. Dignity. Could you eat that, you? The artistic young man pointed at the Golden Scorpion Queen. Get out. This was a life form born from his radiation, equivalent to his child. So, he would not kill it. The Golden Scorpion Queen hesitated for a moment, but her desire to live outweighed her desire to propagate offspring. She muttered to Lin Baici, I am sorry. There is nothing I can do. I hope you can survive. After saying this, the Golden Scorpion Queen quickly slipped away. On Zhang Heng's side, things suddenly kicked off. Attack! Zhang Heng roared. He and his team members scattered and lunged toward the artistic young man. Before they even reached him, various long-range divine favors had already been unleashed. The breakout began. Charge! Lin Baici took the lead. But after just a few steps, Hong Yao overtook her. The team leader must be the first to face the danger. This was Hong Yao's insistence. The artistic young man repeated his old trick, taking a deep breath and then exhaling. Colorful air was breathed out, staining Zhang Heng and his group. Then, the artistic young man began to wave his hand, but this time, a man teleported in front of him and grabbed his wrist. Don't even think about it, the man roared, stabbing his dagger toward the artistic young man's eye socket. He was the deputy leader of the 3rd Division. The artistic young man still showed no expression, and there was not even any obvious counterattack. He simply stared at the deputy leader. And then the deputy leader suddenly melted. It was like a wax figure scorched by high heat, collapsing limply to the ground, or like a pile of paint melted by the sun. Seeing this scene, Zhang Heng felt his scalp tingle. He does not even have to touch them. How is this supposed to be fought? But there was no choice. Charge, 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 Zhang Heng roared. Wu Jiaqin and his group roared, filled with killing intent, and lunged at the artistic young man. What are you doing? Zhang Heng was anxious. This was not according to the plan. Wu Jiaqin and the others looked like they were going to risk their lives. But in reality, they were just bluffing. They were supposed to flee, while Zhang Heng and the deputy leader would stay behind to stall for time. Team leader, we go crazy together if we win, and we bear the burden together if we lose. Wu Jiaqin looked back and flashed a brilliant smile at Zhang Heng, his 8 teeth shining even under the candlelight. Bear the burden, my foot, get out. Before Zhang Heng could finish, Wujokin was struck on the shoulder by the artistic young man. With a slap, he turned into a piece of paper, swaying as he fell to the ground. Damn it, Fang Tianhua, who was also charging, felt his heart skip a beat. This was a very famous rising star in the Kyushu Security Bureau. Otherwise, he would not have been selected by the 3rd Division. But now, he was dead from a single slap. This monster was too terrifying. Don't be stupid. All of you get out of here, Fei Xiao shouted. I and Zhang Heng will hold him off. The chaotic battle began. The muscle Buddha appeared behind the artistic young man and unleashed a Buddha fist, or it threw only one punch. But the fist was swatted by the artistic young man. The entire right arm of the muscle Buddha turned into a paper-like state, directly descending into 2 dimensions, still struggling, then become my artwork. Just as the artistic young man was about to start creating, a bronze sword grazed his neck. He dodged it, but then felt a pain in his eye. It was the champion dart, which had struck his left eye. The artistic young man was astonished. This dart could actually hurt him. It seems it is also a creation of a god. Chapter 190 The Blooming of the Divine Domain. Lin Baici's muscle Buddha and the bronze sword projectile were both finds. The champion dart was the real killing blow. But the problem was that this monster's ability to withstand damage was too high. The champion dart, which could pierce through others' skulls, could at most destroy its eye. And such an injury was no different from a scratch on the skin to it. Not a bad idea. The artistic young man pulled out the champion dart, glanced at it, and threw it back at Lin Baici. But it is useless. Lin Baici dodged. All of you, get out, Fei Xiao roared, his fists glowing with golden light. Every time he struck, it was as if the morning sun were flickering, leaving a patch of gold lacquer where it landed. Zhang Heng's horse-chopping saber danced in a blur of steel, enveloping the artistic young man. If this had been an ordinary monster, it would have been chopped into mincemeat long ago. But this god swatted his hand, and the afterimages of the saber were knocked into a 2-dimensional space, frozen in place. The ordinary people present were already terrified out of their wits, scrambling in a panic toward the exit of the main hall. Lin Baici, hurry and leave, Fei Xiao urged. You still have a glorious future ahead. Do not die in a place like this. Having traveled with Lin Baici, Fei Xiao felt that he would definitely reach the dragon level in the future. It would be too much of a waste to die here. Take Tianhua with you. Consider it a favor I owe you. Fei Xiao did not want Fang Tianhua to die. Zhang Heng was sent flying. One of his arms flattened into a paper-like state by the artistic young man. You are all just buds, with no artistic value whatsoever. The artistic young man looked disgusted. He suddenly floated upward, and with a hum, a platinum halo appeared above his head, rising to a foot above his crown. The halo was so brilliant that it illuminated the originally dim main hall, making it look bright and magnificent, like a divine kingdom. Run, run! The God-Eater shouted, his voice filled with anxiety. Hurry and run! Lin Baici turned and ran. As he passed Jin Yangjin and Huo Yuyu, he tucked one under each arm. Xiao Hongyao, who was very obedient to Lin Baici, also gave up the fight and hurried to keep up. She not only brought Gu Qingqiu along but also managed to rescue Kai Wenqi. In this situation, one could only save as many as possible. And since Kai Wenqi seemed to be an acquaintance of Lin Baici, she was naturally the high ponytail girl's primary target for rescue. Woo-woo! Kai Wenqi thought she was going to die, but she did not expect to be caught by Xiao Hongyao. This made her mutter thank you incessantly, her heart filled with relief. She knew that if it were not for her acquaintance with Lin Baici, the other party would most likely not have reached out to help. Just as Lin Baici and Xiao Hongyao rushed out of the pharaoh's main hall, the halo above the artistic youth's head erupted with spots of light that shot out in parabolic arcs in all directions, just like meteors. Divine domain bloom. The artistic youth unleashed a divine skill unique to a god. Besides Zhang Heng and Fei Xiao, there were over a dozen ordinary citizens who failed to escape in time. They were too exhausted and simply could not run anymore. Help me! Don't leave us behind! Great God Lin, save us! These people cried out in helpless desperation. Seeing this, Zhang Heng and Fei Xiao exchanged a glance and unanimously chose to engage in guerrilla tactics, starting to stall for time. Because this monster had unleashed its ultimate move, it meant that it was about to attack. Zhang Heng and Fei Xiao had extensive combat experience, so they knew they could not defeat this guy and were doomed. Since that was the case, they might as well buy some time. Lin Baici, run faster. Fei Xiao took a deep breath. Who exactly are you? Zhang Heng stared at the youth, his eyes filled with shock. He had never seen this kind of divine grace before, and the pressure this youth exerted on him was terrifying. A god. The autistic youth was concise. The moment the words fell, it stretched out its hands, palms facing downward, and pressed down casually. All humans within its divine domain, whether they were powerhouses like Zhang Heng and Fei Xiao or those ordinary people, were struck by an invisible force. In a flash, their entire bodies, eyes, hair, bones, and flesh alike melted into a pool of colorful liquid, which then splashed onto the ground. The floor at this moment was like a canvas, and these people were merely the paint splashed by the god, doodled at will. One-hit kill, incredibly powerful. The autistic youth, however, acted as if it had done something trivial. It observed the graffiti, found that none of it was beautiful enough to be worth collecting, and shook its head in disappointment. Then, it floated in the air more than 2 meters above the ground to pursue Lin Baici and the others. It was not in a hurry because it was executing a plan. In the city of Haijing, not only did gods reside, but there were also powerhouses among humans, such as the woman in the black suit and red tie encountered today. The autistic youth knew it was being targeted by several factions. If it did not find a way to shed its skin like a cicada, it would face constant, unending battles until it was consumed. The autistic youth did not like fighting, it only liked art. I just wanted to come to a big city to appreciate the art of this era. Why do you all want to eat me? The autistic youth sighed. If it had known this, it should have stayed safely in those small cities as an art teacher. But its pursuit of art, that persistence and passion, made it unwilling to give up. And so, it came, lost in thought. The autistic youth caught up with the fleeing people, looking at the fear on their faces, vivid, expressive, and the longing for life in their eyes. It was simply wonderful. People come in all varieties, but the desire to live is always the same. The autistic youth's gaze fell on Lin Baici. I hope you will not disappoint me. The autistic youth dared not choose that woman because she was too smart and too strong. It worried that she would see through its plan. But this young man was just right. He is coming. Fang Tianhua cried out in grief. The youth in the yellow trench coat floated over, which meant the captain was dead. 3 days ago, they were still drinking together, looking forward to a bright future. Fang Tianhua roared. He stopped running, preparing for a death match, but was grabbed by the arm by Lin Baici and thrown forward. Don't waste your captain's life. Lin Baici finished speaking and stopped. Xiao Bai, Jin Yingjin, and Huo Yuyu stopped immediately. Get lost, Lin Baici roared. Don't get in my way here. Someone had to stay behind to stall for time, even if it was only for a minute. Perhaps these people could hold out until Jia Hongmian arrived. Run quickly, Jia Hongmian urged, but she stayed behind, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Baici. I have a feeling this guy is not human. Jia Hongmian had seen dragon-level big shots, and their aura was not like this. Seeing Lin Baici glance over from the corner of his eye, she immediately explained, I am a captain. If I left you to cover the retreat, I would never be happy for the rest of my life. Jia Hongmian was not only low in intelligence but also stubborn. You will die. Lin Baici finished speaking and suddenly smiled. From the moment Jia Hongmian stood here, Lin Baici had decided that she was a brother for life. As long as he had a bite to eat, he would share half with her. To have a brother to fight alongside, to live and die with, it is truly good, I know. Jia Hongmian saw Lin Baici smile and was a bit confused. What are you smiling at? You aren't laughing at me for being stupid, are you? Lin Baici could not help it. He reached out and ruffled the high ponytail's hair. There was a little, but there was more worry. The money in his bank card, someone should be able to notify his mom to collect it. Right, if I had known, I would have joined the Kyushu Security Bureau. That way, even if I died, I could have left behind a large pension, and I wouldn't have to worry about whether my inheritance would reach my mother. Lin Baici looked at the artsy young man. Because his family wasn't wealthy, he had learned to be frugal from a young age, always wanting to maximize the value of everything, even including himself. Lin Baici didn't have much of a spirit of self-sacrifice. He simply felt that since he was going to die, he might as well make this life contribute its maximum value. The artsy young man stopped and observed Lin Baici. "I see regret in your eyes. I see worry. And I also see a glimmer of hope. Is this what surfaces in a person's heart right before death? Beautiful. I have decided that after I turn you into an oil painting, I will title it The Premature Death of a God. What do you think?" Lin Baici gripped his bronze sword tightly. "You sure talk a lot. Hey. The artsy young man looked at Jia Hongyao and shook his head. Is this girl an idiot? Why are her eyes filled with such a desire to fight? As if she is determined to decide the victor and the survivor. Is she not even afraid? You don't actually think you can beat me, do you? As a sign of respect for my art pieces, do you have any regrets? I can help you fulfill them." The artsy young man was trying to stir up the emotions of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, because only with sufficient emotion could the painting be filled with a palpable texture. "I haven't had a girlfriend yet." Lin Baici gave a self-deprecating smile. "Feels like a bit of a loss. If you were poor, that would be one thing. But he had 20 million. Even if he couldn't find true love, he could at least throw money at a small streamer until she knelt down to perform oral skills." "Right." Jia Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder, showing her understanding. "If we can make it back alive this time, before you find a girlfriend, I can let you use me first." Lin Baici was stunned. "Use you for what? This word you used. It doesn't mean what I think it means, does it? Anyway, my goal in this life is to purify all the god ruins and make the world blue again. I don't plan on finding a boyfriend, nor do I plan on getting married. So you can use me without worry. You don't have to worry about being unfair to my husband, no." Lin Baici was completely thrown off by Jia Hongyao. "What kind of thought process do you have?" And what surprised Lin Baici the most was the tone and expression Jia Hongyao used when she said this. She was being serious. "Don't be like this. My soft spot can't handle this kind of test. As far as I know, in the human kingdom, sleeping with the mentally disabled is against the law. You're still alive." Lin Baici stared at the artsy young man. "Is there any way to kill it?" "Didn't you already think of one?" the gluttonous god retorted. Lin Baici had indeed thought of a way, which was to swallow that primordial god's remains and fight to the death with this artsy young man. But the problem was, he was afraid that if he ate it, he would be corrupted and lose his mind. At the very least, he had to hold on for a few dozen seconds. "Eat it. You have no choice." After the gluttonous god finished speaking, it fell silent. In the corridor, Jin Yingshan ran more than 50 meters before stopping again. She let out a few cries, then suddenly turned around and ran back. "Even if Appa hits me or scolds me, I'm not leaving this world without Appa. It's meaningless. Damn it. You kimchi girl are running off again. Oh, you cursed." Then also turned around and ran back. "I, little fish, am no coward either." She had run away earlier because she didn't want to be a burden to Lin Baici. But now that Jin Yingshan was disregarding the rules of combat, she wouldn't be polite either. "I'm not a pushover. At the critical moment, I can punch that monster in the head with my little fists." Gu Qingqiu also stopped and started walking back. "I'll join in too. If I miss a spectacle like this, I'll have regrets for the rest of my life." Lin Baici didn't know the three girls had returned because he had taken out the eyeball-shaped god's remains and shoved it into his mouth. At this moment, all his attention was on this object. This primordial god's remains seemed to possess consciousness and sense the crisis of death. Swish! It opened its eye directly. Jia Hongyao immediately felt uncomfortable. Her skin felt as if it were being pricked by needles, just like being exposed to high-intensity nuclear radiation. Lin Baici felt absolutely nothing. He swallowed the eyeball directly and then chewed hard. Crunch, crunch. Although this god's remain was shaped like an eyeball, its fibrous parts were extremely tough, just like beef jerky that had been air-dried for decades. It was fortunate that Lin Baici had strong teeth. If it were anyone else, let alone eating it, their teeth would have shattered after just to choose. The artsy young man watched Lin Baici swallow that eyeball, his expression slightly stunned. But soon, a playful smile spilled from the corners of his mouth. "Interesting. Now my plan can succeed. Little Lindsay." Jia Hongyao was shocked. "What are you eating? Is that a god's remain? Are you tired of living?" An average god hunter would be corrupted by radiation just by touching a god's remain and turn into a dead flesh man. And you actually ate it. Lin Baici swallowed the god's remain, and his powerful stomach immediately began to dissolve and absorb it. A heart-piercing, stabbing pain erupted in his stomach, followed by a spreading sensation. Lin Baici's entire body began to convulse, and sweat poured down like rain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Baici's skin turned red in an instant, like a boiled shrimp, and wisps of white steam rose from his body, drifting upward. A mysterious and powerful divine grace was being branded into Lin Baici's body. Suddenly, he moved, and his entire figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he appeared in front of the artsy young man and threw an iron fist. He didn't use any divine grace, it was just a pure punch, but it was too powerful and too fast. Lin Baici's fist struck the artsy youth, sending it flying as if it had been hit by a tank shell. Before it could even slam into the wall, Lin Baici launched himself forward again, moving faster than the eye could follow to catch up. He appeared above it and delivered another punch directly to its head. The artsy youth plummeted vertically, crashing into the floor with a loud thud. Crash. The floor cracked and shattered, due to the sheer force of the impact. The broken stone fragments were sent rebounding into the air. Lin Baici landed and hammered another punch into its head. The artsy youth's legs kicked straight up into the air, its entire body flipping like a head-first dive. Yet, despite suffering such heavy blows, it didn't even bleed from the nose. Interesting. The artsy youth waved its hand. Whoosh! Lin Baici vanished, only to reappear instantly beside the youth's right leg. He grabbed its ankle and hurled it away. The artsy youth slammed into the wall, and Lin Baici followed up immediately, crashing into its body. Bang! Bang! A barrage of heavy punches rained down, pulverizing flesh. What is going on? Huoyu ran over and was left dumbfounded by the scene. Wasn't it agreed that the monster was too strong, and that everyone would face death together? Why, the moment I walk in, do I see Xiao Bai beating up Leifu? No, beating up that monster. Isn't this a bit too brutal, Appa? Jin Yingxin was overjoyed. Lin Baici, you really are my Superman. You never fail to disappoint me. Life is truly full of surprises. Gu Qingqiu was quite taken aback. Lin Baici wasn't teleporting, he was simply moving so fast that he had exceeded the limits of Jin Yingxin and the other's dynamic vision, making it look like teleportation. This was the new divine favor he had obtained from the progenitor god's remains. Lightning flash. The artsy youth reached out, intending to slap Lin Baici's head. Lin Baici grabbed its wrist, hauled it up, and began slamming it against the ground repeatedly, as if he were thrashing a piece of salted fish. When the artsy youth was slammed into the floor once more, its body rapidly melted, sliding out of Lin Baici's grip like water and splashing onto the ground. Lin Baici landed and delivered a heavy, hammer-like punch. The floor split wide open, and stone fragments erupted into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Die! Lin Baici unleashed a series of heavy punches at the stone fragments in the air that were stained with pigment, smashing them into stone dust. The artsy youth was a god, but it was not skilled in combat. Dealing with Zhang Heng and Fei Xiao had been like an adult beating up infants. It required no technique, just a strike to win. But now, facing Lin Baici, who had devoured the progenitor god's remains, it was a different story, because to the youth, Lin Baici was also an adult, and one skilled in slaughter. Lin Baici's mind was in chaos. Various thoughts surged and bubbled like boiling magma in his head. His rationality was rapidly fading. Kill it, kill it, Lin Baici muttered to himself, forcing himself to carry out this task. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pigment on the stone dust faded away and condensed back into the body of the artsy youth, though it looked much more disheveled now. Its trench coat was shredded, its hair was messy, and it was completely naked. It had originally intended to struggle a bit since it was going to die anyway. It might as well test the limits of this young man, but it suddenly heard footsteps approaching rapidly. No time. The artsy youth knew this battle had drawn that powerful woman here, just as it prepared to resign itself to capture. Lin Baici suddenly lunged forward and bit into its neck. Crunch! Lin Baici threw a punch. Bang! Shattering the artsy youth's head. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Baici grabbed a handful of brain matter and shoved it into his mouth. So sweet. So delicious. Lin Baici growled like a wild beast, wanting to devour the monster before him alive. Xiao Bai, Huo Yu panicked. She felt that something was wrong and was just about to ask Jia Hongyao to think of a way when she felt a sharp pain in her neck. She lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Gu Qingqiu and Jin Yingxin were also struck by a hand chop and fainted. When it was Jia Hongyao's turn, she reflexively covered her head and crouched down. Big sister, I was wrong. Chapter 191. 3 Divine Favors. Xia Hongmian had arrived. She was still dressed in her well-tailored black trousers and white shirt, wearing a red tie, with her hair braided into a thick plait hanging down her back. She glanced at her sister to ensure she was unharmed, then fixed her gaze on Lin Baici. This young man was currently eating that god alive, not as a figure of speech, but literally eating it alive. Jia Hongmian's brows furrowed slightly as she watched the scene, falling into deep thought. Why was the god that appeared today so weak? And this Lin Baici, he could actually eat a god. However, his current state, it looks like a corruption state, doesn't it? A very good specimen. Worth studying. Big sister, please, save him. Jia Hongyao had been terrified of Jia Hongmian since she was a child. Like a mouse seeing a cat, she usually didn't dare to make any requests. But today, for Lin Baici's sake, she spoke up. Do you think he needs me to save him? Jia Hongmian countered. Jia Hongyao was speechless. Looking at the state of the battle, Lin Baici had won. He had even torn the artsy youth apart and eaten it alive. But his current state was clearly not right. Jia Hongyao wanted to say that Lin Baici had eaten an eyeball-shaped piece of the god's remains, but the words died on her lips. She was afraid of harming Lin Baici. My older sister is a person with a very firm mind. What if she decides that Lin Baici has value and drags him away to be a test subject? Even if I am her own younger sister, pleading for him would be completely useless then. Don't worry, he should be fine. After Jia Hongmian finished speaking, she turned her head and looked into the depths of the darkness. Is the famous Black Sea Emperor so fond of hiding his head and showing his tail? Under normal circumstances, if Jia Hongyao encountered such a notorious big shot, she would definitely be a little panicked. After all, she couldn't beat him. But now, I'm afraid you guys will die too quickly. Jia Hongmian, the Black Sea Emperor, walked out. After he glanced at Lin Baici, his gaze fell on Jia Hongmian. This woman was only in her 20s, but she had a powerful aura, and the pressure she gave him was even stronger than those from the Kyushu dragon wings. Perfect. The Lost Coast can be wiped off the map today. Jia Hongmian took a pair of thin red leather gloves out of her pocket and put them on. On the back of these gloves were strange patterns that made one feel palpitations, panic, and dizziness just by taking a single glance. Haha. The Black Sea Emperor was amused by her arrogance. He had heard the name Jia Hongmian and knew her brilliant combat record, but he hadn't expected her to be such an arrogant person. Are you trying to test my sister's mettle, thinking that even if you can't beat her, you can still run away? Jia Hongyao shook her head, looking at the Black Sea Emperor with pity. Many people had thought that way before, and then they were killed by my sister. It could be said that the moment the Black Sea Emperor didn't run away upon seeing Jia Hongmian, his fate of dying today was already sealed. Take him away, Jia Hongmian ordered, walking toward the Black Sea Emperor as if she were taking a stroll in the suburbs. Jia Hongyao knew that her sister was referring to Lin Baici, not including Jin Yingxin and Huo Yu, because in her eyes, the lives of those people were not worth mentioning. She picked them up, one in each arm, and then rushed toward Lin Baici. Little Lin. Lin Baici looked at Jia Hongyao. His lips were stained scarlet, and his eyes revealed the ferocity, disdain, and cruelty of an apex predator. Lin Baici let out a roar and punched toward Jia Hongyao's head. Jia Hongmian snapped her fingers. Lin Baici's fist exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Pitter-patter, blood dripped down. The intense pain immediately stimulated Lin Baici's nerves, bringing him back to his senses slightly. Little Lin. Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici with concern. Let's go. It's time to go home. The girl with the high ponytail held Jin Yingxin under her left arm, placed Huo Yu, whom she was holding in her right arm, near her mouth, bit her clothes with her teeth to carry her, and then went to pull Lin Baici home. When Lin Baici heard this word, His mother's face appeared in his mind, and the gluttonous desire to devour everything in his heart immediately dissipated quite a bit. "Let's go home." Lin Baici turned around and rushed into the darkness. Little Lin Jiahongyao was startled and hurriedly chased after him. The Black Sea Emperor wanted to take advantage of Jiaholmian's distraction to launch a surprise attack. But this woman didn't care at all about what was happening over there. "Be my dog, and you can live," Jiaholmian spoke. Her tone was serious. It wasn't a provocation or an insult, but a genuine proposal. "Go to hell." As the Black Sea Emperor roared, a trident appeared in his hand. With a casual wave, seawater appeared out of thin air, squeezing toward Jiaholmian from all directions. "I only say a proposal twice." Jiaholmian looked at the Black Sea Emperor. "So, when I ask you to be a dog for the second time, you had better agree, otherwise." Jiaholmian snapped her fingers. One of the Black Sea Emperor's eyeballs exploded directly, instantly painting his field of vision in blood. At this moment, outside the provincial museum, the area had already been cordoned off. Although the divine rune was born during the day, because of the mirage system, the citizens outside had no idea what had happened here. They thought that a high-ranking official had come to Haijing City for an inspection, which had led to the road closure. The entire Haijing Security Bureau mobilized all the available god hunters, who arrived at the first opportunity. However, due to Jiaholmian's orders, none of them entered the divine ruin, remaining on standby outside instead. There were many people, but no one noticed that a girl with a bun hairstyle had left quietly. Shenshin stood by the side of the road and waved when she saw a taxi passing by. Soon, the taxi stopped beside her. After Shenshin got into the car, she said to the Haijing Academy of Fine Arts and leaned back against the seat, closing her eyes to rest. The driver couldn't help but look at this girl through the rearview mirror. She has such a refined temperament. Is she an artist? "Why did you choose me?" Shenshin suddenly spoke. The driver was startled, thinking his peeking had been discovered, but soon realized that the question was baffling. "Because of my talent for painting." Shenshin gave a self-deprecating smile. "Is this what you call talent?" "It's just that I've been painting for 20 years longer than others." The driver felt his scalp tingle. "What's wrong with this girl? Is she mentally ill?" "I really couldn't tell. She looks so beautiful. But her brain is broken." The driver subconsciously stepped on the gas pedal, speeding up. He was truly afraid that this woman would suddenly pull out a fruit knife and stab him. Better to just get her to the destination and finish the job. Shenshin rested for a few minutes, put on her headphones, took out her phone, opened Bilibili, and started playing Lin Baici's scripture chanting video. After listening to it just once, her irritable mood immediately calmed down a lot. "An excellent work." Shenshin curled her lips. "Please mind your wording. It's a masterpiece." She opened the comments section. Over 90% of the comments were full of praise. And even if there were a few haters, they had long since been flamed into silence. The literary youth had shed its shell, and Shenshin was the one it had chosen. In Haijing, besides dragon-level powerhouses like Jiaholmian, there were also several gods who had already carved up the territory and would not allow other gods to set foot here. However, this artistic god had no intention of hunting here. It simply wanted to appreciate paintings, architecture, and sculptures. When Lin Baici regained consciousness, he was sitting on a high-speed train heading toward Guangqing. His head was splitting with pain. He pinched the bridge of his nose hard, and the events that had transpired began to surface in his mind. "What have I done?" Lin Baici looked at his hands. There was nothing unusual. He opened his phone camera and checked his face. Aside from looking a bit haggard and having bloodshot eyes, he looked no different than before. "I wasn't corrupted." Lin Baici felt a surge of joy. Gluttony God. Gluttony God. This shouldn't be some kind of illusion. "Right, you are fine. You are on your way home. Lin Baici's memories following that moment were somewhat blurry. He couldn't even remember how he had bought the ticket, passed through security, or entered the station. Lin Baici was struck with sudden dread. He quickly looked down and saw bloodstains and filth on his clothes. He looked a complete mess. In this state, shouldn't the police have questioned him? Lin Baici immediately turned his head to look around. This was second class, and there weren't many passengers. They were sitting in twos and threes. About 30 people in total. sunflower seeds, peanuts, 8 treasure porridge, beer, drinks, mineral water. Please pull your feet back. A flight attendant in uniform pushed a food cart past. Even though it was autumn, she was still wearing a skirt and black stockings. Everything looked perfectly normal. Lin Baici lowered his eyelids. Something was wrong. Given Jia Hongyao's personality, she wouldn't have ignored him. So, why did she let him board the train home alone? Could these people all be god hunters waiting to capture me? Hey! Lin Baici looked at the glass window and smiled. On the window, Lin Baici's reflection revealed 8 white teeth, which seemed to still be stained with the flesh and blood of a god. I think I ate that guy. Lin Baici didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. If consuming divine remains could yield divine grace, then a living god should be able to contribute even more, right? Lin Baici focused his mind, and knowledge that had already become instinct surfaced in his brain. Lightning flash, once activated. Any movement by the god hunter will be as fast as lightning and the spark of flint, passing in a flash so quickly that almost no one can track it. This was the divine grace Lin Baici had obtained from the ancestor god's remains. And it was thanks to this that he had been able to pummel that artistic youth. Top-tier divine grace. Lin Baici was so pleased that he couldn't help but smile. To put it simply, this divine grace allowed Lin Baici to accelerate. For example, when a cup of water was spilled onto the ground. If Lin Baici activated this divine grace, the spilled water would appear to move in extreme slow motion in his eyes, allowing him to use a cup to catch the water again. Of course, the divine energy contained within that eyeball divine remain had also been absorbed by Lin Baici, allowing his body to be strengthened. In addition to that, there were 2 other divine graces from that artistic god. The first one, soul sketching. Anything Lin Baici had seen, he could quickly draw, and it would be so vivid that it reached the point of being indistinguishable from reality. It could be said that Lin Baici had now become a master of painting. If he couldn't find a software-related job after graduation, he could easily draw character art for game companies. He could even draw his own manga for submission. This was the power of soul sketching. Chapter 192. Taking inventory of the spoils. This divine grace offered almost no improvement to his combat effectiveness. After going through the museum divine ruin and witnessing the strength of gods and some god hunters, Lin Baici was now very eager to possess combat-oriented divine graces. Therefore, the second one left him very satisfied. Hand of Great Impressionism. Once activated, Lin Baici could compress 3-dimensional objects directly into 2 dimensions, turning them into something like a flat paper sticker. However, although this great divine grace was powerful, the consumption of divine power was massive. With Lin Baici's current reserves, he could use it at most 3 times before his divine power would be completely exhausted. Lin Baici silently familiarized himself with these 3 divine graces, took out his phone, and glanced at it. There was no signal. He turned his head to look out the window. As the high-speed train traveled, the utility poles standing in the farmland flew backward, looking like abandoned scarecrows. The other side made no move. Lin Baici calmed his heart and began to take inventory of his equipment. In addition to his existing divine taboo items, he had harvested 7 more this time in the museum. The first item, the Pharaoh's golden mask. This thing was too dangerous. Once a person put it on, they wouldn't want to take it off, believing themselves to be the Pharaoh. In reality, after 30 seconds, the wearer would become a brute chamber, parasitized by scarabs. Aside from being able to control scarabs, it was useless. Lin Baici felt he could sell it for meteor coins. The second item, the cat god scales. The rule-based pollution radiated by this thing was quite terrifying. No matter how high a god hunter's combat power was, if they couldn't answer the question, they were done for. Without the gluttony god's commentary, Lin Baici basically wouldn't have been able to survive it either. So this divine taboo item was a ticking time bomb. He would find an opportunity to sell it. It was much more powerful than the Pharaoh's golden mask and should be able to sell for more than 10 times the price. The third and fourth items were the white pufferfish tooth and the Black Death military dagger, both spoils obtained after killing the main members of the Lost Coast. One allowed a person to breathe underwater, and the other could spread the Black Death, easily creating a massive plague. The fifth item was Anubis's golden scepter. which could summon a pack of jackals to assist in battle. Lin Baici had given it to Jing Yingxian. The sixth item was Nalno 3, an ancient Egyptian solar boat. Although its design is somewhat ugly and its internal facilities are crude, not to mention lacking cannons, it doesn't even have a single catapult. This thing is, after all, a vehicle. Furthermore, it possesses an attribute where it will never sink as long as it is under the illumination of sunlight. Just these 2 points make it worth a fortune whenever Lin Baici goes to fight in places with large bodies of water in the future, such as the Amazon rainforest or the water city of Venice. He will never have to worry about drowning again. The seventh item is the Pharaoh's Shroud. It is currently wrapped around Lin Baici's left wrist. This is a top-tier item. Once activated, it allows one to transform into a mummy form. In this state, one is essentially walking in the gap between life and death, and the physical damage received is greatly reduced. The only problem is that it cannot be used frequently, otherwise, one's body will begin to carry the scent of spices and corpse rot, and one will start to loathe the living, grow fond of corpses, and yearn for death. Finally, there is that Pharaoh's SCPTR. Compared to a weapon, it is more like an SVM tool. If you use it to hit someone, the other party will gradually become obsessed with the sensation and grow fond of the person whipping them. Taking stock like this, the Pharaoh's Shroud is the most useful, followed by the Nalno 3 and the White Dolphin Tooth, which are both functional divine taboo items. The rest can all be sold. Compared to divine taboo items, Lin Baici has had a great harvest in terms of divine favors this time. Besides these 3, there are cat-like agility, dance with wolves, and snake bone suppleness, all of which are quite practical divine favors. Lin Baici now has a total of 15 divine favors. Not only is the quantity large and the quality high, but they were all obtained in just 3 short months, which can be said to be extremely fast. One must know that divine favors are like a hand of cards. The more a god hunter obtains, the more choices they have when dealing with rule pollution. Lin Baici took a deep breath, leaned back against the chair, and began to analyze the origins of these people. They should be members of the Kyushu Security Bureau, right? What is their purpose in coming here? To arrest him, to take him back as a test subject. Lin Baici knew that the way he devoured the god Rathan must have been terrifying, but it seemed only Xiao Hongmian saw it. So, were these people sent by her? Lin Baici's thoughts were a bit chaotic. If that were truly the case, what should he do? Without any sound of footsteps, a woman wearing black trousers and a white shirt appeared as if out of thin air, walked to Lin Baici's side, and sat down. It was Xiao Hongmian. She was holding an ice cream and handed it to Lin Baici. Hanya loves eating this kind of thing. There isn't a girl who doesn't love sweets, right? When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, earth covers it. For some reason, the moment he heard Xiao Hongmian speak, Lin Baici's restless thoughts vanished, and he quickly calmed down instead. He calmly took the ice cream and took a bite. You should have bought me a Coke, Pepsi, next time. Xiao Hongmian did not look at Lin Baici, but every subtle expression of his was under her observation. So she was very surprised by Lin Baici's composure, which then turned into appreciation. Bold enough. Why choose to go home? Xiao Hongmian asked, crossing her legs and looking at the movie playing on the high-speed rail television in front of them. Just experienced life and death. Wanted to go home and take a look, Lin Baici answered fluently. Then do you still dare to be a god hunter? After Xiao Hongmian finished speaking, she asked again, this is Infernal Affairs. You probably haven't seen it, right? It's a very, very old movie. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Baici countered. I, Xiao Hongmian, solemnly invite you to join the Haijing Security Bureau. The previous genius recruitment terms are still valid. Xiao Hongmian turned her head to look at Lin Baici and extended her right hand. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. He noticed a detail. Xiao Hongmian said the Haijing Security Bureau, not the Kyushu Security Bureau. And what exactly is her goal? Lin Baici knew that most god hunters could not directly touch divine remains. Yet he had eaten a god raw. Isn't she curious, Baici? The world is vast. Right now, you are like someone who has just learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, seeing only math within 100. Beyond that, there is calculus. There is geometry and algebra. Xiao Halmian did not continue, because she felt that with Lin Baici's intelligence, he should understand. Hell, Lin Baici laughed. Xiao Halmian meant that the things he cared about were, in her eyes, as meaningless as kindergarten arithmetic. Individual power is always weak and cannot contend with a group. Even the great demon king has to recruit for heavenly kings. Xiao Halmian looked into Lin Baici's eyes. Don't you want to go to the pinnacle of the world and take a look with me? There are very few people who can stand by my side. Even my younger sister does not have the qualifications. Since she had said it to this extent, did Lin Baici have a choice? Thus, Lin Baici gripped Xiao Halmian's hand. I hope you won't regret this decision today. Regret is an emotion that has no meaning whatsoever. Xiao Halmian smiled slightly. Once Lin Baici let go of her hand, she stood up. Are you interested in being an examiner for once? Lin Baici remained silent, waiting for Xiao Halmian's follow-up. With your strength, participating in the God Hunter qualification assessment is too much of a bully. Plus, I hope you go and see what goals those prospective newcomers have when stepping into this circle. So why not go and be an examiner? Xiao Halmian explained. Of course, there were some other motives, but there was no need to tell Lin Baici. Will there be people who refuse to accept it? Lin Baici worried. An examiner. Isn't that usually a position held by someone of high prestige and formidable strength? That is your business. On the television, the scene played out to 3 years, and another 3 years. Hell, Lin Baici laughed. I understand. If there are people who refuse to accept it, then beat them until they do. I wish you a pleasant journey. Xiao Halmian walked forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped. I heard you are planning a train to Bizen trip. Yes. Lin Baici could not be bothered to be evasive and admitted it directly. Jin Yingzhen had never intended to hide her identity. With Xiao Halmian's influence, she could find out with a simple check. Her brother was Jin Xian, a member of the radical faction who had certainly tried to recruit him. For a god hunter, a god ruins that had rarely been explored was like the most alluring beauty. Who wouldn't want to have a go? The Bizen God Ruins was the treasure of Korea. I hope you have a good harvest. Xiao Halmian left. Lin Baici looked out the window. Joining the Juzhou Security Bureau and following the organization was the only way to have a bright future. Because in the future, he might also sit in the ministerial seat currently occupied by Xiao Halmian. True power was not about fighting alone, but about being able to command several elite god hunter squads to die for you with a single order. Besides, it is easier to enjoy the shade under a big tree. The current Lin Baici was still too weak. He also had to consider his mother. After joining the Juzhou Security Bureau, there would be professional bodyguards to protect his mother. Ding dong, ding dong. Lin Baici's phone rang. He took it out and saw that there was a signal. A flood of notifications for missed calls and WeChat messages popped up at once. Great Detective Jia, little Lin. How did it go with my sister? My sister has a rather eccentric personality, so please bear with her. If she offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. My sister is actually a good person. Huoyu and Jin Yingzhen had not sent any messages, given their personalities. That was unlikely, which meant they currently did not have their personal freedom. Li Shangui. For her, I found a part-time job, 200 a day. I can earn 1,400 in 7 days. Envious, right? Don't come looking for me these next few days. I don't have time to hang out. Lin Baici thought about the sudden hunger he felt when he saw someone last time he went to Haixing Normal University. That place didn't seem safe either. He hoped his friend wouldn't run into any rule contamination. Lin Baici dialed his mother's number. What's wrong? Homesick on the very first day. His mother's voice carried a hint of fatigue and worry. Why don't you just buy a ticket and come back? I'll cook something delicious for you. I'm not coming back. Lin Baici had originally thought it would be a waste since he had already bought the ticket. But after hearing his mother's voice, he changed his mind. My senior's website is at a critical stage, and I have to write code for him. I'm quite busy these few days, but if the senior's website sells, I can earn a sum of money. By then, it might be enough for a down payment on a house. Lin Baici prepared to find an excuse to buy a house quickly and bring his mother over so he could stop worrying. Chapter 193 Train to Bizen. At the Dragon and Beauty Bar, Jiu Hongyao sat at the bar counter, picked up her glass, and gulped down two mouthfuls of alcohol. Then, she took out her phone and glanced at it. Finding that Lin Baici still hadn't replied to her message, she felt full of anxiety and picked up her glass again, finishing it in one go. "And Shu, another one," Jiu Hongyao shouted. There were many people in the bar today, and the topics of discussion were mostly about the provincial museum. The mirage system was developed by the Zhuzhou Security Bureau. It could create illusions in an area to cover up god ruins, making it impossible even for god hunters to distinguish them. However, society was made up of various circles, and there were always people with well-informed sources who could get their hands on the latest intelligence. Because no meteor had fallen in Haijing City, everyone assumed the museum god ruins was a terrorist attack carried out by the Lost Coast. Is the Black Sea Emperor's brain broken, daring to cause trouble in Haijing, and choosing a holiday like National Day? He's really tired of living. Someone must have paid him too much, that kind of money. You have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. This was the general consensus. Because the descent of gods was such a rare occurrence that, apart from a very small number of high-level officials, it was impossible for anyone to know about it. "What's wrong with you?" Nangongshu did not pour wine for Jiu Hongyao, but swapped it for a glass of fruit juice instead. She was wearing a short, purple cheongsam today. It was off the shoulder, with a fist-sized diamond shape cut out on the chest, revealing a glimpse of cleavage, coupled with her long black hair coiled behind her head. She looked incredibly elegant and noble. The fact that the Dragon and Beauty Bar could stay open and become a daily gathering place for god hunters was inseparable from Nangongshu's voluptuous beauty. The beautiful proprietress, Nangong, was a living signboard. Countless people wanted to rush up to her and shout, "Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm afraid little Lin and my sister had a falling out." Jiu Hongyao pulled at her hair in anxiety. When Lin Baici left, Jiu Hongyao wanted to follow, but Jiu Hongmian stopped her. "What did Baici do?" Nangongshu was curious. "You should bring him over for a drink more often when you have time." The proprietress was also feeling frustrated. Men would come to this bar to relax whenever they had nothing to do. But Lin Baici, on the other hand, had stopped showing his face, making it impossible for her to foster a closer relationship. Jiu Hongyao remained silent, downing a mouthful of fruit juice. "Can't you say?" Nangongshu was surprised. In front of Jiu Hongmian, many people were like rabbits facing the king of beasts, not even daring to breathe loudly, let alone get into a conflict. It seemed this Lin Baici was quite bold. "Yeah," Jiu Hongyao nodded. What could she say? That Lin Baici had eaten a god raw Hongyao. A middle-aged man sat over and clinked his glass against the fruit juice glass in front of Jiu Hongyao. "What's the situation at the provincial museum? Can you give us a hint?" "Yeah, tell us. Don't you love exploring god ruins? Why didn't you go this time?" Everyone chimed in. Those chatting with the girl in the high ponytail were all regulars here, and everyone was familiar with each other. "How do you know I didn't go?" Jiu Hongyao raised an eyebrow. Nangongshu was speechless. "Your brain, really? They are clearly trying to provoke you." However, she also knew that what Jiu Hongyao craved most was to make a big name for herself in the circle of god hunters. "What is the specific situation?" "I heard that all the god hunters from the Haijing Security Bureau went there," the middle-aged man asked. "The Black Sea Emperor was causing trouble with his people, but he is already done for," Jiu Hongyao said dismissively. This was a god descending, a matter of monumental importance. Once revealed, it would inevitably cause a sensation. But due to the non-disclosure agreement, she could not tell these people, which made her feel incredibly stifled. Done for, no way. The Black Sea Emperor is rumored to have dragon-level strength. Dragon level or not, it doesn't matter. I heard that Jiu Hongmian stepped in personally. The guests were discussing it heatedly. So many people had come to the bar today, and many were there specifically to fish for information. Ding dong, a WeChat message arrived. Jiu Hongyao perked up and hurriedly pulled out her phone. "Lin Jia Daiyugui, thanks for your concern. Everything is fine." Jiu Hongyao let out a long sigh of relief. It looked like he was okay. But she still felt uneasy and quickly dialed Lin Baici's number. As soon as the call connected, she blurted out 3 questions in rapid succession. "Where are you now? How is your body? Do you need medical treatment? I am fine. Lin Baici's refreshing voice came through the phone. I am on my way home. You must have met my sister, right? The fact that Lin Baici could communicate with the outside world meant that the restrictions on him had ended. Lin Baici knew what Jia Hongyao was worried about. So he told her directly to save her from worrying. We talked. And I am joining the Haixing Security Bureau. Oh yeah. Jia Hongyao jumped up. Her previously worried face was instantly filled with joy and excitement. Ain't you? Give me a glass of happiness time. Haha, now we are finally teammates. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? Jia Hongyao's voice took on a sobbing tone. It really wasn't easy. Hey, we have only known each other for 3 months at most. Lin Baici was speechless. But we have been through life and death more times than some old partners who have known each other for decades. Jia Hongyao argued. I think the intimacy of a friendship is not measured by the length of time, but by the time spent experiencing things together. Given our current relationship, if you can't find a wife in the future, I can help you have a son. Jia Hongyao's tone was dead serious, which completely threw Lin Baici off balance. No, why would I not be able to find a wife? Lin Baici did not know how to refute this. The main thing was that the latter part made his heart race. When the high ponytail said having a child, she meant the normal way, not through IVF. Right, I am just assuming. Jia Hongyao explained. Then let's put it another way. If my husband is incapable and cannot have a son, will you help me? Lin Baici suddenly felt that his character was too good, otherwise. The high ponytail should already be pregnant by now. With her brain, couldn't he just trick her however he wanted? Wait, let me ask one thing first. You are joining my team, right? Jia Hongyao suddenly felt a bit panicked. Lin Baici was so outstanding that her older sister might try to recruit him into her own team. Otherwise, to be honest, Lin Baici only trusted Jia Hongyao. But the final performance of Zhang Heng and Fei Xiao in the museum also made him have a very good impression of the members of this organization. At the very least, when faced with a crisis, they were willing to face death generously to buy a chance for others to survive. Great. It was worth me appreciating and trusting you so much. Little Lin, I solemnly invite you to join my team and serve as my deputy captain. After Jia Hongyao finished speaking, she realized it was too informal. Where are you now? I will buy a ticket to come find you. No need. I am returning to Haixing tomorrow. We can talk then. Lin Baici chuckled. Being with Jia Hongyao was actually quite fun. Jia Hongyao felt that Lin Baici was just too good. She wouldn't be able to repay him without giving him twins. Help me inquire about Jin Yangzhen's situation. Lin Baici was worried about the Korean girl. After all, there were issues with her nationality. Because Jin Yangzhen and Huo Yuyu had witnessed the god, even if they might not have realized it was a god or did not believe it, the Security Bureau's investigation into them would definitely be very strict. Especially since Jin Yangzhen had an older brother who held a key position in the Korean Sejong government agency. Her troubles would be greater. Looks like good news. Nang Gongshu asked with a smile. Yes, little Lin will be my teammate from now on. Jia Hongyao smiled brilliantly. Congratulations. Nang Gongshu had long guessed this outcome. With Lin Baici's excellence, how could the Kyushu Security Bureau not recruit him? I am leaving. Jia Hongyao paid the bill, ran out of the bar, got into her car, and after confirming no one was following her, dialed Jia Hongmian's number. Big sister, let me ask you something about Jin Yangzhen. On the other end of the line, Jia Hongmian seemed to have anticipated this call. That is right. Jia Hongyao was not surprised by her sister's foresight. Anyway, ever since she was a child, no matter what tricks she tried to play in front of Jia Hongmian, she would always be seen through. She saw some things she shouldn't have. And she is a foreigner. To be honest, I should have arranged for someone to brainwash her. But for Lin Baici's sake, I decided to change my approach. Jia Hongmian knew about the relationship between Lin Baici and Jin Yangzhen and was worried that doing so would displease Lin Baici. So she gave up on that idea. What approach? Jia Hongyao hoped it wouldn't affect the harmonious relationship between her sister and Lin Baici. Use her to trade for a chance to explore the Bizan God ruins. Jia Hongmian took a sip of her coffee. Wasn't Lin Baici invited by Jin Xian? I am worried that if those people fail to recruit him, they might take the opportunity to eliminate him. so I plan to send a 7-person team to assist him. Geo Halmian did not trust the integrity of the Koreans. If Lin Baici were to obtain a top-tier god-forbidden item, they might very well resort to stealing it. Send me! Send me! Geo Hongyao grew anxious. He is my deputy commander. I must go with him. Bizen, a decade-old god ruins. If we manage to clear it, we will instantly become famous throughout the God Hunter circle. You should first work on fixing your impulsive nature. Geo Halmian hung up the phone. She knew that Geo Hongyao was asking on behalf of Lin Baici, which was why she had explained so much. Otherwise, given her usual habits, she would never have wasted an extra word on her younger sister. Hey, don't hang up. Tell me roughly when you're going to Bizen. Geo Hongyao felt that she would suffer from constant insomnia during this period just from thinking about this trip to Bizen. Ding dong, another WeChat message arrived. Geo Hongyao checked it. It was in the Dragon Soul group. And Prime Minister He was tagging her. Prime Minister He. What is the situation in Haijing? I heard 2 commanders died. Funeral goer. You're kidding, right? It got that bad. Although funeral goer often had the word funeral on his lips, he still felt very sad to see his colleagues die. A wandering red ghost. I heard it was caused by Lost Coast. But does an organization like that have the capability and the guts to do something like this? Lost Coast was notorious, and their team's strength was quite formidable. But they were not qualified to challenge the Kyushu Security Bureau or carry out terrorist attacks, winning half the game. Was it the Dark Eclipse that made a move? After this name appeared, the entire group fell silent for several dozen seconds, because if that were the case, it would be extremely troublesome. Funeral goer, Great Detective Gio, where are you? Come out and speak. Chapter 194, Lin Baici, 18 years old. Annual salary of over 100 million. My daughter is the best in the world. Is Hongyao okay? Given Jia Hongyao's personality, if the god runes appeared, she would definitely want to get involved. Perhaps she was injured. Funeral goer. Prime Minister He. Hurry up and call Director Jia to ask. Everyone was worried about Jia Hongyao's safety, and some had already started making calls. The girl with the high ponytail was sincere and was the group's mood maker. Anyone who was free would tease her a bit, so everyone had a very good relationship with her. Great Detective Jio, all members. I am here. Jio Hongyao had never been the center of attention for so many big shots before, so she felt a little proud. This proves that my importance is growing. In the past, when Jio Hongyao cleared God Ruins, she was never the main force and could never get first-hand intelligence. Although she was in this commander group, in reality, she had made no contributions. She knew that if it weren't for her older sister's reputation, even if she wasn't kicked out of the group, probably not many people would be willing to talk to her. Jio Hongyao did not leave the group. She endured the humiliation, hoping to increase her personal experience through the daily discussions of the various commanders and learn how to be a qualified commander. Only in this way could she ensure that when she led a team to clear God Ruins in the future, she could reduce casualties among her members. Ever since she met Lin Baici, her status in the group had soared recently because she could now share some experiences regarding God Ruins. And it was first-hand, frontline intelligence at that. For example, this time, I saw Lin Baici eat a god rao. Who among you has ever seen that? Of course, such things definitely could not be mentioned. Prime Minister He. What is the situation with the Haijing Provincial Museum? Great Detective Jio. Pollution outbreak. God Ruins formed. I cannot disclose the specific situation, but with your clearance levels, you can look it up. Everyone in the group was a dragon-level big shot with high clearance. After applying to the Security Bureau, they could obtain detailed information on the clearing of the Provincial Museum God Ruins. But Jio Hongyao could not say it directly. That would violate the rules. She could talk about the previous Palm Harbor God Ruins because it did not involve a god. Hot but immortal. It seems the level of confidentiality this time is very high. While the commanders were chatting, they had already begun applying for access to the records. Funeral goer. Did many people die? Great Detective Jio. Yes, the 3rd Division was almost completely wiped out. Commander Zhang also died. The 9th Division suffered more than half casualties, and Commander Fei was killed in action. A portion of the 9th Division had been separated due to rule pollution. If they had stayed with Fei Xiao, they would have faced total annihilation as well. Everyone was shocked. The organizational structure of the Security Bureau branches in every city was similar. And the lower the number of the division, the stronger its power. The God Hunters in Haijing City were a tier higher in strength than those in smaller cities. Their 9th Division would be at the level of the top 3 divisions in a smaller city. But now, let alone the 9th Division, even the 3rd Division was finished. What kind of rule pollution did they encounter, winning half the game? What about Lost Coast, Great Detective Gio? They are all dead. Hot but immortal, you're lying. Right, this organization had been active for over a decade. Even if they didn't have enemies everywhere, they certainly had plenty. To be wiped out just like that, Prime Minister He, did you witness it with your own eyes, Great Detective Gio, winning half the game? Judging by your tone, you were deeply involved in this God Ruins purification, Great Detective Gio. That is correct. Gio Hongyao thought to herself. I even saw Lin Baici eat a god Rao. It could be said that if Lin Baici hadn't found the pharaoh in time and eaten the god, many more people would have died, including many God Hunters. Because this God Ruins was truly difficult. Great Snake Princess. What about that 18cm Lin Baici? You weren't with him again, are you, Great Detective Gio? Gio Hongyao didn't want to laugh, as it would make her seem too carried away. But sorry, she really couldn't help it. My team's Little Lin's ability to clear God Ruins is the best in the world. Great Snake Princess, does 18cm have time? Let's all go out for a meal together. Hot pot immortal. That's right. To Yujing. I'll treat you all to hot pot. Feast, brother. You want them to go to Yujing. You are being too insincere. Of course. They should come to Haijing, Hongyao. Bring Lin Baici along. Brother will take you both out for a feast. Although Gio Hongyao didn't say anything and just typed the 2 characters Ha. The big shots in the group were no ordinary people. Based on Gio Hongyao's abilities and personality, they immediately deduced the ins and outs of the situation. That Lin Baici must be the main force behind the purification of the Provincial Museum Divine Ruin this time. They wanted to meet him. Prime Minister He, you can't miss out on such an impressive newcomer. You should persuade your sister to treat him a bit better. No matter how genius a God Hunter might be, they couldn't be called a genius in front of Gio Hongmian. So Prime Minister He was worried that Gio Hongmian might neglect Lin Baici. Detective Gio, don't worry. Little Lin has already agreed to join the Security Bureau. From now on, we are colleagues. Detective Gio, if you guys run into any rule corruptions you can't handle, you can come and borrow our people. Everyone chatted for a bit more before dispersing. They then immediately sent applications to the Haijing Security Bureau to review the detailed strategy and intelligence regarding the Provincial Museum Divine Ruin. Then they discovered that while Lin Baici had indeed participated in several rule corruptions and was a great contributor to the purification of this divine ruin, the intelligence was not yet at a top secret level, despite the difficulty. At the very least, these dragon-level hunters could all handle this divine ruin. Shengtian Banzi, Ghost. And Prime Minister He thought a bit more deeply. They felt that Gio Hongmian might be hiding some secrets. In Hong Kong, in the Longfeng Garden Villa district, inside a hillside mansion, a middle-aged man was working out on a treadmill while listening to his subordinates report. Uncle Gio, the Lost Coast is completely finished. Also, the difficulty of this divine ruin was extremely high. Almost all of our people were trapped inside, and only 2 survived. Gio Hongmian sent many people to protect that Lin Baici. We had no opportunity to strike. So we had to abandon the plan. Uncle Gio, if nothing goes wrong, that Lin Baici will accept Gio Hongmian's invitation and join the Kyushu Security Bureau. Furthermore, it looks like he is being groomed as a key talent. It will be very troublesome for us to deal with him in the future. Uncle Gio listened quietly until the end, then turned off the treadmill. Continue to monitor Lin Baici, but be careful. Once you sense something is wrong, evacuate immediately. Uncle Ju picked up a towel, wiped the sweat from his body, and dialed a number. Was the divine ruin at the Haijing Provincial Museum created by you people? A woman's voice came from the phone, cold and rigid. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it, Uncle Ju sneered. Ju Long, watch your tone. You are just a dog of ours. Don't ask about things you shouldn't." The woman snorted coldly. "Haha, Diana. If I hear you say those words again, I guarantee that your family will be lying in the cemetery, all in one piece." Julong said this with a chuckle, but Diana on the other end of the line felt a chill rise up, her spine turning cold. "Since you are unwilling to say anything, I think our cooperation can end here." Julong hung up the phone, but before he could walk to the bathroom, the phone rang. It was Diana calling back. "A god has appeared, and it is suspected to be related to Lin Baici. Continue to monitor him. Also, he has joined the Kyushu Security Bureau. We will conduct a test on him at an appropriate time." Diana explained the plan. "Do not harm him for now, fine. Also, this time, many of my men were killed or injured. Remember to wire the commission as soon as possible." After saying this, Julong hung up the phone and rubbed his chin. "Lin Baici, the god. This world is becoming more and more interesting." On the afternoon of the second day of the National Day holiday, Lin Baici returned to Haijing. He stood in front of the school gate, watching the college students coming and going, especially the couples, which made him feel quite envious. He probably wouldn't have this kind of peaceful, leisurely, and comfortable campus life in the future. Forget it, you win some, you lose some. Lin Baici thought about how he was now a person with an annual salary of 100 million, and he felt it was acceptable after all. After working for a year, he would achieve financial freedom. Lin Baici turned around and headed to the nearby Yonghui supermarket. He had consumed a lot of supplies in the Divine Ruin yesterday and needed to restock quickly. He was scared now. These Divine Ruins appeared whenever they pleased, making them impossible to guard against. Because it was the National Day holiday, there weren't many people in the supermarket. Lin Baici pushed a shopping cart, wandering between the shelves. Imported chocolate, over 100 for a palm-sized piece. Buy it. What kind of mineral water is this? Dozens of yuan for a bottle. Lin Baici tossed 2 bottles into the cart, ready to try something new. And this Spanish ham, a slice thinner than paper, costs 200 yuan. That's robbery. The items displayed in the imported goods section were all expensive. Lin Baici didn't really care about these things. Buying them was just to try something new and, incidentally, to vent his restless emotions through shopping. Lin Baici heard someone calling him. He turned his head and saw Gu Qingxiang pushing a shopping cart. Standing not far away, the counselor was wearing a blue and white checkered cotton dress today, with a sweater and a vest over it, and she was wearing black-rimmed glasses. Clearly a beautiful woman with a good figure. Yet she insisted on dressing like this. "You didn't go home." Lin Baici saw that Gu Qingxiang's cart was filled with vegetables, as well as noodles, steamed buns, and frozen dumplings. She looked every bit the housewife. "My home is too far away. It's a waste of time to go back and forth." Gu Qingxiang looked Lin Baici over. "Why didn't you go back either?" Generally speaking, most freshmen were traveling far from home for the first time, so they would all go back to visit during the 7-day National Day holiday. Didn't manage to get a ticket. Lin Baici made up an excuse. Gu Qingxiang hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Would you like to come to my place for dinner tonight?" Lin Baici pushed the food cart over. For some reason, perhaps because Gu Qingxiang was gentle and soft-spoken, appearing completely harmless, Lin Baici felt a sense of psychological security when he was with her. It was the feeling of a big bad wolf facing a little white rabbit. "Why are you buying these things? They are too expensive." Gu Qingxiang frowned slightly. "If this is money you earned yourself, you should spend it on things that are more meaningful. If it is money your parents gave you, you should be even more frugal." "Got it." Lin Baici put back everything he had just picked up. Seeing this, Gu Qingxiang smiled with satisfaction. "A child worth teaching. Let us go. I will make dumplings for you tonight." "What kind of filling do you want?" "Beef and green onion." Lin Baici was looking forward to Gu Qingxiang's cooking. By the way, after eating the dumplings, could they do something else? Chapter 195, The Virtuous Gu Qingxiang. Lin Baici pushed the shopping cart with Gu Qingxiang following beside him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Whenever some girls passed by, they would steal glances at Lin Baici, and after looking, their gazes would fall upon her to scrutinize her, as if judging whether she was worthy of him. Gu Qingxiang knew that these people took them for a couple. Lin Baici was very handsome, and his physique was outstanding. Not only was he tall with long legs, but his muscle definition was also quite toned. Any clothes he wore looked good on him. We have bought enough. Shall we go pay? Gu Qingxiang decided that she would not go to the supermarket with Lin Baici again. She could not stand this kind of secret peeking. Most importantly, many people's eyes seemed to be saying, how could such a handsome boy find such a dowdy girlfriend? Gu Qingxiang felt a little inferior. Do you not eat snacks usually? Lin Baici was surprised. I am on a diet. Gu Qingxiang was concise. You are not even fat. What are you dieting for? Lin Baici pushed the shopping cart to the snack aisle and bought a whole pile of sunflower seeds, potato chips, and spicy strips. At the checkout counter, Lin Baici directly ordered. You pack the items. Seeing that Lin Baici was about to pay, Gu Qingxiang quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Let me pay. I will do it. Otherwise, how could I have the nerve to freeload? Lin Baici thought to himself, in a year, I will be a billionaire. As a financially free Lin Baici. Why are you competing with me over this with your small salary? Besides, a lot of these things were picked out by me. For example, those snacks. Hurry up, it is getting late, and we still have to cook, Lin Baici urged. The two of them carried 4 large bags back to the residential complex. You can watch some TV or play on the computer for a while. I'm going to cook. Gu Qingxiang changed into home clothes, put on an apron, and headed straight to the kitchen. Lin Baici watched TV for a few moments, but lost interest. The computer was in Gu Qingxiang's bedroom, and he felt embarrassed to go in. So, he simply washed his hands and entered the kitchen. I will help you out, at home. Lin Baici often helped his mother cook. You go and rest. Gu Qingxiang was not quite used to it. Lin Baici did not leave. Both of them were efficient at working, and before long, Gu Qingxiang had seasoned the meat filling and started wrapping the dumplings. You wrap them quite well. Gu Qingxiang was surprised. It seemed that Lin Baici often did chores at home. After a flurry of activity, the dumplings were on the table. Onto plates were steaming, plump, white dumplings that looked quite appetizing. Gu Qingxiang had also prepared a cold dish of pig ears with shredded cucumber, a small plate of peanuts with aged vinegar, and a plate of sliced beef in soy sauce. Gu Qingxiang poured vinegar into a small dish and placed it in front of Lin Baici. Lin Baici looked at the table full of home-cooked food and sighed aloud. I have not even eaten yet, but it already tastes like home. He did not mean anything else by it, but these words fell into Gu Qingxiang's ears, causing her cheeks to flush instantly, and even her robes were stained with a rosy hue. What did Lin Baici mean? Do we look like a married couple? Eat while it is hot. To avoid being seen in her embarrassed state by Lin Baici, Gu Qingxiang found an excuse to leave the table. Do you drink beer? Whatever. Gu Qingxiang dawdled, and only returned after the flush on her face had faded. She found that Lin Baici had not touched his chopsticks. Why have you not eaten? Waiting for you. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Gu Qingxiang's heart skipped a few beats uncontrollably. There was no helping it. Lin Baici was truly handsome. And that sentence was so warm. Lin Baici opened 2 cans of beer. Come on, cheers, clink. A small drink on a moonlit night, with mutual affection. Lin Baici tasted a dumpling and immediately gave Gu Qingxiang a thumbs up. Superb. Can I come over to eat often in the future? Gu Qingxiang nodded, holding the beer with both hands, quietly watching Lin Baici eat. Enter the lights. There was an inexplicable emotion in the female counselor's eyes, though she quickly suppressed it. After the meal, Lin Baici wanted to clear the dishes, but was stopped by Gu Qingxiang. You go play. Gu Qingxiang had the air of a virtuous wife and good mother. She finished clearing the tableware and placed it in the sink. Do you want an apple? Lin Baici leaned against the kitchen door frame, watching Gu Qingxiang. Gu Qingxiang washed 2 apples and placed them to the side. Did it yourself. Then she started washing the dishes. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around her waist. This startled her, and she instinctively wanted to pull Lin Baici's hands away. But the next moment, she heard Lin Baici murmur a single word. Lin Baici rested his head on Gu Qingxiang's head. Gu Qingxiang did not scold Lin Baici. She just stood there quietly, and then she continued washing the dishes. From Lin Baici's voice, she heard a deep sense of exhaustion. At this moment, this boy must have been missing home. and he had mistaken her for his mother. Lin Baici felt exhausted. Yesterday in the god ruins, facing that deity, he knew he could not escape. So he chose to consume the primordial god remains to intercept the deity, at least to buy some time for Huo Yuyu and the others to flee. Lin Baici had already prepared himself for death, but to be honest, his wonderful life had only just begun. Who would want to die? Not to mention he still had 20 million that he hadn't spent yet. It was such a waste. Later, when he regained consciousness on the high-speed train, Lin Baici was panicked. His body didn't look contaminated, but who knew what the actual situation was? Would there be any lingering after effects? And the future, although he had joined the Kyushu Security Bureau and the benefits were good, who knew if he would be happy working there? Actually, there was one most important point that Lin Baici had never dared to think about. What exactly was the gluttonous god? It was actually able to let him digest even a deity, although it was harmless to him for now. What about in the future? Lin Baici missed home, because his mother was the only person who could give him warmth. But when he was on the high-speed train, he didn't dare to go back. He was afraid of bringing trouble to his mother, and given how well she knew him, she would definitely notice something was wrong. If she started questioning him, it would be hard to answer. Lin Baici looked at Gu Qingxiang and seemed to see his mother's silhouette. For a moment, he couldn't control his emotions and hugged her, just like when he had a nightmare as a child and wanted to crawl into his mother's bed. After about 3 minutes, Lin Baici calmed down. And then he was dumbfounded. What have I done? Lin Baici was sweating profusely, anxious. How was he supposed to explain this? If I say I mistook her for my mother, she probably won't believe me, right? In any case, Lin Baici wouldn't believe it himself, because no matter how you heard it, it sounded like an excuse to take advantage of someone. Lin Baici let go. I came to get an apple. After saying that, he grabbed an apple and scurried away in a flash. Gu Qingxiang turned back and suddenly burst into a giggle. Lin Baici, so you can panic too? Lin Baici sat in the living room, restless. He wanted to leave, but he felt that if he left without an explanation, the misunderstanding would only grow larger. Half an hour later, Gu Qingxiang finished tidying up and walked out. She had also fried a plate of crispy pork and a plate of peanuts, clearly preparing to eat while watching television. Stop drinking. Gu Qingxiang sat on the sofa. Lin Baici didn't know how to start. If you have something bothering you, you can tell me about it. Gu Qingxiang believed that as a counselor, she had an obligation to provide psychological counseling to her students. Nothing. Are you kidding? I have an annual salary of over 100 million. What could I possibly be worried about? Lin Baici. Everyone accumulates some bitterness in life. It's like a sapling growing. It will always sprout branches and vines. Don't be afraid. Just prune them away. Gu Qingxiang looked at Lin Baici with sincere eyes. Finding someone to confide in is the most effective way to cleanse the clutter of the soul. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone else. Gu Qingxiang patted the sofa beside her, signaling for Lin Baici to sit down. To make Lin Baici feel more comfortable, Gu Qingxiang took the initiative to open a can of beer for him. Gu Qingxiang's gentleness greatly lowered Lin Baici's guard. He felt at ease. So, he sat down, picked up the beer, and took a big gulp. The university life I longed for was to study hard every day, find a girlfriend who wasn't necessarily beautiful but had a pair of long legs, graduate together after 4 years of hard work, find a good job, stay in this city, and support each other to make life better. Lin Baici turned his head to look at the window, where moonlight was spilling in. But ever since I went to pray to Buddha during the summer vacation, my life has been different. It took a completely different path. Although Lin Baici's strength was growing rapidly, he had only been a god hunter for 3 months, and his state of mind had not kept up at all. He didn't know whether he should help others in the crisis-ridden god ruins, whether he should use others as cannon fodder, and he didn't know how to face those deaths. And there was the matter of using this kind of immense power. Lin Baici was also just an ordinary person. He had desires too. When he had money and powerful combat strength, to be honest. While listening to everyone in the dormitory discuss women, he sometimes had the urge to go wild. Zhu Daoguan said he liked Ji Xinyan, but he definitely couldn't chase her. But Lin Baici was different, as long as he wanted to, but he didn't dare to do it. because he was afraid that once he took that step, he would continue to degenerate, because he truly possessed the power to do whatever he wanted. Gu Qingxiang patted Lin Baici's shoulder, opened a can of beer, and clinked it with his. A person who can control their own desires is a truly strong person. She had a feeling that Lin Baici was like a beast that had broken into a sheepfold, desperately suppressing his urge to feed. The starry night hung low, and dreams returned at midnight, because of the passive effect of the divine grace wine pool and meat forest. Lin Baici was not physically drunk, but he was mentally intoxicated, and he said a lot of things. Because it involved the god runes, he couldn't explain it too clearly, so it sounded vague and mysterious. If it were someone else, they would have lost interest long ago. But Gu Qingxiang was very patient and listened earnestly to Lin Baici's complaints. The night passed, and white frost fell to the ground. Lin Baici opened his eyes and found that he was sleeping on a double bed. He immediately turned his head. Fortunately, there was no one beside him. What did I do last night? Lin Baici rubbed his brow, as memories surfaced, and he confirmed that he hadn't said anything taboo. He breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out of the bedroom and heard sounds in the kitchen. You're awake. Go wash up. I've made breakfast. Gu Qingxiang called out. Your destination is nature, hunting, feeding, and reproduction. Women will only affect the speed of your blade. Chapter 196. You won't even call me counselor. Lin Baici walked into the bathroom and found a set of an open toothbrush and toothpaste on the vanity. And even the toothbrush cup was new. Use that blue towel. The sound of Gu Qingxiang came from the kitchen. Lin Baici took a glance. This was also new. He finished washing up in a flash and went to the kitchen. What can I do? Just wait to eat. Gu Qingxiang did not turn around, still frying eggs. But upon hearing Lin Baici's voice, a look of wry amusement appeared on her face. Honestly, she had been startled when Lin Baici suddenly hugged her yesterday. But who would have thought that this kid would end up calling her mom? He hadn't made any untoward moves. It was purely out of mental exhaustion, a desire to find a harbor for his soul. At that moment, Gu Qingxiang felt a little unhappy, because she was only a few years older than Lin Baici. Yet she had been relegated to the mom generation. Lin Baici didn't leave. He wanted to apologize, but the words died on his lips, too embarrassed to speak. Lin Baici looked at Gu Qingxiang. The counselor, wearing only loungewear, had a dress that clung to her waist and hips, accentuating her beautiful curves. Her skilled cooking and her busy silhouette gave Lin Baici a sense of domestic warmth and security. He suddenly found himself enjoying this kind of life. So, he leaned against the doorframe, watching Gu Qingxiang. Click! Gu Qingxiang heard the sound of a phone camera and turned around, only to see Lin Baici pointing his phone at her. Her cheeks turned red instantly. What are you doing? Gu Qingxiang felt a little embarrassed. Delete it. Quickly. I'm keeping it as a memento. Lin Baici chuckled. Yesterday was a rebirth for me. You only call it a rebirth when a boy turns into a man. Gu Qingxiang rolled her eyes at Lin Baici. Your situation yesterday was purely because you were too full and had nothing better to do than be overly sentimental. Lin Baici felt awkward. But you are excellent and have a bright future ahead of you. You won't go hungry if you don't want to. And it's normal to feel lost in life. I suggest you read the selected works of Mao Zedong to gain a new understanding of this world. Gu Qingxiang slid the fried eggs onto a plate. Let me carry it. Lin Baici hurried over. He caught a scent of body wash on Gu Qingxiang. It smelled very pleasant. Lin Baici. Gu Qingxiang called out softly. HMM. Lin Baici looked at Gu Qingxiang. This girl, who was much shorter than him and had only graduated from university a few years ago, having her as a girlfriend wouldn't be bad at all. Although she wasn't very sexy, she was gentle, virtuous, and considerate. She just doesn't like to dress up. It doesn't mean she isn't sexy. Besides, her figure is better than you estimated. Do you have a mother complex? Gu Qingxiang asked with a straight face. Lin Baici was immediately mortified. There's no need to be embarrassed. Many boys' first girlfriends carry some shadow of their mothers. Gu Qingxiang just wanted to confirm whether Lin Baici's affection for her came from his heart or if he was treating her as a substitute for his mother. In this hunt, you have already fallen completely behind. Counterattack. Devour her. Let her taste the majesty of a top predator in the food chain. Start now. This kind of delicacy is only worthy of being enjoyed by you. Go find a girlfriend. The kind who loves you, Gu Qingxiang suggested, taking the plate from Lin Baici's hands. She wasn't used to letting men handle these kitchen chores. Breakfast was hearty bread, ham, milk, and cereal. Lin Baici ate happily. What are you planning to do this vacation? Gu Qingxiang sat opposite Lin Baici, eating in small bites. Possessing the temperament of a well-bred young lady, Lin Baici thought for a moment. Li Wei was working, and he had nowhere else to go, maybe study some Korean. He had to go to the Bizen Divine Ruins during the winter break, and having a translator definitely wouldn't be as convenient as knowing Korean himself. Why do you want to learn that? Gu Qingxiang was curious. I have a Korean friend who invited me to visit. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory answer. Are you planning to self-study or enroll in a class? If you haven't signed up for a class, I can teach you. Gu Qingxiang knew 7 languages. That would be great. Lin Baici couldn't ask for more. Then come over every afternoon. Gu Qingxiang set the time. If you have an emergency, let me know in advance. Won't that delay your vacation? Lin Baici knew how to be considerate. I'm just binge watching shows anyway. Teaching you Korean will give me something to study too. Gu Qingxiang had a very small social circle and no social obligations. After the meal, Lin Baici wanted to clean up the dishes, but Gu Qingxiang refused. He sat on the sofa and called Hua Yuyu and Jin Yingzhen, only to find their phones still unreachable. He had no choice but to call Jia Hongyao to ask about the situation. This matter involves a deity, so it's a bit troublesome and will take some time. But they will be released by tomorrow at the latest. Jia Hongyao explained. Don't worry, they are my friends too. I'm keeping an eye on it. I won't let them be wronged. Then please keep a close watch. Lin Baici knew that such things couldn't be rushed, unless he sat in Jia Hongmian's seat with real power in his hands. When are you coming to start your job? Jia Hongyao couldn't wait to be teammates with Lin Baici. I can come pick you up anytime. Today, Lin Baici didn't mind, since he had already made the decision. He wouldn't go back on it. And starting the job early meant getting paid a day earlier. Where are you? I'll come pick you up now, over the phone. He could hear the sound of Jia Hongyao getting out of bed. Then let's meet at the school gate in an hour, after setting the time. Lin Baici walked into the kitchen. Qingxiang, what study materials should I buy? You won't even call me counselor. Gu Qingxiang complained a little, but she didn't mind Lin Baici calling her by her name, Sister Qingxiang. Lin Baici decided that unless he was at school, he would never call Gu Qingxiang counselor. Gu Qingxiang rolled her eyes at Lin Baici. No need to buy any. I have everything here. Then I am heading out. I have some things to do. I will come find you in the afternoon. Lin Baici left. An hour later, Jia Hongyao arrived. As soon as Lin Baici sat in the passenger seat, the girl with the high ponytail sniffed the air. Sniff, sniff, little Lindsay. Why do you smell like a woman? Jia Hongyao was very surprised. Did you get a girlfriend? Lin Baici fastened his seatbelt. I drank too much yesterday and slept at my counselor's place. That is impressive. Lin Baici spoke with such candor that Jia Hongyao did not suspect anything else. She drove the car at high speed, arriving at 128 Tian Road in just 40 minutes. Hurry, let us go. Jia Hongyao parked the car and pulled Lin Baici toward the commercial building. The staff they encountered on the way greeted Jia Hongyao enthusiastically, which showed that the girl with the high ponytail was quite popular within the security bureau. Of course, with an older sister who was a department head, it was impossible for her to be unpopular. Jia Hongyao led Lin Baici straight to the department head's office. Big sister, Lin Baici is here. Where is the contract? Take it out quickly. Jia Hongyao was quite excited. Can you not be so impatient? Jia Hongmian frowned, then opened a drawer, took out a document, and handed it to Lin Baici. Take a look. If there are no issues, just sign it. This contract had been drafted after she had spoken with Lin Baici and returned from the high-speed train. It is the same terms we discussed: admission without examination, an annual salary of 100 million RMB, 3,000 meteor coins, access to the divine taboo items kept by the security bureau, and permission to browse the data collected by the bureau. Every time you complete a divine ruin and purify the rule-based pollution, You will receive an additional reward. There were also paid vacations, social insurance, housing funds, and other subsidies. But Xiao Hongmian did not mention them because, at Lin Baici's level, these things were optional. Xiao Hongyao held a fountain pen, waiting on the side. Lin Baici scanned through it roughly. There were no problems. So, he took the pen and signed his name. From today on, I have an annual salary of over 100 million. Lin Baici felt a bit emotional. Going to Longchen Temple to pray to Buddha had truly changed his life. With this kind of money, he could basically buy any house in Haixing he wanted. Clap, clap. Xiao Hongyao clapped happily. Let us go. I am treating you to lunch. Let us have a big meal. You take him to complete the onboarding procedures first and let him get familiar with the security bureau. Xiao Hongmian instructed. Department Head Jia, is there a wild god hunter active around Haixing Normal University? Lin Baici was worried about his childhood friend's safety. I am not sure, but some strange things have been happening there lately. Xiao Hongmian walked over to the coffee machine. Would you like a cup? No, thank you. Lin Baici declined. Could you give me a detailed introduction? Recently, several shopping malls and the medical university there have been losing mannequins. And at the nearby 3rd Municipal Hospital, several corpses in the morgue had their internal organs missing. Xiao Hongmian took a sip of coffee. Why are you interested in this case? I have a friend at Haixing Normal University, Lin Baici explained. Then will you be in charge of this case? For incidents suspected of being precursors to rule-based pollution. The Security Bureau's standard procedure was to send newcomers to follow up so they could accumulate experience. Lin Baici agreed. An annual salary of 100 million was indeed not easy to earn. He had just started, had not even met many colleagues, and did not even know where his desk was. Yet he already had a mission. Xiao Hongmian was very satisfied with Lin Baici's response. She liked subordinates who were decisive and acted with speed and efficiency. I wish you a successful start. I am going to. Xiao Hongyao raised her hand. Department Head Jia. Regarding Huo Yu and Jin Yingjin, Lin Baici intended to ask about their situation. Huo Yu can leave this afternoon. As for Jin Yingjin, we have to wait for her brother to come, Xiao Hongmian explained. The two left the department head's office. Xiao Hongyao took Lin Baici to the Human Resources Department to take photos, receive his badge, and listen to the precautions. An hour later, when they left, most of the Security Bureau already knew that a newcomer named Lin Baici had joined. He had been personally recruited by Department Head Jia and had signed a genius clause. The last person to receive this contract was Lin Baici, who was hailed as the strongest newcomer in the Kyushu Security Bureau, and her performance over the past year had proven that she was worth more than the cost. Now, another one had arrived. Damn, another dragon-level prospect. I heard he is still a college student. I do not know about that, but he looks quite young and is very handsome. The staff members whispered among themselves. This contract held extraordinary significance. Any newcomer who received it was known within the Security Bureau as a dragon-level prospect, and they all had bright futures ahead of them. Chapter 197 I Will Support You. At noon, Xiao Hongyao took Lin Baici to a Cantonese restaurant called Yuzilong and spent over 3,000 to have a big feast. Afterward, she wanted to go to the Dragon and Beauty Bar for drinks. Today was a big day for the girl with the high ponytail as she had become the deputy team leader, and she was very happy. I am not going. Lin Baici still had to go to Gu Qingxiang's place in the afternoon to learn Korean. If he showed up smelling of alcohol, would that not be asking for a scolding? However, just as the two said their goodbyes, he received a call from Huo Yu, Xiaobai. Huo Yu only called his name before she started crying. Where are you? Lin Baici comforted her. I will come find you. Huo Yu gave him a location. Lin Baici held a taxi and rushed over. When he arrived at the place, Huo Yu threw herself into his arms. Woo Xiaobai, I am scared. Huo Yu's slender arms held Lin Baici tightly. Only this broad and sturdy chest could give her a sense of security. It is okay now. Lin Baici patted the streamer on the back. Are you hungry? You haven't eaten yet, have you? I want to take a shower. Huo Yu hurriedly pushed Lin Baici away, looking embarrassed. When she woke up, she had already been at the Security Bureau. Because Xiao Hongyao had put in a good word for her. The two staff members had treated her quite well during the interrogation. But having been a good girl her whole life, how could Huo Yu ever endure such an ordeal? She felt like a prisoner, and it was terrifying. Then let's go home. Lin Baici hailed a taxi. Huo Yu followed Lin Baici like a little wife. The streamer's home was in Longjiangjingyuan, a villa district. She was renting the place because she needed to live stream. It could get quite noisy, and she was worried about complaints from neighbors. So she simply rented this detached villa. It served as both her studio and her residence. When Huo Yu returned, there were two other girls in the villa, her assistant and her photographer. You two can head back for now. Huo Yu sent them away, poured a cup of coffee for Lin Baici, grabbed some snacks, and then hurried off to the bathroom. However, only a moment later, a scream rang out. Lin Baici was startled. He rushed over and knocked on the bathroom door. Yu, what's wrong? Woo, I twisted my ankle. Huo Yu was crying. She was so frustrated. Everything had been going wrong these past 2 days. Do you need help? Lin Baici asked, worried. The little fish was feeling very fragile right now and wanted someone to keep her company. Can you open the door? If she couldn't, he would have no choice but to break it down. Just a moment. After more than a minute, the bathroom door opened. Huo Yu was soaking wet, holding a bath towel in one hand to cover her chest. She was standing on only her left foot, her delicate brows furrowed in what seemed to be great pain. Should I carry you to the bed? Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. He didn't know where to look. Wipe me off first. Huo Yu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. After saying this, she lowered her head. Her entire face flushed red. How embarrassing. I really don't have the aptitude to be a femme fatale, but little fish, you have to toughen up. If you don't make a move now, that Jin Yingxian is going to snatch Xiaobai away. Xiao Hongyao has an intelligence stat of D, so she's not a concern. But the pressure brought by that kimchi girl is too great. Honestly, even Huo Yu found her attractive. Lin Baici froze. Wipe her off. That didn't seem quite right, did it? Xiaobai, I'm cold. Huo Yu shivered. Could you have a fever? Lin Baici stopped worrying about the social taboo of physical contact between men and women. He grabbed a towel from the rack, quickly wiped the water droplets off Huo Yu's body, and then picked her up to take her to the bedroom. Where is the thermometer? Lin Baici tucked Huo Yu into bed and reached out to touch her forehead. It was indeed a bit hot. I don't want a thermometer. Huo Yu pressed her hand over Lin Baici's hand, which was resting on her forehead, not letting him pull it away. Stay with me, all right. Lin Baici took out his phone with one hand. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. Huo Yu shook her head, shifted to the side to leave a space, and then looked at Lin Baici with a pitiful expression. What does that mean? She wants me to lie down. Lin Baici was at a loss. Being a god hunter is so dangerous. Xiaobai, stop doing this. I'll work hard at streaming. The money I earn is enough to support you. Huo Yu was truly scared before encountering the pharaoh. Although there were many close calls, Lin Baici had handled them all. His stunning performance made Huo Yu feel that Lin Baici was born to be a god hunter. But after that literary youth appeared, everything fell into despair. That monster was too strong. Zhang Heng and Fei Xiao were so capable, yet they died like grasshoppers stepped on by a child. They couldn't even put up a fight. Woo-woo, I don't want anything to happen to you. Huo Yu was sobbing uncontrollably. Having been saved by Lin Baici several times, the streamer had already fallen for him, or rather, she worshipped him and longed to be with him. Lin Baici felt Huo Yu's concern and couldn't help but laugh. It's fine. I'm a super rookie with an annual salary of 100 million. A guaranteed dragon-level prospect. Huo Yu was startled. You joined the security bureau. As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, he saw tears streaming down Huo Yu's face as she sat up and hugged him. Don't go. This profession is really too dangerous. Huo Yu held onto Lin Baici tightly. I really can support you. You don't have to feel like you have to be with me just because you spent my money. It doesn't matter who you like, really. I just don't want you to get hurt, thank you. Lin Baici patted the streamer on the back, signaling for her to let go, but Huo Yu didn't. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. After crying for a while, she suddenly gathered her courage, looked up, and kissed Lin Baici on the lips. The little fish, am going all out today. I want to claim Lin Baici's first kill. Lin Baici was stunned. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Subconsciously, he pushed Huo Yu away with some force. He was afraid that if things went any further, they wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore. Huo Yu knelt on the bed, looking at Lin Baici, tears streaming down her face. You don't like me. The streamer's voice was trembling. She was terrified of hearing a cruel answer. You're not in the right state of mind right now. Lin Baici picked up the quilt and covered Huo Yu with it. I'll go pour you a glass of hot water. Don't go. Huo Yu grabbed Lin Baici. Since things had already reached this point, she wanted an answer. How do you see me, as a friend? Lin Baici's answer was firm and decisive. I don't want you to regret this later. To the point where we can't even be friends anymore. I won't regret it. Huo Yu looked into Lin Baici's eyes, very serious. Lin Baici fell silent, not knowing how to respond. What are you thinking about? The delicacy is already served to your mouth, and you still want to hold back. Hurry up and eat her. Are you saying my figure isn't good enough? Huo Yu pouted, knowing this was her major disadvantage. I may not have a figure as hot as Jin Yingzhen's, but I'm cute. I count as a legal loli. Whatever cosplay you want to see, I can wear it for you. If a guy liked the CG subculture and also enjoyed watching live streams, he would probably be ecstatic to be confessed to by Huo Yu like this. But Lin Baici, you just experienced life and death, and your emotions are unstable right now. Let's wait a few days until you've calmed down before we discuss this, okay? Lin Baici comforted her. I don't want to be your friend. I want to be your girlfriend, your wife. Huo Yu felt aggrieved. Are you prepared to be a wife? Lin Baici countered with a question. Huo Yu had wanted to say she was ready, but looking into Lin Baici's eyes, she couldn't get the words out. She knew that while the word was easy to write, it was very difficult to live up to. What if I'm a scumbag who likes many girls? Lin Baici asked again. Would you still be willing to stay with me? Do you like Jin Yingzhen? As soon as Huo Yu asked, she regretted it. This kind of question would only lower her favorability in Lin Baici's heart. I treat her as a friend, Lin Baici sighed. If it weren't for that, he would have already slept with Jin Yingzhen. For some reason, Lin Baici suddenly thought of the T-girl Ji Xinyan. It seemed that with her, he wouldn't need to be responsible. Stop letting your imagination run wild. Get some rest first. Lin Baici pressed Huo Yu down and tucked her in. Do you have any female friends? Can you call them over to keep you company? It was inconvenient for Lin Baici to be here. Just in this short while, he had already seen things he should and shouldn't have seen. He was truly afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back. I want you to stay with me. Huo Yu covered her nose and mouth with the quilt. Looking at Lin Baici timidly, this is a small, selfish request of mine. Can you satisfy it for me, Lin Baici agreed, but he was worried. Maybe he should just indulge himself and be a scumbag for once. Huo Yu had a fever, and Lin Baici couldn't leave. So, he had to stay with her. In the evening, he received a call from Jin Yingzhen. Where are you? Lin Baici explained a few things. Huo Yu was sick, and he was keeping her company. I'm with my brother. Not seeing Lin Baici, Jin Yingzhen felt a bit disappointed. I'm going back to Goryeo first. The two chatted for a few moments before hanging up. The journey was silent, as Jin Xian was worried about being wiretapped and also wanted Jin Yingzhen to rest first. It wasn't until they were on the private jet that he asked his sister about the situation regarding the museum's divine ruin. We encountered a god, even now. Whenever Jin Yingzhen thought of that literary youth's appearance, she felt terrified. She recounted everything in detail, from going to find Lin Baici to visit the museum exhibition, to the sudden eruption of the divine ruin, and the various rule-based pollutions they experienced afterward. Jin Xian listened very carefully. Lin Baici had tricked the core members of Lost Coast and played them in the palm of his hand. Lin Baici had won the favor of a female scorpion monster. And finally, he had killed the pharaoh. Although Jin Yingzhen didn't specifically praise Lin Baici or exaggerate his excellence, just telling the story normally, Jin Xian already felt a pain in his heart so sharp he couldn't breathe. Such a powerful man. Why isn't he a Goryeo person? Jin Xian was very angry. Why was the destiny of Kyushu so strong that it could always produce such brilliant and talented people? Was there really no hope for Goryeo to get ahead? Jin Xian knew that trying to poach Lin Baici was no longer very likely, unless the Kyushu Security Bureau did something brainless to provoke him. When Jin Yingjin finished speaking, she hesitated slightly. She remembered that Lin Baici seemed to have bitten that god, but when the words reached her lips, she didn't say them. She always felt that this kind of thing was a major secret of Lin Baici's. Chapter 198. Listen to Mom. Through the porthole of the private jet, one could see the endless starry night. Yingxian, in order to bring you out, I promised Jia Hongmian that I would allow Lin Baici to lead a 7-person team into the Bizan Divine Ruin. Mentioning this, Jin Xian was quite unhappy. Allowing Lin Baici to explore the Bizan Divine Ruin on his own terms versus being forced to let him come to Bizan were two completely different concepts. Because with the latter, he couldn't claim any favor at all. I'm sorry. Jin Yingjin lowered her head. You are also a god hunter now. I will help you find a few powerful divine graces within these next few months. When the time comes, I hope you will follow Lin Baici, Jin Xian instructed. Jin Yingjin's expression was solemn. She knew what Jin Xian meant. They couldn't let Lin Baici take away powerful divine taboo items. Rest now. Jin Xian closed his eyes. Jin Yingjin sighed. How good would it be if she were a Kyushu person? Huo Yu had a fever, and Lin Baici couldn't leave. He took care of her for the whole night. By the evening of the next day, after eating and confirming she had improved, Lin Baici left. He didn't dare to stay any longer, mainly because Huo Yu kept looking at him with a mournful expression. Her eyes filled with a speechless and depressed "I gave you a chance, but you're useless." Lin Baici was also a normal man with limited self-control. Facing Huo Yu's self-recommendation to his bed, he was truly afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back and would end up rolling into bed with her. He went to the supermarket to buy some fruit and headed straight to Gu Qingxiang's house. The door opened, and Gu Qingxiang looked at Lin Baici, not knowing what to say. You went out to buy study materials and were gone for 2 days. If someone didn't know better, they would have thought you had gone missing. Sister Qingxiang, a good friend of mine, was sick, so I went to take care of them for 2 days. Lin Baici explained. A girl? Gu Qingxiang asked casually, which made Lin Baici feel very embarrassed. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Gu Qingxiang's dinner was almost ready, and it was just the right time to add an extra pair of chopsticks. Come in. Rest for a while, and then we'll eat. After the two finished their meal, Gu Qingxiang cleared the table and instructed Lin Baici. I put together a study plan yesterday. Take a look at it. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Baici went into the study and saw several sheets of paper on the desk. Gu Qingxiang's handwriting was elegant and refined, truly beautiful. If she were to enter a provincial calligraphy competition, she would definitely place in the top 3. Lin Baici had intended to learn some daily phrases to make communication easier, at least enough to order food or buy things when interacting with Koreans. But looking at Gu Qingxiang's study plan, if he were to follow it through, he would be able to read various professional Korean academic papers. Gu Qingxiang was efficient in her chores. After tidying up the kitchen, she came into the study. Sit down. Let's begin. We need to try and make up for the time we wasted yesterday. Understood. Lin Baici had never had a private tutor in his life, so the experience felt quite novel. Furthermore, his tutor was a beautiful senior student. Lin Baici didn't let his mind wander or get distracted. Instead, not wanting to be looked down upon by Gu Qingxiang, he focused intently on his studies, even activating his eidetic memory ability. Learning capacity, fully engaged. Gu Qingxiang started by teaching the most basic syllables. She had planned to spend 3 nights helping Lin Baici memorize these foundations. She had checked Lin Baici's grades, which were at a mid-tier level among the current freshmen. Therefore, 3 days was a bit tight, but she intended to use this deadline to stimulate Lin Baici's potential. When Gu Qingxiang acted as a tutor, she didn't just teach knowledge, she also focused on cultivating the students' interest and pushing their potential. It was a comprehensive improvement. However, an hour later, Gu Qingxiang realized she had been too conservative. Anything she taught Lin Baici, he remembered after hearing it just once. Why would this take 3 days? 1 night was more than enough. As Lin Baici finished writing down the syllables from memory, he suddenly noticed Gu Qingxiang staring at him in a daze. What's wrong? Was his performance not good enough? Lin Baici felt a bit anxious. He still wanted to leave a good impression in front of Gu Qingxiang. Did you spend your entire 3 years of high school just dating? Gu Qingxiang curled her lip. No, I haven't even dated anyone yet. Lin Baici was surprised. Why do you ask that? Men's words are nothing but lies. Gu Qingxiang tapped her finger on what Lin Baici had just written. With your performance, as long as you put in the effort, you could easily get into any of the top 10 universities, even if Tsinghua or Peking were out of reach. How did you end up at Haijing University of Technology? She was certain he must have spent his time dating. Hey, you're a counselor at Haijing University of Technology. Is it really okay to belittle your own school like that? Lin Baici thought to himself that he would have liked to get into Tsinghua or Peking too. But he didn't have eidetic memory back then. And even if he had, it might not have been enough. The divine grace and the meteorite had strengthened his body. But that wasn't all, it also included the development of his brain. In short, it was like a hardware upgrade. And since Lin Baici was already quite intelligent, the resulting improvement was massive. I just feel like you've wasted your talent. Gu Qingxiang sighed. Besides, different schools lead to different starting points. To put it bluntly, after graduation, the difference in annual salary due to the school you attended can be huge. What a pity. Gu Qingxiang shook her head. Lin Baici had wasted the 3 years when he needed to work the hardest. He would have to put in a lot of sweat to catch up later. And it was even possible he might never catch up. Lin Baici knew Gu Qingxiang was right. But the problem was that he no longer needed to walk the path everyone else was on. He was already a god hunter, and he had an annual salary of 100 million. Let's continue. Gu Qingxiang taught very earnestly. Soon, she confirmed that Lin Baici's memory was excellent. No matter what she explained, he could remember it after just one pass. If it were subjects like mathematics or physics that required logical thinking, a student with a good memory wouldn't necessarily be able to apply the knowledge to new problems, and they might still get questions wrong. But linguistics was all about rote memorization. So Lin Baici's progress was incredibly fast. Being able to teach a genius student was actually a very satisfying experience because no matter what she said, the other person could understand it immediately. Gu Qingxiang was enjoying the teaching process so much that, before she knew it, it was 11 p.m. Lin Baici glanced at the clock. Sister Qingxiang, shouldn't you be resting? Gu Qingxiang looked at her watch. Oh my, is it that late already? The counselor stood up and stretched her arms backward, a movement that caused her chest to push forward, creating a high, prominent curve. You're still sleeping in the guest room, right, at this hour. The dorms were long closed. Go take a shower first. You go first. Lin Baici felt bad about delaying Gu Qingxiang's rest. You go. Gu Qingxiang refused. Let Lin Baici use the bathroom she had just showered in. She would feel too embarrassed. Lin Baici followed her suggestion. He spent 10 minutes freshening up, crawled into the quilt in the guest room, and then started playing on his phone. He first checked on Huo Yu's condition, then sent a goodnight message to Jin Yingxin, and finally opened the Origin forum. There were quite a few posts about the Haijing Provincial Museum. But due to the control exerted by the Security Bureau, many people didn't know what had actually happened. Currently, most were speculating that the Lost Coast had carried out a terrorist attack. A god had descended. Even if someone mentioned such a thing, no one would believe it. Lin Baici browsed a few posts at random and opened the bounty section. The post about the urinal was gone. Did someone answer it? Lin Baici flipped back a few pages and saw that it was actually because no one had answered. So the post had been pushed down. He clicked into it. The bounty had increased again, reaching to 100,000. If this were before, Lin Baici would have answered it. But now, as someone with an annual salary of 100 million, why would he spend a long time typing out a long paragraph just to earn this 200,000? It was too tiring. Lin Baici closed the post and continued browsing, wanting to see if there were any other bounty posts worth his attention. The help-seeking post from Praise the Sun has been settled, and a new post has been published, still asking about the meaning of a pattern. Dragon, God bird. The God Eater provided the answer. 10,000 yuan for one character. This money is truly easy to earn. I will answer you one last time. Lin Baici typed the 3 characters. The salary is so high that even the interest in milking the system has diminished. Speaking of which, with so much money, how should I spend it? Lin Baici planned to buy a house. Baici. Gu Qingxiang walked in holding a quilt. It is getting cold now. Pay attention to keeping warm. No need, no need. This one is enough. Lin Baici felt quite embarrassed, especially looking at the quilt Gu Qingxiang was holding, which was clearly a new one. Gu Qingxiang placed the quilt on the bed, and the motion of her bending over allowed Lin Baici to catch a glimpse of a small cherry. Lin Baici quickly averted his gaze, but in his mind, Gu Qingxiang's figure lingered. She had just finished showering. Her hair was damp. Her skin was rosy and delicate, and she radiated the scent of body wash. She was wearing a silk pajama set that clung to her body, revealing every curve. A top-tier predator, besides hunting and feeding, should also have some pastimes. Lin Baici began to silently recite the Heart Sutra. After 2 repetitions, his restless emotions calmed down. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, after finishing the breakfast prepared by Gu Qingxiang, Lin Baici went downstairs to meet Jia Hongyao and head to the racetrack. Lin Baici intended to learn how to drive as quickly as possible. Compared to Gu Qingxiang, Jia Hongyao was completely unqualified as a tutor. Watch what I do. Jia Hongyao did not know how to teach according to one's aptitude. She simply told Lin Baici what she knew, without even a logical sequence. Speaking of whatever came to mind, the high ponytail girl drove along the track for 3 laps, letting Lin Baici watch and telling him to ask if he had any questions. Lin Baici felt that Jia Hongyao was very unreliable. Let me tell you, the secret to drifting is one word: steady. Jia Hongyao assumed the posture of a racing god. Steady your mindset, steady your hands, and leave the rest to intuition. Intuition? Lin Baici was surprised. Isn't it experience? To become a racing god, you rely on talent. And what is talent? It is intuition. Experience is useless. Jia Hongyao explained. No, I just want to learn how to drive. I don't intend to become a racing god. Lin Baici wanted to change instructors. Can you have a little ambition? With your physical fitness, you could push the performance of any car to its limit. As Jia Hongyao spoke, she even pinched Lin Baici's bicep. This hardness, this elasticity, excellent. Lin Baici was so outstanding that it actually gave Jia Hongyao, the team leader, a sense of frustration. But now, she had finally found something Lin Baici was not good at, so she diligently taught him. Going back. What time is it even? Jia Hongyao looked at the sun directly overhead. I have to study Korean in the afternoon, Lin Baici explained. You aren't going to Bizen until winter break, right? There is still plenty of time. Let's practice more. Jia Hongyao pleaded. She was quite addicted to being Lin Baici's tutor. Just thinking about how, in the future, people in the God Hunter Circle would discuss how Lin Baici of the Kyushu Dragon Wings had godlike driving skills learned from Jia Hongyao, made the high ponytail girl feel incredibly thrilled. Little Lin, let's practice a few more laps, okay? Jia Hongyao ran behind Lin Baici and eagerly massaged his shoulders. Unable to refuse such enthusiasm, Lin Baici could only add another afternoon of practice. However, the results were quite good. Lin Baici's physical fitness was outstanding, especially his lightning-fast neural reflexes, which made learning to drive like adding wings to a tiger. By evening, he could occasionally pull off a drift while taking a turn, reverse parking, parallel parking. Even a dog wouldn't bother learning those. Right, drift, just drift. In fact, it was because Jia Hongyao had only mentioned it once and never intended to teach Lin Baici those basics. In her view, Lin Baici was too smart. He grasped such things instantly, and it was a complete waste of time. If you want to learn to drift. By evening, Jia Hongyao was still unsatisfied. After let's practice night driving. Are you planning to stay here tonight? Lin Baici was speechless. Let's practice tomorrow. Jia Hongyao felt sad. Everyone says men love cars. So why is Lin Baici different? When I first learned to drive, I wished I could sleep in the car every day. I won't eat dinner. I'm heading back to school. Lin Baici didn't stand on ceremony with the high ponytail girl, because she was his buddy. Jia Hongyao drove the car and took Lin Baici back to Haijing University of Technology. Lin Baici bought a bunch of bananas and a dragon fruit at a roadside fruit stand and headed straight to Gu Qingxiang's home. He went upstairs and rang the doorbell. For some reason, Lin Baici suddenly felt a bit uneasy, especially when he saw Gu Qingxiang's face. "Did you go to take care of your friend?" Gu Qingxiang asked. "No, I went to practice driving." Lin Baici told the truth. "A female instructor?" Gu Qingxiang sniffed. She didn't smell any woman's scent on Lin Baici, but for some reason, she felt certain that Lin Baici had been with a woman. Lin Baici felt a headache. Should he tell a lie? Fortunately, Gu Qingxiang did not press the issue come in. Lin Baici discovered that dinner was already prepared on the table, and Gu Qingxiang hadn't eaten yet. Clearly waiting for him to return, washing hands, eating, chatting, Lin Baici suddenly realized that the atmosphere between the two of them was like that of a harmonious married couple. And what was terrifying was that Gu Qingxiang would occasionally pick food for him, and it was always the dishes he loved. After the meal, Gu Qingxiang washed the dishes and went to the study to teach Lin Baici Korean. Perhaps it was because the two of them were becoming increasingly familiar with each other, but Gu Qingxiang's attire had become more and more casual, as if she had started to treat Lin Baici like a member of her own family. The 7-day holiday flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Baici's driving skills and Korean language proficiency improved by leaps and bounds. On the evening of the 7th, after finishing his meal, Lin Baici did not head to the study as he usually did. "What's wrong?" Gu Qingxiang asked, surprised. "I have something to take care of tonight." Lin Baici intended to go to Haijing Normal University to try his luck and see if he could find that guy who had triggered his sense of hunger. Chapter 199. This girl is not right. About what time will you be back? Gu Qingxiang did not ask what Lin Baici was going to do, acting just like a considerate wife. Lin Baici did not know how to answer, because he would most likely be staying out all night. Moreover, as a freshman, saying such things in front of his counselor would probably earn him a scolding. Gu Qingxiang stood up and walked away. Lin Baici thought the counselor was angry and was just contemplating how to explain himself when Gu Qingxiang returned and handed him a key. "If it's too late, I won't wait up for you." Lin Baici was a bit dumbfounded. What did this mean? Could he live here permanently from now on? "You don't want it, then forget it." Gu Qingxiang couldn't quite explain why she had given Lin Baici the key. She was feeling a bit flustered and was just about to retract her decision when Lin Baici snatched the key away. "I want it. I definitely want it." Lin Baici laughed and looked at Gu Qingxiang. "Sister Qingxiang, thank you. I'll be shameless and keep sponging off your food and drinks from now on. I am not your sister. Call me Mom," Gu Qingxiang said with a blank expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Baici's face immediately turned into a bitter gourd. No way. Was she still holding a grudge? Was she annoyed that he had called her old? "I was just in a low mood that day," Lin Baici wanted to explain. Gu Qingxiang interrupted him. "So being in a low mood gives you the right to call someone Mom?" The female counselor's thin red lips pursed. She wasn't actually angry, but Lin Baici's explanation made her feel somewhat unhappy. Lin Baici didn't know what to say. He felt a bit anxious. And looking at Gu Qingxiang's red lips, for some reason, a sudden impulse surged in his heart. With a rush of blood to his head, he stepped forward, wrapped one arm around her waist, and kissed her lips. Gu Qingxiang was stunned and instinctively tried to push Lin Baici away. But even if Lin Baici weren't a god hunter, Gu Qingxiang's strength was no match for an adult man. A minute later, they parted. Lin Baici looked at Gu Qingxiang, whose cheeks were flushed, his mind a bit blank. "Damn it, what have I done?" Lin Baici felt his scalp tingle. Should he just leave, run away immediately? That didn't seem right. "Sister Qingxiang, will you be my girlfriend?" Lin Baici blurted out. In truth, he had been very comfortable and at ease these past few days. He was starting to forget about returning home. He liked this warm atmosphere. Gu Qingxiang had originally intended to scold Lin Baici, but upon hearing this and looking into his eyes, she knew he wasn't joking. Thus, the words she had prepared to lecture him with turned into a single sentence. "Is this how you treat your mother?" Gu Qingxiang had never had such an emotional experience, so she felt it was strange, and her whole body felt uncomfortable. "I didn't get hit." At this moment, Lin Baici had a flash of insight. The fact that he hadn't been hit suggested that there might be a chance. So he lowered his head again and pecked Gu Qingxiang's lips like a chick pecking at rice. Gu Qingxiang punched Lin Baici in the stomach. It wasn't a heavy blow, but it served to express her stance. Lin Baici, don't you go too far, Sister Qingxiang. I want to eat dumplings tomorrow. Lin Baici grinned, his 8 white teeth shining brilliantly under the light. School starts tomorrow. I'm busy. No time. Gu Qingxiang rolled her eyes at Lin Baici. Then the day after tomorrow works too. After saying that, Lin Baici tucked the key into his pocket. I'm leaving. Go to sleep early tonight. Don't stay up late. He felt like he didn't need to buy a house. Living with Gu Qingxiang was quite nice. Gu Qingxiang watched Lin Baici leave. Once he closed the door, the entire living room immediately fell silent. Gu Qingxiang walked into the bathroom and looked at the face in the mirror. Was she smiling? What a beautiful jasmine flower, fragrant and lovely on every branch. Her phone rang. Gu Qingxiang returned to the living room, picked up her phone from the sofa, and answered. There are always people causing trouble lately. Can you find some time to clean up these rats? A decadent male voice came from the receiver, seemingly accompanied by the sound effects of a video game. I'm very busy. Gu Qingxiang's voice was cold, and regardless of who was causing trouble. What does that have to do with me? How can it have nothing to do with you? Haijing is our. I don't want to hear about these boring things. If you have nothing else, I'm hanging up. Gu Qingxiang's attitude was cold and distant. Is being a teacher really that interesting? The person on the other end didn't understand. Not a teacher, a counselor. Gu Qingxiang explained. And I've been obsessed with making dumplings lately, so don't bother me. Gu Qingxiang hung up the phone. Lin Baici took a taxi and arrived at Haixing Normal University at 7:40. Since school officially started tomorrow, the students had already arrived on campus. The streets nearby were crowded with people, some dining, some strolling. The university economy was very prosperous. Lin Baici walked into the campus, first making a round through the teaching buildings and laboratory buildings, then wandering around the school. However, looking at it this way, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. I might as well have gone back to study Korean with Gu Qingxiang. Although he thought this, with an annual salary of 100 million, Lin Baici wanted to complete his first job after joining the organization beautifully. His phone rang. Lin Baici took a look. It was a video call from Li Wei. He did not answer, hanging up directly. Otherwise, how could he explain why he was at Haixing Normal University? Then, he dialed back. Is phone credit not money? Li Wei shouted. Why didn't you use mobile data? I'm out and about. I've used up my data. Lin Baici casually brushed him off. It's only the 7th, and you've already used it up. Did you get a girlfriend? Li Wei was curious. She must be very pretty, right? Generally speaking, once you have a girlfriend, your phone bill goes up. I didn't, Lin Baici thought to himself. I haven't found a girlfriend, but I almost went from being a boy to a man. Why are you looking for me? It's been 7 days since we last talked. I'm just checking on your physical and mental health. Li Wei laughed out loud. Guess how much money I made this National Day holiday? 3,000? Lin Baici estimated a number. His childhood friend must have earned quite a bit, otherwise, he wouldn't be showing off. Damn, if I had your face, I might be able to latch onto a rich woman and make 3,000 in 7 days. Li Wei said with disdain. 2,000? How about that? That's an average of over 280 a day. Pretty impressive, right? Impressive. Lin Baici sighed. If he hadn't become a god hunter, he would be just like Li Wei, working part-time during the holidays and feeling happy for days over earning 2 or 3,000. But now, he couldn't even muster the energy to scrape for scraps on the origin forum. The life of a rich person is just so dull, tedious, and boring. I finally have one thing I'm better at than you. Li Wei was smug. He and Lin Baici were good buddies, so he could say things like this without fear of hurting their friendship. Yes, yes. Lin Baici played along. Old boy, let me tell you something secretly. Li Wei lowered his voice, clearly afraid of being overheard by others. Our class monitor seems to have fallen for you at first sight. What? Lin Baici knew his friend was talking about Kai Wenqi. When we went out to eat last time, didn't we meet her? I suspect she likes you. She's been chatting with me these past few days, beating around the bush to ask about your situation, Li Wei explained. I think you might have misunderstood. Lin Baici walked toward the school gate. intending to go check out the medical university, misunderstood what. There's only one reason a woman is interested in a man: she likes him. I'm telling you, old boy, our class monitor is quite pretty. And her personality is good too. You should consider it, Li Wei suggested. She's not the type one like. Lin Baici didn't want to waste his breath on such matters. You should go out less and focus on your studies. With that 2,000 you made, it's not even enough for a hotel room. Lin Baici was intentionally provoking Li Wei to make him stay at school and work hard, so the kid wouldn't get addicted to working part-time, running around everywhere, and running into rural pollution. If I don't have money for a hotel, I can do it in the wild, Li Wei chuckled. Lin Baici was stunned. But his friend made a very valid point. He actually didn't know how to refute that. What kind of girl do you like, anyway? My class monitor is already quite a catch. Li Wei felt complicated hearing that Lin Baici wasn't interested in Kai Wenqi. He had felt an attraction to this pretty, generous, efficient, and strong-willed girl the first day he saw her in class. He wanted to change and use university as a fresh start. So, he studied hard and worked hard. But even with all that effort, he still couldn't get Kai Wenqi to look at him twice. Yet, his childhood friend had only met her once and was already remembered by her. Lin Baici not being interested in Kai Wenqi made Li Wei feel relieved, as it meant he still had a chance. But the fact that he wasn't interested also made him feel bad. The girl he liked was, in Lin Baici's eyes, not even worth considering. The virtuous wife and loving mother type of big sister. Lin Baici wasn't sure himself, but he currently had a good impression of Gu Qingxiang. It was shameful to admit, but he also liked the figure and temperament of someone like Jin Yingzhen. If she weren't a friend, he might have really been a scumbag for once. You don't have a mother complex, do you? You know too little about women. I recommend a streamer to you. Huo Yuyu from Shark Platform. She's been super popular lately. Take a look, she's very cute. And her various cosplays are quite vivid. That should fit your taste, as Li Wei spoke. He sent over a link to a live stream room. But I don't know what's wrong with her these past few days. She hasn't been streaming. And she didn't ask for leave either. Maybe she's sick, Lin Baici worried. Could it be that because he rejected Little Fish, she had fallen into a slump? It's more likely she met a big spender. Li Wei watched live streams often and noticed that some female streamers would disappear for a few days from time to time. It was very likely they were off accompanying their top donors. Enough talk. Lin Baici prepared to walk to the medical university. Just to clear his head, yeah, good luck. Li Wei said goodnight and hung up the phone. Lin Baici called Huo Yuyu. Listening to her voice, she was clearly low-spirited. But because of this call, her mood improved. The call lasted for over an hour, and Lin Baici walked all the way to the medical university. During that time, it was mostly Huo Yuyu doing the talking. It's almost 10 o'clock. Get some rest early. The autumn night wind was a bit chilly, and since it was so late, there weren't many people on the street. Lin Baici walked through the campus of the medical university, but he didn't find anything. Bored, he took out the divination tortoise shell and cast a hexagram. Psychic divination. A minor omen for today. Avoid traveling, avoid women. This was too vague. Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Just tell me which direction is dangerous. West. Lin Baici immediately walked toward the west, circling the school once, but saw nothing. He then exited the campus and, on a street outside, spotted a girl sitting in a bus shelter, clutching her head. Her shoulders heaving, she was clearly sobbing. Is she heartbroken? Under normal circumstances, Lin Baici certainly wouldn't meddle in such trivial matters, but today, he was bored. So, he walked over and sat down next to her. The girl shifted slightly to the side, though she didn't leave, and the sound of her crying quieted down a little. Eat a piece of chocolate. When you are in a bad mood, eating something sweet is good for your spirits. Lin Baici handed over a piece of chocolate. The girl remained indifferent. Hey. Lin Baici poked the girl's shoulder with the chocolate. This girl was not tall, had an average build, and was wearing jeans, a hooded sweatshirt, and sneakers. She looked quite ordinary. I have been wanting to find a girlfriend lately, Lin Baici chattered on. Are you annoying or what? The girl wanted to curse, but when she looked up and saw Lin Baici's handsome face, she froze. His athletic, tall physique also carried a strong sense of pressure. I want to find a girlfriend who is a doctor. Can you help me out? Lin Baici asked with a smile, and wrapped the chocolate, broke off a piece for himself, popped it into his mouth, and handed the rest to the girl. It is dark chocolate, very bitter. Most people cannot handle it. The girl took the chocolate as if out of spite, and took a bite. Hey, I have been so annoyed lately, too. So many girls are chasing me, but I like every single one of them. Lin Baici leaned back slightly, looking at the sky. Scumbag. The girl looked at him with contempt. That is right. For example, right now. I like you too. Lin Baici had read a psychology book which stated that communication is the most effective way to bridge a relationship. Just like when dealing with people who want to commit suicide. Once you can get them talking, you can basically make them abandon the thought of suicide. Of course, the content of the conversation must be targeted. For instance, right now, Lin Baici saying that he is being chased by many girls proves he is outstanding. And then complimenting this girl and saying he likes her makes her feel that she is not bad either, which in turn instinctively produces a sense of joy. And when a person is happy, they are more likely to open their heart and forget their troubles. There are so many boys in university. Why be sad over one or two? Come on, wipe your tears. Find someone better tomorrow. Lin Baici handed over a pack of tissues. Who said I am crying because of a breakup? The girl retorted. Sorry, that was shallow of me. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders and stood up. Let us go. I will walk you back to school. The girl hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke. I do not want to go back to school. I want to go to the riverside to see the night view. Let us go. Lin Baici had nothing to do anyway, so he decided to see the favor through to the end. The two did not take a taxi but walked there instead. It was not far. Only about 15 minutes. Along the way, the girl kept her head down and said nothing. When they reached the riverside, the girl began to look up frequently, peering toward the riverbank, and her pace quickened. Damn it, what the hell? Something seems wrong. Lin Baici felt his scalp tingle a little. Why did he feel like this girl was acting strange? Is she looking for something? It is too late. I want to go back. Lin Baici suddenly spoke up. Whoosh! The girl instinctively reached out and hugged Lin Baici very tightly, as if she were clinging to a life-saving straw. Stay with me a little longer, damn it. This girl was definitely not right. Chapter 200. The Viscera Thief. Late at night, the wind blowing from the river was somewhat chilly, slipping into his clothes and stealing away what little body heat he had left. Lin Baici had come out this time to resolve a potential outbreak of rule contamination. Now that he had finally found a lead, he certainly could not leave. It is not a ghost, anyway. Lin Baici quietly took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. He was, after all, a god hunter possessing 15 divine favors, and the hand of great impression he had just acquired had not even had its first taste of action yet. If we keep wandering around, the dormitory will close. Where will you sleep tonight? Lin Baici stared into the girl's eyes. The girl was also getting anxious. Why hasn't that thing come yet? No, I must keep this boy steady. We can get a room. After the girl said this, she looked at Lin Baici's handsome face and suddenly felt that her suggestion had no appeal at all. Such a handsome boy surely would not lack a girlfriend. Well, we have only just met. Although Lin Baici said this, he acted like a scumbag, making a move as if to kiss the girl. The girl subconsciously lowered her head, avoiding Lin Baici. This movement convinced Lin Baici that she was a reserved girl, so it was confirmed. The girl wanted to keep him there, and it must be for some purpose. Could it be that some monster is going to crawl out of the river in a moment and eat my internal organs? Lin Baici felt it would be safer to be cautious. So, he took out his phone. Are you hungry? How about we order some takeout? He unlocked the phone with one hand, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Jia Hongyao. Lin Jia Daiyugui, what are you doing? Come quickly to the riverside near Haixing Medical University. I have found the target. Remember to hide when you arrive. Do not alert the enemy. Not hungry. The girl seemed worried that Lin Baici might be chatting with someone else and revealing her business. So she stood on her tiptoes, trying to see Lin Baici's phone screen. However, Lin Baici was too tall, and the girl could not see. Great Detective Jia, perceived, on my way. It was followed by an excited emoji. Lin Baici immediately switched to my Tuan, feeling speechless in his heart. At a time like this, you still have the energy to reply. Just get to the scene. How about we order some skewers and beer? We can drink and chat at the same time. What do you think? As Lin Baici spoke, he reached out to put his arm around the girl's waist, looking exactly like someone intending to get her drunk and then do something else. I do not want to eat. The girl was worried that if that thing appeared while the delivery driver was still around, it would be troublesome. If it had to face the people, what if it could not eat them all and one of them managed to escape? Furthermore, if this boy died, the delivery driver had already seen her with him. What would happen if he called the police? Then let us go over to the streetlights. It is pitch black over here. What if we accidentally slip and fall into the river? Lin Baici had already noticed that this girl was walking along the riverbank, constantly leading him toward the dark areas and trying her best to stay away from the streetlights. An hour passed. Nothing happened. Lin Baici looked at the girl. So much for the murder for money. So much for the rule contamination. Come on, hurry up and get started. Having waited for so long, the initial concern Lin Baici felt had completely vanished. Now, he just wanted the girl to hurry up and cause trouble so he could finish this quickly and go back to sleep. Lin Baici checked his watch. It was past 12 o'clock. It was clear that this girl had never committed a crime before. Her mental fortitude was very poor. Her face was constantly filled with anxiety, and she was not meticulous enough. Otherwise, if she had just thought about it for a moment, even a boy with ill intentions would have grown annoyed after walking the streets with her for this long. Lin Baici touched his stomach. He felt no hunger, which meant there were neither divine taboo items nor divine remains nearby. Another 15 minutes passed, and just as he was contemplating whether to show his hand, the girl suddenly let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. What is going on? Lin Baici quickly crouched down beside her. What is wrong with you? Where are you? Come out quickly. I did exactly what you said. Give me back my liver, I beg you. The girl cried out toward the river surface. The intense pain in her abdomen had caused her to lose her composure, leading her to say things she should not have. Because that monster had told her that if she did not bring a person within 3 days, she would die. She had struggled for 3 days, and in order to survive, she finally decided that it was better for someone else to die than for her to perish. However, she had brought a person, yet the monster had not appeared. Who are you talking to? What liver? Lin Baici asked. No, why? I am in the drama club. I am practicing my lines. The girl avoided Lin Baici's gaze, stammering. The pain in her stomach left her covered in cold sweat. Do you think I would believe that? Lin Baici was about to reveal the truth, but the girl suddenly began to cough violently. After a few coughs, she retched and spat out a large pool of blood, which even contained bits of flesh. Hold on. I will call an ambulance for you. Lin Baici dialed 120. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over him. He immediately looked up and scanned his surroundings, but it was pitch black, and he could see nothing. I do not want to die. Save me. Give me back my liver, the girl cried out, but her voice grew weaker and weaker. 3 days ago, she and her best friend were out for a night stroll by the river when they encountered a man with rotting skin. The man had eaten her friend's internal organs alive right in front of her, and then he had reached his hand into her mouth and pulled out her liver. The monster had said that as long as she brought one person at night, he would return her liver. The girl knew that the person she brought would definitely not survive, but in order to live, she had decided to be selfish for once. But why had the monster not appeared? Could it be that this boy's internal organs did not taste good? Where did your liver go? Lin Baici pressed her. It was taken away. The girl wept, coughing up blood incessantly. Jiu Hongyao, who had been hiding in the shadows observing, stretched her long legs and sprinted over. She said her liver is gone. Lin Baici was not surprised by how someone could survive without internal organs, because under rule contamination, current human common sense would be subverted. While calling the emergency department of the Safety Bureau, Jiu Hongyao lifted the girl's shirt to check her stomach. It is not just the liver, the spleen is missing too. A thief who likes to steal internal organs, be careful. The more powerful and beautiful the internal organs are, the greater the chance of being targeted by it. The hunger vanished, causing Lin Baici's expression to darken. This meant that the monster lurking in the dark had left. Why did it not attack him? Was it cowardly? Or did it sense that he was quite powerful? Damn it. You should have just charged at me. 10 minutes later, the emergency vehicle arrived and took the dying girl away. What do we do now? Jia Hongyao pondered. Should we go to the school and ask around to see who else has lost their internal organs? Do you think they would tell us? This kind of thing is much more terrifying than kidnapping or extortion. Because if your internal organs are taken and you do not do as the monster says, the organs are gone for good. Call the police. Let us assume the police have excellent investigative skills and can find the monster in time. But internal organs are not like hostages. Hostages can be rescued. But how do you rescue internal organs? So, it is insolvable. And looking at this situation, the culprit is also a coward. This kind of monster is even more troublesome. If it gets scared and decides to hit and run, it will be hard to track down. Damn it. Why did it not appear? Could it be that it smelled the aura of a top-tier predator on me and got scared off? Lin Baici was unwilling to give up. Let us split up and walk along the river, Lin Baici suggested. He wanted to use himself as bait. Jia Hongyao nodded. Contact me if anything happens. The two went their separate ways, keeping in touch via WeChat. But 2 hours passed, and nothing happened. Going home to sleep, Lin Baici gave up. Your school dormitory must have closed long ago, right? Where are you going to sleep? Just come to my place. Jia Hongyao invited him. Lin Baici refused, asking Jia Hongyao to drive him back to school. And then he headed toward Gu Qingxiang's residential complex. Taking the key and opening the door, Lin Baici worried about waking Gu Qingxiang. So, he tiptoed toward the bathroom. However, after he finished washing up and came out, he saw Gu Qingxiang standing in the living room, dressed in her pajamas. Are you hungry? Do you want a late-night snack? Gu Qingxiang did not smell any alcohol on Lin Baici. Seeing that everything about him was normal, she nodded silently. Not hungry. I am sleepy. I want to go to bed, Lin Baici urged. It is too late. You should go to sleep quickly. You should get some sleep early too. Gu Qingxiang returned to her room. The next morning, after eating the breakfast prepared by the counselor, Lin Baici returned to the dormitory. I say, old Bai, what have you been doing these past 7 days? Zhu Daguan was very curious. He knew that Lin Baici had not gone home for this holiday, but he hadn't seen a shadow of him for 7 days. Moreover, now that school had started, he had actually returned early in the morning. Could it be that he was living with some woman and having a wild time for 7 days? Working? Lin Baici replied perfunctorily. Did you go be a pleasure toy for some rich woman? Zhu Daguan teased, looking at Lin Baici's handsome face. For those girls who haven't seen much of the world, he is simply a killer. It is a good thing he doesn't have money, otherwise, he could have lived very comfortably throughout these 4 years of university. Baici, go out and play less in the future. If the counselor keeps an eye on you, you might get a major demerit. Hu Wenwu was genuinely concerned about Lin Baici. It had only been a month since university started, and Lin Baici was already showing signs of slacking off and going down the wrong path. He did not want this good roommate to ruin himself. Old Bai, Wenwu is right. You need to be careful, Fang Mingyuan reminded him. He was mainly worried about Liu Yu and Zhu Daguan, especially the former. If he were to secretly report Lin Baici a few times for not returning to the dormitory at night, he would definitely be given a demerit. Going to university is all about having fun. Why care so much? Jin Jiayi said slowly while putting on his clothes. Old Bai, don't be afraid. If something happens, I will go find the principal to plead for you. Jin Jiayi did not mean to show off his connections. It was completely sincere. Because he felt that Lin Baici was a decent person. Brother Jin, if I fail a course, I will be counting on you then. Zhu Daguan helped Jin Jiayi pass his code over. To show my sincerity, I will treat everyone to breakfast today. Failing a course is such a trivial matter. And you have the nerve to go to the principal. Jin Jiayi was speechless. He used his phone to send Zhu Daguan a red envelope of 100 yuan. What do you guys want for breakfast, Daguan? Go buy it, meat buns, 8 treasure porridge, and 2 tea eggs. Liu Yu did not stand on ceremony. He was already used to Jinjiu's style of doing things, adhering to the mentality that only a fool wouldn't take advantage of a freebie. He ordered the most expensive items directly. In fact, he actually wanted to run the errand himself, because he knew that the money Jinjiu gave Zudogwen every time was far more than what a breakfast cost, and he never asked for the change back. But Liu was too embarrassed to do so, because doing that would seem like he was inferior to others. Liu, you eat so much every time. You should lose some weight. Zudogwen didn't mind running errands. Not only could he earn a few dozen yuan, but he could also get closer to Jinjiu. It was a guaranteed win, wasn't it? I will have an egg pancake and a cup of soy milk. Fang Mingyuan didn't say any words of thanks. He would just find an opportunity to treat Jinjiu to a meal later. Since they were in the same dormitory, there was no need to calculate things so clearly. Of course, Zudogwen and Liu were exceptions. I have already eaten. Lin Baici packed his books and waited for everyone to be ready. I am not eating today. Hu Wenwu was embarrassed to take advantage of Jinjiu. Idiot. Liu despised him in his heart. Jinjiu didn't care about those small amounts of money at all. By doing this, Hu Wenwu only made it look like they were the ones who loved to take advantage of small things. Can this guy move out? And Zudogwen, this guy's feet are so smelly, and he is not even self-aware. A stinky internet celebrity. What is there to be proud of, in fact, in the entire dormitory? Liu didn't think much of anyone. Jinjiu is nothing but money. He will probably squander his family's fortune in this generation. If Fang Mingyuan can't get into the provincial team, and his studies aren't good either, he is destined to have no future. Hu Wenwu, although he works very hard, his original family background destined him to have a shallow perspective. At most, he will settle in the city as a rural migrant, and that is the limit. Want to become middle class, daydreaming. Zudogwen's live streaming looks okay for now, but this industry doesn't last long. If he doesn't seek a transformation, he will be finished sooner or later. Finally, there is Lin Baici. He doesn't have as much money as Jinjiu, but he is even more reckless than Jinjiu. He skips classes the second most in the entire dormitory. Liu estimated that by his sophomore year, Lin Baici might end up dropping out. However, thinking of Jinjiu's connections, which might save Lin Baici, Liu felt depressed. Why on earth are you helping him? Everyone finished packing and went downstairs. I say, brothers, we need to get the class meeting organized quickly. Maybe if the atmosphere is right, we might find a girlfriend. Zudogwen was the most enthusiastic about such things, but he wasn't the class monitor and lacked the influence to call for it. Old Bai, you should say something in the group and organize it. Lin Baici also felt that everyone should get to know each other better. So, he opened the class group. Lin Baici class dinner this weekend. Does anyone have any requirements regarding the restaurant or the food? Xinyan. Oh, the class group has been set up for so many days, and our great class monitor has finally deigned to speak. Seeing this, Liu curled his lips. So fake. He had tagged Xinyan in the group before, but she only responded after a long while. And like today, Lin Baici only said one sentence, and she popped up immediately. Pei Fei Suodong is Muslim. Lin Baici understood. I have noted that, Lin Suodong, you don't need to take special care of me. Just eat whatever you all want. Jojo, how will the money be calculated? Do we need to pay class fees? How much? There were 30 people in the class, all from different family backgrounds. Some didn't care about money and only cared about having fun, but some did care. Zudogwen girls eat for free, guys split the bill. Xinyan, Dogwen, what do you mean by that? Are you discriminating against us? Zudogwen, damn it. I tried to butter them up but ended up kicking the hornet's nest. Heroines, please spare me. It seemed like a normal conversation, but in Liu's eyes, Zudogwen was very calculating. He had genuinely managed to make his presence felt in the eyes of some girls, regardless of whether they ended up paying or not. Zudogwen was someone who looked out for them. In reality, if Xinyan hadn't said that, the boys wouldn't have argued back either, simply out of a sense of pride. Chapter 201 Going all out, lightning fast. By Joe, that's right. It's a class gathering. Everyone should split the cost. Besides, it's about the sentiment and friendship. So let's not go anywhere too expensive. Baijiu felt it was embarrassing to take advantage of such small things. The other girls felt the same way. They didn't want to spend too much money, as long as they could have a good time together. The morning breeze was a bit chilly. Zhu Daoguan wiped his nose. Old Bai, don't listen to them. This is our first class gathering. We have to do it right. If the experience is bad, it won't be easy to organize another one in the future. I think you have ulterior motives. Liu Yu probed Zhu Daoguan. There are only 13 girls in our class, and the best-looking ones are Ji Xinyan and Baijiu. Once they have boyfriends, they definitely won't participate in these kinds of class gatherings as much. So if you want to make a move, you'd better do it fast. That's right. What fun is there for them to hang out with a bunch of rough guys? Fang Mingyuan felt that women were too much trouble. It would be better to organize a basketball game within the class. Everyone could sweat it out together. Wouldn't that bring everyone closer? But then he thought about Lin Baici's freakish physique and decided against it. That's not necessarily true. Zhu Daoguan glanced at Jin Jiayui. If someone else took the lead, this kind of event definitely wouldn't get off the ground. But the rich kid was different. When he speaks, who wouldn't give him face? Lin Baici could probably do it too, but he was too poor. After all, in this day and age, the power of money is still the most effective. If he asked people out to eat and everyone went Dutch, it certainly wouldn't be as mobilizing as Jin Jiayui simply footing the bill for everyone. What? By the sound of it, are you planning to make Ji Xinyan or Baijiu your girlfriend? Liu Yu teased, thinking to himself that it was truly a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Is being an internet celebrity such a big deal? Lin Baici. Everyone pay 50 yuan for class funds. Pei Fei, you collect it. Everyone discuss it first. If we haven't chosen a place by Thursday, Jiayui and I will decide. Ji Xinyan seconded. Zhang Jixu. Is 50 yuan a bit too little? Liu Zilu. That's right. Decent restaurants nowadays cost over 100 per person. And if we go do other things, this bit of money won't be enough at all. Everyone started discussing how much class money was appropriate. Because it was the first class gathering, everyone was looking forward to it. After all, they would be spending 4 years together. And everyone hoped for harmonious relationships. Lin Baici, 50 is enough. Lin Baici made the final decision. Ji Xinyan. I support our great class monitor. Anyone who disagrees, drag them out and behead them. Since Lin Baici had said so, no one had any objections. Pei Fei. Why do I have to collect it? Class monitor, you are oppressing me. Lin Baici. This is a test from the organization for you. Be good. If you do it well, I will cover your breakfast for a week. Ji Xinyan. Great class monitor. You can't be biased. There are 5 of us in our dorm. We should get some of the benefits too, right? T sister was purely teasing Lin Baici. She didn't care about the cost of a breakfast. Lin Baici. I'll send you a carton of milk. After sending that, he clicked on Pei Fei's WeChat privately. When you collect the money, just ask once. Don't urge those who haven't paid. Lin Baici was worried that there might be classmates from poor backgrounds and didn't want to burden them. Pei Fei. Lin Baici, that's it. You hold on to the money for now. And when it's needed later, I'll come to you. Pei Fei, it's 1600 yuan. I feel so much pressure. Pei Fei heard from Lin Baici's tone that it seemed like he was going to cover this money himself. But he didn't look like a rich kid either. She couldn't figure it out. Lin Baici, the organization trusts you. Don't let the organization's trust down. Lin Baici didn't want to deal with these trivial matters at all. So he pushed them onto Pei Fei, the league branch secretary. Lin Baici, the whole class depends on you to coordinate. Put in some extra effort. And after the class meeting is over, I'll give you a ticket to Disneyland. Pei Fei typed a series of ellipses, indicating she was stunned. She felt like Lin Baici was messing with her. A regular ticket to Haixing Disneyland cost over 400. And during holidays and peak periods, it would go up by another 200 to 300. She had wanted to go before, but once she saw the ticket price, she gave up immediately. For an ordinary student, that price was not something she could accept. With those few hundred yuan, wouldn't it be better to add a chicken leg to her daily meals and buy a cup of milk tea? Pei Fei didn't look like Ji Xinyan or Baijiu, who had simps sending them tickets. Lin Baici, what's wrong? Is one ticket not enough? That's true. When going out to play, It's best to have a companion. In case something happens, you have someone to look out for you. Lin Baici, then it's settled. You coordinate this class meeting, and after it's over, I'll give you 2 tickets to Disneyland. Pei Fei, don't you dare lie to me, or I'll hold a grudge against you forever. Lin Baici, please give your class monitor a little more trust. Lin Baici thought of Huoyu. The female streamer had tried to invite him to Disneyland several times, but it never happened, and several tickets had already gone to waste. And given Huoyu's personality, when treating Lin Baici, she would definitely buy the most expensive kind of tickets. This class was advanced mathematics. Lin Baici and Jin Jiayu walked into the classroom and headed to the back row, preparing to slack off and study Korean. Old bye. Why don't we sit in the front? Hu Wenwu grabbed Lin Baici. Jin Jiayu has the capital to slack off. What do you have? He didn't want to see Lin Baici crying when he couldn't find a job in his senior year. Old Hu, do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? Liu Yu said as he pushed Hu Wenwu toward the front. He wished everyone in the class would just lie flat so he could be the only one working himself to death. The back is just fine, Lin Baici chuckled. Fang Mingyuan was a student admitted on a sports scholarship, as long as he didn't fail his exams. He was fine. Therefore, like Lin Baici, Zhu Daoguan didn't want to study either, but he wanted to pursue Ji Xinyan. So, he still had to put on a show. He sat in the front row, striking the pose of a model student. This scene also caught the eyes of the girls. Jin Jiayu was wealthy, the kind of wealth that even those who didn't recognize the luxury brands he wore could sense. So, when he didn't study, everyone felt it was normal. Fang Mingyuan was a sports student, so that went without saying. However, Lin Baici's behavior made everyone feel quite regretful. He was clearly tall, handsome, and had good looks, yet he lacked any drive to improve himself. It was only the 2nd month of their freshman year, and he had already started to slack off. Bai Zhou shook her head, deciding that there was no need to pay attention to Lin Baici in the future. She could accept a boyfriend from a humble background, but she could not tolerate him wallowing in self-degradation. Ji Xinyan quietly sent a message to Lin Baici, sitting so far in the back. Did you just come from some rich woman's house last night, exhausted from a night of labor, and are now preparing to catch up on sleep? Lin Jia Daiyugui, there is no rich woman, but there is a counselor. Your conscience is lying. Do you know that with this attitude, you have effectively forfeited your right to courtship for the next 4 years? You need to pull yourself together, even if you are just pretending. You have to keep up appearances. Lin Jia Daiyugui, stop talking, study hard. Lin Baici thought to himself. I just found a job with an annual salary of over 100 million. If I work for a year, I will be financially independent. Am I out of my mind to be foolishly studying? As for English, it might be useful when exploring god ruins in Europe and America in the future. But what is this advanced mathematics good for? Ji Xinyan sent another message. After waiting for a while without seeing a reply, she turned her head to glance at Lin Baici and discovered that he had already put down his phone and was reading a book. Ji Xinyan was amused. All right, playing hard to get, are we? Do you believe that if I unleash my full green tea persona, I can make you kneel and sing conquer? When Ji Xinyan chatted with boys, she was always the one to end the conversation with I'm going to take a shower. Otherwise those boys could talk all night long. The phone vibrated. A message had arrived. Zhu Daoguan. What kind of leisure and entertainment do you girls like? I want to use it as a reference so that during the class meeting, I can make sure everyone has a good time. Ji Xinyan curled her lips and put away her phone, not even bothering to type the 2 words in class. Zhu Daoguan had been keeping an eye on Ji Xinyan. Seeing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It doesn't matter. As long as I am thick-skinned enough, even a cold-hearted woman can be won over. Once I succeed, I will definitely make her pay it back double. After a day of classes, Lin Baici ate dinner at the cafeteria in the evening, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Haixing Medical University. He patrolled the school and the nearby streets just like a security guard, even going as far as the riverside. Damn it! There really are so many couples in love. If I had known, I would have called Jia Hongyao over. Wandering around alone is truly a bit boring. By the time it was past 11 o'clock, there were far fewer people on the streets. Lin Baici climbed over the wall and jumped into the medical university. Since the lights had already been turned off, the entire campus looked pitch black, with only the library and the study rooms illuminated. The lack of hunger meant there were no God-forbidden objects nearby. Lin Baici felt that today, he might end up empty-handed again. There were lights on in a few windows of the D-block laboratory building. Lin Baici planned to go over and take a look, because if a monster were eating internal organs, it would definitely attack people. There were too many people in the library and study rooms, so the monster certainly wouldn't go there, or it would have been exposed long ago. The main entrance of the laboratory building was already locked. Lin Baici circled to the back, intending to find a secluded spot to pry open a window and enter. However, after walking for more than 30 meters, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. What is that? A stray cat. Lin Baici followed the sound. There was a moon tonight, but the building blocked the moonlight, casting a large, dark shadow. Soon, Lin Baici stopped in front of a holly hedge. The sound was coming from the greenery. Lin Baici took out a pinewood torch and struck it against the ground. Whoosh! The torch ignited, illuminating the surroundings and giving Lin Baici a start. Above the holly, there was a head with disheveled hair. When she noticed the firelight, she turned around abruptly, and then Lin Baici saw what should have been a woman's face. There was no skin on the left side of her face, only red muscle texture. One could see muscle fibers where the eyeball should have been. The right side of her face had skin, but it looked like a fake mask. The woman's mouth was chewing, and fresh blood and bits of flesh were flowing down the corners of her mouth. Is this a horror movie? Lin Baici instantly understood that the woman didn't just have a head. It was because she was crouching behind the holly that he could only see her head. As for what she was eating, the holly blocked the view, and he couldn't see it at all. Why is there no hunger? Lin Baici frowned. Could this monster be different from the one he encountered yesterday? The woman monster let out a low growl, like a beast warning a hyena that had intruded on its territory, telling it to get lost and not try to snatch its food. Just as Lin Baici was about to draw his bronze sword, the woman monster suddenly lunged at him. Behind her, blood was splattered all over the ground, along with some internal organs that had fallen out. This time, Lin Baici saw clearly. The woman monster was clutching the corpse of an orange stray cat in her left hand, having already gutted it and eaten quite a bit. Whoosh! The woman monster used the stray cat's corpse as a weapon and threw it at Lin Baici. Lin Baici dodged. He didn't want to be splattered with the cat's blood. Furthermore, he didn't think he would find anything on this night patrol. And since wearing the Bodhisattva messenger's kasaya was inconvenient, he hadn't worn it, so he couldn't summon the muscle Buddha now. A miscalculation. Lin Baici stared at the woman monster and activated the red rolling stone. Just as he prepared for hand-to-hand combat, the stray cat's corpse suddenly came back to life, let out a meow, and pounced at his face. Sharp claws swiped through the air. It was clearly a corpse, yet it was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the cat's corpse was already right in front of him. He did not know if there was anything wrong with the corpse, and if he were to be grabbed by it, getting contaminated would be a huge problem. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and activated his divine favor, lightning flash. Everything in Lin Baici's field of vision seemed to have been pressed with a slow motion button, instantly slowing down. Withered leaves drifted down slowly. The sound of car engines coming from the street stretched out, and even the speed at which the moonlight spilled down became sluggish. The night cat corpse was still pouncing, but in Lin Baici's eyes, although it was not quite like a frame-by-frame slow-motion playback, dodging it was as easy as pie. Thinking this, Lin Baici moved his body, swung the pine torch, and smashed it toward the cat's head. The night cat corpse was knocked to the ground, and its fur was set ablaze. Under normal circumstances, things ignited by a pine torch would burn rapidly, and Lin Baici would not have been able to see the entire process clearly. But now, he could clearly see sparks touching the night cat corpse's fur, igniting them, and then spreading until the entire wild cat was burning. Lin Baici turned his head to look at the woman monster. This thing was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, pouncing quite crazily. But in the state of lightning flash, Lin Baici felt no terror at all. As if he were watching a stiff puppet, Lin Baici moved, drew his bronze sword, and prepared to sever the woman monster's limbs before interrogating it for information. However, the next instant, a pain shot through his head, and the lightning flash state ended. A wave of exhaustion immediately washed over him. This was a sign of consuming a large amount of divine power. Lin Baici was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. The woman monster's right hand grazed his scalp, the force of the wind hitting his face. If he had been hit, his head would have shattered like an egg. Lin Baici was somewhat speechless. This divine favor was very powerful, but it consumed too much divine power. With his current physique, it could only last for 3 seconds. The woman monster missed its strike, turned around, and pounced back again. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Baici swung his sword in a series of slashes. One arm was immediately severed and fell to the ground, but strangely, no blood flowed out. Another strike landed on the woman monster's chest, leaving a wound, but it had no effect on it at all. What is this thing? Lin Baici looked at the woman monster's chest. His sword had torn through its dress, revealing the body inside. But Lin Baici discovered that the internal organs were just piled up in a messy heap. Although he was not a medical student, he still knew the approximate positions of the internal organs. And most of the internal organs of this woman monster were in the wrong places. Man, pretty visceral. What? The woman monster muttered, rushing toward Lin Baici once again. Before Lin Baici could decide what to do, the arm on the ground that he had just severed suddenly moved. Like a venomous snake, it lunged up, grabbed his ankle, and pulled with force. Chapter 202 Invincible Divine Favor. A black hand emerges. Lin Baici had never expected that a severed arm could still move. And not only was it fast, but it also possessed great strength. This tug directly pulled his right leg away, forcing him into a wide split and causing him to sit on the ground. Damn it! Lin Baici's body had been strengthened, especially after consuming a god in the provincial museum's divine ruins. His physique had improved significantly, and his flexibility had also become much better. Otherwise, this split would have torn his crotch apart. However, he was still taken aback and instantly understood that the woman in front of him was a monster and could no longer be judged by common sense. Swish! The woman monster swiped at Lin Baici's head. Lin Baici bent his waist and swung his sword. Flesh-shattering strike. Swish! The woman monster's arm was severed at the elbow. Lin Baici exerted force from his waist. His body spun rapidly, and his legs, like steel whips, kicked at the woman monster in succession. Bang, bang! The woman monster was kicked into a stumbling retreat, after which it turned and ran. Lin Baici flicked his wrist and threw the bronze sword. Whoosh! The bronze sword, carrying a glimmer of green bronze light under the moonlight, flew past and pierced through the woman monster's chest with a squelch. However, this was not the monster's vital point. Although it was struck by the sword, it remained unharmed, though it was very angry. My viscera! The woman monster was furious. The beautiful internal organs it had worked so hard to find had been damaged just like that. However, it also sensed that this human was very powerful and feared it would not be able to hunt today. So it prioritized escaping. It first jumped onto the anti-theft grill of the first-floor glass window, then leaped up, crashing headfirst through a glass window into the second floor. Clatter! Glass shards scattered everywhere. Lin Baici caught the bronze sword, sprinted over, and jumped up as well. The woman monster was like an arrow released from a bow, rushing rapidly through the corridor. Its footsteps were silent, like a ghostly shadow. A piece of liver fell to the ground. My viscera! The woman monster looked back and shrieked, its face filled with reluctance and rage. This grudge was now deep. On the 4th floor, in a laboratory, a graduate student who was staying up late to conduct experiments and write a thesis heard the commotion in the corridor and poked his head out to check. He ended up seeing a woman rushing over like a whirlwind. He was startled and wanted to hide inside the laboratory, but just as he pulled his head back inside the door, the woman had already rushed over. The woman monster slammed into the graduate student without any visible movement. The graduate student's 2 arms were severed, pulled by an invisible force, and grafted onto the woman monster's arms. The woman monster raised its hand. It smashed the poor guy's chest, forcibly ripped out a piece of liver, and stuffed it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The entire classroom was filled with the sound of chewing raw meat. Lin Baici arrived, and what he saw was a bloody corpse being tossed aside. He still remembered the sneak attack by the Nightcat corpse earlier. So without a second thought, he struck with his sword to kill. Swish! The graduate student's head was severed, blood spraying wildly. Yet the corpse's two legs kicked toward Lin Baici's chest as if they were still alive. At the same time, the head that had fallen to the ground rolled toward Lin Baici and bit onto his shoe. "If you have the guts, don't run," Lin Baici goaded it. The woman monster ignored Lin Baici, smashed through the glass window, and jumped down. Lin Baici activated cat-like agility. This divine favor allowed his nervous system to become highly sensitive at night and enhanced his predatory instincts. At the same time, Lin Baici's posture and movements became as light, agile, and graceful as a wild cat. Any action he took would no longer produce any noise. The distance was too short and time was too tight. Lin Baici did not have time to switch to the giant locust legs to increase his jumping power. So he jumped directly onto the plane tree 7 or 8 meters away on the opposite side, and then slid down. Lin Baici landed and gave chase at full speed. The bronze sword shot out, slicing across the woman monster's right leg and leaving a huge wound. But since it was not a flesh and blood body, its speed was not affected in the slightest. "I must take it down immediately." Lin Baici's expression was grave because the direction the woman monster was running toward was the brightly lit library. If it were allowed to get there, many people would die. That was exactly what the woman monster intended. As long as there were people, it could keep replacing its organs and eventually wear this human down during the battle. Lin Baici took a deep breath. Lightning flash, activate, thump thump. Lin Baici exerted force through his feet, kicking off the ground repeatedly. He sprinted at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to the woman monster, then slapped his right hand toward the monster's back. Hand of great impression. The woman monster turned its head and spat out a tongue, shooting it toward Lin Baici's face like a bullet. At the same time, its newly acquired right hand swung out, lashing toward Lin Baici's cheek. But under the effect of lightning flash, the monster's movements were as slow as a sloth, and Lin Baici steadily took the lead by one step. Lin Baici struck the woman monster's back, the immense force causing it to lunge toward the ground. After the woman monster hit the ground, it vanished, descending directly from 3 dimensions into 2, turning into a sticker. Due to momentum, Lin Baici rushed forward another 7 meters before stopping. He panted heavily and turned back to look at the woman monster. This is truly worthy of being a divine favor obtained after devouring a god. It is too powerful. Lin Baici did not know what this monster was. Seeing that it could snatch other people's limbs and devour hearts, he worried that using weapons might not kill it. So, he simply used the hand of great impression. Otherwise, if this monster ran to the library and radiated rule-based pollution, the trouble would be immense. The ground was paved with cement, and the woman monster was now stuck to it. Lin Baici rubbed it with his foot, feeling no unevenness. Lin Baici took out his phone and called Jia Hongyao. "I am at Haixing Medical University, and I have killed a monster." There was one problem with using the hand of great impression. It killed the enemy instantly, leaving no chance to interrogate them for information. So Lin Baici did not know if this monster had any companions. Now he could only hope that it was a lone wolf. The laboratory area was relatively remote. The woman monster had smashed 2 panes of glass and killed a student, but the commotion it caused was not large, so no one had heard it. By the time Jia Hongyao and several colleagues from the security bureau arrived, the security guards at the medical university still did not know what had happened and just followed them over with confused expressions. To facilitate their work, the staff of the security bureau all carried police IDs, so the 2 security guards let them pass without hesitation. They assumed that a student had lost something in the dormitory and had called the police. It was only after they arrived at the scene that they realized something was wrong. Jia Hongyao saw Lin Baici and immediately looked him up and down. "Are you injured?" Her concern was evident in her expression. "I am fine." Lin Baici looked at the several colleagues. "Hello, I am the section chief of the 13th Division, Lin Baici." The person speaking was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, bald, wearing a pair of glasses. The long trench coat on his body was wrinkled and even had oil stains from when he had eaten. "Hello, I am Lin Baici." Lin Baici was a bit surprised. The god hunters he had met before were all high-spirited, even if they were ugly or had a poor image. They were confident because they had money in their pockets and divine favors to rely on. And their conversations were full of superiority. However, this section chief looked like a middle-aged man who had given up all hope and was just muddling through until retirement. I know you. You were recruited by Minister Jia under the special genius clause. Lin Baici's tone was neither close nor distant, as if he were performing a routine task. However, the subordinates he brought with him were all sizing Lin Baici up one by one, as if they were looking at a rare Tyrannosaurus Rex. Where is the monster? Lin Baici took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Lin Baici. Thank you. I do not smoke. Lin Baici refused. Lin Baici pulled one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a match. Only then did he look around, and his gaze fell upon the sticker of the woman monster on the ground. Where is the corpse? The young man asked. These people had already put on gloves. Although the people from the 13th Division were also god hunters, their strength was very poor, only slightly stronger than ordinary people. So they were responsible for the aftermath work. On the ground, Lin Baici did not like the smell of smoke and moved to the upwind side of Lin Baici. On the ground, everyone looked down and searched around, but they did not see it. However, there was a sticker here that was lifelike and looked quite scary. But since this was a medical university, it was understandable to have this kind of performance art. What kind of divine favor is this? Lin Baici asked curiously. You can actually imprint a monster onto the ground. What? This sticker is the monster? Damn, are you serious? This divine favor is quite impressive. The crowd was stunned. One by one, they walked over to examine the monster decal on the concrete floor. Some even tried to scrape it off, but it was impossible to detach. It is not worth mentioning. Lin Baici smiled slightly. He was not familiar with Lin Baici, and with so many strangers present, there was no need to tell them anything. Lin Baici was too thin-skinned. He felt that since these were all colleagues, he shouldn't lie to them, otherwise, he would have just said it was caused by a god-forbidden object. Impressive. Lin Baici gave a thumbs up, as expected of the person Minister Jia has her eye on. Section chief. How should we handle this? His subordinates asked. They had seen all kinds of corpses and all kinds of ways to die, so their mental fortitude was very strong. However, what was before them was not terrifying, it was simply mind-boggling. Scrape the floor off and bring it back, Lin Baici ordered. There is a corpse killed by it in the laboratory building over there. Lin Baici pointed. Understood. Lin Baici glanced at Jia Hongyao. According to the regulations, you should return to headquarters now to report the situation here. I will take him back. Jia Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder, very excited to have solved it so quickly. As expected of my vice-captain. Jia Hongyao spoke loudly because she was deliberately showing off. She wanted others to know that she had gained a formidable vice-captain, not necessarily. Lin Baici gave a bitter smile. He had not felt any hunger, so he suspected that this monster was likely different from the one he encountered during the holidays. Of course, it was also possible that this monster had not brought a god-forbidden object with it while hunting this time, which was why Lin Baici had not felt any hunger. Leaving the aftermath to these professionals, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao returned to the Safety Bureau, where they recounted their experiences over the past few days and wrote a report. Done. You go back to school to rest. I am going to see Minister Jia. Jia Hongyao felt that since Lin Baici was so outstanding, if she could find a few more capable team members, she might be qualified to explore the Qin Palace God ruins. Lin Baici returned to school and resumed his normal university life. Everyone decided to hold a class gathering this Sunday afternoon, late at night. In an urban village near Haijing Normal University, a man wearing blue jeans, a gray hoodie, and a hat walked with his head down, clutching a rectangular box, and hurried home. After closing the door, drawing the curtains, and ensuring no one was peeking, the man washed his hands 3 times with soap and then excitedly opened the box. Inside was an item over a meter tall, wrapped in black plastic bags. He carefully unwrapped the bags, revealing a female mannequin. It was the kind of mannequin often used in shopping malls to display clothes, a white plastic product with very blurred facial features. Yet, this man treated it like a treasure. stroking the mannequin from head to toe. "What a great figure," the man exclaimed. He played with it like this for 3 hours until dawn arrived, at which point he wrapped the mannequin and carried it into another bedroom. The door opened in the bedroom. There were many such wrapped mannequins standing densely, looking quite frightening. The man looked around, walked to a spot, and placed the mannequin into the row. "From today on, you are my 89th wife." After locking the door, the man brushed his teeth, washed his face, and lay down on the bed, preparing to rest for a while before going out to scout for a new wife. But after lying there for a moment, he sat up abruptly. "Something is wrong. Where is my first wife? Did she run away from home?" The man became anxious and immediately began to search. Following the scent left by his first wife, he found his way to Haijing Medical University. He stood in the distance, looking at the place where the woman monster had eaten the wild cat. He wanted to enter the laboratory building, but it had been sealed off. Soon, he arrived at the place where Lin Baici had killed the woman monster. "My wife was beaten to death by someone." The man was furious. "Who did this? I want revenge." However, the top priority was to quickly replenish another wife for 3 consecutive days. Apart from attending classes, Lin Baici practiced driving and went to Gu Qingxiang's house in the evenings to learn Korean. It was not until Thursday that he received a call from Jia Hongyao. "A large batch of anatomical mannequins used for teaching at the medical university has gone missing, and the internal organs of several corpses in the morgues of 3 nearby hospitals have been stolen." Jia Hongyao was frustrated. She thought the case was closed, but she did not expect the culprit to still be at large. "Did anyone die?" Lin Baici held the phone and walked out of the classroom. This was the reason why the Safety Bureau had not sent their elites, because so far, only 4 people had died. Why does this guy keep stealing internal organs? Lin Baici did not understand. It couldn't be for hot pot, could it? "I plan to go to the morgue and wait for the rabbit," Jia Hongyao suggested. "That is too much of a gamble. What if the other party doesn't go there?" Lin Baici pondered for a moment. These strange incidents all happened near the medical university and Haijing Normal University. "You should go and check if there are any unusual topics at these 2 schools recently." Lin Baici exchanged a few words with Jia Hongyao, returned to the classroom, grabbed his school bag, hunched over, and slipped out through the back door. "Old Bai, what are you doing?" "Skipping class again," Liu Yu shouted. Swish. Everyone turned their heads to look at Lin Baici. Lin Baici was now a prominent figure in his freshman year and quite famous, so everyone paid close attention to him. Chapter 203 The Hidden Rich. Lin Baici. University is different from high school. The counselors are very lenient, and it all depends on whether the students are self-disciplined. Although teachers for some courses would take attendance, students could ask others to help them answer present, or even if they found a way to pass the final assessment without failing, or simply didn't care, they could choose not to attend class. Skipping class is a common occurrence for university students, but such behavior is, after all, not a good thing. Liu Yu shouted that out on purpose, wanting to lower Lin Baici's image in everyone's hearts and add a stain to his reputation. Lin Baici frowned. He had been hunched over, intending to slip out through the back door, but upon hearing this, he simply straightened his back and looked at Liu Yu. In that instant, Lin Baici's gaze was like a blade. Liu Yu shuddered violently. He had not expected Lin Baici's eyes to be so oppressive. Being stared at by him felt like being targeted by a ferocious beast. It involuntarily reminded him of his childhood, when he had encountered a large German shepherd in a small alley. Although he hadn't been bitten, he had never walked down that street again since that day. Old Bai, aren't you having a stomachache? Go ahead. Jin Jiayi spoke up. I will help you ask for leave when the teacher comes back. Liu Yu, you are really fucking meddlesome. Old Bai has a stomachache and needs to go to the restroom. Does he have to report to you? Zhang Jixu felt nothing but contempt. This guy Liu Yu was not worth associating with. In front of the students from 2 classes in the entire classroom, you bring up skipping class. What are you trying to do? It was fortunate that the instructor had gone to the restroom to smoke. If he had been in the hallway playing on his phone, Lin Baici would have been targeted by the teacher because of Liu Yu's words, and he would basically have no chance to skip class in the future, unless he didn't want the credits for this course anymore. Liu Yu had not expected Jin Jiaoyu to take the blame for Lin Baici, and Zhang Jixu's words were so harsh that they made his expression ugly. Damn it! What is so great about Lin Baici? My father is a section chief. Liu Yu could not understand why Jin Jiaoyu was so good to Lin Baici. Based on family background, he himself was a much more worthy person to befriend. Liu Yu, watch your mouth. In the future, worry less about my business. You are not qualified. Lin Baici's tone was icy. After saying this, he nodded toward Jin Jiaoyu and then left the classroom. He did not leave directly but went to find the instructor to ask for leave. Liu Yu lowered his head, pretending to read a book. This time, he had tried to be clever only to end up worse off. Lin Baici left the school gate, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Haixing Medical University. On the way, he received a WeChat message from guqing.guqingxiang. Do you have time tonight? I am making dumplings. Want to come over and eat? Lin Baici had originally planned to stay at the medical university until tomorrow morning. But upon hearing this, he immediately changed his mind. Lin Baici replied. He had to eat a big plate of the counselor's homemade dumplings. During lunch, the girls gathered together, and the topic was naturally about Lin Baici. So the great class monitor can lose his temper too. Liu Zilu thought about the morning, the cold and stern expression Lin Baici had when he looked at Liu Yu, and she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. He is so manly. So you like the domineering CEO type, Jojo teased. It is a pity that Lin Baici has no money. His threats are just for show. They have no real power. Ji Xinyang glanced at Jojo. No money. Which dimensions Lin Baici are you talking about, little Joe? Your eye for men will definitely make you suffer in the future. Ji Xinyang wanted to tell Jojo. Do you know why Jin Jiaoyu speaks up for Lin Baici? If you understood that, you wouldn't dare to look down on Lin Baici anymore. I heard that Liu Yu's father seems to be a civil servant, and his position is not low, Tao Nai revealed. Heard, it was probably spread by Liu Yu on purpose, right? Ji Xinyang was dismissive. School has only been open for a month, and everyone is not familiar with each other yet. How could such a topic spread? It was clearly leaked by Liu Yu on purpose. This guy, while unremarkable in appearance, is quite calculating. What about Lin Baici? Jojo asked curiously. I don't know, but looking at how he dresses, his family background seems average. Liu Zilu often browses Xiaohongshu and recognizes those high-end clothes and bags. Although students who have these are not necessarily super rich, as they might have bought them on credit. Those who don't have them certainly cannot come from wealthy families. Average. Pei Fei remembered the 2 Disneyland tickets Lin Baici had promised her and suddenly felt they were a bit of a hot potato. Could it be that the class monitor bought them with money from his part-time job? Then I'd better not take them. Seeing how nonchalantly Lin Baici agreed, this money should have come easily, right? Pei Fei was a bit confused, but she still sent a message to Lin Baici. Pei Fei, I will keep the class funds safe, but forget about the tickets. I am not interested in Disneyland. Lin Baici, who was currently on the medical university campus, was completely confused. What does this mean? Pei Fei, thank you for your kindness, class monitor. Lin Baici, if you don't like playing, then let's eat. Western or Chinese food, you pick one, and I will book a table for you. Pei Fei, no need. Lin Baici did not want to be long-winded. Then let's go with Western food. I will book a table for you at Bailulayan, a meal for 2. You can take your friend with you when the time comes. Lin Baici knew that girls all love to eat this, or rather, they all love to take pictures and post them on social media. As for this restaurant, he had eaten there with Jin Yingzhen. Lin Baici, enough said. I am very busy. The dining time is set for next Sunday. Pei Fei, class monitor. There is no need, you are too polite. Pei Fei sent several messages and found that Lin Baici did not reply, which made her anxious. Doing this made it seem like she was intentionally taking advantage of him. Then, I will just go and eat. At worst, I will treat him back later. Isn't it just a Western meal? I can afford it. Pei Fei, what are you thinking about? Bai Zhou did not want to discuss this topic. It was completely devoid of substance. Does anyone here know about the Bailulayan restaurant? Pei Fei asked casually. Jojo and Tao Nai did not know about it and looked at Ji Xinyang. When it came to eating, drinking, and having fun, she was the most knowledgeable. I told you all long ago, download Xiaohongshu, and you will know everything. Liu Zilu took a sip of porridge. White Deer Lane is the best French restaurant in Haijing. You can eat the most authentic French cuisine there, like truffles, foie gras, and snails. What the hell are snails? Jojo looked astonished. Can you actually eat that stuff? Don't you eat snail rice noodles too? Liu Zilu retorted. Pei Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Judging by what you said, this restaurant seems very expensive, 2,000 per person. And you need to book a table in advance. Liu Zilu had always wanted to go eat there. Well, it should be said she had always wanted to go there to take photos for social media, but it was just too expensive. She had thought about finding some socialites to split the bill with. But she had just arrived in Haijing and didn't understand the scene at all, fearing she might get scammed. 2,000, Pei Fei was dumbfounded. If you double that, it would be her father's monthly salary. She quickly opened WeChat and sent a message to Lin Baici. Pei Fei class monitor. I like Disneyland. I don't like eating snails. Oh no, oh no. I must not let Lin Baici think that I am trying to swindle his money. I really don't understand. One meal could buy 3 tickets to Disneyland. Lin Baici, choose for yourself. Let me know when you have decided. Lin Baici was genuinely indifferent. His monthly salary was now 8.33 million, with a daily income of nearly 280. So he didn't care about the price at all. Pei Fei, I choose Disneyland. This answer was quick and decisive. After all, who would dare to choose that restaurant? It was expensive as hell. After eating that meal, Pei Fei felt like she would have sold herself to Lin Baici. And for the 4 years of university, she would never escape the fate of being exploited. If anyone treats me to a French feast at White Deer Lane, I will bring my own Okamoto. As soon as Liu Zilu finished speaking, Ji Xinyun burst into laughter. Jojo and Taonai didn't understand the punchline because they didn't know what the thing Liu Zilu mentioned was. Baijiao rolled her eyes. She understood, but she didn't like that kind of joke. Pei Fei, why did you suddenly bring up White Deer Lane? And looking at you sending a message right after hearing about it. Could it be that some boy is going to treat you to a meal there? Liu Zilu was curious and even leaned over Jojo to look at Pei Fei's phone. No. Pei Fei quickly locked her screen. She felt that Lin Baici probably wouldn't want others to know about this kind of thing. Come to think of it, where did Lin Baici get his money? Curious. Something is fishy. Liu Zilu flexed her wrists and gave a secret agent style weird smile. It looks like I have to interrogate you. Speak up. Are you going to confess or not? A classmate said he would treat me to a meal there. Pei Fei quickly begged for mercy. A classmate? You mean a boyfriend, right? Liu Zilu winked and teased Pei Fei. Unless the relationship had developed to the stage of passionate love, who would treat you to such an expensive meal? He is either feeding you empty promises to trick you, or he has ulterior motives. Baijiao reminded Pei Fei. That's right. After a man pays a price, he will definitely want to get back at least an equivalent return. Ji Xinyun had eaten at White Deer Lane once. A few dishes were indeed well made, but the prices were obviously too high. Usually, it's only worth going when asking for favors or for couples. Because for this kind of food, the significance of the meal is greater than what is actually being eaten. Pei Fei thought for a moment. Given Lin Baici's looks, he shouldn't be pursuing her. My God, could he be a hidden tycoon? Dressing so plainly just to pretend to be an ordinary person and find a girlfriend who doesn't despise the poor and fawn over the rich. Pei Fei felt she had discovered the truth. Speaking of which, Lin Baici does skip class a bit too often. He will definitely regret it in the future. Jojo felt that only someone like Zhu Daguan, who already had a career, had the capital to slack off. Can we stop talking about him? Baijiao felt annoyed. If we don't talk about him, who should we talk about? Zhu Daguan. Ji Xinyun couldn't help but laugh. When I want to lose weight, I can mention that name a few more times. That's right. Lin Baici's looks are at least appetizing. Liu Zilu chimed in. She had also been wanting to post on Xiaohongshu recently to become a blogger and earn some advertising money. But she didn't know what to post. How about posting a growth record of my class monitor? We are all classmates. He shouldn't sue me for infringing on his portrait rights. Right, in the evening, Lin Baici hurried back to the apartment. Gu Qingxiang had already returned and was busy in the kitchen. Lin Baici washed his hands and quickly went in. "Do you need me to do anything? Go rest on the sofa." Gu Qingxiang had bought some braised dishes and was plating them. "Shall I boil the dumplings?" Lin Baici suggested. "No need." Gu Qingxiang had the temperament of a virtuous wife and mother, and she wouldn't let Lin Baici do any chores around the house. There was no help for it. Lin Baici could only lie on the sofa and play with his phone. He browsed the Origin forum and searched for posts about the Bizan God runes. But there were too few. Instead, information about the Qin Palace God runes was emerging one after another. A quarter of an hour later, the dumplings were ready. Lin Baici ate heartily. After finishing, he wanted to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Gu Qingxiang again. After Gu Qingxiang finished washing the dishes, she brought out a fruit platter, sat on the sofa, and watched TV with Lin Baici. Lin Baici felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. "Do you have something to do?" Gu Qingxiang noticed that Lin Baici wanted to leave. Lin Baici nodded. "Then go ahead." Gu Qingxiang looked at Lin Baici. When she saw him to the door, she reminded him, "Someone reported you, saying that you often skip class and stay out all night, causing a very bad influence on the whole class. Baici, you are not just a university student, you are also the class monitor. You must set a good example." "Was it Liu Yu who reported me?" Lin Baici was speechless. If it wasn't someone from his own dormitory, how would they know he stayed out all night? Gu Qingxiang did not tell Lin Baici who reported him. "I currently have a job. I cannot tell you the specific details, but I guarantee that everything I do is legitimate." Lin Baici looked into Gu Qingxiang's eyes, his tone sincere. Gu Qingxiang smiled slightly. She trusted Lin Baici's character and his promise. Lin Baici left. Gu Qingxiang stood by the window, watching him depart. She had originally intended to follow him to take a look, but in the end, she gave up. It was better not to interfere with his life. Lin Baici sat in a taxi on his way to the medical university and called Jia Hongyao. "Any findings?" "There's a rumor going around Haixing Normal University recently. They say a sophomore girl jumped off a building and committed suicide. She was already taken to the morgue, but then she came back to life." Jia Hongyao's voice sounded as if she were reading something. "I went to check it out. That girl only has minor bruises from the fall, but I also asked several eyewitnesses, and they confirmed that she definitely jumped off the building. Don't act rashly. I will take charge of this girl." Lin Baici suspected that this girl was connected to that organ thief. "What is her name? Do you know the specific details?" "Her name is Li Mei." Jia Hongyao was quite reliable and had already found this basic information. She was dating a junior student and even got pregnant. Before she jumped off the building, she had just broken up and had an abortion. Is she that reckless with herself? After learning the situation, Lin Baici decided to start with this couple. Is Detective Lin about to make a move? Jia Hongyao was very excited. "This time, I want to be Watson, or at the very least, Yuan Feng." "Where is that girl now?" "The hospital." Lin Baici decided to go and take a look. "No, she is still attending classes as usual. She is that tough." Lin Baici was shocked. She just lost her child, and she is not even taking a few days off to rest. After arriving at Haixing Normal University, he went to the library to meet up with Jia Hongyao. "See that? The one on the left, wearing the white hoodie." Jia Hongyao pointed her out to Lin Baici. "She looks pretty good. How could she get dumped?" Lin Baici was surprised. On a scale of 10, she was a 7. Moreover, looking at her attire, she was quite a plain-looking girl. He hadn't expected her to be pregnant with someone else's child while still in university. Maybe her figure isn't good, so she was looked down upon, Jia Hongyao deduced. Hearing this, Lin Baici turned his head and glanced at Jia Hongyao. She was at least a C-cup. How could that be considered not good? Did she think everyone was a D-cup like her? Lin Baici. Jia Hongyao suddenly heard someone call Lin Baici's name. Chapter 204 Outbreak of Rule Contamination. The girl with the high ponytail turned around and saw a girl wearing a denim skirt and black leggings jogging over. "Lin, God Lin, is it really you?" Kai Wenqi looked pleasantly surprised. She had long wanted to ask Lin Baici to meet up and have a meal together, not to mention his life-saving grace toward her. Just his identity as a god hunter was worth befriending. Just call me Baici. Lin Baici smiled slightly. He still had to give some face to his childhood friend's class monitor. How could I do that? Kai Wenqi's attitude was cautious, worried about upsetting Lin Baici. She had witnessed Lin Baici's strength firsthand in the provincial museum's god ruins, so she would never treat him as an ordinary university student again. That would be disrespectful. Calling me God Lin makes me feel very awkward. Lin Baici chuckled, mocking himself. All right then, I will keep the respect in my heart. Kai Wenqi revealed a sweet smile, then greeted Jia Hongyao, team leader Jia. Kai Wenqi had high emotional intelligence. Although she hadn't spent much time with Jia Hongyao, she knew she liked this title, so she called her that. Hello, Jia Hongyao was delighted. Team leader Jia. It sounded so cool. Are you here to look for Li Wei? After asking, Kai Wenqi's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, could a god-forbidden item have appeared in the school? Because of her experience during the National Day holiday, after Kai Wenqi left the security bureau, she began searching for all information regarding god ruins. However, it was a pity that information of this type was strictly controlled online. It was almost impossible to find, and occasionally, what did appear looked like it was fabricated. This made Kai Wenqi very frustrated. After seeing the power of god hunters like Lin Baici, she also longed to step into that world. After all, no matter how well one does after graduation, one is just a member of the middle class. But becoming a god hunter would be a massive leap in social status. There are some questions that are better left unasked. Lin Baici knew that even if he answered yes, Kai Wenqi wouldn't believe him, because at this point in time, there was no reason to see Li Wei. With Kai Wenqi's intelligence, she would definitely figure that out. So rather than giving a perfunctory lie, it was better to give a warning. Kai Wenqi felt the coldness in Lin Baici's attitude, and her expression stiffened. Stay away from that girl recently. For the sake of his childhood friend, Lin Baici gave a low warning. Kai Wenqi followed Lin Baici's gaze and discovered it was Li Mei. She couldn't help but be surprised. What is wrong with her? As soon as she asked, she realized this question had crossed the line again and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. Kai Wenqi, who are they? Are they your friends? A tall boy walked over. He wore a pair of glasses and looked very refined. But he probably lacked worldly experience, because his gaze toward Lin Baici was full of vigilance and hostility. This must be one of Kai Wenqi's suitors. Jia Hongyao sized up the boy and deduced an answer. Is that any of your business? Kai Wenqi retorted immediately. This boy was named Ma Hongyang, a junior student and the vice president of the student union, whom Kai Wenqi had met in the student union. Although the other party hadn't explicitly stated it, she could feel that he wanted to pursue her. If it were any other time, Kai Wenqi would definitely have introduced Lin Baici and Ma Hongyang to each other. But this time, sorry, you are not qualified. Furthermore, that sentence from the boy caused Kai Wenqi to overreact. Although she knew there was no possibility of her and Lin Baici becoming a couple. What if there was? Who doesn't get to eat dumplings during the new year at least once? Therefore, Kai Wenqi subconsciously wanted Lin Baici to know that she was still a pure girl who had never been in a relationship. Wenqi, what is wrong with you? Ma Hongyang was surprised. Clearly, everyone had been laughing and chatting just a moment ago, and the atmosphere was great. Why did Kai Wenqi's attitude change so drastically after seeing this boy? Kai Wenqi also knew that her response had been problematic and that this attitude would offend Ma Hongyang, but she did not care. She only cared about the image she held in Lin Baici's eyes. Ma Hongyang, I need to entertain my friends. Please excuse yourself. After saying this, Kai Wenqi felt that she might be mistaken for cold-blooded by Lin Baici. So she added, don't come to the library to run into me again in the future. I don't like your type, you. Being criticized like this in front of an outsider. Ma Hongyang could not take it. His already limited composure vanished instantly, and he sneered, Kai Wenqi, you are something. Just remember this. As long as I am around, don't even think about joining the student union. After saying this, Ma Hongyang turned and walked away. Well, do college students these days have such big egos? Jia Hongyao was shocked. Kai Wenqi felt disdain. He spoke as if the student union belonged to his family. Besides, if she became a god hunter, let alone joining the student union. She wouldn't even be interested if they asked her to be a counselor at Haixing Normal University. Lin Shen, team leader Jia. Is there anything I can help with? The opportunity had arrived, and Kai Wenqi wanted to seize it, even if it meant losing some dignity to do so. You can rest assured. I am very tight-lipped. Let's sit down first, Lin Baici urged, as people were already looking over in their direction. After saying this, Kai Wenqi did not sit down. Instead, she ran outside the library, bought 3 drinks from a vending machine, and placed them in front of Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. She was as eager as a tea-serving girl. Do you know anything about that girl? Lin Baici pointed at Li Mei. I heard there is a scumbag who abandoned her after playing with her feelings. Kai Wenqi had an outgoing personality and was a social butterfly with a wide circle of friends. The Li Mei incident was the hottest rumor recently, so of course, she had heard of it. Others say she jumped off the building. But looking at her like this, it is obvious she is using the threat of jumping to blackmail the students for a postgraduate recommendation spot or something similar. Kai Wenqi scrutinized Li Mei. There was not a single injury on her body. Clearly, the jump was just a bluff to extract maximum benefits. In any case, if it were Kai Wenqi, she would definitely do the same. More than half an hour passed. Some students left, but more were still buried in their studies. The students at your Haixing Normal University are very hardworking, Jia Hongyao remarked with emotion. Even at this hour, these students showed no signs of returning to their dorms. Team leader Jia. That is what you call survivor bias. The students who can come to the library are the ones willing to study. If you go to the dorms to take a look, there are plenty of people playing games and using their phones. Kai Wenqi was trying hard to perform, not letting any opportunity slip by. Just to gain Lin Baici's approval, Jia Hongyao's expression stiffened, feeling a bit awkward, and she quickly stole a glance at Lin Baici. He wouldn't think I lack even this bit of deductive reasoning, would he? Should I tell him that my role today is Watson, is Yuan Fang, not focused on solving the case, but just an assistant? Kai Wenqi noticed the detail of Jia Hongyao stealing a glance at Lin Baici and immediately realized that Lin Baici was indeed the one in charge. But team leader Jia, you are right. Most of the students in our school love to study. After all, the school's brand isn't as strong or famous as Lin Shen's Haixing University of Science and Technology. So, it's not easy to find a job. Kai Wenqi added a remedial comment, both praising Jia Hongyao and flattering Lin Baici. Are we just going to keep waiting like this? Jia Hongyao muttered in a low voice. She couldn't sit still anymore, mainly because the boys around them were no longer focusing on their books and were frequently stealing glances at her. This feeling was very unpleasant. Do you have a better plan? Lin Baici asked in return. Jia Hongyao shook her head, then let her hands hang naturally, leaned her upper body onto the table, and tilted her head to observe the students. Lin Shen, can I add your WeChat? Kai Wenqi asked, her posture as low as a sycophant trying to add a goddess on WeChat. She could actually get Lin Baici's WeChat from Li Wei, but the problem was, even if he added her as a friend out of respect for Li Wei, what if he didn't chat with her? Lin Baici took out his phone and was just about to let Kai Wenqi scan the code when his stomach suddenly growled. A sense of hunger struck him. A god-forbidden object is approaching. Lin Baici's spirit lifted. He did not immediately look around because he was worried about being discovered by the organ thief. Look around. Are there any people who don't look like students, or students acting strangely? Kai Wenqi's improvisation was quite good. She leaned her head close to Lin Baici, as if they were a young couple talking, while her eyes scanned the surroundings. A scent of shampoo drifted into Lin Baici's nose. Hongyao, go somewhere else. Lin Baici had forgotten about this. Jia Hongyao did not understand, though quickly. Lin Baici felt depressed. Jia Hongyao's ample assets were too distracting. I see him. At the third window on the west side, someone is standing there. Kai Wenqi became nervous. Is he a bad guy? Jia Hongyao subconsciously looked over. Don't look. Lin Baici reached out and wrapped his arm around Jia Hongyao's shoulder. What does he look like? Lin Baici did not look over. He did not want to meet the other party's gaze. Find an opportunity to secretly take a photo. He is wearing a black hoodie, a hat, and a mask. I can't see his face. Kai Wenqi held her phone and took a few selfies. inconspicuously capturing the organ thief in the background. Lin Baici took a look. The other party was very careful about protecting their personal privacy. They wore an oversized hoodie and their head was wrapped up tightly. Aside from a pair of eyes, nothing else could be seen. Jia Honyao also leaned her head over. Can we make a move now? Aren't you worried that this guy might trigger a rule contamination? What if the person turned out to be a deranged villain? This was a library with hundreds of people present. Once they got dragged into it, there was no telling how many might die. You go to Li Mei's side. If the situation becomes critical, take her hostage. I'll go and meet this organ thief. Just as Lin Baici finished speaking, Kai Wenqi nervously leaned into his ear to remind him, that guy is leaving. Perhaps because she was too nervous, or perhaps due to a little scheme. Kai Wenqi's lips brushed against Lin Baici's cheek. Move out. Lin Baici stood up and exited the library with quick strides. Will brother Lin be in danger? Kai Wenqi worried. She felt a little disappointed that Lin Baici had no reaction, but upon reflection, given his looks and status, he certainly wouldn't lack women throwing themselves at him. Kai Wenqi glanced at Jia Honyao. That didn't include her. You should leave here quickly, Jia Honyao urged, then stood up and walked toward Li Mei. Kai Wenqi hesitated for a moment. She knew this might be her best chance to get close to a god hunter, so she decided to take a gamble. I'll cover you. It'll be harder for us to be discovered. Kai Wenqi followed after Jia Honyao. Lin Baici chased after him. The sense of hunger was fading, which indicated that the person was rapidly moving away from the library. He shouldn't have discovered me. He just came to see Li Mei, and after confirming she was fine, he decided to leave. Lin Baici pondered. What was the relationship between Li Mei and this guy? Also, the hunger he felt when he first arrived at this university seemed to be caused by this person. Lin Baici walked hurriedly. About 3 minutes later, he saw the man in the hoodie. The figure had both hands in their pockets, head bowed, and was walking along the concrete path toward Building D. That was a chemistry laboratory building, because it contained many chemical reagents. It was not open at night. Did this guy discover me? Lin Baici frowned. Or was the person simply passing through? He considered a possibility. Was the person worried that a radiation-type rule contamination would accidentally harm others? So they intended to lure him away and deal with him alone. But would an organ thief care about the lives of others? Lin Baici quickened his pace. Given his personality, even if he knew there was danger ahead, he would not back down. Sure enough, when the man in the hoodie reached the shadow on the west side of Building D, he suddenly threw a punch, shattered a window, and vaulted inside. Damn it! Lin Baici cursed and immediately broke into a sprint, worried about being ambushed. He didn't enter through the window the man had broken, but instead punched a hole through the glass of the adjacent classroom. Lin Baici activated Snake Bone's supple body and nimbly slipped inside. Just as he crossed the classroom and prepared to break through the door, his heart gave a violent jolt. Something was wrong. Why were the lights on in this classroom? Lin Baici's first reaction was that someone had forgotten to turn them off, but he seemed to remember that this classroom had been dark when he first entered. Your intuition is correct. You have already fallen into a rule contamination. If you leave this classroom without completing the assignment set by the teacher, you will die. The rule contamination had erupted naturally and insidiously. This was only because Lin Baici was relatively alert. If it had been Jia Honyao, she likely would have broken through the door and died immediately. An assignment. Lin Baici turned his head to observe. The entire classroom was arranged with 4 rows of single desks, 15 desks per row. On each desk sat a banana and a white metal box, just like the containers used in hospitals to hold surgical instruments. On the ceiling, there were no ordinary energy-saving lamps, but rather the shadowless lamps used in hospital operating rooms. The atmosphere felt eerie and terrifying. How did I not notice these just now? Lin Baici felt a chill. Rule contamination was truly impossible to guard against. He turned his head to look at the blackboard, where 5 lines of text were written. Today's assignment is to learn surgical suturing. Students, please carefully suture your respective bananas. The remaining 3 lines of text had been wiped away by an eraser, leaving only faint white marks. Lin Baici frowned. It was actually related to medicine. He was completely unskilled in this subject. And what were those 3 erased lines? Could they be the key information to purifying the rule contamination? Just as Lin Baici intended to carefully discern those marks, he felt a wet sensation on his skin. He looked down and saw fresh blood flowing from his exposed skin. A lot of it. Chapter 205. Is this what the elite of humanity looks like? It was a bit cold in the classroom. Lin Baici touched the back of his hand. The blood was warm and wet. It was real blood. He pulled up his sleeve and saw no wounds. Yet the blood kept flowing. He lifted his shirt to check his stomach, and blood was flowing there as well. Is this my blood? His phone was broken, so Lin Baici couldn't use the front-facing camera to observe his face. But judging by the tactile sensation, his cheeks felt as if they had been washed in blood. Drip, drip. The blood soaked through Lin Baici's clothes, and some of it dripped onto the floor. The rule contamination had begun. Lin Baici immediately rushed to the nearest desk to examine the banana placed on it. Out of caution, he did not touch the banana. There were several cuts on the banana, some small, some large, with the fruit flesh exposed. I must have wounds on my body that are invisible to the naked eye, and they are bleeding continuously. If I suture the cracks on these bananas, the bleeding should stop, Lin Baici deduced. Do not come to this university again. Do not try to investigate me again, and I can let you leave. A male voice rang out abruptly. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. If I refuse, this guy should be the organ thief. You will lose too much blood and die here. Then I will peel off your skin. Live in this world in your place, sleep with your girlfriend, and spend the salary you worked so hard to save. The organ thief's voice was low, and the content of what he said was hair-raising. How terrifying. Lin Baici curled his lips. But I refuse. You are scared, aren't you? How? The organ thief heard the first half of Lin Baici's sentence and thought he had chickened out. But the next second, the second half entered his ears. This unexpected turn of events left him somewhat stunned. Did I hear that wrong? After all, according to his understanding, the thing humans fear most is death. I hate being threatened the most. Lin Baici's expression was cold and stern. He was still bleeding. But he did not panic. Nor did he immediately sit down to stitch the banana dot instead. He went from table to table, quickly checking the bananas placed on them. Seeing this scene, the organ thief felt his scalp tingle. This human male was for real. And looking at his actions, he was so cautious. The organ thief suddenly felt that this rule-based contamination might not be able to stump him. Fresh blood flowed, draining away Lin Baici's life force. He walked to the 19th table, and after checking the banana on it, he revealed a smile, then quickly sat down. On this banana, the 3 small characters for Lin Baici were stitched with thread. What a trap! Lin Baici sneered. His deduction was correct. Those who fall into this rule-based contamination cannot just find any table to sit down and stitch a banana. They must sit at the table with the banana that has their personal name on it. Lin Baici opened the iron box, which contained needles, thread, tweezers, hemostats, scissors, and some povidone iodine cotton balls. To be honest, looking at these surgical instruments, Lin Baici felt a bit at a loss as to where to start. Although he came from a single-parent family and was not wealthy, he had never worn torn clothes, so the number of times he had used a needle and thread was pitifully low. Moreover, stitching a skin wound was different from sewing clothes. Lin Baici did not know if he would disfigure himself if he did a poor job. Damn it! What time is it now? And I am actually still worrying about my appearance. Let me survive first. Lin Baici took a deep breath, picked up the needle and thread, and threaded it first. The distance between each stitch does not need to be to dance. Just make sure it does not exceed 1 millimeter. Do not backstitch where you have already sewn, otherwise, it will leave a scar. A stitch longer than 3 millimeters will also leave a scar. You do not need professional suturing skills, no matter how you operate, as long as you close the wound. That is all that matters. Choose the number 2 or number for suture thread. The number to suture thread is painless, but the risk of breaking is relatively high, and the failure rate is high. The number for suture thread is painful, but it is not easy to break, the gluttonous god commented, explaining the operational precautions. Lin Baici took a look. His luck today was quite bad. The suture thread he had chosen was number 6. Just as he was about to switch to a number for suture thread, his hand suddenly paused. Gluttonous God, is this number 6 thread okay? Lin Baici asked in his heart. As long as it is not an odd-numbered suture thread, it is fine. However, the higher the number, the greater the pain. But the higher the success rate. Lin Baici was shocked. There were actually so many traps even in choosing which thread to use. In fact, the gluttonous god had not finished speaking. If one chose an odd-numbered suture thread, one could not just stitch the wound casually. One had to use those surgical suturing techniques. For example, the interrupted vertical mattress inversion suture or the double figure 8 suture. Lin Baici was alone and could not observe himself. If there were others present, he would be able to see that this person had no wounds. Yet his whole body was bleeding. Moreover, inside the body where it could not be seen, some organs were also bleeding internally. At this time, if an odd-numbered suture thread had been chosen, it would be troublesome. For internal organ bleeding, the suturing method is not the same as the way to suture skin tears. If used incorrectly, it will fail. The organ thief, who was observing from the shadows, saw Lin Baici choose the number 6 thread and could not help but exclaim, "This guy's luck is truly good." If he had chosen an odd-numbered suture thread, unless he was a medical student, it would be equivalent to death. However, this kind of thread is also very painful. This boy is in for a rough time. Lin Baici did not rush to start. He first quickly read through the graffiti on the table, worried that it contained valuable information. He could not remember it just by reading it once. So Lin Baici activated his recitation by ear ability and recited it silently. Even though he read it very quickly, he was still able to memorize it. Sure enough, he found a few lines of text inside that introduced a suturing method. Not to mention that Lin Baici was inherently intelligent and had also strengthened his brain. Even if an ordinary college student came over, they would be able to understand it after reading it once. The organ thief felt that he had probably run into a legendary genius today, the kind of guy who always gets first place in exams. Up until now, this kid had been calm and unhurried, and every action was like a textbook. And like the previous few people who had completely panicked just by seeing themselves bleeding. Continuous locking suture, commonly used for closing the ends of the gastrointestinal tract, as well as for suturing during skin grafts. The gluttonous god was referring to the suturing method introduced by the graffiti on this table. Lin Baici did not know what type his wound was, but it did not matter. He would just go for it. Placing the banana in a straight line, Lin Baici picked up the needle and thread, chose the largest and deepest wound, and began to stitch. When the needle tip pierced into the banana peel, Lin Baici immediately felt a sharp pain on his back. Lin Baici gasped, "It hurts. It hurts, it hurts." This is truly like the mother-in-law tattooing her son-in-law. I wonder, when Yufei had those characters tattooed on his back by his mother, there probably was no anesthesia, right? Lin Baici stitched a few more times, sweat streaming down his face from the pain. This agony was surely on par with Guan Yu scraping the poison from his bone. Anesthesia. Lin Baici thought about how his drunken immortal fist had an anesthetic effect. He could probably punch himself a few times, but after being numbed, his precision would definitely drop. If he made a mistake while stitching, it would be a disaster. So, he had no choice but to endure it. "I can temporarily block your pain receptors," the God Eater reminded him. "No need." Lin Baici gritted his teeth, treating this as a trial. Besides, no matter how much it hurt now, once he caught that organ thief, he would make sure to pay it back to fold. The banana peel was a bit brittle. If he used too much force, it might tear. However, Lin Baici had excellent hand-eye coordination and was very skilled at this kind of delicate work. He just couldn't afford to be a perfectionist because he didn't know how much blood he could lose before dying. So, once he met the stitching standard the God Eater had mentioned, he stitched as fast as he could. The organ thief watched Lin Baici gritting his teeth and stitching without a sound. Shocking. This guy was a tough nut. If they had met under normal circumstances, he definitely would have initiated a greeting. "I will repeat my previous request. If you stop stepping into this university, I can let you leave," the organ thief proposed. "You should know that I came here specifically for you. Otherwise, wouldn't it be much better for me to go to the Haijing Academy of Drama and pick up girls?" Lin Baici made small talk, trying to lower the organ thief's guard and fished for information. I am a good person, the organ thief emphasized. A good person would steal other people's organs, Lin Baici retorted. When a tiger is hungry, it has to eat a cow or a sheep, right? The organ thief argued. And those people were already dead. If I didn't take them, they would just be burned anyway. What a waste, Lin Baici frowned. I promise I will never steal organs again. You guys stop chasing me. How about that? The organ thief suggested. He noticed that while this young man was talking to him, he was stitching the banana without losing focus. In fact, he was becoming increasingly proficient. Terrifying. Lin Baici was in a lot of pain. He suddenly remembered that the pharaoh's shroud could transform the wearer into a mummy, which could reduce physical damage. So, after finishing that stitch, he activated this divine relic. The bandages wrapped around his left wrist immediately loosened and extended like a snake. Within 5 seconds, they rapidly coiled around Lin Baici's limbs and torso, then tightened abruptly. Lin Baici was completely wrapped in these pale yellow bandages, looking like a mummy. With only his eyes exposed, he moved his hands and feet. Excellent. His flexibility was completely unaffected. He continued to stitch the wound on the banana. When the needle tip pierced the banana peel, the pain was indeed much less. Can you really not make an exception? Lin Baici's current state made the organ thief even more nervous. His tone softened, and he began to plead. What were the 3 lines of text erased from the blackboard? Lin Baici asked in return. That was just to create a mystery to attract people to think about what was erased. In reality, there was nothing there. The organ thief answered truthfully, trying to show his sincerity. Come with me to the security bureau. As long as it is confirmed that you will no longer do things that harm others, I will stop pursuing you, Lin Baici persuaded. Whether you want to live happily ever after with that girl named Li Mei or just abandon her, we won't meddle in your business. How can I believe your words? The organ thief asked. And I don't like that Li Mei. Lin Baici didn't believe that for a second. Honestly, he was impressed. A god hunter actually liked a girl who had just had an abortion for someone else. This must be true love, right? Are you mocking me? The organ thief was displeased. Did you only just realize? Lin Baici wanted to provoke him. Hello, Mr. Cuckold. As soon as he finished that sentence, Lin Baici completed the stitching. The classroom environment before his eyes shifted in a flash. The graffiti-covered desks, the banana, the surgical instrument box, and the shadowless lamp on the ceiling all vanished. In their place was a laboratory. Lin Baici felt a surge of energy. He quickly looked down and saw that the blood on his body had disappeared, leaving only a few scabs. Grumble. Lin Baici's stomach growled. It is on the right. Lin Baici immediately took off running. Bang! He slammed the laboratory door open and saw a figure sprinting down the corridor to the right. Lightning fast. Lin Baici activated his divine grace and accelerated. 3 seconds later, the divine grace ended. He was only 7 meters away from the man in the hoodie. So he leaped forward. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Red clay golem, stone barrage. Hit the hoodie-wearing man's head with precision. Lin Baici rushed forward and struck with his sword. Swish. The bronze sword slashed into the man's shoulder. Worried that the opponent might still have a terrifying divine relic or divine grace, Lin Baici went for a lethal blow. But after the strike, he realized the opponent hadn't blocked. The bronze sword easily sliced into his shoulder, cut through his chest, and exited from his ribs. Thud, thud. The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground. Lin Baici didn't see any blood spray. He bent down and ripped the clothes off the corpse. What met his eyes was a human anatomical model. Lin Baici flipped the corpse over and saw a heart slowly beating in its abdominal cavity. Damn it! This is a substitution technique. Lin Baici was annoyed. He had let the guy get away. He took a mobile phone out of the black altar bowl, inserted his SIM card, and dialed Jia Hongyao. Bring Li Mei over here. Lin Baici hung up the phone and glanced down the hallway, feeling that something was not quite right. On a street outside the Haixing Normal University campus, a man wearing a hoodie was sprinting. Too excellent. Simply too excellent. The man muttered to himself, his face full of lingering fear. Is this what the elites among humans are like? How terrifying. To think he could walk out of a rule contamination so quickly. If I hadn't had a substitute, I would have been caught today. I cannot come to Haixing Normal University anymore. Otherwise, I won't be this lucky next time. But my plan hasn't been completed yet. The man felt frustrated. Never mind Li Mei for a moment. But that scumbag who hurt her hasn't been punished yet. And that is absolutely unacceptable. Before I get caught, I must make that guy taste the feeling of being vivisected. The man's eyes became resolute. No time to lose. I will act tomorrow. When Jia Hongyao saw Lin Baici, she was startled to see him covered in blood scabs. Where are you hurt? Jia Hongyao quickly called headquarters to summon an ambulance. I am not hurt anywhere. I just went through a rule contamination. Lin Baici sat down and looked at Li Mei. Who are you people? Li Mei's expression was calm, without any panic or fear, or rather, her heart was already as cold as ash. Rule contamination. Jia Hongyao was shocked, and then felt incredibly miserable. I didn't get to see little Lindsay break a rule contamination. What a pity. Chapter 206. It is coming. In Jia Hongyao's view, every time Lin Baici broke a rule contamination, it was a work of art, something worth learning from. So she felt extremely regretful for having missed it. It was like missing out on 100 million. What was the content? Jia Hongyao asked, curious. Didn't you tell her who we are? Lin Baici frowned. He meant, didn't Jia Hongyao find an excuse to fob Li Mei off? I showed her my police badge, but she didn't believe me. Jia Hongyao shrugged her shoulders. Hello, student Li Mei. We are police officers. Lin Baici took his police badge out of his pocket and showed it to Li Mei. What do you want with me? Abortion isn't against the law, is it? Li Mei mocked herself, her tone filled with despair. This girl wasn't even afraid of suicide, so what else was there for her to care about? I hope that for the next few days, you can stay with us, and we will pretend to be kidnapping you, Lin Baici explained. Because he felt no hunger, he could be certain that the organ thief was not nearby, so he discussed it with Li Mei verbally. Otherwise, he would have written the request on a note. I don't understand. Li Mei shook her head, staring at Lin Baici with suspicion. The main thing was that this boy was too young. He looked just like a college student. Would the authorities send someone this young to handle official business? Shouldn't they at least pair him with an experienced senior colleague? An organization that steals organs has set its sights on you. We are doing this to lure him out, Lin Baici explained. Then why do you have to kidnap me? Li Mei was very suspicious by nature. How was Lin Baici supposed to explain? Should he tell this girl that the organ thief seemed to have a crush on her? So I plan to put on a show of kidnapping you to make him worried, and then have him rush out to save you. Sorry, this involves some internal secrets that cannot be told to ordinary citizens like you. Rest assured, we will prioritize your protection and ensure you don't suffer even the slightest harm. At the same time, we will provide compensation. How about 100,000? Lin Baici didn't want to explain anymore and decided to just throw money at the problem. 100,000 was already a significant fortune for an ordinary college student. Can't you just trust us? If I hadn't been protecting you earlier and had gone to help Baici instead, he wouldn't have been injured, Jia Hongyao complained. Li Mei looked at the blood scabs on Lin Baici's skin and clothes, and her brows furrowed. Indeed, this boy looked quite battered. Was he trying to save me? Li Mei took a deep breath, thinking about how she hadn't left anything for her mother. If she died, her mother would have raised her for 20 years in vain. I agree, but I want the 100,000 now. Li Mei suddenly spoke up. Give me a bank account number, and I will transfer it to you right now. Lin Baici let out a sigh of relief. For him, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. By the way, can these kinds of expenses be reimbursed? Lin Baici looked at Jia Hongyao. At this moment, the girl with the high ponytail had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, as long as we catch that organ thief, everything can be reimbursed, including your ruined clothes and the damaged car. Lin Baici gave a thumbs up. Now I can rest easy. The transfer was successful. Li Mei looked at the bank balance in the text message notification and was somewhat stunned. He actually gave it to her. You aren't even afraid of death. So why are you afraid that we might harm you? Lin Baici stood up. Let's go. Follow us and let's take a few turns around the school. I understand. This is luring the snake out of its hole. Jia Hongyao nodded. What a good strategy. Lin Baici curled his finger and flicked Jia Hongyao on the forehead. Jia Hongyao covered her head. Why did you hit me? Did I say something wrong? What's up with her? Lin Baici gestured with his chin toward the door. Kai Wenqi was hiding outside. She insisted on following us. Jiu Hongyao had no choice. She couldn't just knock her unconscious, could she? Kai Wenqi saw that Lin Baici had noticed her and immediately ran over. Officer. Officer Lin. Is there anything I can help with? This student. You don't need to be afraid. This Officer Lin is a very good person. He saved me before. Kai Wenqi had just seen Jiu Hongyao show her police badge to Li Mei, so she knew they wanted to hide their identities as god hunters, and thus helped to cover the lie. Li Mei looked Kai Wenqi over. I am Kai Wenqi, a freshman majoring in Chinese language and literature. Kai Wenqi introduced herself. You should head back now. Staying with us is too dangerous. Lin Baici shooed her way. Officer Lin. Kai Wenqi did not want to leave. She did not know when she would have another chance to see him, so she wanted to beg him to let her become a god hunter and join his team. Lin Baici raised his right hand to stop Kai Wenqi. I am too busy today. If you have anything to say, let us talk about it later. Then you all be careful. Kai Wenqi left, feeling unwilling. Lin Baici and Jiu Hongyao flanked Li Mei, and after taking a long walk around the campus, they headed to the nearest budget hotel to Haixing Normal University. They did not have their ID cards with them, but that was fine. Their police officer IDs were very useful. Lin Baici booked 2 rooms directly, though for safety reasons. He stayed in the same room as Jiu Hongyao and Li Mei. I am sorry for the inconvenience tonight. Lin Baici apologized and told Li Mei and Jiu Hongyao to get some rest, while he sat at the desk, conceptualizing a plan to capture the organ thief. The night passed without incident, and dawn arrived. What are we doing today? Jiu Hongyao was very disappointed that they had not waited for the organ thief the previous night. Lin Baici actually had an idea to spread a rumor on campus that Li Mei had been taken away. That way, the organ thief would quickly get the information and come looking for her. However, doing so would damage Li Mei's reputation, so he gave up on the idea. A day passed. After dinner, Lin Baici went to patrol Haixing Normal University and, while he was at it, sent a WeChat message to Kai Wenqi, asking if there was any situation at the school. Everything is normal. Ding dong. Lin Baici's phone rang. He opened WeChat and saw it was from Ji Xinyan. Your conscience is lying. Big class monitor. Why are you skipping class again? There is a class gathering on Sunday. You are not going to pull a disappearing act then, are you? Lin under the moon. I will not. Your conscience is lying. Did you go to a hotel with your girlfriend? Tell me quietly. I promise I will not tell anyone else. Lin Baici frowned. Was this not getting a bit too familiar too quickly? Your conscience is lying. Looking at you like this, you do not plan to come back tonight either. I just want to know. Can your girlfriend handle it? Lin Baici now had an annual income of over 100 million and was extremely wealthy. Although on the surface he was just an ordinary college student with no social status. In the shadows, he was a powerful god hunter. Therefore, at times, Lin Baici's ego would swell, and he would want to enjoy life to the fullest. He treated girls like Huoyuru, Jin Yingchen, and Jiu Hongyao as friends. If he were to cross the line, he would certainly have to take responsibility, right? That was too much trouble. But he could not just be a loner forever, could he? Ji Xinyan, this flirtatious girl, seemed like a good choice. Her looks and figure were top tier, and she was just so good at this. Lin under the moon. Why don't you try it and find out? After sending the message, Lin Baici felt his cheeks burning. He felt incredibly awkward and embarrassed. So he quickly chose to recall the message. In the girls' dormitory, Ji Xinyan, who was lying on her bed with a facial mask on, had been staring at her phone. She saw the message and, before she could decide how to reply, she saw that Lin Baici had recalled it. Ji Xinyan burst into laughter. So you, Lin Baici, have a hidden perverted side to HMPH, as expected. A man's weak spot is made of sugar. A woman just needs to lick it a few times and it melts. Ji Xinyan muttered to herself and replied, I practice yoga. I can do 108 different poses. After sending it, Ji Xinyan waited for several minutes but did not receive a message from Lin Baici. No way. Is your skin that thin? Sigh, the way you are. If women do not chase after you, I am afraid you will never have a girlfriend in your life. Ji Shinyan opened her photo album, picked a photo of herself wearing gradient-colored yoga pants, and sent it to Lin Baici. Your conscience is lying. Don't believe me. Look at my scorpion pose. Xin. Looking at you smiling so happily. You aren't chatting with a boyfriend, are you? Liu Zilu asked curiously. When Baijiu heard the word boyfriend, her gaze drifted over as well. In terms of looks, Baijiu was slightly inferior to Ji Shinyan, but her skin was fairer. As the saying goes, fairness covers 100 uglinesses. In the eyes of many, Baijiu and Ji Shinyan were beauties of the same caliber. Or perhaps Baijiu was even a notch higher. The two girls usually had a harmonious relationship, but they were silently competing in everything, comparing cosmetics, luxury goods, and such. It was quite tacky. The two of them competed over grades, boyfriends, and their status in school, both wanting to get the upper hand. In terms of grades, although there were no midterm exams, judging by their daily performance, Ji Shinyan could not beat Baijiu. As for the student council, neither of them had joined, so for now, it was a battle of social circles. Looking at Ji Shinyan smile, even if it is not a boyfriend, it must be a very close friend. Baijiu muttered in her heart. She felt that Ji Shinyan was too flirtatious, so the quality of her friends could not be high. I wish, but I guess he probably doesn't think much of me. Ji Shinyan curled her lips. Lin Baici was being pursued by a Korean princess from a major conglomerate. He probably did not have eyes for her. Lin Baici looked at the photo Ji Shinyan had sent and was speechless for a moment. What is this for? Do you girls all love playing these games? Ji Shinyan was wearing tight yoga clothes, and one could see she had a nice figure, but she was wearing too much. Jin Yingshan was better. She treated him like a brother. When she had something to show, she really showed it. Better apologize. Lin under the moon, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that just now. Please, hero, spare me. Your conscience is lying. My dear subject, what wrong have you committed? Lin Baici sent a hands pressed together emoji and quickly closed his phone. Too scary. Too scary. Ji Shinyan's level was too high. He could not afford to provoke her. Night fell, and Jin Yingzhen's regular greeting arrived as well. It started with a selfie, as usual. The two of them chatted via video call for a while. By 11 o'clock, Huo Yu finished her livestream and sent a message over. Why do I feel like you're a player? Jiu Hongyao leaned her head next to Lin Baici, watching him chat. If I were a player, would you still be a maiden? Lin Baici rolled his eyes. What maiden? Jiu Hongyao blinked her large eyes, waiting for an explanation. Are you a 9-year compulsory education dropout? Lin Baici teased. Jiu Hongyao immediately opened her browser to search. Once she understood the meaning, she stretched out both hands, locked her arms around Lin Baici's neck, and put him in a chokehold. I'm not a dropout. I just didn't react in time, Jiu Hongyao explained. The two of them were bickering and playing around. Li Mei sat on the bed, watching them, an envious look appearing on her face. This kind of friendship, it's really nice. Stop messing around. Lin Baici pried the high ponytail girl's hands off and sat up. It's already 1 o'clock. I don't think that organ thief is coming tonight. Yeah, we can't just keep wasting time here, right? Jiu Hongyao worried. Lin Baici thought for a moment and called Kai Wenqi. He thought it was too late and that she might not answer. But to his surprise, the phone was picked up after only 3 rings. God Lin, do you have any instructions? Kai Wenqi's tone was respectful. Can you help me find out Wang Hangsu's schedule for the next few days? When Li Mei heard that name, her brows furrowed deeply. This was the ex-boyfriend who had abandoned her and forced her to abort their child. One moment after saying that, Kai Wenqi hung up the phone. Lin Baici thought he would have to wait a long time, but to his surprise, Kai Wenqi called back 10 minutes later. God Lin, I found out. Wang Hangsu's class is going on an autumn outing tomorrow. The specific location is Senhai Park in the southern suburbs. God Lin, if there's anything you need me to do, just say the word. Kai Wenqi was like a hunting dog eager to show off its skills to its master. Thank you. Get some rest early. I'll remember this favor. Lin Baici hung up the phone. Are you planning to go and track down Wang Hangsu? Jiu Hongyao guessed. Yes. Since that organ thief saved Li Mei, it means she has a favorable impression of her. It's possible she hates Wang Hangshu and wants to punish him, Lin Baici analyzed. If she wanted to punish him, shouldn't she have done it already? Jia Hongyao frowned. First, it's only been a few days since she lost the child. The time is too short, and the organ thief probably hasn't had time to do anything yet. Second, I have a feeling that person doesn't want to involve too many people. She's already stealing organs, and she doesn't want to involve others. Jia Hongyao didn't understand. In any case, I'm going to the place where they're having their autumn outing tomorrow to wait for the rabbit. Lin Baici made his decision. I'm going too. I'm not going to be separated from him no matter what this time. What if we run into a rule pollution? Wouldn't I miss out on another one of Little Lin's amazing performances? That's fine too. The next morning, the three of them finished breakfast and headed to Senhai Park in the southern suburbs. I don't want to see Wang Hangshu's face. Li Mei sat in the car, looking depressed. I won't let you to come into contact, Lin Baici promised. At 8 o'clock, Lin Baici received a WeChat message from Kai Wenqi. God Lin, I've managed to blend into Wang Hangshu's autumn outing group. I will report to you at any time if there is any situation. Kai Wenqi was really going all out to become a god hunter. She was practically acting like a dog for Lin Baici. Lin Baici was speechless and quickly reminded her, there might be danger, leave immediately. Because of Li Mei's suicide attempt, Wang Hangshu's reputation had plummeted. To salvage his reputation and popularity, he paid out of his own pocket to organize this autumn outing. At the very least, he wanted to ensure that these people wouldn't speak ill of him in front of their friends. If he could explain that Li Mei had tried to use her pregnancy to climb the social ladder and was only after his money, that would be even better. To ensure everyone returned home happy, Wang Hangshu had prepared quite a few high-quality barbecue ingredients for today. When everyone was laying out camping blankets and setting up tents, no one noticed that on a patch of grass far away, a person wearing a hoodie and sunglasses was observing them through binoculars. Chapter 207 Autumn Outing Pollution. The man in the hoodie held a piece of braised pig intestine, chewing on it while observing Wang Hangshu and the others through his binoculars. 33 people. The man in the hoodie didn't want to hurt the innocent, but since people had already come looking for him, if he didn't act now, it would be too late. To make this, Wang Hangshu pay the price. Even if he accidentally hurt others, he could only apologize. Besides, these people knew Wang Hangshu was a piece of trash and still hung out with him, so they probably weren't any better. To avoid being disturbed, Wang Hangshu and his group had chosen a relatively remote spot for their camping and picnic, staying as far away from the crowds as possible. Now, it actually made things easier for the man in the hoodie to act. He finished the pig intestine, wiped his hands on his clothes, stood up, put on a mask, pulled his hoodie low, and walked toward them. Let the punishment begin. Kai Wenqi looked at the message Lin Baici had sent and felt conflicted. God Lin said there was danger. So what should she do? If she didn't leave, she would definitely leave a good impression on him. But what if she ended up dead in the museum god ruins? Even with such dangerous god-forbidden games, Lin Baici had handled them all. Surely he wouldn't fail in a small situation like this. Kai Wenqi took a deep breath and replied to Lin Baici, "Thank you for your concern, God Lin. I will definitely do a good job as a spy." After sending it, she walked toward Wang Hangshu. "Senior Wang, thank you. Let me help you grill the skewers." "It's fine. Go have fun. I've got this." Wang Hangshu flashed a dashing smile. This was a junior from his high school who was now a freshman in college. She was quite pretty, and since Wang Hangshu wanted to maintain a good image, he naturally wouldn't refuse Kai Wenqi's request to come over and share the food and drinks. "Senior, you're such a nice person. The rumors at school must all be fake, right?" Kai Wenqi blinked her eyes, helping to grill the meat while analyzing the situation. "That girl is a feminist, isn't she?" Wang Hangshu had been wondering how to steer the conversation toward this topic, so he was delighted that Kai Wenqi had brought it up herself, and was even taking his side. As expected, being handsome and wealthy meant he could do whatever he wanted. Wang Hangshu felt that this Kai Wenqi might have a crush on him, so he cast a subtle glance at her. 7 out of 10 in looks. A decent figure, she was a pretty high-quality junior. It wouldn't be bad to play around with her occasionally for a change of pace. After these thoughts flashed through Wang Hengsu's mind, he put on a dejected expression. Sigh, it's my fault too. I just bought Li Mei too many things in the past. When Kai Wenqi heard this, she felt a sense of disdain. Wasn't he just implying that he was generous and that Li Mei was only after his money? What a scumbag! Not only did he not want to take responsibility, but he also wanted to make Li Mei the scapegoat. Old one, I told you long ago, don't show off your wealth before you find true love. You just wouldn't listen. A chubby guy walked over, drinking beer and snatching a freshly grilled lamb skewer. Now you've suffered a loss, haven't you, Wang Hengxiu? We have so many girls in our class. Why did you have to pick someone from another class? On the lawn nearby, several girls were sitting on a picnic blanket playing cards. Hearing this, a girl with short hair chimed in, her voice filled with resentment. Unbelievable. Kai Wenqi was impressed. Is this girl out of her mind? Wang Hengxiu is such a scumbag. And you still like him? The chubby guy glanced at Chui Ying, the short-haired girl, thinking to himself that women with love-struck brains were truly incomprehensible. He sucked up to Wang Hengxiu only because the guy came from a good family, since he was eating and drinking on someone else's dime. Saying a few nice words was nothing, but in private, the chubby guy didn't consider Wang Hengxiu a good person. Chui Ying was different, though. She genuinely believed there was nothing wrong with Wang Hengxiu. Damn, why don't I have a female sycophant like that? The chubby guy felt depressed, and suddenly the skewer in his hand didn't taste as good anymore. This topic was hard to answer, so Wang Hengxiu shrugged, putting on a helpless expression. It had to be said that with his light luxury attire and his handsome looks, he was still quite likable in terms of appearance alone. As expected, you need capital to be a scumbag. Kai Wenqi inexplicably thought of Lin Baici. If he were to act like a scumbag, she feared that no girl at Haijing University of Science and Technology would be safe. Not only was he handsome, fit, and wealthy, but more importantly, he was a mysterious and powerful god hunter, which made him incredibly attractive. Kai Wenqi didn't know about others, but she certainly couldn't resist him. If Lin Baici were to ask her to a hotel today, she thought about it and knew she definitely wouldn't refuse. She might even take a shower and put on perfume beforehand. If only I had worked harder back then and gotten into Haijing University of Science and Technology. How good would that have been? Kai Wenqi chatted with Wang Hengxiu, attempting to fish for some information, while others were playing, dealing cards, using their phones, or playing badminton. No one noticed a tall boy in a hoodie passing by not far away. After he left, the environment around them changed. It had been the lawn of Senhai Park with some trees nearby, but now, it had turned into a massive field tent. Inside the tent, there were rows of tables, each holding a banana and a metallic-looking iron box. Directly in front, there was a blackboard with 5 lines of text, though the last 3 lines had been erased and were blurry. What's going on? The group, who had been playing peacefully, was instantly shocked. How did a tent suddenly appear? Wang Hengxiu, what are you doing? What kind of trick is this? 3D projection. The crowd discussed it heatedly, looking toward Wang Hengxiu. Wang Hengxiu was also completely bewildered. His instinct was to run outside the tent to see what was happening, but he was cautious. He took 2 steps and then stopped. What if there was danger outside? Some people thought of this, but others didn't, like the chubby guy. Let's go out and look. After saying this, the chubby guy turned around in place and was stunned, because he discovered that there was no door on this tent at all. Where's the door? The chubby guy rushed toward one of the tent walls, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, grabbed the bottom edge of the tent with his hands, and pulled upward with all his might. Outside, thick fog filled the air, like the heavy mist of a winter morning, with visibility no more than 10 meters. What is this situation? The group became nervous. Many took out their phones, preparing to call the police, only to find that their phones had shut down at some point. Rule contamination. Kai Wenqi's lips trembled. This was rule contamination, no doubt about it. She wanted to cry because Lin Baici wasn't here. It's over. It's over. Are we going to die this time? Kai Wenqi was panicking. The only condition under which she wouldn't be afraid was if Lin Baici were present. Some people peered outside from the bottom of the tent, and 2 even tried to crawl out. Wang Hangshu felt that doing so might be dangerous, but he didn't warn them. After all, at a time like this, someone needed to test the waters. Using death to rule out a wrong answer was not a loss. What do the words on the blackboard mean? Chui Ying shouted. Everyone looked at the blackboard in the front. Today's lesson is learning surgical suturing. Students, please carefully suture the bananas. These college students immediately approached the tables nearest to them, and a few people reached out to pick up the bananas on the tables. Don't move, nobody move, Wenqi screamed. She was worried that if these people were careless, they would make an irreversible mistake. Swish. Everyone turned their heads and looked over in unison. Why should we not move? Wang Hangshu asked. Wait a moment. Someone should be coming to save us. Wenqi knew that Lin Baici was rushing here. Who is coming to save us? What exactly is happening right now? Wang Hangshu grew anxious. He took 2 steps toward Wenqi and grabbed her by the collar. Tell me. Before Wenqi could answer, Wang Hangshu's expression suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly released her and backed away, as if in his eyes, Wenqi had become a monster. On her face, Chui Ying covered her mouth and screamed. Her eyes filled with horror as she looked at Wenqi. At this moment, blood was flowing down from Wenqi's hairline like a waterfall, beginning to submerge her face. Wenqi had been startled by Wang Hangshu's actions. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong with them, she saw blood beginning to flow down the faces of Wang Hangshu and the others. Lei, you are bleeding too. What the hell is going on? Everyone realized they were bleeding and immediately panicked. Some did not know what to do and vented their anger directly on Wang Hangshu. Wang Hangshu, it is all your fault. Why did you have to organize this autumn outing? Blaming me is useless. Wang Hangshu was annoyed. He was not the type to suffer in silence, so he roared back, screw you. Is it my fault for spending money? Stop arguing. Did it not say on the blackboard, we have to stitch the bananas? Lei shouted loudly. At a time like this, everyone reacted differently. Some were afraid, complaining, or blaming others, while some were actively trying to save themselves. Several people were observing the bananas on the table. Don't move, I beg you. Wenqi was worried about being killed by these people. If we don't move, we will die. Lei wiped his face and opened his hand to see it covered in blood. Someone could not wait any longer. They opened the box, saw the needle and thread inside, and immediately threaded the needle, preparing to stitch the cut on the banana. Just as Wenqi was feeling desperate, she suddenly heard a tearing sound. At the 10 o'clock position, a slit was cut into the tent by a bronze sword. And then a man and a woman crawled in one after the other. Lin. Wenqi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She ran toward Lin Baici in ecstasy, threw herself into his arms, and held him tightly. Woo! I knew you would come. Everyone looked at Lin Baici. Holy crap! Who is this handsome guy? Lin Baici scanned the situation inside the tent, seeing that it was the same rule-based corruption he had encountered that day. He let out a sigh of relief and then shouted, don't just grab them. These bananas all have names on them. Go find the ones that belong to you. Seeing that several people had already started stitching the bananas, Lin Baici immediately warned, you must stitch the banana with your own name on it to pass the test. Who are you? What is going on here? Where exactly are the names on the bananas? Everyone questioned him, and the room descended into chaos. Lin and team leader Xia are god hunters. We are currently experiencing rule-based corruption. We must listen to them to survive. Wenqi was no longer panicked, especially seeing how calm Lin Baici and Xia Hongyao were. She felt that she had made the right bet. This time, she would definitely win Lin Baici's appreciation and become a god hunter. God hunters. I have heard of that title. Rule-based corruption. Isn't that an urban legend? It is actually real, damn it. Forget about whether it is real or not. Just tell us how to stop the bleeding. These college students were all panicked because of the bleeding, and because they had never seen rule-based corruption or god hunters before. They lacked reverence for Lin Baici. Do as I say. First, find the banana with your name on it, and then choose the even-numbered sewing thread, Lin Baici announced loudly. He quickly scanned the number of tables and looked back at Xia Hongyao, noticing that there were no bloodstains on her face. This meant that those who entered after the rule-based corruption broke out would not be drawn into it. Hurry up and do it. Do you think we risked our lives to come in here just to lie to you? Jiahongyaorj.cuying. This one has your name on it, Fatty Meng. This one is yours. Has anyone seen mine? When everyone started reminding each other, they quickly found their respective bananas. Make sure to take an even-numbered sewing thread. Do not use number 2. Seeing that almost everyone was nervous, Lin Baici comforted them. I just experienced this rule-based corruption the day before yesterday. It is very simple. If you do as I say, you will survive. These college students were not medical students and lacked skill. Using the number 2 thread, while painless, had too high a probability of failure. You mean, if we fail, we will die? Chu Ying's words scared many of the girls into crying. God Lin, can you come over to my side? Kai Wenqi pleaded. Although it was not his responsibility, Kai Wenqi had gotten caught in the rule-based corruption to help. So Lin Baici agreed to her request. Seeing this, the others immediately understood that Lin Baici was the key to passing the test. So they started shouting, God Lin, please come over and guide me. God Lin, I need guidance too. Do you have a way to help me stop the bleeding? Most of those shouting were girls. Kai Wenqi was worried that Lin Baici would leave. But when she saw him walk over and stand by her side, for some reason, a deep sense of security welled up in her heart. Listen to me clearly. The distance between each stitch must not exceed 1 millimeter. If it does, you will be left with scars on your body. Do not backstitch where you have already sewn, or that will also leave scars. Start now, Lin Baici urged. Someone inserted the needle, and then a scream erupted. Pain. It was too painful. This isn't sewing a banana. Damn it, it's like sewing oneself. Many of the girls started crying immediately. There was no helping it. Most of them had been pampered and spoiled, and having lived this long, they had never suffered such agony. Kai Wenqi poked a needle into the banana peel and cried out in pain, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Damn it, it hurts too much. When Kai Wenqi saw Lin Baici on Thursday night, although he had blood scabs on his body, his face was calm. She had thought that the rule pollution was a minor incident, but now it seemed that Lin Baici was just too strong. This thing is like having your heart pierced by 10,000 arrows. How can one endure it? Kai Wenqi felt that after she survived this ordeal, even if she were to be executed by traitors in the future, she would be able to face death with equanimity. Chapter 208 Soul Sketching. Inside the large tent, screams rose one after another. Coupled with the fact that every college student was covered in blood, the scene looked terrifying. Lin Baici thought that if this scene were filmed and posted online, the view count would definitely explode. As for worrying, Lin Baici didn't have any. As long as these college students followed his reminders and didn't choose an odd number of stitches, they wouldn't die, even if they made a mistake in the stitching. The worst outcome would be leaving scars on their bodies. At most, they would just be a bit ugly. I'm finished. A round-faced girl called out happily, turning her head to look at Lin Baici. God Lin, can you come over and help me see if this is qualified? Don't go. I beg you, Kai Wenqi pleaded. It's fine. You did very well. Just keep going. Lin Baici offered a word of comfort and walked toward the round-faced girl. Seeing Lin Baici approach, the round-faced girl immediately handed over the banana. Beautiful. Lin Baici praised highly. Do you often do needlework at home? The stitches were arranged very neatly, making it a pleasure to look at. Yes. The round-faced girl's family ran a handmade bedding shop, which was very famous in their town. Many people went to their shop to order quilts and pillows when they got married. She had started helping out from a very young age, so she had practiced a skilled hand at needlework. God Lin, can someone else do this for me? Wang Hengxu shouted. When the others heard this, they all looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an answer. Some were even impatient and tried to claim a spot in advance. Liu King, help me sew mine in a bit, otherwise I'll die. Liu King was that round-faced girl. Don't waste time. This can only be sewn by yourself. Lin Baici warned. Are you sure? Someone questioned. If you want to die, you can let someone else help you sew the banana. By the way, the person who helps him will also die. Lin Baici hated these kinds of people the most. At a life or death moment, they actually wanted to entrust their lives to others. It was simply cowardly behavior. Once Lin Baici said this, those college students who wanted to take shortcuts had no choice but to honestly sow their bananas. Among them, some had never touched a needle and thread in their lives. To be honest, doing this kind of work was truly difficult for them. They cried while they sewed, not just because of the pain, but also because of their helplessness. At this moment, everyone hated Wang Hangshu to death. 3 minutes left. Those who have not completed the stitching will be given the punishment of erasure. A male voice suddenly rang out. Do you understand erasure? It means killing. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and hurriedly quickened their stitching speed. However, because many were afraid, their fingers were trembling, resulting in very poor stitching quality. Big brother, I have no grudges against you. Why make things difficult for me? Cao Lei cried out in complaint. That's right, big brother. Doing this kind of thing is against the law. Take advantage of the fact that no one has died yet and stop. Fatty Ming advised. We have to God hunters here. Are you sure you want to continue? Wang Hangshu was very cunning, directly diverting the disaster and trying to draw the speaker's attention to Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. No matter who won or lost, as long as they started fighting, he would have a chance to escape. Jia Hongyao didn't react when she heard this, but Lin Baici turned his head and glanced at Wang Hangshu. He is a piece of trash, indeed, selfish enough. Lin Baici estimated that this rule pollution had started because of Wang Hangshu, so he had considered handing this guy over to trade for everyone's survival. But even if Wang Hangshu was trash, at least he hadn't broken the law. Saving many people by sacrificing one person felt a bit like the trolley problem. However, right now, Lin Baici felt he should be ruthless. That voice did not respond to Wang Hangshu but began the countdown. This countdown, gradually approaching 0, instantly filled everyone with a sense of urgency. I'm finished. A girl cried tears of joy. It's enough that you're finished. Don't talk. It will put pressure on the others. Jia Hongyao reminded them. Couldn't she see that these people were about to die of anxiety? Some people, in order to finish the stitching within the time limit, stop following the requirements Lin Baici had reminded them of and, regardless of quality, just sewed the opening on the banana shed first. The countdown ended. The college students who hadn't finished sewing their bananas suddenly felt a sharp, intense pain, as if they were being cut by knives, hurting like hell. They screamed, fell to the ground, and kept convulsing, with fresh blood flowing from their bodies. Those who had luckily passed the test saw this scene and, besides being horrified, felt incredibly fortunate. It was a good thing they had finished. 1 minute later, the punishment time ended. They didn't die. Jia Hongyao was somewhat surprised. She ran to a boy and checked his heartbeat. Little Lin, he didn't die. Lin Baici was also checking a college student, comparing the cuts on the banana with the wounds on his body. Those who hadn't finished were not erased. The cuts on the banana simply appeared on their bodies in double. This scene made Lin Baici frown. Could it be that his guess was correct, and that organ thief didn't actually want to kill anyone? Aren't you guys god hunters? Isn't there any way to save us and get us out of here? Chu Ying cried out. Everyone looked at Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Complete the rule contamination, and you can leave this place, Jia Hongyao explained. Do as Lin Baici says, and you will survive. Survive my foot. Wang Hangshu cursed under his breath. Everything you are experiencing right now has a 90% chance of being related to this Wang Hangshu. I think as long as that organ thief is satisfied, you should be able to survive. Lin Baici explained. Organ thief. Hearing this title, everyone gasped. It sounded terrifying. That is right. That guy likes to steal organs. Lin Baici looked at Wang Hangshu. What nonsense are you spouting? I have a great reputation, and I usually don't have conflicts with anyone. How could this have anything to do with me? Wang Hangshu felt completely numb. Lin Baici's words were going to get him killed. That is right. Hangshu is a good person, Chu Ying chimed in. Because she liked Wang Hangshu, she viewed him through the filter of a lover, thinking he was excellent in every way. Good my foot. Getting someone pregnant is one thing, but then making her get an abortion and breaking up with her. If he is not a scumbag, then who is? Cao Lei cursed. The others fell silent, although they also felt that Wang Hangshu was no good. It seemed unfair to accuse him based on the words of this stranger. More importantly, How could they satisfy that organ thief? It could not possibly be by killing Wang Hangshu, could it? Look, the writing on the blackboard has changed, Kai Wenqi exclaimed. Everyone immediately looked at the blackboard. The original chalk writing seemed to have been wiped away by an invisible eraser. And 2 new lines of text appeared. These are 3 human anatomical diagrams. Please choose one and draw it within half an hour. A perfect score is 100, and 60 is passing. Those who fail will be erased. On the blackboard, 3 diagrams of internal organs appeared. The first was a full-body human muscular anatomy diagram, with every muscle carefully labeled. Forget about drawing this. Just looking at it felt incredibly tedious. The second was a diagram of human internal organs, showing all the organs in the abdomen. The level of complexity was such that even tracing it would be nearly impossible to complete. The third was a human skull. This one looked relatively simple. There is more. Chu Ying felt desperate. Is this never going to end? If everyone draws the skull, will there be a problem? Cao Lei worried. You can draw something else. Fatty Ming saw a for paper inside a desk, immediately pulled out a sheet, and began drawing the human skull from the blackboard. If only I had studied medicine back then. Cao Lei had no choice. And even though this skull looked simple, it was not certain he could finish it within 30 minutes. Everyone wore a grave expression, and for the sake of survival, they began to draw the anatomical diagrams. Can you handle it? Lin Baici looked at Jia Hongyao. I won the city's Little Painter Silver Award when I was in kindergarten. Jia Hongyao smiled confidently, gave a thumbs up, and looked as if to say, don't worry about me. How about you? Can you handle it? Lin Baici laughed. If this were before the National Day holiday, he would only be at the level of drawing a skull. But now, sorry. I am going to challenge that human muscular diagram with soul sketching. I can do whatever I want. This divine grace was obtained after Lin Baici devoured a god. As long as he had seen something, he could draw it, capturing both its form and spirit perfectly. Let's start quickly. Lin Baici pulled a few sheets of paper from Kai Wenqi's desk. After handing one to Jia Hongyao, he saw there was no desk for him. So, he simply squatted on the ground. God Lin? Kai Wenqi handed over a pencil. There were extra pencils and a pencil sharpener on the desk. Thanks. Lin Baici glanced at the anatomical diagram on the blackboard, then lowered his head and began to draw, swish, swish, inside the tent. The pencil rubbed against the paper, making a sound like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves. Lin Baici's strokes were inspired. He had originally intended to look at the diagram on the blackboard, but he found it unnecessary. Just from that one glance, the image was completely imprinted in his mind, and it felt as if he had drawn it himself. It was so familiar that the position, length, and thickness of every muscle were drawn by Lin Baici with absolute precision. He was completely immersed in this creation. When he finished the last stroke, he checked his watch. Only 7 minutes had passed. Oh my! Lin Baici was startled himself. This ability was simply powerful. He was a human printer. Lin Baici turned his head and looked at Jia Hongyao. What on earth is she drawing? A Neanderthal skull. Lin Baici was speechless and quickly drew a skull. This time, it only took 45 seconds because Lin Baici's hand speed was so fast that his fingers left only after images while he drew. Hongyao, put this underneath and trace it. Lin Baici handed over the for paper. Jia Hongyao took one look and was shocked. This drawing was too realistic. Right, immediately. A deep sense of gratitude welled up in her heart. Don't worry about me. Draw your own first, Jia Hongyao urged. I can handle it myself. I am already finished. Lin Baici laughed. Hearing this, Kai Wenqi could not help but look up and glance over. Alright, is this the human skull? It is drawn quite well. Jia Hongyao patted her head and took the artwork, handling it very carefully for fear of smudging it for Lin Baici. That is not it, Lin Baici urged. Hurry up and draw. What? Jia Hongyao was stunned. Hongyao, look. Kai Wenqi called out to Jia Hongyao, her voice trembling and her expression one of shock. Jia Hongyao turned her head and saw the human anatomy diagram. Her expression immediately turned to one of astonishment, and a holy crap slipped out of her mouth. As someone who was notoriously bad at academics, the girl with the high ponytail could only use that phrase to express her shock. Lin Shen, you aren't a medical student, are you? Why are you so good at drawing this? Kai Wenqi looked at him with suspicion. Could it be that Lin Baici was a psychopath who secretly drew these kinds of things every night? Otherwise, why would he be so proficient at it? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and draw, as Lin Baici spoke. He drew another skull and handed it to Kai Wenqi. Hurry up and copy this. People nearby heard Kai Wenqi and the others talking and turned to look. When they saw Lin Baici's work on the ground, they were immediately stunned. Several students who were struggling to draw then ran over. Lin Shen, can you draw one for me? I beg you. I don't want to die, Lin Shen. I will kowtow to you. Everyone was asking for a drawing of the human skull, intending to place it underneath their paper and trace it. Let's get this straight first. Do not use my drawing to pass it off as your own. Lin Baici did not refuse. His hand moved with extreme speed as he depicted the human skull. Once he finished 3, he became so proficient that he could draw one in just 30 seconds. Of course, this was also thanks to Lin Baici having strengthened his body. The strength and flexibility of his arm muscles had increased significantly, allowing him to sustain this burst of activity. Time ticked by second. Everyone noticed the commotion over here, and those students who knew their own drawings would definitely not pass all came over, waiting for a skull drawing. Everyone was giving it their all. And before they knew it, time was up. The entire tent was deathly silent. Why is there no sound? Does that mean everyone passed? Everyone was waiting anxiously. This round, everyone has passed. That voice rang out, providing its critique. Upon hearing this, everyone wept with joy. Especially those who were not good at drawing at all. They had only managed to pass by copying the skull Lin Baici had drawn. Lin Shen, thank you. Everyone rushed to offer their gratitude. Looking at the situation, this rule contamination would not end anytime soon, and they would still have to rely on him later. So they had to maintain a good attitude to ensure this big thigh wouldn't kick them away. The student who drew the anatomy diagram the best is this one. As a reward, you may choose 5 people to leave with you. Congratulations. The voice offered its congratulations, hoping Lin Baici would leave quickly because this guy put immense pressure on it. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up, and they all looked at Lin Baici in unison. Lin Shen, take me out, please. Liu Qing's round face was covered in tears. Her cuteness tinged with an air that made people want to pity her. Lin Shen, I am an only child. I can't die, or my parents won't be able to go on living either. Fatty Ming played the pity card. Lin Shen, I will pay you. I beg you to give me a way to live. Wang Hangshu went straight to throwing money around. In his view, this was the most effective weapon. 200,000. Plus a BMW 3 Series I've only driven for a few months. How about that? Chapter 209 Crime and Punishment. When everyone heard Wang Hangshu throwing money around, their faces showed frustration and annoyance. In their view, money could make the devil turn the millstone, and this guy would definitely not be able to resist such temptation. So Wang Hangshu would certainly occupy one of the spots. This made people feel very uncomfortable. If everyone were competing fairly, no one would say anything. But why should having money entitle someone to preferential treatment? Damn it, is having money so great? Cao Lei cursed. Wang Hangshu really wanted to say that having money was indeed great. But at a time like this, survival was the priority and he couldn't afford any complications, so he held back. Besides, in a few hours, these people would be dead anyway, so there was no need to get angry with them. Lin Baici looked at Wang Hangshu with a cold gaze. Wang Hangshu was startled. What was going on? Did he think the money wasn't enough? Did he want to make a huge demand? However, at a time like this, Wang Hangshu had no choice. He squeezed out a fawning smile. Lin Shen, the money part is negotiable. This round of rule contamination started because of you. Don't you plan to do something about it? Are you just planning to leave by yourself? Lin Baici retorted. Lin Shen, this joke could get people killed. How could this have anything to do with me? Wang Hangshu gave a bitter smile, wearing the expression of someone who was the victim. Don't you know what you've been doing these past few days? Zhou Hongniao accused him. If you still have any sense of responsibility and still remember that these are your classmates, then stand up voluntarily and accept the punishment. Wang Hangshu, the matter started because of you. You have to find a way to solve it. Cao Lei started berating him. He didn't care if it was actually caused by Wang Hangshu or not. He was just trying anything he could. Wang Hangshu, screw your mother. You caused everyone to suffer like this. Admit it. I beg you. Just take the blame. Before the rule contamination began, everyone could still think for Wang Hangshu and speak up for him. But now, having suffered through 2 rounds of the God-forbidden game, they were truly terrified. Especially those students who had tasted enough pain and were left with scars on their bodies. They didn't care if Wang Hangshu was the culprit or not. They just wanted him to die. It really has nothing to do with me. Wang Hangshu clenched his fists, wanting to hit someone. But he couldn't gauge Lin Baici's strength, and he still needed his help. So, he had to endure it. Can you hear us? Wang Hangshu is right here. If you have a grievance, seek revenge on him. Can you stop taking it out on us? Liu King cried out. After Cao Lei whispered a few words to his 2 close roommates, he suddenly stepped out from the crowd and lunged at Wang Hangshu. Beat him up. Cao Lei shouted. Wang Hangshu was not the type to just surrender without a fight. He started swinging his fists to retaliate. Furthermore, because the kid wanted to look cool, he had actually studied Taekwondo. Although Cao Lei's group had more people, they lacked an overwhelming advantage. And they were actually fighting to a stalemate. Beat him together, Cao Lei roared, his face full of anxiety. Screw your mother. Let's see who dares to come up. Wang Hangshu grabbed a stool and swung it down toward Cao Lei's head. Go in for the kill. Bang bang, on the 3rd strike. Cao Lei's head was hit. Blood immediately covered his face. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. Come on then. I'll beat you all to death. Wang Hangshu held the stool, his eyes wide, sweeping across the entire room by himself. He had actually intimidated so many boys. Everyone stopped fighting. It might not necessarily be Wang Hangshu's fault. Chui Ying stood up, trying to smooth things over. So, are you saying I'm wrong? Lin Baici stared at her. This girl was truly blinded by love. Chui Ying lowered her head, not daring to refute Lin Baici. God Lin, if you want money, I'll give you money. If you want face, I'll give you face. What else do you want? Stop targeting me. Wang Hangshu suppressed his anger and pleaded with Lin Baici. Punish him. As long as you satisfy the organ thief, you can avoid the rule contamination. Lin Baici curled his lip, looking at these people in the tent. I'll say this one last time. Punish this Wang Hangshu to satisfy the organ thief, and you can avoid the rule contamination. When Wang Hangshu heard this, his face turned green. However, he was still rational. Even though he was furious enough to die, he did not make a move against Lin Baici. Let's go. Lin Baici called out to Jia Hongyao and Kai Wenqi, then looked at Liu King. You come too. Thank you. God Lin, thank you. God Lin. Liu King quickly trotted to Lin Baici's side. Are we not helping them? Jia Hongyao sighed. I've already told them how to pass. What else do you want me to do? Lin Baici could not guarantee that he could safely pass every rule contamination. Even if he didn't die, sustaining some scars would be unpleasant. Moreover, although Kai Wenqi had ulterior motives, she had stayed behind after all. So, he had to bring her out safe and sound. Gourmet God, help me pick out 2 more students with decent character, Lin Baici requested. Rather than trying to figure out how to clear this God-forbidden game, it would be better to get out, head straight to the source, and kill that organ thief first. At the 3 o'clock direction, the girl with the red hair clip and the bow wearing the blue denim jacket. God Lin, take me with you please. I don't want to die. As long as I survive, I'll do good deeds every day from now on. The students surrounded Lin Baici, pleading anxiously and trying to paint themselves in a good light. You, and you, follow me. Lin Baici chose the 2 people the gourmet god had pointed out. Remind these people that if they leave this tent without completing the rule contamination, they will lose their organs. Before Lin Baici could speak, that voice spoke up directly. Without my permission, if you leave this tent, you will randomly lose a portion of your organs. The organ thief's words made everyone stop in their tracks, their faces filled with terror. In this tent, you can survive even without your organs, but once you leave, you will die instantly. The 3rd punishment game is called organ cleaning. A doctor will perform a live dissection on you, remove your organs, wash them in formalin, and then put them back into your stomach. During the dissection, You will not feel any pain, but the process of washing the organs in formalin will be painful. The deeper your sins, the more intense the pain. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Some of the timid girls even felt their legs go weak, trembling as they collapsed to the ground. Have their organs cut out, even if they survived. Wouldn't they be severely weakened? I haven't done anything sinful. Can you let me go? Chui Ying pleaded. Whether you have or not, you'll find out when we wash your organs. The organ thief sneered, however. You like a piece of trash like Wang Hangshu and even defended him. That in itself is a sin. So, endure the pain. Is it because of Wang Hangshu that we are being punished by you? Fatty Ming asked. Hey, the organ thief sneered. He didn't directly admit it, but through his answer to Chui Ying, these college students were basically certain that God Hunter was right. They were all being implicated because of Wang Hangshu. Damn it, at this moment, everyone hated this guy to the core. Wang Hangshu's expression changed drastically. If we beat him up, will you let us go? Fatty Ming asked obsequiously. If you had just taken action earlier, I would have forgiven you. After all, I'm not some murderous demon. But now, the organ thief's tone was cold. It's too late. The reactions of you people make me sick. Your organs must be cleaned. Let the game begin. As the organ thief's voice faded, thick white fog filled the large tent. When the fog dissipated, the desks had disappeared, and rows of hospital beds had appeared in their place. These hospital beds were very crude, without any bedding, and only had names stuck to the headboards. Beside each one was an IV stand with a bag of liquid hanging from it. Between these hospital beds were white curtains, with a simple pull. One could block out the view of others and form an independent little space. Next to each hospital bed was a small cabinet, and on the cabinet sat a glass jar half a meter high and a foot in radius, filled with formalin. Soon, the entire tent was filled with that uncomfortable, pungent smell. Surgeons wearing surgical scrubs walked in one by one, their faces covered by masks, revealing only cold and ruthless eyes. Get on the beds, wait for the dissection. The voices urged. Those who are not lying on the hospital beds in 1 minute will lose their internal organs and die. This warning made everyone panic even more, and they all looked toward Lin Baici. Get the hell out, the voices urged. You are on your own. Lin Baici left. He had no interest in experiencing this trial again. Outside the tent, there was thick, swirling fog. Keep moving forward. Do not look back, or suffer the consequences. The voices warned. How'd Lin? Kai Wenqi grabbed the lapel of Lin Baici's jacket. Sure enough, following him meant being safe and sound. God Lin, thank you. Liu King and the other two were also busy expressing their gratitude. The culprit behind all this must be nearby. Jia Hongye looked around in all directions. Just keep walking straight, and you should be able to get out, Lin Baici instructed. What are you doing? Kai Wenqi was scared. She wanted to stay with Lin Baici right now. Going to catch the organ thief. After stepping out of the tent, Lin Baici felt a sense of hunger, which indicated that there was a divine taboo item nearby. He identified the direction and gave chase. Hurry up, you guys, Jia Hongye urged. She planned to send these four people away and then rush back to help. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was oppressive, especially when they saw those doctors standing before the hospital beds, picking up scalpels and looking at them with cold, indifferent eyes. These college students were so terrified they nearly died of shock. Damn it! What are we waiting for? Let's get him! Fatty Ming roared and lunged at Wang Hangshu. Although the voice had said that punishing Wang Hangshu would not grant them immunity, it was certain that the organ thief hated Wang Hangshu. Perhaps beating him up would earn them some preferential treatment, even if it didn't. Venting their anger was still an option. In short, even if I'm going to die, I'm going to make sure Wang Hangshu goes to hell first. Seeing this, many people rushed toward Wang Hangshu, including several female students. At this moment, even Chui Ying dared not speak up for Wang Hangshu. Damn you! The stool in Wang Hangshu's hand had disappeared. He tried to pull down and for stand to use as a weapon, but before he could, Fatty Ming had already reached him. If you have this much energy, why don't you fight that doctor? Wang Hangshu roared. A chaotic brawl began. No one tried to stop the fight, and coupled with the fear of being vivisected, everyone fought viciously, knocking the hospital beds askew. 1 minute passed. Many people were still not lying on the hospital beds, but the organ thief did not punish them, because this was the effect he wanted, to beat Wang Hangshu to death. As the saying goes, a hero is no match for a pack of wolves. Wang Hangshu was quickly overwhelmed. It wasn't until a male student struck him on the head with an IV stand, leaving him dazed, that he completely collapsed into a state of defeat. Do you see? We punished him for you. The group led by Fatty Ming punched and kicked, beating Wang Hangshu severely. Are you going to beat him to death? Chui Ying, whose brain was clouded by romance, still liked Wang Hangshu. So she gathered her courage and shouted. Everyone's hands froze. That's right. If they killed someone, they would be executed. Just as everyone was at a loss, a white mist filled the tent, acting like an anesthetic, causing everyone to faint and fall to the ground. When Wang Hangshu woke up, he found himself lying on a cold, hard hospital bed. The doctor was standing right beside him, performing a dissection. Let me go. Wang Hangshu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't move at all. Pinned firmly to the bed, the doctor glanced at Wang Hangshu, remaining indifferent. A wide curtain, a foot high, was set up at Wang Hangshu's neck. He couldn't see the doctor's actions, but he could feel the pain, and a pair of hands rummaging inside his abdominal cavity. Soon, the doctor removed a piece of liver and tossed it into a glass jar. Some formalin splashed out, and some even dripped onto Wang Hangshu's face. His entire body went numb, and cold sweat poured down. Your kidneys have problems. You haven't been using them sparingly, have you? The doctor remarked. In every compartment separated by curtains, a vivisection was taking place. They wouldn't die. But this experience was even more terrifying than death. Some people couldn't handle the stimulation and fainted, but they were quickly injected with adrenaline and forcibly awakened, making them watch their own internal organs being removed and cleaned. And feeling this pain, this was the true meaning of this rule-based contamination. The organ thief didn't want to kill them. He wanted them to repent. Lin Baici stopped in his tracks because he saw the organ thief. It was a young man wearing jeans and a light blue hoodie, his entire face hidden by a hood and a mask. He was extremely tall, at least 1.90 meters. Though his build was lean, he was squatting on the ground, playing with an Ultraman figure missing an arm, which some child must have discarded. If you have the energy to track me, why don't you go punish that bastard who bullied the girl? The man in the hoodie didn't understand. They were both willing participants, even if she had a miscarriage. Who am I to judge? At most, I can condemn him morally. But as for the law, he didn't break it, Lin Baici explained. Then I'll take care of it. The man in the hoodie was annoyed. You are just an organ thief who steals from others. What right do you have to act so self-righteous? Lin Baici retorted. The other party's posture made him look like Batman. I only steal the organs of the dead. The man in the hoodie was defiant. Since the bodies are going to be sent to the crematorium to be burned anyway, what's wrong with giving them to me? Did you ask their families? Lin Baici was so amused he laughed. What kind of twisted logic was that? In all honesty, if your family member died, and after lying in the morgue for 2 days, you discovered their internal organs were gone, leaving only a shriveled abdominal cavity, how would you feel? The man in the hoodie remained silent. Are you going to surrender? Or should I take care of it myself? Lin Baici drew his bronze sword. Chapter 210 Yi Jisheng. The Pharaoh's shroud on Lin Baici's left wrist activated, moving like a python as it rapidly coiled around his entire body before tightening with force. Lin Baici was completely wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes exposed. After the man in the hoodie tucked the limping Ultraman figure into his pocket, he suddenly lunged forward. His long legs moved with a gust of wind, and in a few long strides, he was right in front of Lin Baici. Whoosh! A heavy punch was thrown, aiming for Lin Baici's head. A bit fast, Lin Baici tilted his head and shifted his body to the side, dodging the fist while stepping forward to charge. Swish! The bronze sword grazed the man's arm and thrust straight toward his face. The man in the hoodie reached out with both hands to grab Lin Baici's head, leaping into the air and driving both knees forward to slam into Lin Baici's chest. If that landed, Lin Baici's ribs would surely shatter. Lin Baici flipped his wrist. Swish! The bronze sword slashed horizontally, grazing the man's right arm and easily cutting half an inch deep. but neither blood flowed out, nor did it slow the man's attack. This guy acted as if he felt no pain, continuing his fierce assault. A prosthetic limb. Lin Baici frowned. Seeing the opponent's hands closing in on his ears, he activated Lightning Flash. Everything in his field of vision seemed to have been hit with a slow-motion button, instantly dragging out as if an old woman with bound feet was taking a century to walk a single step. Lin Baici did not know what kind of defensive divine grace or divine taboo item this man possessed. So, he didn't use a finishing move immediately, instead throwing a heavy punch toward his chest. Armor-piercing technique. Overlord strips the armor. No clothes to cover the body, the fists connected, and a ripple visibly appeared in the air, spreading outward. Following that, the hoodie, jeans, and mask on the man all tore apart with a ripping sound, scattering in all directions. Because Lin Baici was still in the state of lightning flash in his eyes, the fragments of clothing flew off and left the man's body in slow motion. Yet, through the gaps between the flying debris, he caught a glimpse of the opponent's body, and then he was shocked. What is going on? Underneath the hoodie, this man did not have a healthy, youthful, and vibrant body. It was an anatomical model, the exact kind used as a teaching aid in medical universities. Half of it was a muscular model, and the other half was an internal organ model. Lin Baici was absolutely certain he hadn't seen it wrong, and this likely wasn't some defensive divine grace. The hoodie's hood and the mask on the man's head had shattered, revealing his true face, a bald head, or round face. The face was made of muscle tissue without skin, and two rows of plaster teeth were clearly visible when its eyeballs rotated. Lin Baici could even clearly see those muscle bundles contracting and expanding. A monster. Lin Baici recalled the stray dog he had killed earlier. It had become a divine taboo item because it had licked a god's saliva. It seemed this anatomical model was in a similar situation. Although these thoughts flashed through Lin Baici's mind in an instant, he didn't stop his attack, and the bronze sword headed straight for the creature's head, flesh-shredding strike. Through various signs, Lin Baici had sensed that the man in the hoodie didn't seem to have the intent to hurt people. So, he had wanted to show mercy, but now, he didn't dare. Who knew what other trump cards this monster had? Lin Baici didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Seeing its clothes explode and its body exposed, the monster's expression changed. It seemed to feel immense shame, quickly performing a series of backflips to retreat and put distance between itself and Lin Baici. But it was still half a beat too slow. Swish! The bronze sword left a fingernail-deep gash on the monster's chest. Lin Baici threw the bronze sword, my lung lobe. The monster was anxious and angry, reaching out to touch the gash on its lung lobe, seemingly trying to find a way to repair the wound. Whoosh! The bronze sword flew in, and the monster swatted it away with a slap. Is this guy a narcissist? Lin Baici was speechless. Otherwise, why would it be so heartbroken over a single sword strike? Besides, wasn't this guy's face made of plastic? How could it make such a vivid expression that anyone could understand? The power of gods was truly incredible. A medical anatomical model that has been used by a god, extremely narcissistic, loves collecting organ specimens, and likes the liver the most. Used, Lin Baici was stunned. Was this used in a decent way? It likes to drink formalin, likes to eat braised offal, and likes to collect anatomical models. It loves visiting shopping malls because when it walks into a mall, it feels like it has entered a harem, with every plastic mannequin waiting for its favor, stealing mannequins. No, just like humans going into a cornfield to pick corn, it's just taking its wild wives home. The gourmet commented, whatever it is, take it down first, Lin Baici charged. Since the opponent's body was made of plastic, its resistance to damage must be very high. So Lin Baici took out the pine torch. Do you have a name? Lin Baici noticed that when the torch was lit, the monster's expression became grave. Clearly, this weapon posed a great threat to it. Yi Jisheng. The monster actually wanted to run, but its gaze drifted past Lin Baici toward the depths of the fog. It had come here to punish Wang Hangshu, and now that it was on the verge of success, how could it give up halfway? Wait a little longer. Lin Baici launched his attack. The torch he swung trailing streaks of flame like a fire dragon dancing wildly. Actually, Lin Baici and Jiao Hongya were safe now. He could have easily stalled for time until the Public Security Bureau arrived to hunt down this Yi Zhisheng together. But if he did that, the people currently undergoing rule contamination might die. Don't force me. I don't want to kill anyone, Yi Zhisheng roared. After dodging the slash, it unleashed a flurry of punches with both arms, aiming wildly at Lin Baici's head. Lin Baici felt this monster was asking for a beating. So, he took the opportunity to strike. Swish. A left arm was severed. Yi Zhisheng's expression turned to one of shock, and it hurriedly retreated. Lin Baici lunged forward to press the attack. Just then, the arm that had fallen behind Lin Baici and hit the ground suddenly twisted like a cobra waking from hibernation. It halted its fall, lunged forward, and clawed at Lin Baici's neck. The speed was incredible. Moreover, with the strength in those 5 fingers, once it grabbed Lin Baici's neck, it could crush his cervical vertebrae as easily as kneading noodles. Seeing this, Yi Zhisheng muttered, "It's over," and the look of terror on its face faded, for that expression had been a ruse to deceive Lin Baici. In reality, letting its arm be severed by Lin Baici was part of its tactic. Yi Zhisheng saw the look of fear on Lin Baici's face and felt even more confident. Its gaze then involuntarily drifted toward Lin Baici's chest. His physique was perfect, radiating an aura of health. Surely his internal organs must be beautifully formed as well. I want to make them my own so badly. However, Yi Zhisheng did not kill the innocent indiscriminately. So even though it was drooling with desire, it decided to just knock him unconscious. What a pity. Come to think of it, if we became friends, would he be willing to lend me his internal organs to play with? Yi Zhisheng did not know that the look of terror on Lin Baici's face was also faked. He had previously encountered a monster that ate the internal organs of wild cats, and that creature could still control its limbs even after they were separated from its body. Lin Baici had had his ankle grabbed back then and was nearly torn apart like a chicken leg. So how could he not be prepared? Furthermore, his finishing move had been waiting for exactly this moment. In a flash of lightning, everything in Lin Baici's field of vision slowed down once more. He turned and thrust his bronze sword. The sharp blade pierced through the arm. The arm was still lunging forward, so it was sliced open by the blade. At the same time, the muscular Buddha in tight shorts appeared behind Yi Zhisheng, not only sealing off its retreat but also unleashing a barrage of Buddha fists. Oro. What? Yi Zhisheng saw that Lin Baici seemed to have anticipated this and blocked its lethal strike. Before it could decide what to do, it saw a terrifying, massive Buddha appear beside it. The next instant, the red clay doll hiding in the grass launched a triple stone-throwing attack. Pop! Pop! The 3 walnut-sized stones didn't just hit Yi Zhisheng's head, each one struck its eyes, blinding it. Forced by necessity, it could only roll to the side in a panic to dodge the Buddha fists. Lin Baici had been waiting for this moment. While throwing the bronze sword, he exerted his full strength to intercept it. Just as the bronze sword plunged into Yi Zhisheng's neck, Lin Baici rushed over, clenched his right fist, and hammered it fiercely against its head. Flesh-shattering strike. Yi Zhisheng felt as if its head had been struck by a speeding dump truck. Its entire body flew backward toward the ground, then plunged headfirst into the grass, sending grass clippings and mud flying. The plastic skull cracked, and some brain matter leaked out. Thump thump! The muscular Buddha sprinted over in hot pursuit, its Buddha fist filled with rage. Yi Zhisheng, which hadn't even managed to crawl up, was hammered deep into the grass this time, with only its 2 legs left sticking out like antennas. And the rule contamination. Or I will kill you, Lin Baici commanded. Although Yi Zhisheng was a medical mannequin, it still knew right from wrong. If the man simply killed it, the rule contamination would end up by doing this instead. He was clearly showing mercy and wanting to spare its life. All right, Yi Zhisheng sat up, having no intention of resisting. The severed arm crawled over like an earthworm, trying to reattach itself to the shoulder, but it was stepped on by the muscular Buddha. Why didn't you kill me? Yi Zhisheng didn't understand. In the eyes of humans, it was a monster through and through. It truly has no subjective intent to harm people. Its pursuit in life is simply to collect a few more beautiful human mannequins. Have you really never threatened others, making them bring people over so you could eat their internal organs? Lin Baici frowned. I can swear, if I have ever eaten the internal organs of a living person, may I never fulfill my dream of having 3,000 wives in this lifetime. Yi Zhisheng knew that swearing was a very solemn commitment among humans. I suddenly really want to hit you. What should I do? Lin Baici thought to himself. I have an annual salary of over 100 million and I'm a god hunter. Yet I don't even dare to dream of finding two wives. You, a medical mannequin, have such a huge dream. Wait, didn't Teacher Wo say that as long as you don't get married? It isn't bigamy. Why hit me? Yi Zhisheng didn't understand. Because I have more wives than you. Lin Baici refused to answer. Those were all stolen by me with great difficulty every night after the mall closed. You don't know how hard it is to find a wife whose figure and skin tone I'm satisfied with. Yi Zhisheng began to complain. Those humans don't cherish my wives at all. They leave them covered in scratches, and some, when they're done with them, just toss them into the warehouse. Woo, my wives, you are so miserable. Can you stop crying? Lin Baici had a headache. He had seen those mannequins in the mall. They were all much the same, just having gendered shapes. And they didn't even have facial features. One could say they were simple to the extreme. Even this kind of thing was enough to make Yi Zhisheng unable to stop himself. If it were to see those life-size silicone dolls, wouldn't it be so excited that it would drop dead on the spot? If you confess honestly and listen to me, I will give you a beautiful doll. Lin Baici took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a pity that it was broken, otherwise, he could have just searched for any model on Taobao and used a beauty trap to make this Yi Zhisheng fall for it. You ask? Yi Zhisheng was still quite grateful that Lin Baici had not killed it. When did you first gain consciousness? Lin Baici hesitated for a moment before saying the word God. Have you ever seen a god? When I first woke up and saw this world, I was in a pile of trash. What is a god? I have never seen one, but I have intermittently heard a voice muttering to itself in the past. Yi Zhisheng was very obedient. What was it muttering? Lin Baici was curious. The thick fog shrouding the Senhai Park area began to dissipate. Is this the structure of a human? So trashy. The efficiency of energy utilization is too low. This thing called a game console is so amazing. It was actually invented by these crawling insects called humans. It seems these crawling insects are not completely useless. From today on, to be is my wife. Damn, who stole my takeout? Forget it. I will beat the boss first, then eat. Yi Zhisheng was not only describing it but also seemed to want to imitate the tone of that voice. But it had no vocal cords. So the imitation sounded terrible. Is this the god that accidentally polluted and created Yi Zhisheng? Why does it feel like a gamer? Lin Baici was speechless. Most of what Yi Zhisheng said was related to games. Little Lindsay. Lin Baici heard Jia Hongyao calling. Over here, Lin Baici shouted. The thick fog was about to dissipate, making it easier for Jia Hongyao and the others to find people. What will happen to me? Yi Zhisheng hesitated for a moment before asking. It knew that it and these humans were not of the same species. No, in their eyes, it was not something that could coexist like flowers, birds, fish, or insects. But a monster? I am not sure. Lin Baici could actually guess. Since they had finally caught a live specimen, the Security Bureau would definitely not kill it. They would certainly use it for experiments. I have a request. Yi Zhisheng felt that Lin Baici was a good person, and it had no one else to entrust. So it spoke up. Please help me take care of my wife. When I get out, I will repay you. My home address is. The place where Yi Zhisheng lived was an urban village not too far from Haixing Normal University. What kind of relationship do we have? You dare to entrust your wife and children to me? Lin Baici was also impressed. Do you really not treat me as an outsider? But thinking that this guy's wife was just a mannequin from a shopping mall, he felt relieved. Even if it were given to him for free, he would think it took up too much space. Little Lindsay. Footsteps approached in a hurry. It was not just Jia Hongyao who had arrived, but also 3 colleagues from the Security Bureau. Chapter 211. What reward do you want? Although Lin Baici looked at Jia Hongyao and the others, he kept his peripheral vision fixed on Yi Zhisheng. Furthermore, the red clay mud man was lying in ambush in the grass not far away. If Yi Zhisheng tried to escape, it would immediately launch an attack. Lin, Fang Tianhua shouted, his attitude respectful. Tianhua. Lin Baici smiled. Everyone had experienced several God-forbidden games together in the Provincial Museum God Ruins. Although Fang Tianhua's strength was average, his character was fine. So Lin Baici had a good impression of him. And his name. It sounded like the last character of the Fangshan Huaji sky-piercing halberd was missing, which made it memorable. Lin Baici reckoned that Fang Tianhua must have been called upon by teachers quite often when he was a child. After all, his name was too easy to attract attention. Little Lindsay. Is this guy the culprit? Jia Hongyao stopped beside Lin Baici, looking at Yi Jisheng with a shocked expression. What on earth is this? Fang Tianhua was dumbfounded. This couldn't be a human, right? The other two colleagues had the same expression. They were on high alert, but after seeing Lin Baici standing calmly to the side, their tense hearts relaxed. He is worthy of being someone personally recruited by Minister Zhou Hongmian, reliable. These two colleagues from the Security Bureau had never met Lin Baici, but they had heard his name, because for the past few days, the Security Bureau had been full of rumors about him. This summer, he did well in the college entrance examination. When he went to a local temple to offer incense and fulfill a vow, he accidentally encountered a falling meteor and fell into a god ruin, only to end up clearing the god ruin alone. Extremely impressive. Later, on the train to university, he encountered smuggled god-forbidden items from the Lost Coast. Relying on his wisdom and courage, he killed Black Shark 3 and Octopus Ball. Then there was the Palm Harbor God Ruin. It was too close to Haijing. If the God Ruin went out of control, the damage would be too great. But just as Minister Zhou was leading a group of people to clear the God Ruin, this Lin Baici purified it. He cleared it alone. He was ridiculously strong. At that time, Minister Zhou had already offered genius recruitment terms, but he said he would consider it. You have to know that was 100 million yuan, plus thousands of meteor coins. Many people would have agreed impatiently, but he was completely unmoved. The college freshman, facing such temptation, had a terrifyingly mature mind. Finally, this national day, Haijing suffered a terrorist attack. The provincial museum was polluted, and a god ruin appeared. Lin Baici, as the main force, played a huge role. Now, just after joining the job, he had already dealt with the organ thief. This efficiency was frighteningly high. Yi Jisheng's expression was awkward and embarrassed. It twisted its body unnaturally, trying to avoid the gazes of these people because it did not like its internal organs being stared at. Lin Baici took off his coat and threw it onto Yi Jisheng. Put it on. The mist was dissipating rapidly. Lin Baici did not see the large tent, but instead saw a large group of people lying scattered on the ground in the distance. At the 3 o'clock position, the rescue team has already rushed over there, Jia Hongyao explained. Is Wang Hangshu dead yet? Lin Baici asked casually. HMM. Yi Jisheng was puzzled. What did he mean by that? Why did it sound like he was hoping for Wang Hangshu to have bad luck? If you caused such a huge commotion, and that guy didn't die, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Lin Baici did not like green tea bitches, and he also hated male players, especially someone like Wang Hangshu, who broke up with his girlfriend right after making her have an abortion. It was clear he had no intention of marrying her. He was just playing with people. He was absolute scum. And then there was Li Mei. Who knows which honest man will end up taking the blame for her in the future? Just thinking about it made him angry. Why is it that the honest ones are always the ones who suffer? He is not dead, but his internal organs are damaged, making him more susceptible to illness. Yi Jisheng sneered. In the remaining years of his life, he will be tormented by pain every single day. God Lin, a tall colleague, spoke up. He was preparing to use a black coffin to seal the god-forbidden object to prevent any further pollution outbreaks. But before he could finish, he was secretly tugged by a colleague. Why are you asking questions now? He really had no sense of timing. Wait for them to finish talking first. It is a god-forbidden object. How do you usually handle them? Lin Baici did not want to do the cleanup work, but he was worried that these people wouldn't be able to handle it. This guy is a god-forbidden object. I thought his appearance was caused by some kind of divine grace. Terrifying. Fang Tianhua and the other two looked shocked, but Jia Hongyao, having followed Lin Baici recently, was well informed and had already become accustomed to such things. Let's go. Seeing the state everyone was in, Lin Baici knew they had no contingency plan for a god-forbidden object like Yi Jisheng. So, he had to go through with it himself. Forget it. An annual salary of 100 million which comes out to over 8.3 million a month. With that much money, it is only right that he puts in some effort. Hong Yao, where is Kai Wenqi? Lin Baici knew that for that girl to work so hard, she must have been seeking something. 9 times out of 10, she wanted to become a god hunter, but that required absorbing divine grace. Lin Baici currently had divine grace, but this thing was too precious. Kai Wenqi's contribution alone was not enough to trade for a strand of divine grace. Therefore, Lin Baici planned to report Kai Wenqi's contribution as a guide to the Security Bureau to see if he could secure a cash reward for her. If the Security Bureau did not provide it, Lin Baici would subsidize it himself. In any case, he would not let Kai Wenqi suffer a loss. She is resting. Don't worry. The rescue team has already taken over. Jiao Hongyao made an okay gesture. All survivors who lived through the rule pollution would be taken to the Security Bureau for radiation decontamination and would be required to sign confidentiality agreements to prevent this information from leaking. Yi Zhisheng was very compliant, following Lin Baici and the others toward the transport vehicle. It lowered its head, looking at the withered yellow leaves swept away by the autumn wind, and suddenly spoke. What is your name? Why, want revenge? Fang Tianhua interjected. Yi Zhisheng ignored him and looked up at Lin Baici. Lin Baici, a freshman at Haijing University of Science and Technology. Lin Baici could not be bothered to hide it. After joining the Kyushu Security Bureau, the Bureau would arrange for special personnel to protect the families of god hunters. Furthermore, judging by the gluttonous god's commentary, Yi Zhisheng did not seem like a thug. Can I ask you for a favor? Yi Zhisheng asked in a low, humble voice. Go ahead. Lin Baici took out a piece of candy and handed it to Yi Zhisheng. It was said that sweets could make people feel happy and reduce irritability, as long as it does not violate morality or the law. I can help you do it. You will definitely search my rental apartment, right? I hope you can protect my wives and not let them be touched by human hands. Yi Zhisheng pleaded. If that is really not possible, can you find some females to perform the inspection? I can. Lin Baici could guarantee this small matter. You must not touch them, Yi Zhisheng emphasized repeatedly. After seeing Lin Baici nod, it said thank you and then fell silent. More than 10 minutes later, the group boarded the vehicle and headed to the Security Bureau. How long will I be locked up? Yi Zhisheng asked. Lin Baici looked at Jiao Hongyao. He did not know the answer to this question. That depends on the specific situation, Fang Tianhua interjected. To be honest, he felt that this guy would probably never get out for the rest of his life. A god-forbidden object with consciousness, my friend. The rest of your life will likely be spent in a laboratory. If I am away for too long, my wives will get dirty, Yi Zhisheng worried. After hesitating for a moment, it spoke. Lin Baici, can I ask you one more favor? Every week, I hope you can use mineral water to clean my wives' bodies. During the cleaning process, please wear gloves and try your best not to touch them. Fang Tianhua and the others frowned. Is this guy sick? How can you clean them without touching them? Jiao Hongyao asked in return. I mean, it would be best if there was a piece of cloth between Lin Baici's hands and my wives' bodies. Yi Zhisheng explained. Lin Baici was speechless. I am not a pervert. Why would I do anything filthy to those mannequins you collected from the shopping mall? Although we are enemies, I believe in your character. Please do not let me down, and whatever you do, do not do anything to my wives. Okay, Yi Zhisheng was very anxious. It had no friends and had lived alone since it gained consciousness. Just now, during the rule pollution, it had witnessed Lin Baici's performance and felt that this man was decent, which was why it entrusted this matter to him. Lin Baici did not offer an explanation. He took a new smartphone out of the black altar bowl, inserted a SIM card, opened the Taobao app, and typed silicone inflatable doll into the search bar before showing it to Yi Zhisheng. What is that? Yi Zhisheng only took one look, and its entire body stiffened, even though it was just a mannequin made of plastic. At this moment, Jiao Hongyao and the other 3 clearly saw the muscles on its face twitching, revealing an expression of pure shock. It was as if a human had just discovered the existence of aliens for the first time. Swish! Yi Zhisheng suddenly reached out and snatched the phone from Lin Baici. Because of this sudden movement, the others nervously drew their blades and swords, standing ready for battle. It's fine. Lin Baici could tell that this monster was obsessed with human mannequins. If it weren't for the incident with Li Mei, it would never have had any interaction with humans at all. This. Yaiji Sheng stammered. Do you want one? Lin Baici asked with a smile. Yaiji Sheng nodded frantically, looking at Lin Baici with eager eyes like a pug waiting to be fed. When you get out, I'll give you 10. Seeing Yaiji Sheng clutching the phone, clearly unable to put it down, Lin Baici didn't ask for it back immediately, letting it look for a while longer. Fang Tianhua felt relieved that this monster didn't like human women, otherwise there would have been huge trouble. I want this one. This one is also nice. The lips are so pretty. Wow, there are even dark-skinned ones, Yaiji Sheng muttered to itself, completely immersed in the dolls. Good thing it doesn't drool, otherwise wouldn't this place be flooded? One of the colleagues whispered. Hey, I actually envy him a bit. Fang Tianhua sighed with emotion. Why Zhu Hongyao didn't understand. Chasing girls is too hard. Don't look at me as a god hunter. I'm not even sure if I can find true love. Because the other person might just be after my money. Fang Tianhua sighed. Look at this guy. Just by scrolling through the webpage, it's like choosing a concubine. Hundreds or thousands of dolls. It can pick whatever it wants. When the transport vehicle arrived at the Security Bureau headquarters and drove into the underground parking lot, god hunters were already standing by. As soon as Yaiji Sheng got out of the car, they immediately shackled it with cuffs made of the same material as the black coffin. As Yaiji Sheng was being led away, it kept shouting at Lin Baici. My wives are entrusted to you. Please don't do anything to them. And don't forget what you promised me. When I get out, you have to give me 100 dolls. In the underground garage, Yaiji Sheng's voice echoed. Lin Baici, the minister wants to see you. A female secretary wearing a light blue pencil skirt and a small suit jacket walked over, while notifying Lin Baici. She also looked him over with curiosity. After all, he was a candidate for dragon level, a super rookie on the same level as Lin Baici. God Lin, you caught such a monster. The reward definitely won't be small. You have to treat us. Fang Tianhua gathered his courage to strike up a conversation with Lin Baici. His team leader was dead, and he didn't want to stay in the 9th division, that place of sorrow. So, he wanted to join a team with Lin Baici. Following such a big shot, he figured his own experience would accumulate very quickly. Sure, Lin Baici thought about it. Since he was a new hire, it seemed reasonable and appropriate to treat everyone to a meal. So, he looked at Zhu Hongyao. There are so many people in the Security Bureau. You can't treat them all. Just treat the people in our own division when the time comes, Zhu Hongyao explained. Usually, just treating everyone to a cup of coffee or milk tea is enough. Actually, even that wasn't necessary, as the Bureau provided them for free. Our division, how many people are there now? Lin Baici wanted to ask. Where is my desk? From now on, we are the 17th division. Currently, it's just you and me. I was planning to wait until I had the personnel structure set up before telling you. Zhu Hongyao explained. Personnel structure? Lin Baici was shocked. The high ponytail girl had this capability too. Yes, every division has an annual activity budget. As for how much, it depends on the division's contribution. Zhu Hongyao chuckled and patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. Whether everyone in the division can live comfortably depends on your skills. This budget was for the division chief to spend freely. Lin Baici glanced at Fang Tianhua and the other two. Could you avoid talking about this kind of thing in front of others? It had to be said. Having a sister as a minister really made one bold. Don't look at Zhu Hongyao's low rank. She could walk sideways through the Security Bureau without any issues. Go help me buy the best coffee. 1 cup for every colleague, Lin Baici ordered. Since he was here anyway, he might as well treat them. This kind of thing was about social etiquette, even if a cup of coffee wasn't worth much. The gesture had to be there. Okay. Zhu Hongyao immediately went to run the errand. Fang Tianhua had seen Lin Baici treat Zhu Hongyao like a servant in the museum, but the other two and the little secretary hadn't. So they were quite shocked. Aren't you afraid that Minister Zhu will make things difficult for you by doing this? But thinking that Lin Baici was signed by Zhu Hongmian, they felt they might be overthinking it. Knock knock. The little secretary knocked on the door. Minister, Lin Baici is here, come in. Zhu Hongmian's voice came from inside. The little secretary opened the door for Lin Baici and signaled that he could enter. "Thank you." Lin Baici walked in. Inside the office, there was a strong scent of coffee. Xiao Halmian was working at her desk, still wearing her white shirt and red tie. She looked calm and capable. "Sit." Xiao Halmian stood up, personally poured a cup of coffee for Lin Baici, and placed it in front of him. "What reward do you want?" Chapter 212 Vault Guardian. New Divine Grace Get. "I can choose this." Lin Baici was surprised. "The Security Bureau will not treat anyone unfairly. The higher your contribution, the better the rewards you will receive." Xiao Halmian sat on the sofa opposite Lin Baici, sizing up the young man. She had just received a report from her subordinates and already knew that Lin Baici had captured a special divine item. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she knew what it was. That was why she was so curious. Why was this young man always able to encounter such special rule-based contamination? The stray dog last time, the mannequin this time, and strictly speaking, the divine ruins at the Provincial Museum were also special because a deity had appeared. If an ordinary deity hunter encountered these once, they would likely be done for. But this Lin Baici was fine. He had encountered them 3 times and survived completely unscathed. Could it be that he had a constitution that attracted deities? What kind of rewards are there? Lin Baici took a sip of coffee. The bitter taste swirled on the tip of his tongue before turning into a fragrant, full-bodied flavor. Delicious. Coffee beans produced in a 10-year-old divine runes, ground by hand. Drinking a cup can replenish a small amount of divine power and keep one full of energy. After 3 cups, you won't feel tired even if you don't sleep all night. Everyone usually chooses meteor coins, depending on the contribution. These can be given immediately, Xiao Halmian explained. Afterwards, there are divine items and divine graces. You must accumulate contributions to obtain them. However, because divine graces are difficult to preserve and are rare in quantity, they are relatively expensive. Divine items are more dangerous if not stored properly. They can cause contamination and harm the holder. But whether you sell them on the black market for money or use them yourself, divine items offer higher flexibility. Although divine graces are good for some deity hunters, their value might not even be as high as divine items. For example, Lin Baici's overlord sheds armor and no clothes to cover the body are very strong armor-breaking skills. But some deity hunters almost never enter divine ruins and only do administrative work. So these divine graces have little value to them. Just like Ho Yu, who absorbed a divine grace and became a deity hunter. If she didn't work as a streamer and came to apply for a job at the Security Bureau, there would be a 90% chance she would be hired. But her work would still be administrative or logistical. The Juju Security Bureau does not force staff to enter divine ruins. "I want a divine grace." Lin Baici was concise and to the point. As for divine items, he had plenty of them and even wanted to sell a few that were completely useless to him. He felt that divine grace was the hard currency that could be used for a lifetime. Your current contribution allows you to obtain a non-combat divine grace. Xiao Halmian stood up, returned to her desk, took a file from the drawer, and tossed it casually. The file drifted toward Lin Baici as if it were in a space station. This was clearly the power of some kind of divine grace. Lin Baici caught it and flipped through it. What was recorded here were all divine graces and their effects. Frogman gland, after absorption. Although you cannot breathe underwater, your swimming speed will be greatly increased, and your skin will become frog-like. So you no longer have to worry about your skin festering from soaking in water for a long time. Rosemary essence, after activation. The body will emit a charming fragrance that can attract bees and butterflies. In the future, when stealing nectar, you won't have to worry about being stung by bees. This divine grace provides a huge boost for flower farmers and beekeepers. Natural sunlight. After activation, the eyes will scatter a warm light. When these eyes look directly at plants, the growth rate of the plants will accelerate. Lin Baici browsed quickly. Everything recorded here was some kind of rare and strange divine grace. "Do you see anything you want?" Xiao Halmian asked with a smile. Lin Baici shook his head. He wanted a combat-type divine grace. "Your performance during this period has been very good, especially this time, capturing a very rare monster. I will take the initiative and reward you with a combat-type divine grace." Jiuhalmian stood up. Let's go. Listen to that tone. I will take the initiative. It sounded as if the security bureau was her personal fiefdom. Lin Baici did not know that in this Haijing branch, even though Jiuhalmian was only the deputy director, she was actually the person with the most real power. Whoever refused to submit, Jiuhalmian could beat them into submission. Lin Baici followed Jiuhalmian, walked through the corridor, entered the elevator, and then went all the way down to the 18th underground floor. The elevator doors opened to a corridor with marble walls on all sides. Directly opposite, -1 meters away, was a stone door covered in moss. On the stone door, there was a horizontal slit. Gurgle. When Lin Baici looked at this stone door, his stomach growled, and a sense of hunger emerged. Jiuhalmian walked forward. Lin Baici followed, just as the two stepped out of the elevator and onto the corridor. That slit opened like a giant waking up, revealing a pitch-black eyeball. Swish! The eyeball rotated irregularly. After observing the situation around it, it stared at Jiuhalmian. Gender! A sharp voice rang out in the corridor, as if the Grim Reaper had placed a scythe against Jiuhalmian's neck. If she answered incorrectly, it would sever her head. Lin Baici looked at that eye, and for some reason, it felt like staring into a black hole. He couldn't look away at all. Burgle! Lin Baici felt even hungrier. He didn't see that several skeletal arms had reached out from the ground and grabbed Jiuhalmian's feet. If she answered incorrectly, they would immediately drag her into hell. Manhua-style, Jiuhalmian answered, her voice steady and without any fluctuation. The eye on the stone door stared at Lin Baici. On the ground, some black mist overflowed, and some of it transformed into claws that gripped Lin Baici's legs. Gender! In the corridor, that voice rang out again, but after asking only one question, it stalled. For a full several dozen seconds, it did not speak. Lin Baici cast a questioning glance at Jiuhalmian, his meaning simple. Should I answer now, or wait until it has asked all 3 questions? This stone door was clearly a divine taboo item, acting much like the guardian of a vault. If he answered incorrectly, he would undoubtedly be attacked. As for how to answer, Lin Baici was already confident, because based on Jiuhalmian's response, it was clear that one simply had to state the opposite of the correct answer. Jiuhalmian frowned, not answering Lin Baici, because she herself did not know what was going on. According to past precedent, the stone door would ask 3 questions, so why had it only asked 1 this time? Jiuhalmian turned back to look at Lin Baici. Could it be that rule-based contamination could change because of a single person? It was incomprehensible, but interesting. A pervert who loves prying into others' privacy, but its cognition is the opposite of human common sense. In other words, everything in the human realm is perceived by it in reverse. For example, if humans feel hot, it translates to cold. If you answer incorrectly, you won't die, but whatever you answer, you will become. What does that mean? If I answer male, will I turn into a female? Lin Baici couldn't help but chuckle. This divine taboo item was interesting. If anyone wanted to change their gender, they wouldn't need surgery. They could just come here, answer the question wrong, and experience it. Just as Lin Baici was about to answer, the eye suddenly closed, and the stone door began to rise. The door had opened. A sense of deathly stillness suddenly washed over him. Although it had been quiet before, it was like a deserted alley late at night or an empty, abandoned construction site. But now, it was as if all the humans in the world had suddenly died. The sound of wind blowing through the grass, the sound of ants crawling, everything had vanished. Lin Baici frowned, instantly feeling incredibly uncomfortable. He quickly covered his mouth, as he felt the urge to vomit. If you cannot hold on, you can leave. Jiuhalmian looked at Lin Baici deeply. She appeared concerned for him, but she left the second half of her thought and said, once Lin Baici left, the reward of the divine grace would be out of the question, because being able to enter the black coffin vault that housed the divine taboo items was also a test. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders and followed Jiuhalmian forward. After walking through the door, his stomach rumbled. Lin Baici felt even hungrier, his mouth beginning to water as if a feast were laid out before him, waiting for him to enjoy. Buffet. Let's get wild, eat. This is the headquarters of the Haijing Security Bureau. I don't know how many god hunters are stationed here. Are you trying to get me killed? Lin Baici was speechless. He was truly hungry. but he dared not eat. If nothing else, he felt he wouldn't be able to handle Xiao Hongmian, who was right in front of him. Xiao Hongmian kept walking forward, passing several doors without stopping. Finally, after turning a corner, she stopped in front of an iron door. Open the door. As soon as Xiao Hongmian spoke, the iron door shuddered and spat out a rusty bubble, the size of a basketball, which floated lightly in the air. Inside the bubble was a key. Xiao Hongmian reached her hand into the bubble, took the key, then turned around. Facing away from the iron door, she walked forward, stood against the wall, inserted the key into the wall, and turned it 3 times counterclockwise. Click. The iron door behind her opened. Lin Baici felt this method of opening a door was quite interesting. If you insert the key into the iron door's keyhole, then after opening it, the place you enter is not a treasure vault, but the stomach of a monster. Go in and choose your divine grace. Xiao Hongmian stood to the side, showing no intention of going in with him. All right. Lin Baici walked into the room. What appeared before him was a space of over 100 square meters, devoid of any furniture or decorations, with only 30 or so rusty bubbles floating in the air. Inside each of these bubbles was a small, golden ball. This was divine grace. Start your meal, eat them all, the gluttonous god urged. Don't dream about it, unless I don't want to work at the security bureau anymore. Lin Baici curled his lip. Hurry up, help me pick the most powerful divine grace. The gluttonous god did not help him choose, but instead introduced each divine grace: grasp of the reaper, power of shaping, spirit pellet. After listening, Lin Baici wanted half of them, but now he had to make a choice. He finally set his sights onto divine graces: copper skin and iron bones, and grasp of the reaper. The former, as the name suggests, meant that once activated, the god hunter's physical defense would be greatly enhanced, comparable to copper skin and iron bones. Within 1 meter. Being hit head-on by a bullet would not cause injury, although it wouldn't reach the point of resisting tank shells with his bare body. Once absorbed, he would no longer have to fear cold weapons or most firearms. Of course, if the weapon were a divine taboo item, Lin Baici would still be injured, but it would certainly be less damage than if he lacked this defensive divine grace. Grasp of the Reaper allowed Lin Baici to extend a claw of the Reaper, dozens of meters long, to grab anything he could see within his field of vision. Anything caught would be eroded by the power of the Reaper, causing negative effects such as dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and convulsions. Which one should I choose? Logically, he should choose copper skin and iron bones. After all, as long as one doesn't die, there is always a chance for a comeback. But Lin Baici now had lightning flash, which allowed him to dodge most attacks. Grasp of the Reaper seemed useless at first glance, but Lin Baici felt its versatility was broad, essentially acting as an extension of his arm. Actually, that divine power wave is also not bad. Lin Baici weighed his options. This divine grace could condense the divine power in his body into a spherical shape and fire it out. It was a finishing move with high damage. Of course, if he missed, it would be a waste. Lin Baici glanced at his watch. Even though Xiao Hongmian outside the door had not urged him, he guessed that she was testing him. Faced with so many divine graces, could he resist the temptation and choose the most suitable one as quickly as possible? Lin Baici hesitated no longer and looked toward a rusty bubble. You are the one. Lin Baici walked over. This time, those two slender, transparent arms did not appear on his shoulders. Clearly, the God Eater was not prepared to intervene. So, Lin Baici did it himself. With a leap, he grabbed the bubble, reached his hand inside, and took out the small golden ball within. Thank you for the deity's gift. After saying this, Lin Baici swallowed the golden ball. Soon, a sharp pain struck his brain, and some mysterious knowledge was branded onto his neurons, becoming an innate instinct for Lin Baici. Lin Baici walked out. What did you choose? Xiao Hongmian asked while locking the iron door. Grasp of death. There was no need to hide such things, and it could not be hidden anyway. This place was like Xiao Hongmian's own home. If she casually went down to check which divine grace was missing, she would know exactly which one he had absorbed. A wise choice, Xiao Hongmian praised. The two left the underground vault and took the elevator back to the surface. However, just as Lin Baici stepped into the elevator car, A respectful whisper suddenly echoed from inside the vault. Respectfully send off the Lord Deity. Lin Baici was stunned and turned his head to look at Jiahongmian. Deity. Jiahongmian, there are no missions for now. If you have nothing else to do, go back and enjoy your university life. When winter break arrives, you will head to Korea for a trip to Bizen. Jiahongmian picked up her coffee, took a sip, and began to work at her desk. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Baici came out, closed the door, and after asking to people, he found Jiahongyao, who was distributing milk tea to everyone. Your reward this time must be very good, right? Jiahongyao was curious. Lin Baici had, after all, captured a living divine taboo item. Although Lin Baici had not faced much life-threatening danger during the entire operation, the value of this item was extremely high. Yes, Minister Jia gave me a divine grace. As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, Jiahongyao let out a wow. You've been to the underground vault, chapter 213. The smoke and fire of the human world. The taste of a deity. The most mysterious and important place in the entire Haijing Security Bureau building was the underground vault that housed a large number of divine taboo items and divine graces. Jiahongyao had always wanted to go see it, but unfortunately, she had not been able to fulfill that wish until now. Yes, Lin Baici nodded. I heard there are no security guards down there, and that divine taboo items are used to guard the door. Jiahongyao blinked her large eyes, waiting for some trivia. Yes. Lin Baici looked left and right. Is there any surveillance? Although Jiahongmian had not warned Lin Baici, he still possessed the common sense of maintaining confidentiality. If such a topic were overheard, it would be too easy for someone to pass the stone doors test in the future if they broke into the underground vault. Wait for me. Jiahongyao hurriedly finished handing out the remaining milk tea, then grabbed Lin Baici and ran out, only feeling at ease once they reached the park. Quick, tell me. Jiahongyao really wanted to know. Lin Baici recounted the entire process, including the divine grace he finally obtained, the grasp of death. TSK. That is truly amazing. I really want to go down and see it too. Jiahongyao was envious, then looked at Lin Baici in confusion. Why did you choose such a trashy divine grace? Copper skin and iron bones or divine power wave would both be very strong, right? No matter how strong divine power wave is, can it be stronger than my hand of great impression? Lin Baici smiled. Jiahongyao was stumped. This divine grace of Lin Baici's was one of the top 3 in terms of power among all the offensive divine graces she had ever seen. Little Lin, that's different. Your hand of great impression can only attack melee targets, while divine power wave is long range. Jiahongyao's personality favored offensive divine graces. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Forget it. Anyway, based on your performance, you will soon have another chance to get a divine grace reward. You can choose divine power wave then. Jiahongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. We must strive to make the 17th Division the strongest deity hunter group in Haijing within 3 years. Prepare yourself for these 2 months. During winter break, we are going to Korea to explore the Bizen divine ruins. Lin Baici reminded her. What exploration? Be bolder. We are going to directly contain the divine remains and purify the entire Bizen divine ruins. Jiahongyao laughed. I imagine the faces of those Korean deity hunters from the Sejong Center will look very ugly by then. Meteor coins, divine taboo items, and even the divine remains, not a single one would be left behind. They would bring everything back. This time, they had to make a huge profit. Lin Baici and Jiahongyao had dinner together and then parted ways. Actually, according to the Security Bureau's regulations, Lin Baici still needed to write a detailed mission report as soon as possible, especially regarding the process within the rule pollution, as this had great reference value for others. But as a newcomer who had signed the Genius Recruitment Clause, although he still had to write it, there was no set deadline for the specifics. Dragging it out for a year or 2 would be no problem. This was the freedom of a genius. Of course, if Lin Baici wrote it, the Security Bureau would not treat him unfairly and would certainly provide an additional reward. After all, the mannequin captured this time was extremely rare and seemed to involve a deity. Jiahongyao returned to her office, logged onto the Security Bureau's internal website, and searched for information on the Bizen divine ruins. After being busy for a while, she became bored. She mainly wanted to go to the Dragon Soul WeChat group and show off Lin Baici's battle achievements to Prime Minister He and the others. A mannequin that wasn't human. Huh, you guys haven't seen that before, right? However, because this kind of divine taboo item is too rare and requires strict confidentiality, Jiu Hongyao had to hold back, no matter how much she wanted to show off Lin Baici's excellence. Sigh, having such an excellent subordinate is so frustrating. Jiu Hongyao sighed with emotion. Her current state of mind was very conflicted. She wanted the entire security bureau to know that she had gained a great team member. But at the same time, she did not want to say anything. This was because she was afraid that Lin Baici would be poached out after all. Jiu Hongyao had self-awareness compared to big team leaders like Hotpot Immortal and Great Snake G. She completely lacked the foundation. It is a good thing that little Lindsay values relationships. Jiu Hongyao felt that since little Lindsay was willing to join her team, it would be unjustifiable if she did not bear him a child. I wonder if little Lindsay likes boys or girls, however. Jiu Hongyao was confident that she could raise the child to be plump and healthy. After all, she had a large chest and could feed them well. The girl with the high ponytail picked up her phone and opened the WeChat group. Detective Jiu, all members. Does anyone have any intelligence on the Bizon God ruins? Offering a high price to buy it. If it were in the past, Detective Jiu would not have bothered these team leaders, because she could not offer equivalent compensation. But things were different now. She was now someone who possessed first-hand, high-level intelligence. Uncle Savage, why are you asking about this? Hotpot Immortal, as far as I know, there is a mysterious virus in the Bizon God ruins that can infect people and turn them into living dead. Brother Funeral, isn't that just zombies? I love watching those kinds of movies. Hotpot Immortal, not sure. But I don't think it is that simple. Prime Minister Crane, the Koreans are too stingy. They have never opened the Bizon God ruins. The information that has leaked out now might also be fake intelligence meant to deceive. So in short, do not believe it. Hotpot Immortal. Does it make a difference whether we believe it or not? We cannot get in anyway. My daughter is number one. Hanyo definitely would not be asking about this kind of intelligence out of boredom. Could it be that the Bizon God ruins are about to open? When everyone saw this sentence, their spirits were instantly lifted. Although they were big team leaders, their status in the Security Bureau certainly could not compare to Jiu Hongyao's older sister, Jiu Hongmian. If there was any intelligence, Minister Jiu would definitely be one of the first few people to know. Master Li, who acts for heaven, requesting a spot. Brother Funeral, same here. Uncle Savage, so enthusiastic. Aren't you afraid that everyone will go to your funeral? Brother Funeral, I like beating up Koreans. Is that not allowed? Just think about it. Those girl group members turning into living dead and wandering the streets. And I smash their heads in with a club. Isn't that satisfying? Hotpot Immortal. There is really no one else who can state such perverted behavior so righteously. Everyone was noisy and bickering, teasing each other. Prime Minister Crane, Hongyao. What is the situation? Detective Jia. Little Lindsay saved Jin Xian's younger sister in the Haijing Museum God ruins. In exchange, Sejong has allowed the 7 of us to enter the Bizon God ruins to explore. Great Snake G. Is 18CM really that capable? Brother Funeral Hongyao, from today on, you are my team leader. Please, you must save a spot for me. Followed by 3 kotoing emojis. Detective Jia. I want to give you one too. But Jin Xian will not allow team leader level god hunters to enter, or rather, he only allows 7 newcomers to go in. Jiu Hongyao felt helpless. My daughter is number 1. Why do I feel like this is a trap? Given the difficulty of the Bizon God ruins, aren't you people just sending yourselves to your deaths by going in? This remark was a bit belittling, but in reality, it was correct. Let alone a newcomer like Lin Baici, even Jiu Hongyao, and even Ying Baili, who was hailed as a future dragon level, were all considered newcomers. They might be strong, but they had too little experience in purifying rule-based pollution. Like the Bizon God ruins, a major god ruin that had existed for 10 years. Not only were there numerous divine taboo items inside, but because it had been exposed to radiation pollution for such a long time, the resulting rule-based pollution would inevitably be much more difficult to handle. Great Snake G. It is definitely a trap. Hong Yao, do not be impulsive. Discuss it with 18cm. You all have bright futures. There is no need to take risks. Great Snake G. If you really want to go, take Bai Liuli with you. Everyone was speechless. So it turns out you were just trying to promote Bai Liuli. However, this plan was feasible. Bai Liuli was the junior that Great Snake G valued the most. She had spent a lot of effort and resources to cultivate her. When the headquarters asked Great Snake G for people to let Bai Liuli join the Dragon Cavalry Regiment, Great Snake G did not agree. Detective Jia, can we please discuss the Bizan God ruins first? Jia Hongya really wanted to retort to Great Snake G, telling her to stop saying 18cm all the time. Who are you looking down on? Although I have not seen it, Lin Baici is definitely bigger than that. Prime Minister Crane. There is too little intelligence at the moment. We will try our best to help you collect some during this period. Hotpot Immortal. If you manage to come out of the Bizan God ruins alive, I will treat you to a full beef hotpot feast, surpassing heaven by half a move. If you manage to survive and complete the Bizan trip, that would be truly impressive. It would be a case of becoming famous in one battle. Not to mention the spoils of war obtained from the God ruins. Even the Security Bureau would provide generous rewards, because it was confirmed that Jia Hongyao could enter the Bizan God ruins. The team leaders were all very proactive in helping her collect intelligence, but unfortunately, there was really too little of it. Having dealt with Yi Jisheng, Lin Baici had settled a matter of concern. He was a proud person. Since he had taken an annual salary of 100 million, he would let everyone know that he, Lin Baici, was worth more than the price, and that the Security Bureau's money was not spent in vain. Therefore, after Jia Hongmian arranged the first mission, he wanted to resolve it in the shortest time possible. Now it was successfully completed. Happy, Lin Baici went to the supermarket and bought a bunch of things. He did not return to school but went to Gu Qingxiang's home instead. The counselor was not there, but Lin Baici had a key. After opening the door and entering, he first cut a fruit platter and then started cooking. He planned to celebrate that evening. Let's make 4 dishes and 1 soup. Lin Baici put on an apron, rolled up his sleeves, and started working. After Gu Qingxiang finished her work and returned home, as soon as she opened the door, the fragrance of braised pork wafted out from the kitchen, making her involuntarily sniff the air. Qingxiang, where did you go this afternoon? Shopping, Lin Baici called out. Gu Qingxiang washed her hands, changed into her loungewear, and walked into the kitchen, only to see Lin Baici busy in front of the stove like a house husband. This left her stunned. She had never experienced a man doing these things for her before. What time are we eating? If you are hungry, I will make it right now. Lin Baici had already washed the vegetables. All that was left was the stir-frying. Gu Qingxiang looked at Lin Baici without answering. What is wrong? Lin Baici smiled slightly. Through the window, one could see the starry night hanging low and the lights of 10,000 homes. Lin Baici's smile made Gu Qingxiang's heart beat faster uncontrollably, and her cheeks felt a little hot. Are you angry with me? Lin Baici walked up to Gu Qingxiang and reached out to tuck the hair that had fallen over her forehead behind her ear. I really had things to do these past few days. I did not skip class on purpose. Gu Qingxiang subconsciously tilted her head, but then stopped immediately. She did not reject this gesture. On the contrary, she found it quite comfortable. With your intelligence, you will be able to converse fluently with others in 3 months at most. Gu Qingxiang recalled Lin Baici's ability to memorize everything he heard and sighed. Teaching such a student gave her no sense of accomplishment, because he was too strong. This kind of student actually made a teacher feel uneasy, doubting whether they could teach him well. Lin Baici looked down at Gu Qingxiang, gazing at her clear, black and white eyes, her delicate nose, and her red lips. His head grew hot, and he leaned down to kiss her. Gu Qingxiang struggled slightly, then let Lin Baici have his way. After a long while, their lips parted. Lin Baici looked at Gu Qingxiang, feeling a massive headache. What did I just do? My self-control should not be this poor, right? Lin Baici could not understand it. Logically speaking, Jin Yingzhen's figure was much better than Gu Qingxiang's, and she dressed more provocatively. She was the kind of woman who made you want to claim her for yourself at first glance. Huo Yu, Nan Gongshu, and even Jia Hongyao were all very attractive. Yet Lin Baici could remain unmoved when facing them. But why was he so unsettled in front of Gu Qingxiang? Lin Baici licked his lips. You do not realize it. You just want to devour her, the God-Eater commented. Is this devour of yours meant in a decent way? Lin Baici walked to the kitchen counter. You go out and play on your phone. I will cook. I will watch you cook. Gu Qingxiang stepped back a few paces and stood at the kitchen doorway. Is this an assessment? Lin Baici chuckled, completely unruffled. In the past, when his mother was too busy at home, he would also cook. Moreover, to ensure his mother ate well and had sufficient nutrition, he had watched quite a few cooking videos. Gu Qingxiang watched silently, feeling that Lin Baici's movements were pleasing to the eye, possessing a charm that made one want to lose themselves in it. But not long after, her phone suddenly rang. Gu Qingxiang frowned and hung up the call casually. After waiting a few minutes, the phone rang again. Gu Qingxiang grew annoyed, took out her phone intending to turn it off to slowly enjoy the time tonight, but discovered it was the gamer calling. Gu Qingxiang walked out of the kitchen, went to the bedroom balcony, and answered, What is it? Those rats have been getting more and more rampant lately. Do you not plan on cleaning them up? The gamer questioned. He liked the city of Haijing very much. It had anime conventions, various gaming expos, and food delivery was fast. So he did not want this city to be destroyed. No time. Gu Qingxiang refused. She had no attachment to Haijing. If it were polluted, she could just move to another city. But thinking of this, she suddenly turned her head and glanced back. What would happen to Lin Baici? I beg you, go deal with it. I really cannot get away. Otherwise I would not be bothering you, the gamer pleaded. What are you busy with? Gu Qingxiang asked curiously. World of Warcraft new version raid progression. This time, I must lead the group to get the world first kill. The gamer had just wanted to tell Gu Qingxiang how great this goal was when he heard the other side hang up the phone. Damn it. What is the difference between a life without games and a salted fish? The gamer roared. By the way, what has Gu Qingxiang been doing lately? I seem to smell the sour stench of romance. Could she be in a relationship? Forget it. If Gu Qingxiang does not care, then I will not care either. Raid progression is more important. The dishes Lin Baici made were all home-cooked and very ordinary, but as Gu Qingxiang ate them, there was an indescribable flavor between her lips and teeth. Plop, plop. Some tears welled up from her eyes. What is wrong? Lin Baici was startled and hurriedly handed her a tissue. It is nothing. Gu Qingxiang wiped away her tears. This emotion was so strange, but she did not hate it. Chapter 214. The venture was halfway through when it collapsed after finishing the meal. Lin Baici wanted to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Gu Qingxiang. I will wash the dishes. You go and review what you learned earlier. I will check it later. Gu Qingxiang did not allow Lin Baici to refuse, and she also enjoyed doing these household chores. Lin Baici walked into the study and found a piece of paper on the desk. It was a study plan Gu Qingxiang had formulated based on his talent. Such a heavy workload. Lin Baici saw that there was no tutoring on Tuesday and Friday nights because he had classes at school. On other days, including Saturday and Sunday, there was tutoring every night, and it was for 3 hours each time. Clearly, Gu Qingxiang had looked at Lin Baici's class schedule. Lin Baici's scalp tingled. Although it felt quite nice to be with Gu Qingxiang, was studying like this too exhausting? As a god hunter, his future was already set, and the benefits were quite good. He no longer needed to bury himself in books like this. Wouldn't it be wonderful to use all this free time to enjoy a sweet college life instead? Gu Qingxiang finished her housework and walked over. Seeing Lin Baici buried in his books instead of playing on his phone, she nodded with satisfaction and sat down beside him. Start the vocabulary dictation. Gu Qingxiang didn't waste any words and immediately transformed into a tutor. This session lasted for an hour and a half. Lin Baici felt completely drained. Ever since graduating from high school, he hadn't pushed himself this hard. Although he could handle it physically and mentally, he felt a little unhappy deep down. Gu Qingxiang put down the textbook. What is it? Do you think I am too strict? No. Lin Baici quickly shook his head. I just feel that since I am working so hard, shouldn't I get a reward? As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, he regretted it. She was spending her own private time teaching him Korean without charging a fee. And he actually had the nerve to ask for a reward. That was too much. Just as Lin Baici was about to apologize, Gu Qingxiang spoke up. What kind of reward do you want? Gu Qingxiang looked at Lin Baici. The soft light from the desk lamp spilled onto his face, making him look delicious, like a piece of chocolate, which made Gu Qingxiang swallow involuntarily. She was actually going to give him one. Lin Baici didn't know how to respond for a moment. Since she was at home, the counselor perhaps didn't treat Lin Baici as an outsider anymore. So she was dressed very casually. Her upper body was covered by a loose, long wool sweater with a deep V-neck that reached down to her thighs. Underneath, she wore light gray leggings, and she had slippers on her feet. Eat her. It is a great tonic. Lin Baici subconsciously wrapped his arms around Gu Qingxiang's waist. Qingxiang, will you be my girlfriend? Actually, Gu Qingxiang was quite pretty and had a good figure, but she didn't know how to dress herself. She also frequently wore a pair of large glasses that covered half of her face, completely hiding eyes that were actually quite spirited. Gu Qingxiang shook her head. Seeing this, Lin Baici felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He loosened his grip on her waist, lowered his head, and began spinning his pen unconsciously. Seeing Lin Baici like this, Gu Qingxiang sighed, leaned over, and kissed him on his left cheek. Lin Baici didn't understand. Wasn't she refusing to be his girlfriend? As long as you behave well, I can give you some small rewards like this. But don't bring up the topic of being a girlfriend again, Gu Qingxiang explained. Lin Baici was completely confused. Don't ask. Gu Qingxiang raised her right index finger, placed it in front of her lips, and made a shushing gesture. Actually, I have a job now, and the salary is very high. Lin Baici felt that Gu Qingxiang was refusing him because of her profession. So, he thought she could just quit. After all, she hadn't been a counselor for very long. I can support you. Lin Baici said this with great confidence. I don't need anyone to support me. Gu Qingxiang's reply was cold, but Lin Baici's declaration made her feel very comfortable. So she reached out, pulled Lin Baici's head toward her, and pressed it against her chest. Here is a little reward for you. Lin Baici was left speechless. He suddenly realized that he didn't understand this woman at all. He had previously thought she was just a country girl who had just started her job. Introverted, not good at socializing, and didn't know how to dress. Even though she was a counselor, because she had just entered the workforce, she was no different from a senior student. But now, Gu Qingxiang's values seemed very strange. However, the sensation on his face was truly wonderful. Lin Baici felt a bit intoxicated. Why worry about so much? Just eat her, the gluttonous god suggested. At 9 o'clock, Gu Qingxiang finished the tutoring session and went to the kitchen to peel a piece of fruit. Go back early, don't run around. Wake up on time for class, and stop skipping so often. Lin Baici replied, ate the apple, and went downstairs. After leaving the building and walking a short distance, he glanced back up. With his eyesight, he could see Gu Qingxiang standing on the living room balcony, clearly watching him. This residential complex was very close to Haijing University of Technology. Lin Baici wandered into the campus. Even late at night, there were many couples strolling around. In the distance, the lights in the teaching building's study rooms were blazing. If he hadn't become a god hunter, he would have been one of those people studying in the study room, working hard to find a good job after graduation. Lin Baici walked into dormitory building No. 2, and a mixture of sweat, smelly socks, and instant noodles immediately hit his nose. It was quite pungent. Achoo! Lin Baici rubbed his nose. After consuming a godra in the museum Divine Ruin, as Lin Baici gradually digested it, his physique began to improve, and all his senses, including his sense of smell, were enhanced once again. Once Lin Baici fully digested the god, the power of his divine grace would also be strengthened. Room 906. Lin Baici pushed the door open, and the sound of Zhu Daoguan's livestream immediately flooded his ears. Which friend is going to tip me a plane? I'll video call Huoyu immediately, Zhu Daoguan said on his bed, chatting and joking with a group of viewers. Jin Jiayu and Fang Mingyuan were teamed up playing PUBG. Damn, old bye. You finally decided to come back. Fang Mingyuan glanced at Lin Baici. I thought you were so happy you forgot to go home. He had thought that Jin Jiayu would be the roommate least concerned with school rules, but he hadn't expected Lin Baici to be even worse. If you keep acting like this, failing classes will be the least of your problems. You might even get expelled. These words were a bit offensive, but Fang Mingyuan considered Lin Baici a brother, which was why he gave him a solemn warning. Moreover, when he said this, he glanced toward Liu Yu's bed. The implication was self-evident. This kid would likely report him behind his back. Didn't you go play basketball? Lin Baici understood immediately. Liu Yu wasn't there. He had gone to study. Hu Wenwu was on the balcony washing clothes. I twisted my right ankle. In fact, when Fang Mingyuan was having dinner with his cousin the day before yesterday, his cousin had too much to drink and let something slip, which made Fang Mingyuan aware of the profession known as God Hunter. The door to a new world had instantly swung open, and Fang Mingyuan suddenly felt that his dream of becoming a professional basketball player and playing in the NBA had become much smaller. To be a God Hunter, to purify rule-based pollution, contain divine remains, and save humanity, what a cool job that was, according to his cousin. He had experienced a divine ruin during this National Day holiday and had met a true genius. Fang Mingyuan had always admired his cousin, and this was the first time he had ever seen his cousin display that kind of little fanboy expression. It made him want to meet that genius himself, though he knew it was impossible. After all, even a God Hunter like his cousin might not necessarily get to see that genius. For an ordinary person like him, it was even more out of the question. And so, Fang Mingyuan began to slack off. Hold by. What do you do every day? Jin Jiayu was very curious. Seeing his character die in the game, he simply tossed his mouse aside, walked over to Lin Baici, and sniffed him. There is no scent of a woman on you either. Gu Qingxiang and the Jia sisters were women who did not use cosmetics, so Lin Baici did not pick up any of their scents. Saving the world. Lin Baici laughed. Do you think you are Batman? Jin Jiayu rolled his eyes and gave Lin Baici a light punch in the chest. Class reunion tomorrow. Remember? I remember. Lin Baici pulled over a stool, sat down next to Jin Jiayu, and watched them play the game. Old boy, why don't you start streaming? Although the era where even a dog could become famous has passed, with your conditions, you could still make it big. Zhu Daguan persuaded him. Not interested. Lin Baici refused. Then are you interested in money? Look at someone like Liu Yu, spending every day in the study room, acting like a top student, even if he finds a good job after graduation. An annual salary of 1 million would be the absolute ceiling. But if you do streaming, you could easily earn hundreds of thousands just by hosting a single product promotion. Zhu Daguan felt that Lin Baici was wasting his natural gifts. If he had Lin Baici's looks and physique, he wouldn't need any talent at all. Just sitting there would be enough to rake in the cash. Whether in the streaming circle or the entertainment industry, female streamers are easier to make famous than male streamers. But when it comes to the top tier, the ones who make the most money are always men. That is because female fans are crazier and more willing to spend money. Lin Baici shrugged, thinking to himself, you probably don't know that my annual salary is over 100 million, do you? Let's start a company. Jiayu, old boy, you to provide the investment and the technical expertise, and I will handle the rest of the operations. We split it 3 ways, and the remaining 10% will be used to reward employees. How about that? Zhu Daguan had his eyes on Jin Jiayu's money and Lin Baici's person. That way, even if the business failed in the end, the biggest loss would be Jin Jiayu's. As for him, Zhu Daguan, although running a company is tiring, it would allow him to accumulate experience for starting his own business in the future. No matter how you look at it, it was a win-win deal. Jiayu, instead of tipping that money to streamers, you might as well invest it. Zhu Daguan urged. I don't mind. I still have plenty of pocket money anyway. If old boy does it, I will invest. Jin Jiayu trusted Lin Baici more. How much are you investing? Zhu Daguan was excited. He knew that Jin Jiayu's pocket money was always measured in the millions. 1 million. Jin Jiayu looked at Lin Baici. Are you interested? This amount made even Fang Mingyuan look over involuntarily. It was a pity he had no money and no talent. Otherwise, he would have wanted to join this startup team too. Damn, brother Jin, you are truly too rich, Zhu Daguan shouted. his heart pounding with excitement. Old Bai, Brother Jin is giving you so much face. You can't be a coward, right? If we make this company a success, we will be the most prominent students of this year. Maybe every year when school starts, we will be the star alumni the school promotes. Zhu Daoguan was almost ready to kneel before Lin Baici. He hadn't turned off his stream, so the people in the chat room could hear his words. Little lobster only eats heads, Adam. Big official, you are starting to swindle people again. And it seems you are succeeding. One-handed jungler. I think I heard 1 million. Students these days are so rich. Oxo 3 feet. Can't you let a guy brag a little? Don't talk nonsense. My brother Jin always keeps his word. Zhu Daoguan was good at handling social situations and quickly buttered up Jin Jiayui. A certain big spender IP on the Shark platform is none other than this roommate of mine. If he says he will put up 1 million, then he will really put up 1 million. This sentence carried a bit of a goading tone. As long as Jin Jiayui cared about his reputation, he wouldn't go back on his word. Sorry, not interested. Lin Baici saw that Hu Wenwu had finished washing his clothes, so he went to wash up. Brother Lin, Uncle Lin, Daddy Lin, I'm kneeling to you. Zhu Daoguan wanted to curse. Lin Baici, are you out of your mind? Why wouldn't you do something that only makes money and has no risk of loss? Even if the company went under in the end, you could at least accumulate some experience, right? Liu Yu pushed the door open and walked in just in time to see this scene. What was going on? Was Lin Baici bullying someone? He looked at Jin Jiayui and Fang Mingyuan, waiting for an explanation. But neither of them paid him any mind, which made his heart skip a beat. He knew that the small conflict he had with Lin Baici on Thursday morning had indeed caused consequences. His roommates were all siding with Lin Baici. Damn it! What is so good about this guy? Zhu Daoguan couldn't figure it out either. Isn't Lin Baici just a bit more handsome than him? Alright, he is a lot more handsome. But Jin Jiayui shouldn't be into men, right? What's the situation? Liu Yu asked Hu Wenwu. Hu Wenwu explained it casually in a few sentences. After hearing it, Liu Yu was dumbfounded. Is Lin Baici an idiot? He wouldn't even agree to such a good thing. But immediately following that was a sense of secret joy. It was a good thing he didn't agree. What if the company really took off? Damn it! I absolutely will not allow anyone to be more outstanding than me. Lights out. Time to sleep. Lin Baici did not want to continue this topic. Jin Jiayui shrugged. Old Bai is not interested, and neither am I. My brain was injured. Big boss. Did it work out? Are you going to start your own business? Green-headed fungus. Do you even need to ask? Look at the big boss's expression. He looks like his father just died. You know it didn't work out. Cowl 3 feet. There are actually people who don't like money. This Lin Baici is truly an idiot. The viewers in the chat were discussing amongst themselves, teasing Zhu Daoguan's character and saying he was not to be trusted. After Lin Baici replied to the WeChat messages from Huo Yu and Jin Yingjin, he went to sleep. The next day, he got up, went to Gu Qingxiang's house to study Korean, and had lunch with her. By 1 p.m., Lin Baici went to the school gate. After the boys and girls gathered there, they were going to the Red Island Pavilion, where the escape room game had been very popular lately. When Lin Baici arrived, Ji Xinyan was already there. But she was standing next to a boy who was talking to her. So Lin Baici did not go over. Seeing Lin Baici, Ji Xinyan waved at him proactively. Big class monitor. The T-girl called out sweetly. Seeing that Lin Baici had no intention of coming over, she walked over to him herself. The boy followed her, looking at Lin Baici with a hint of hostility. Because this boy was someone who could make Ji Xinyan take the initiative to talk to him. Chapter 215. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. The late autumn wind blew down large patches of yellow leaves. The bare branches looked like the thinning tops of middle-aged men's heads. Seeing no future and no happiness, only piles of worries and troubles, Lin Baici did not smoke. But at this moment, he suddenly wanted one. Big class monitor. Ji Xinyan ran over. You arrived so early. You were even earlier. Lin Baici nodded, considering it a greeting. Hearing this, Ji Xinyan wanted to roll her eyes. Big class monitor. Do you know that with this attitude towards social interaction, you are destined to be single forever? But looking at Lin Baici's height and his looks, There must be plenty of girls who want to throw themselves at him. So Ji Xinyan retracted that thought. She couldn't help it. Even she had a crush on Lin Baici. Xinyan, who is this? The boy asked Ji Xinyan, his tone intimate, as if they were old friends. Can't call me that. Are we that close? Ji Xinyan's attitude was cold. When she was drinking coffee in the Emerald Town, this boy named Tan Songlin had come over to hit on her. Ji Xinyan was bored, and plus, this boy looked somewhat like Lin Baici. So the tea girl just chatted with him for a while to pass the time. But who would have thought that after the coffee was finished, this boy would still be pestering her and following her around? Tan Songlin was a bit thick-skinned and did not feel awkward at all. Don't you want to go to Xiangzhang Mountain in the western suburbs to see the fiery red maple leaves and take photos? I can take you there right now. After we see them, we can even go to the Nile holiday for western food. Tan Songlin took out a car key and spun it on his finger. The BMW logo was very eye-catching. Nile Holiday was a trendy Western restaurant, and there were many people posting about it on Xiaohongshu. Ji Xinyan immediately felt disgusted and really wanted to curse out. Open your eyes. Do I look like a woman who can be tempted by money? A beat-up BMW. What are you showing off for? And the Nile Holiday, a restaurant with an average cost of 800 per person. Do you think I can't afford to eat there? To be honest, the boy in front of her was somewhat handsome, and with money in his pocket. If a girl who had just started university were a bit vain, she really might not be able to resist his advances. But Ji Xinyan, the tea girl's level was too high. Just the boy's desperate eagerness was enough for Ji Xinyan to pass on him. An excellent hunter must know how to be patient. If you were as handsome as Lin Baici, even if you were a bit shallow, I might have agreed. Ji Xinyan curled her lips, complaining in her heart, her acting skills exploding. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She first glanced at Lin Baici, then wrapped her arms around his, showing off loudly. My boyfriend, how is it? Very handsome, right? Anyone with a brain could see that Ji Xinyan's behavior was just to find a shield to brush off this boy. So Tan Songlin smiled proudly and began to size up Lin Baici. Ordinary shoes, ordinary jeans, an ordinary hoodie. Not to mention a luxury watch on his wrist. He didn't even have a digital watch. He was very handsome, but he had no idea how to package himself. At a glance, he was just an ordinary freshman. Nothing to worry about. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow when he heard Ji Xinyan's words. He had thought before that if he were with the tea girl, he might not have to be responsible. Although this thought was a bit scummy, that was the feeling Ji Xinyan gave him. Plus, he had long wanted to solve his single status. So Lin Baici reached out and put his arm around Ji Xinyan's waist. Not to mention, it was quite soft. Seeing this scene, Tan Songlin chuckled and crossed his arms. Your girlfriend? That's just great. I just love these taken flowers. Ji Xinyan was surprised. Lin Baici's action was a bit unexpected, because from the more than a month they had spent together, Lin Baici was not the type of person with a very aggressive personality. To put it simply, if a girl didn't pursue him, Lin Baici probably wouldn't even dare to hold her hand. Did he encounter some emotional change during the National Day holiday? Tan Songlin looked at Lin Baici, his posture implying that he was waiting for him to prove he was qualified to pursue Ji Xinyan. Beep, beep, Lin Baici's phone rang. There was a text message, and he took it out to look. It was an ICBC text notification that 1 million had arrived in his account. It must be the bonus for killing the stray dog and purifying the rural pollution in the Bashu residential area earlier. After reading it, Lin Baici glanced at Tan Songlin and placed his phone in front of the boy, letting him see the content of the message clearly. What is this kid doing, trying to hypnotize me? Tan Songlin was confused. When his gaze fell on the phone screen and he saw that string of numbers, he shuddered violently. How many zeros is that? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Holy crap, 1 million. Tan Songlin froze. He counted it again. That was right. 1 million RMB. He checked the time. It had just been deposited. Damn it. What kind of family is this? Giving a kid 1 million in pocket money. He looked at it carefully once more. Your card ending in 6012 received a deposit transfer from another bank of 1 million. 0 RMB on October 15th at 1:20 28 AM. The balance is 21,836,723.25 RMB. Tan Songlin looked further down. This balance seemed even more terrifying. Just as Tan Songlin wanted to count it carefully again, Lin Baici had already put his phone down, locked the screen, and tucked it back into his pocket. Lin Baici smiled slightly. There was no mockery intended, but in Tan Songlin's eyes, it looked like a lion king on the savannah snaring at a hyena that didn't know its own limits. Excuse me. Tan Songlin felt awkward. He glanced at Ji Xinyan and left with regret. He couldn't compare looks. Tan Songlin considered himself somewhat handsome, and with his light luxury attire, he was quite outstanding compared to ordinary college students. Not to mention the filter of being wealthy, which was an absolute killer in the eyes of girls who hadn't seen much of the world. But today, he had run into a tough nut to crack. A balance of over 20 million. No comparison, no comparison. Tan Songlin had self-awareness. With that kind of money, even if Lin Baici looked like a fat pig, there would still be people lining up for him. Why did he leave? Ji Xinyan was surprised. What did you show him? It couldn't have been a threat, right? I just told him that you are too beautiful, and he isn't good enough for you. This was the power of money. Lin Baici was very satisfied. When it came to competing for a woman, Lin Baici had no experience, so on a whim, he showed off his bank balance. He hadn't expected Tan Songlin to retreat in the face of difficulty. Actually, to put it bluntly, Tan Songlin liked using money to chase women. So, he fell for this trick. If it had been some hot-headed youth, they would have definitely told Lin Baici. My love for Ji Xinyan is true. Even if you had 100 million, it wouldn't be as sincere as my love. Big class monitor, you've gone bad. Where did that innocent Lin Baici from the start of the semester go? Give him back to me. As Ji Xinyan spoke, she gave Lin Baici a light punch. I have to say, this T-girl really knew how to play the game. Acting spoiled, charming, and sweet, she displayed it all in this moment. Lin Baici loosened his grip on Ji Xinyan's waist, but she leaned in even closer instead, reaching into his pocket with practiced familiarity. What exactly did you show him to scare him off? Let me see, or I won't be able to sleep all night. Honestly, the act of reaching for his phone was a bit over the line, but coming from Ji Xinyan, it felt more like flirtation. During this process, Ji Xinyan was pressed against Lin Baici, and physical contact was inevitable. Lin Baici let her take the phone. He was just an 18-year-old boy who had just graduated from high school. He had his own vanity. Letting a pretty girl know he was impressive wasn't a bad thing. Oh my god. Ji Xinyan had seen Lin Baici wearing a Rolex and being gifted a 2 million yuan sports car by a Korean girl. So she had guessed his family background wasn't bad. But seeing the 1 million that had just been deposited didn't surprise the T-girl as much as the total balance. It made her blurt out a curse. Big class monitor, can you introduce me to this way of living off a woman? I'll go to Korea for surgery right now, and by tomorrow, we'll be brothers. Ji Xinyan went to drape her arm over Lin Baici's shoulder, striking a bro pose. I have to say, this was the good thing about the T-girl. No matter what she did, it felt natural, not tacky. And she could easily bridge the distance between them. Showing off wealth to gain superiority failed. This is not a female easily corrupted by money. Your hunting judgment needs improvement, the gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici was stunned. What did that mean? Ji Xinyan wasn't a T-girl who could be knocked down with money. Looking closely, although Ji Xinyan had been shocked for a moment, she quickly returned to calm, and her attitude toward him hadn't changed much. Seeing Lin Baici studying her, the T-girl didn't feel shy. Instead, she struck a model pose with poise. Do you want to take a picture? The T-girl asked with a smile. Lin Baici looked embarrassed and quickly looked away. But Ji Xinyan's image was already imprinted in his mind. A beige skirt, black leggings, brown ankle boots, and a white knit sweater on her upper body, paired with a cropped cashmere coat that didn't need to be buttoned. Aside from stylish and beautiful, Lin Baici couldn't find any other adjectives. Although Ji Xinyan's looks weren't quite on par with Jia Hongyao's, her fashion sense was truly a dimensional strike. Compared to that girl in the high ponytail who wore sportswear every day, even a dog would shake its head at her. Big class monitor. Your immunity is too low. If this keeps up, You'll definitely be tricked by a bad woman and suffer a huge loss. Ji Xinyan extended a finger and poked Lin Baiqi's left cheek. Do you want me to toughen you up? Disgrace to the male gender. The gluttonous god looked on with disdain. Lin Baiqi's head was pushed 70 degrees to the side, the delicate and soft touch of Ji Xinyan's finger lingering on his cheek. Damn! Lin Baici grabbed Ji Xinyan's hand. Ji Xinyan didn't pull her hand back. Instead, she tilted her head, blinking her large eyes as she looked at Lin Baici. Our height difference is such a perfect match, Lin Baici frowned. But Ji Xinyan raised her eyebrows, as if to say, come on then. So, Lin Baici lowered his hat, pretending he was going to kiss Ji Xinyan. He thought she would be scared and pull away, but she didn't. This left Lin Baici frozen just a few centimeters from her face. He was stuck in a dilemma. You really are a coward. Ji Xinyan teased. Her right hand reached out, wrapped around Lin Baiqi's neck, and pulled him down. At the same time, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. It did not end with a mere touch. Lin Baici was a bit stunned. This sister's tongue was a little mischievous. In front of the school gate, some passing male students saw this scene and were dying of envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all, Ji Xinyan was truly beautiful. Ji Xinyan pushed Lin Baici away, subconsciously licked her lips, and then couldn't help but laugh. Heh, so inexperienced. Was that your first time? I really hit the jackpot. She opened her phone and tapped away for a moment. Ding dong. Lin Baiqi's phone chimed. He opened it and saw a red envelope sent by Ji Xinyan, which left him looking confused. What is the meaning of this? Is my intensity okay? Ji Xinyan asked with a smile. Lin Baici didn't know how to answer. Don't mind the red envelope. I just send them when I'm happy. After saying that, Ji Xinyan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. You don't think I'm being this proactive just because I saw your bank account balance, do you, in truth? Lin Baici was actually hoping for Ji Xinyan to be this way, as it would allow him to have a temporary girlfriend without needing to take any responsibility. Why do I feel like such a scumbag? The apex predator must naturally enjoy the finest and most abundant prey. Survival and reproduction are the instincts of the species. Ji Xinyan punched Lin Baici again. Let's go. Let's go buy some milk tea. Sister hummed a little tune, hands clasped behind her back, and walked forward as if what had just happened had never occurred at all. Sigh. If you keep acting like this, you're going to be hunted down, the gluttonous god sighed. Go and hold her hand. The two of them bought milk tea and returned. Not long after, Fang Mingyuan and Hu Wen arrived. Seeing Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan together, they didn't come over. What are you guys doing? Lin Baici walked over. Damn, if you aren't the one flying solo, then who is? Fang Mingyuan was impressed. You're given the opportunity, but you don't know how to use it. He knew that Zhu Daoguan and Liu Yu both liked Ji Xinyan. And although Hu Wenwu hadn't brought up the topic, in reality, he liked her a bit too. After all, Ji Xinyan was truly too good at dressing and styling herself. Many girls walking beside her looked like mere background maids. It was almost 2 o'clock, and everyone was arriving one after another. Because it was the weekend and a class gathering, everyone was dressed quite smartly. As for the girls, while they weren't wearing makeup, they had all put on beautiful new clothes. Bai Jiao was wearing a pair of blue jeans and a black hoodie, which made her look even fairer. A black Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the school gate, and Jin Jiahui stepped out of it. I borrowed a car, so let's drink to our heart's content today. Jin Jiahui patted the roof of the car. Someone is driving us, brother Jin. You're just messing around. If someone gets drunk, who would dare sit in this car? What if they throw up on it? Zhang Jixu shouted. Even those who didn't know much about cars had heard of BMWs and Mercedes. These were luxury cars, and if someone threw up on them, they would surely have to pay a lot of money in damages. Let them throw up. It's my friend's car. It's fine. If this were in Shangjing, Jin Jiayu would have just driven his own car and wouldn't have needed to borrow one. Besides, if it got dirty, he could just buy it. Although the first semester had only just begun, everyone knew that Jin Jiayu was a wealthy heir and very generous. Several boys who liked cars immediately ran over to admire the Mercedes. It was 2:10, and Pei Fei counted the number of people. What is Zhu Daoguan doing? Why isn't he here yet? Can you guys give him a call and urge him? He didn't oversleep, did he? Only Zhu Daoguan was missing, which made everyone quite annoyed. Jin Jiaoyu took out his phone and immediately called Zhu Daoguan. Chapter 216 Class Gathering. After chatting for a few words, Jin Jiaoyu hung up the phone. He said he's almost here, 3 minutes. Zhu Daoguan really has a lot of nerve, making so many people wait. You complained. No one chimed in. For everyone, as long as it wasn't more than half an hour, it was acceptable. A few minutes later, a brand new BMW 3 Series drove over and stopped in front of the group. The blue paint shimmered in the afternoon sun, flashing with psychedelic colors. Coupled with the luxury car status, it immediately attracted the eyes of many. Zhu Daoguan got out of the car and deliberately slammed the door shut. The sound was simply wonderful, especially after it drew the gazes of the beauty's own. It was even better. Sorry. The paperwork at the forest dealership took too long, which delayed me quite a bit and made me late. At dinner tonight, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Zhu Daoguan cupped his hands in a salute. This guy was even flashy enough to be wearing a pair of tea-colored sunglasses. The crowd didn't respond, looking at Zhu Daoguan and then at the luxury car beside him. Judging by what he said, did he just buy this car? So rich, Daoguan. This isn't something you just bought, is it? Zhang Jixu felt it was unlikely. He knew Zhu Daoguan was doing live streaming and had hundreds of thousands of fans. Earning 10 or 20,000 a month should be fine. But buying a BMW was too exaggerated, right? Yes. Zhu Daoguan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that no one would pick up on this topic, otherwise. How could he show off? Not bad, right? Slap, slap. Zhu Daoguan patted the roof of the car. Impressive. Zhang Jixu gave a thumbs up. He originally wanted to say that he was likely the first person in their class to buy a luxury car based on his own ability. But considering Jin Jiaoyu's face, he didn't say it. After all, in Zhang Jixu's heart, a second-generation rich kid like Jin Jiaoyu was the type of classmate one absolutely must not offend. It's just average. As Zhu Daoguan spoke, his eyes were hidden behind his sunglasses, unobtrusively sizing up the girls. Jojo's face was full of shock and envy. Wearing the expression of a fangirl, she was clearly stunned by his excellence. Liu Zilu wasn't looking at the BMW, but at him, as if she were weighing whether it was worth it to be his girlfriend. Zhu Daoguan knew he was a bit uglier than the average person, so if he wanted to win the favor of beautiful women, he had to put in extra effort elsewhere. Bai Zhou was looking at him directly for the first time. Refreshing, Qi Xinyan. What is wrong with you? Why are you looking at Lin Baici? I am draped in colorful auspicious clouds, descending from the heavens in a luxury BMW, and I still cannot make you spare me a second glance. As for the other girls, they were filled with curiosity and surprise. I reckon that from today on, they will develop a keen interest in the live streaming industry. However, ladies, it is not easy to make money in this line of work. How much was it? Liu Zilu took the opportunity to ask. A little under 400,000. I couldn't afford the high-end trim. After all, I need to save some money to hold giveaways for the viewers in my stream. Zhu Daoguan was a natural social butterfly. Having seized such an opportunity, he naturally had to show off a bit. This car was actually bought on a loan, but since Zhu Daoguan didn't say anything, no one knew. The main purpose of buying it was the consideration that over the next 4 years of university, having a car would make it easier to pick up girls. Even if he didn't reach 100 conquests, he had to at least complete half of that. Many classmates fell silent upon hearing this figure because it was too expensive. With their parents' income, they would have to work for several years without eating or drinking just to save that much money. Old Bai, let's partner up. With my marketing skills, your talent, and Brother Keon's financial backing, we could build a hit IP in less than half a year. By then, we'll be raking in so much advertising money that our hands will go numb, and an annual income of $1 million will be a piece of cake. Zhu Daoguan took the opportunity to persuade him. Forget the BMW 3 Series. You'll be able to buy a Mercedes S-Class whenever you want. Qi Xinyang couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Baici didn't have a Mercedes S-Class, but he did have a Mercedes-AMG 63S worth $2 million. As for an annual income of $1 million, Lin Baici could probably reach that figure just by eating a few meals as a kept man. Thinking of this, Ji Xinyan let out a sigh. She had previously thought that if university life got boring, she could date Lin Baici. With the pocket money her family gave her, even if Lin Baici were a pretty boy, she could afford to keep him. She would just make him work out every day to keep his handsome physique for her to look at. But now, who knew he was a hidden second-generation rich kid? To be honest, Ji Xinyan would rather Lin Baici be incompetent, having nothing to offer but his looks and a good body. Because with the current Lin Baici, she felt she couldn't afford to pursue him. What's the situation? Zhang Jixu asked curiously. Fang Mingyuan explained, saying that Zhu Daoguan wanted to start an entertainment company with Jin Jiayue and Lin Baici, but Lin Baici had refused. Old Bai, this is a good thing. Why did you refuse? Zhang Jixu didn't understand. Because I'm not interested. Lin Baici didn't want to continue this topic. Everyone is here. Let's go. You're too willful, aren't you? Everyone was shocked. Why turn down money? Are you stupid? How are we going? Liu Yu was annoyed, feeling that Zhu Daoguan was too fond of showing off. This Mercedes couldn't be Brother Keon's, could it? Liu Yu saw another car parked nearby, and even with his eyes closed, he knew what was going on. As many as can fit in the cars. The rest will take taxis, Jin Jiayue suggested. Let the girls take your cars, Yang spoke up. Since he was destined to take a taxi anyway, he might as well go with the flow and do a favor. In this situation, it was clear that Bai Zhou and Ji Xinyan would definitely be with Zhu Daoguan and Jin Jiayue. In any case, the other boys in the class certainly didn't have the qualifications to pursue them. The girls were too embarrassed to speak up, but riding in their classmates' cars was definitely more casual and free than taking a taxi. And besides, those were a Mercedes and a BMW. It's settled then. Lin Baici made the final decision and walked toward the roadside, preparing to hail a cab. The girls didn't say anything. There were 13 people, and 2 cars definitely couldn't fit everyone, even if they could. How would they split up, except for Jojo? Everyone actually preferred to ride in Jin Jiayue's Mercedes, even if the car was borrowed. There are a bit too many people. Pei Fei and I will show some spirit and take a taxi. After Ji Xinyan finished speaking, she pulled Pei Fei's arm and walked toward the roadside. Bai Zhou looked at Ji Xinyan. She suspected that this rival was either playing hard to get, deliberately whetting the appetites of Jin Jiayue and Zhu Daoguan. After all, what you can't get is always the most tantalizing. Of course, there was another possibility, that Ji Xinyan had taken a fancy to Lin Baici. If that were truly the case, Bai Zhou would be disappointed, because she considered Ji Xinyan a rival. If she chose people purely based on looks rather than inner substance, Bai Zhou would feel that this long-standing, secret competition between them would be very meaningless. Let's go, let's go. Fang Mingyuan and Hu Wenwu went to chase after Lin Baici. The boys walked toward the roadside in groups of 3 or 5. During their student days, when changing seats or participating in group activities, most people hoped to be with the prettiest girl in the class or the one they had a crush on. But things were different now. As long as one had a bit of self-awareness, they knew there were some people they couldn't pursue, and they had to learn to put away their fantasies. By the roadside, a taxi pulled over. Fang Mingyuan very consciously went to the front seat. Lin Baici opened the car door, letting Ji Xinyan and Pei Fei get in first. The T-girl played a little trick, letting Pei Fei get in first so that she could sit next to Lin Baici. But she didn't expect Lin Baici to let Hu Wenwu get in first. Ji Xinyan was speechless. I smell good and I'm soft. Are you really that unwilling to sit next to me? Fortunately, Hu Wenwu had an introverted personality and didn't dare to sit with Ji Xinyan. So, he pushed Lin Baici inside. Just as he wanted to get into the car, the driver spoke up. It's overloaded. Hu Wenwu was embarrassed for a moment, then looked at the other classmates, a look of panic appearing on his face, because he hadn't really interacted with these classmates much yet. Let him get in. I'll give you an extra 100 yuan, as Ji Xinyan spoke. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the payment code. The taxi driver was completely bewildered. With that 100 yuan bill, you could have easily held another cab. Why bother squeezing so many people into one? However, turning down money would be foolish. So he just decided to keep an eye out for traffic police. Lin Baici was already a big guy, and with the sturdy Hu Wenwu added to the mix, The 4 people in the back seat were squeezed together like a sandwich. Should I get out? Hu Wenwu felt embarrassed. The money is already paid. Ji Xinyan thought to herself. This is exactly the effect I wanted. It is a pity that it is autumn now, and the clothes are too thick, so I cannot feel Lin Baici's muscle definition at all. Go to Hongdao Pavilion. Fang Mingyuan was full of enthusiasm, ready to show off his skills. Lin Baici and his group set off first, but Zhu Daoguan clearly wanted to show off his new car and driving skills, so he quickly overtook the taxi. Jin Jiayue, on the other hand, drove steadily and safely. Inside the car, the atmosphere was lively. Ji Xinyan was a master of social interaction, and being a social butterfly was her basic attribute. Even the reticent Hu Wenwu found himself talking quite a bit under her guidance. With Ji Xinyan around, no one would ever feel left out or unable to fit into the small circle. An hour later, they arrived at Hongdao Pavilion. Hu Wenwu stepped out of the car, feeling a bit regretful. The ride had been far too short. We probably won't be able to sit together on the way back, right? Hu Wenwu felt a little disappointed. Soon, all 32 students from Class 01 arrived. After buying the tickets, the staff informed them that they needed to split into groups, preferably 3 to 4 groups, because there were too many people to enter the escape room all at once. Let's just split up the way we did in the cars, Ji Xinyan suggested. I'm with old Bai. Jin Jiayue came over, and the girls who had ridden in his car naturally wanted to join as well. Liu Yu curled his lip, quite annoyed, wanting to ask why they got to play with the girls. But since Jin Jiayue had already spoken, everyone accepted this grouping method. Zhu Daoguan looked at Jojo and Liu Zilu, wanting to cry. Can we please swap? I want Ji Xinyan. Or Bai Zhao would be fine too. The escape rooms at Hongdao Pavilion were very popular. When Lin Baici's group entered, they had only cleared 3 levels before encountering 6 young people. They were likely students from some university as well, trapped at this stage. The answer should be in this equation. We just need to solve it. A boy wearing Nike gear stood with his arms crossed in front of a small blackboard covered in calculations. However, his eyes kept darting toward Ji Xinyan and Bai Zhao, especially the social butterfly, whose fashionable outfit was very eye-catching. This is too hard, a girl complained. She had been here for half an hour, and after her interest faded, only boredom remained. We might as well have gone to a bar. Wait a second. I'm almost done solving it. The Nike-clad boy put his brain into overdrive. Lin Baici glanced at the blackboard, walked over to a bookshelf, pulled out a book from one of the slots, flipped through a few pages, and found a key inside. He used it to open a safe in the room, took out a voice recorder, and played it. A set of numbers rang out from the speaker. Lin Baici walked to the keypad on the door and entered the numbers in reverse order. Click! The door opened. The Nike-clad boy was stunned. The girl's mouth was wide open in shock, forming an O shape. What was going on? Was Sherlock Holmes reincarnated? Was this decryption speed too fast? Let's go. Lin Baici was the first to walk out. For someone used to playing God-forbidden games, this kind of escape room was child's play. Oh my god. Is Lin Baici really that amazing? Pei Fei was shocked. For those people, the gaming experience must be terrible. Ji Xinyan couldn't help but laugh. Awesome. Jin Jiayue loved this feeling of sweeping through everything. What? He didn't contribute. Just kidding. Lin Baici was his good roommate. His credit was his own credit. No problem there. Bai Zhao looked at the people left behind in the escape room. If Lin Baici were her boyfriend, she would feel a sense of pride at this moment, because winning against others really felt great. Class monitor. How did you solve it so quickly? Pei Fei asked curiously. Is there some secret? Everyone looked at Lin Baici. People who come to Hongdao Pavilion to play this kind of game are looking for excitement and to enjoy a sense of intellectual superiority, not to be tortured. Those equations on the blackboard just now could only be solved by top-tier students in university, and I believe that number was indeed the correct answer, Lin Baici explained. But the problem is, most people don't have that calculation ability, so the answer must be somewhere else. Hu Wenwu listened very carefully. Then how did you discover the clue was on the bookshelf? Bai Zhao couldn't help but ask. As I said, the owner opened this shop to make money, not to torture people. Players will only come back if they have fun, so the placement of clues will definitely not be difficult. Lin Baici shrugged. So how do you let most people find it? By putting the answer in plain sight. There must be a key item in the locked safe, and you need a password to open it. So the equations on the blackboard had a purpose. But since many people can't solve them, what do? They take a different path. Don't look for clues directly, but use reverse reasoning based on the various props in the room, focusing your attention on the items themselves. This type of level lacked the pressure of death. So Lin Baici couldn't even muster any interest. To be honest, he missed that kind of thrilling life. He hoped the Bizen God ruins in Korea would bring some huge surprises. You're cheating. Baijo frowned. A normal escape room is about finding clues step by step. You, on the other hand, analyze the function of every single item right from the start. That takes away the fun of deduction. Fair enough. I won't say anything else from now on. You guys play. Lin Baici smiled slightly, thinking to himself, cheating. I, the great gluttonous god, haven't even started yet. Otherwise, I would show you what a true speedrun of an escape room looks like. If I can't finish these 9 levels in 5 minutes, consider it my loss. No way. I just saw the billboard. It says if you break the fastest completion record, it's free. Pei wanted to save money, and Lin Baici could clearly pull it off. Chapter 217, A Battle of Wits. A show of brilliance. Lin Baici had also noticed the billboard, but ever since he became wealthy, he no longer cared about such small amounts of money. Besides, this was supposed to be for leisure and entertainment. Using the gluttonous god's powers to clear the room would be a waste of talent. Whether it's free or not isn't important. I can treat everyone. But the record, I'd like to break it. Jinjiui looked at Lin Baici. Come on, old boy. It's time for your performance to begin. Lin Baici shook his head, and interested. Don't pursue so much. Just being happy is enough. Ji Xinyan wanted to ask. Are you guys sick in the head? Most boys come here to take girls out on dates. They would give anything to stay in the escape room a little longer, because even if they couldn't spark a romance, just being with a fragrant, pretty girl is a pleasant experience. But you to one is shouting about breaking records, and the other, without a word, has already cleared 4 levels before I even had a chance to look at all the props in the room. What a complete lack of gaming experience. Ji Xinyan didn't care about breaking any records. She just wanted to spend more time with Lin Baici in the escape room. Perhaps, by utilizing the suspension bridge effect, she could make him develop a good impression of her. That's why this kind of game is best played by the people. Fang Mingyuan didn't care. Compared to this game, he preferred basketball. Hu Wenwu thought Lin Baici was amazing, but he still wanted to compete. After all, there were Ji Xinyan and Bai Zhou in this group. Men, after all want to show off in front of pretty girls. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Pei pushed Lin Baici into the next room. Now that we've saved money, we can eat something good tonight. If you want to have a good time, just wait here for Zhang Jixu and the others to catch up. Lin Baici gave a reminder, the subtext being that he was prepared to clear the levels rapidly. Bai Zhou felt that Lin Baici was too arrogant. There were still 5 levels left. She didn't believe he could clear every single one in 5 minutes. So, Bai Zhou followed him in. Regarding intelligence, this girl, whose skin was fairer than many other girls, was also very confident. She prepared to find the answer first in the next level and beat Lin Baici. After everyone entered the room, the staff hiding in the shadows quickly came out and closed the door, creating a tense atmosphere for the escape room. A whistle sounded in the room, and then the lights went snap and extinguished, instantly plunging the place into total darkness. Ji Xinyan shrieked, lunging to the left and hugging tightly. She knew Lin Baici was there. Damn, what happened? Jin Jiui shouted. Xinyan, are you okay? Pei was also worried. Don't panic, I have a lighter. Fang Mingyuan yelled. A few seconds later, with a snap, he lit a lighter. A ball of firelight flared up, its dark red glow illuminating the surrounding environment. However, everyone quickly turned on their phone flashlights. Damn! Fang Mingyuan felt a moment of embarrassment. How could he have forgotten about the flashlights? But he was quick-witted and immediately complained, like this. There's no horror atmosphere at all. Hu Wenwu saw Ji Xinyan hugging Lin Baici, her chest pressed against his roommate's arm, and he felt very envious. This was a room the size of a study. furnished with a floor lamp taller than a person. On the white lampshade, a red English word was written. On the surrounding walls, there were photos, portraits, and a dried elk head specimen hanging on the north wall. They were all ordinary things, but on the walls, English words of irregular shapes and sizes were written, words like dead, cry, and crazy things that could cause discomfort. Moreover, they were all written in dark red pigment, looking just like fresh blood. Besides that, there were some mirror patterns drawn, such as a clown face that was half crying and half laughing. On the floor, a pentagram magic circle was drawn, with the number 666 in the center, just like something someone would write with their finger before dying. Combined with the dark environment and the beams of the flashlights, it was still quite frightening. I know that in the West, 666 is an unlucky number, representing evil and symbolizing the devil, because the light was dim. Hu Wenwu felt less socially anxious and boldly spoke up, symbolizing the devil, Satan. Right. Pei Fei had studied constellations and tarot cards. Can these candles be lit? Fang Mengyuan saw several candles around the magic circle and felt that the clue for escape might lie with them. Then what are you waiting for? Baijiu urged. The competition had already begun. Lin Baici watched Fang Mengyuan light the candles and felt deeply moved. If this were rule-based contamination and a god's ruin, the act of lighting the candles alone would likely result in several deaths. Once the candle flames flickered to life, Baijiu immediately widened her eyes, searching for clues. She kept changing her position, observing from various angles. Ji Xinyan wasn't interested in puzzle solving, so she stayed by Lin Baici's side. Have you discovered anything? I have a bit of a lead. Lin Baici nodded. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked over. Baijiu curled her lip, thinking Lin Baici was bragging. Everyone had only been inside for less than 2 minutes. And you've already found the key point? I don't believe it. Lin Baici stood where he was, motionless, using his flashlight to scan every wall and the decorations on the floor. Everyone watched for a few moments, but since they didn't get an answer from Lin Baici and didn't ask, they continued to rack their brains. Except for Ji Xinyan. Everyone else was playing this kind of escape room game for the first time. They found it quite novel, and to be honest, they all wanted to prove that their intelligence was not lacking. Lin Baici pondered for a short while, then walked to the north wall. He lowered his head, looked at the fist-sized square floor tiles on the ground, counted them, and walked up to one. He stomped on it hard with his foot, but there was no reaction. He then walked a few steps and tried another one. This time, when he stomped on it, he could clearly feel that it was hollow underneath. Found it. Lin Baici squatted down and pried up the floor tile. Ji Xinyan was immediately astonished, her eyes widening, because underneath the wooden floor tile was a small box. On the small box, there was a combination lock that required a 3-digit code. Lin Baici fiddled with it a few times. Click, the small box opened, revealing a key. Wow! Ji Xinyan's exclamation was one of genuine surprise. She couldn't help but look at Lin Baici's face. So handsome, and such a sharp mind. I beg you, leave some room for other men to survive. Do you want to open it? Lin Baici smiled slightly and handed the key to Ji Xinyan. Okay. Ji Xinyan took the key, ran to the room door, poked it into the keyhole, and turned it 3 times. With a click, the door opened. Soft light immediately shone into the room, dispelling the darkness. Swish! Jin Jiayue and his group, who were concentrating on finding clues, looked up in astonishment. Everyone, if you please. Ji Xinyan stood at the doorway, bowed slightly, and extended her right hand in a gesture of invitation. Everyone was dumbfounded, subconsciously looking at Lin Baici. Damn, old Bai, you are too awesome, Jin Jiayue exclaimed. Did you spend all 3 years of high school dating, otherwise, with a brain like yours? Why did you come to Haijing University of Technology? Pei Fei was shocked. Haijing University of Technology was quite good, a top 10 prestigious school in Haijing. But Pei Fei clearly felt that Lin Baici should have gone to Tsinghua or Peking University. Big class monitor, from today on, I am your dog. As Fang Mengyuan said this, he even barked twice, which livened up the atmosphere and made everyone laugh. However, deep down, they were all filled with shock, especially Baijiu. A huge sense of frustration surged in her chest. Forget about winning against Lin Baici. She didn't even have the qualifications to compare herself to him. What was this called? Total domination. Hu Wenwu shook his head, looking dejected. Class monitor, explain the puzzle, won't you? Ji Xinyan chimed in at the right moment. It was just like the moment a great detective catches the culprit and explains the modus operandi, the climax of the entire show. This room is decorated in a flashy way, and the lack of light is actually just to distract the player's attention. The real clues are hidden in those English words, Lin Baici explained. Words. Everyone took out their phones and shone them on the English words on the wall. Do they look like elements used to create atmosphere in horror movies? Lin Baici asked with a smile. Yeah. Ji Xinyan often watched such movies. American, Japanese, and Thai horror films all like to use specific elements to scare people. For example, bloody handprints, shadows, strange sounds, and so on. If you think that way, you've fallen into the trap set by the designer of this escape room. Take a close look at those words, Lin Baici reminded them. Everyone immediately observed carefully. I don't get it. Old Bai, just tell us directly. Jin Jiayi was too lazy to use his brain. But before Lin Baici could answer, Bai Zhou called out, I understand. Bai Zhou had a sudden realization. Some words are missing letters, like this lo. It should be left. Right, yes. Lin Baici nodded. With a train of thought, things became easier. Bai Zhou immediately looked at the other words. These common words are all missing a certain letter. If we rearrange these letters, could we form a new word? And this word is the clue. After saying this, Bai Zhou looked at Lin Baici. Yes, the words formed are north, floor 2, 6, and inverted. Lin Baici looked at Bai Zhou and asked with a smile. Do you know what this means? North is north, floor is floor, which means the clue is on the floor near the north wall. 2 and 6 represent coordinates. Bai Zhou looked at them. These two numbers should represent a certain floor tile on the ground, row 2, column 6, or row 6, column 2. Smart. Lin Baici clapped. Bai Zhou's thinking was truly agile. Bai Zhou gave a bitter smile. If she had found this using her own wisdom, she would definitely be very proud and happy for a long time. But the problem was that she only discovered it after Lin Baici gave her a hint. It's over. Bai Zhou is smarter than me. Ji Xinyan felt depressed. But after looking around and seeing that everyone else had a thoughtful expression, she felt better again. Because ordinary people still made up the majority. And I don't rely on my IQ to make a living anyway, right? I won't compare myself to this. This level is a bit tricky. North, floor, and the numbers are all common English words that even elementary school students know. But many people wouldn't know inverted. Bai Zhou commented. This word meant to turn upside down. Where is the clue for that? Bai Zhou asked for guidance. You're right. I only saw this word after Lin Baici shook the small box in his hand and tossed it to Bai Zhou. Pieced it together. Everyone walked over to observe the box. There was a combination lock on it that required entering 3 digits. There is a 666 on the floor. And this combination lock happens to require 3 digits. Plus, there is the word inverted, which implies a reversal. The password is self-evident. Lin Baici explained. What is self-evident? Jin Jiayi did not understand. This single sentence made Bai Zhou realize that Jin Jiayi must have pulled some strings to get into Haijing University of Science and Technology. The password is 999, Hu Wenwu added, showing an expression of admiration. Can't beat him, can't beat him. I am thoroughly impressed. Hurry, hurry. To the next escape room. Our class monitor is definitely going to break the record today. Pei Fei pushed Lin Baici toward the next room. Class monitor. As long as you break the record, at tonight's dinner, I will make Bai Zhou and Xinyan sit next to you and serve you tea and water. You can treat them like maids, don't be polite. Bai Zhou knew that Pei Fei was joking. If it were in the past, she would have scoffed at the idea. Up until now, no man had been qualified to serve her tea. But after experiencing this escape room, Bai Zhou's proud heart had been shattered a little. Serving Lin Baici tea was not entirely out of the question. Ji Xinyan felt completely numb. No, don't. I was the one who was interested in this man since the day of registration. I was the first one, Lin Baici. Please stop being so outstanding. She really wanted to say to Lin Baici, brother, girls like Bai Zhou only like geniuses, but I am different. I just like you as a person. For the next 4 levels, Lin Baici finished them in 25 minutes. It was simply brilliant. Hurry, hurry. Pei Fei dragged Lin Baici excitedly toward the service desk. The 900 yuan would be saved today. So satisfying. Although the tickets were bought as a group deal on my Tuan and were already half price. It would be even better if it were free. We broke the record. Pei Fei was still a bit reserved and did not shout the words "give us a refund." The female receptionist was shocked. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the clock hanging on the wall. Because these people were group ticket holders and included several handsome men and beautiful women, she remembered them very clearly. It had been less than an hour since they entered the first room. She had seen them earlier and thought they were just giving up because the levels were too difficult and they couldn't find the clues. There had been people like that before who didn't want to be frustrated and came out early. But she didn't expect that these people had broken the record. Is this fake? You can ask the staff. Ji Xinyang was better at handling such situations than Pei Fei. Wait, let me make a call. The female receptionist called the staff, and after confirming that they had indeed broken the record, she was left dumbfounded. Please wait a moment. The female receptionist hurriedly called the boss to report the situation. They won't refuse to refund, will they? Pei Fei worried. If she doesn't refund, I will hire people to spam this shop online until it goes out of business. I have to say, Jin Jiayui is rich. So, he speaks with confidence. The receptionist girl couldn't help but glance at Jin Jiayui upon hearing this. Do you think you are some kind of overbearing CEO? Chapter 218 Hush Money. Everyone did not know the receptionist's inner thoughts, otherwise, they would definitely have added that this guy actually is one. Our boss said that the money can be refunded, but only for your group. The receptionist girl hung up the phone and relayed the boss's words to Lin Baici and the others exactly as they were. But our tickets were bought as a group. Pei Fei argued based on reason. The tickets you bought were already half price. We are basically making a loss. We only do this to build up our reputation. The receptionist girl gave a bitter smile. Every year when the freshmen of Haijing start school, the boss would launch a promotion. After all, this kind of escape room is only attractive for the first or second time. It gets boring after playing too much. The main thing is that designing escape rooms is too troublesome. This is not filming a movie where you can use camera techniques to create high difficulty levels. Creating props in reality is very troublesome. The commotion here attracted many people, especially those who had just arrived, who curiously sized up Lin Baici and his group. The receptionist girl looked at Lin Baici and said in a low, pleading voice, "You were able to clear 9 rooms so quickly. Your IQ must be very high. You will definitely not be short of money in the future. So please don't make things difficult for me. Please." The receptionist girl put her hands together and bowed to Lin Baici. Besides begging, there was also some curiosity and amazement in her eyes, because Lin Baici not only broke the record but also beat the time by a full hour. It doesn't matter if we get a refund or not. Just hurry up and put our names on that board, Jin Jiayui urged. Compared to that bit of money, he wanted the fame more. If you give us each a bucket of popcorn and a bottle of Coke, you don't have to refund the money. Lin Baici was too lazy to argue over these trivial matters. A billionaire should have the magnanimity of a billionaire. Class monitor. Pei Fei was not very happy. As for the others, Bai Zhao was still reviewing Lin Baici's entire clearance process. Ji Xinyang didn't care, and Hu Wenwu felt he wasn't qualified to speak. So, he listened to everything Lin Baici said. It's settled then. Lin Baici signaled for the receptionist to hurry up, right away. The receptionist girl hurriedly returned to the counter and took a small scoop to fill the popcorn. Don't worry, I will fill them up for you. Liu Zilu, Su Daguan, and Zhang Jixu's groups hadn't come out yet, so Lin Baici and the others couldn't leave either. They sat on the lounge chairs in the lobby and chatted. Half an hour passed, and Jin Jiayui became a bit restless. He glanced toward the exit of the escape room. They still haven't come out. The time they have been inside hasn't even exceeded the time of the previous record yet. Looking at this, it will take at least another hour. Ji Xinyang also felt a headache. It was truly boring to sit like this. It was rare to play with Lin Baici, so they should at least create some memories, right? We can only blame old Bai for being too incredible. Fang Mingyuan sighed with emotion. Everyone had been caught up in the moment and had not realized how terrifying Lin Baici's performance truly was. After all, when listening to his explanations, these escape room levels did not seem difficult at all. But now, looking at the performance of others, they finally realized that Lin Baici was truly exceptional. During the time they had been sitting there, they had seen many passing players discussing the levels of escape rooms. Most of them, let alone breaking records, had not even finished all 9 levels. Because they spent too much time, they were judged as having died according to the rules. The owner opened this shop to make money and needed to ensure a high turnover of customers. Therefore, it was impossible to let players stay in the escape rooms indefinitely. Once the time limit was exceeded, it counted as a death, and the game ended. Zhu Daoguan's group came out earlier than Ji Xinyan had expected. The design of this escape room is quite interesting. Let's come and play again next time. Zhu Daoguan walked side by side with Liu Zilu. He had high emotional intelligence and could sense that Jojo might have a little interest in him. But she looked too ordinary. Although Liu Zilu was not very pretty either, she at least dressed fashionably. Liu Yu had originally been depressed about not being able to clear all the escape rooms and failing to show off his intelligence in front of Ji Xinyan and Bai Jiao. However, he was suddenly delighted when he saw Lin Baici's group sitting in the lobby. Haha, Lin Baici and the others are already out. Liu Yu was beaming with joy. Everyone looked over. The popcorn buckets and cola in front of Lin Baici and his group had already been consumed quite a bit. Judging by this, they had been waiting for at least 20 minutes. HMPH, a bunch of losers. Liu Yu was arrogant. Zhu Daoguan's group walked over. Brother Jin, have you guys been out for a long time? Jin Jiayi took a sip of his cola. You guys were way too fast, right? Liu Yu interjected. Did you even clear 3 rooms? You wouldn't have failed before even reaching the 3rd room, would you? Liu Yu's group had been eliminated in the 5th room. So, he assumed that since Lin Baici and his group came out so early, they must have failed at the 3rd room. Let me tell you, the later rooms are quite fun. It's a pity you guys didn't get to see them, Liu Yu sighed, putting on an expression of regret for Lin Baici's group. But he was feeling incredibly smug inside. Bai Jiao, Ji Xinyan, I let you follow Lin Baici. Are you idiots now? You didn't even get to enjoy the game. And now you're just sitting here catching a breeze. Aren't you depressed, Liu Yu? How are you talking? Pei Fei frowned. These words were too condescending. Haha, the later rooms are indeed quite fun. Jin Jiayu laughed and patted Lin Baici on the shoulder hard. Isn't that right, old Bai? Because Jin Jiayu's family background was so powerful, he had been accustomed to using money to solve problems since he was a child. But this did not mean he was stupid or did not understand social nuances. Liu Yu's remark was 9 times out of 10 aimed at Lin Baici. After all, no matter how foolish Liu Yu was, he would not dare to offend Jin Jiayu. But he forgot that Jin Jiayu and Lin Baici were in the same group. Clearing the escape room was a team game. His disdain for Lin Baici's intelligence also implied that the others were incompetent. It was just average. Lin Baici felt that rule contamination was much more fun, especially the kind that could cost you your life. Liu Yu shook his head, stubborn to the end. Next time we come, I'll take you guys through it. PFFT, haha. Ji Xinyan could not hold it back and laughed out loud. Even Bai Jiao shook her head with a faint smile. Man, it is fine to be jealous and competitive. If you have achievements, you can show them off and display your superiority. But the problem is, can you figure out the situation before you start showing off? In Bai Jiao's eyes, the current Liu Yu looked like a complete idiot. A purebred one, Liu Yu. Fang Mingyuan pointed at the front desk. Look over there. Is something missing? Liu Zilu and Jojo had already gathered with Ji Xinyan, whispering to each other. Zhu Daoguan looked back. What's missing? It seems like an advertisement board is gone. I remember it had the names, schools, and completion times of the fastest players on it. Liu Zilu's observation skills were quite sharp. After she finished speaking, she looked at Fang Mingyuan. What's going on? Before Fang Mingyuan could explain, the front desk clerk and a colleague walked over, each carrying several buckets of popcorn. Zhu Daoguan and the others thought this was bought by Jin Jiayu and his group, so they did not pay much attention. However, they soon noticed that after the clerk gave them the popcorn, she walked straight to Lin Baici. She lowered her head, her posture very humble. What is going on? She looked like Lin Baici's maid. Classmate. If anyone comes to ask you, could you please keep it a secret? The clerk was under a lot of pressure because Lin Baici had not left yet. If other players came to ask for the secrets to clearing the rooms and he spilled them, the shop would suffer a huge loss. Damn, that's right. How did I forget? We could have published the walkthrough for the escape rooms online. Jin Jiayu realized it belatedly. You only just thought of that. Ji Xinyan rolled her eyes. Everyone was a college student, so they were too embarrassed to ask for a huge sum. Otherwise, let alone a refund, asking for 3 times the amount would have been no problem. One must know that the cost of designing and setting up an escape room far exceeded this small amount of money. The so-called escape room, once the clues are known, loses all its fun. Is your clearance record fake? Lin Baici asked in return. The clerk was stunned. It's real. Have you seen it with your own eyes? Lin Baici smiled. The clerk shook her head. You called your boss just now, right? His response strategy was too crude. Not only did he not come to entertain us himself, but he was also reluctant to give a full refund. Lin Baici chuckled. Looking at it this way, it's clear he has never encountered anyone who actually cleared the rooms and hadn't considered the consequences. Otherwise he wouldn't have reacted this way, because I could have completely posted the walkthrough in the group buying reviews. How would you guys make money then? Admittedly, there are some people who come specifically to enjoy the process of solving an escape room and wouldn't look at the answers even if they were provided. However, there are also those who come to impress girls, wanting to show off their intellectual superiority in front of them. So, they will certainly look up the answers beforehand. Once enough people see the walkthroughs and enough people come to play, they will constantly analyze the loopholes in the escape room, doing their best to belittle it and claim it has absolutely no challenge, because showing off one's superiority on the internet is human nature for many. By the time the reputation of the escape room declines, the owner will either have to set up a new room or struggle to survive. But either way, they will lose a sum of money. The receptionist was startled, because what Lin Baici said was very likely to happen. She subconsciously wanted to take out her phone to call the boss, but it suddenly rang. This gave her a fright. When she pulled out her phone, she saw it was a call from the boss. Hello, boss? The receptionist walked to the side to avoid being overheard by Lin Baici and the others. What is going on? Liu Zilu looked completely bewildered. Listening to your conversation, it sounds like you cleared all the escape rooms. Impossible. Liu instinctively interjected. We worked so hard and only finished 4. They came out even earlier than us. How many could they have possibly cleared? The group didn't respond, looking at Lin Baici and his companions, waiting for an explanation. You'll have to ask Old Bai why he's so flashy. Jin Jiayu laughed. Don't use your mortal mind to speculate about a genius, Ji Xinyan added. She didn't like Liu, and as for whether this would offend him, she couldn't care less. That's right. Your limit is just Old Bai's starting point, Fang Mengyuan remarked with emotion. I don't think genius is enough to describe Old Bai. Divine is more fitting. Hu Wenwu said this from the bottom of his heart, because Lin Baici had actually deduced that the clearance record was fake based on the boss's reaction. It was too incredible. Is it for real? You cleared all the escape rooms. Zhu Daoguan grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching loudly. Otherwise, why do you think that billboard with the record on it was taken away? Fang Mengyuan retorted. Holy crap, that's awesome. Zhu Daoguan was shocked, followed by a sigh. Damn it, what a huge loss. If he had been in a group with Lin Baici just now and live-streamed it, wouldn't his popularity have exploded? It definitely would have hit the front page of Shark platform. That was all money. Liu Zilu and Jojo whispered to Bai Jiao, and after confirming that Lin Baici had cleared the rooms single-handedly, they stared at him, dumbfounded. Did you look up a walkthrough online? Liu still didn't quite believe it. Hey, can you be a bit more magnanimous? If you're not as good as someone, just admit it. Everyone else is inferior to Lin Baici, and no one thinks anything of it. But being this stubborn makes you look very low, Ji Xinyan said with disdain. Being mocked by the girl he liked made Liu very unhappy. After finishing the call, the receptionist ran over quickly. Students, could you please wait a moment? Our boss is on his way here. He figured it out. Lin Baici ate a piece of popcorn. That's not easy. Our boss is actually a pretty good person, the receptionist said, looking embarrassed. The boss was a second-generation rich kid who had lost a lot of money in the stock market. After cutting his losses and leaving, he opened this shop. The boss had just called to ask if she had the contact information for the college student who broke the record. And when the receptionist said the person hadn't left yet, the boss told her to keep them there and that he would arrive as soon as possible. Zhang Jixu and the others were quite addicted to playing, and even when the young boss arrived, they still hadn't come out. The negotiation process was simple. Lin Baici and his group would sign an agreement not to leak any of the content of these escape rooms, and the boss would pay a 10,000 yuan hush money fee. If Lin Baici and the others violated the agreement, the boss would hold them accountable. 10,000 yuan. Pei Fei swallowed hard. She only wanted to get her ticket money back. She hadn't expected to earn this much. It should be at least 50,000, right? Qi Xinyan smiled. Not to mention whether those props can be reused. Just that room filled with English words if you repaint it and change the flooring. It would cost more than 10,000. Pei Fei and Hu Wenwu were stunned. If you ask for that much, will he agree? 30,000. The young boss countered. All right, I was being naive. Pei Fei felt like she had seen a new world today. Under Qi Xinyan's negotiation, the boss finally paid 50,000 yuan. But Lin Baici and his group had to swear a solemn oath not to reveal any information related to the escape rooms. This was a helpless situation. Because if Lin Baici and his friends were shameless, they could tell others and let them publish a walkthrough of the rooms. Therefore, the boss could only come up with the method of a solemn oath, at least if the other party didn't follow the rules. He could make them feel disgusted. Hurry up and swear. It's 50,000 yuan. Pei Fei was the first to finish and started urging the others. Damn, am I the type of person who is short of this little bit of money? Jin Jiayu refused. I don't want the money. And I won't take a solemn oath either. Lin Baici also refused. My God, are you sick? Liu Zilu and Zhou said in unison. It's 50,000 yuan. You could each split several thousand. Jin Jiayu could be excused since he was a second-generation rich kid. But Lin Baici, on what grounds do you treat money like dirt? Stop acting like a big shot. Hurry up, take the oath, and take the money. Qi Xinyan had guessed this result. Someone with over 20 million in pocket money in their bank account would take a solemn oath for 50,000 yuan. Who are you looking down on? When Zhang Jixu and the others came out, they saw everyone was already there. I thought our group was the first to come out. I didn't expect you guys to be even worse than us. Zhang Jixu sighed with emotion. Hold by. You are quite impressive when it comes to chanting scriptures and playing cards. So how come you are so bad at breaking out of escape rooms? Did falling in love rot your brain? Chapter 219 Borrowing Flowers to Offer to Buddha. The position of the main palace. Zhang Jixu had no malicious intent. He was purely joking. He felt his description was quite apt. But after he finished speaking, he noticed no one was laughing. Instead, the looks they were giving him were as if they were staring at a mentally challenged person. Woof, what is it? Zhang Jixu scratched his scalp, wondering why he felt like a clown. Old Bai broke the record. Fang Mengyuan explained. What record? Zhang Jixu was completely confused, and the people in his group were equally clueless. The escape room clearance record. Hu Wenwu interjected. Soon, Zhang Jixu and the others understood what had happened, especially with the owner present and offering 50,000 in hush money. They were even more shocked. In this class, there were some students from less well-off families for whom 50,000 yuan was more than their parents' annual salary. Hurry up and agree. It is just a poisonous oath, anyway. You were not planning on telling anyone else, Zhang Jixu urged. In his view, this was a guaranteed win-win deal. If it were him, let alone a poisonous oath, he would even consider stripping down and doing a hula dance. Since we are all out, let us go eat. Lin Baici stood up and looked at the owner. What about the popcorn and cola? You promised. One portion for everyone. The receptionist girl glanced at the owner and immediately went to pack them up. I give up. I will give you the 50,000. No need for the poisonous oath. The young owner took out his phone. Let us add each other on WeChat and be friends, shall we? He could see that these two boys were not short on money. They were the type who would not do something just because it was offered, rather than insisting on a poisonous oath and ruining the relationship. It was better to take the friend route. As for whether it would work, he would leave it to fate. With such a smart person, why come to play an escape room? Go solve those headless cold cases or compete against AI in board games. Why come here to bully me? Do you have any idea how expensive it is to design and set up an escape room? The owner added Lin Baici as a friend, transferred the money readily, and even personally escorted them to the store entrance. He originally wanted to invite them to a meal, but Lin Baici declined. Class monitor. You are so amazing. Pei Fei was completely convinced. Being an assistant to Lin Baici was nothing to be ashamed of. She decided that she would definitely strive to complete any tasks Lin Baici assigned in the future. Class monitor. You easily earn 50,000 yuan while just playing around. Shouldn't you treat everyone to a big meal? Liu held back for a moment, but in the end, he could not resist. He was unhappy seeing Lin Baici make money. So, he wanted to make Lin Baici take a loss. If he agreed, he would lose a sum of money. If he refused, the reputation of being a stingy person would definitely stick to him. This was an open trap, with no solution. Regarding such money-related issues, even the students with low emotional intelligence who did not understand social nuances kept quiet. Because treating over 30 people to a meal would cost at least several hundred yuan. That was not a small amount of money. We all passed the game together, so this money will be split equally. Lin Baici opened WeChat and transferred the money to Fang Mingyu and Ji Xinyan, and the others one by one. Wow, 4,300. Class monitor. Can I really accept this money? Pei Fei was very excited, yet also hesitant. She had been longing for an iPad for a long time to use for her classes and taking notes. But it was too expensive. With this money, she could buy it directly. Once you have taken my money, remember to speak well of me in the girls' dormitory in the future and make all the girls like me. Lin Baici deliberately lowered his voice, telling Pei Fei as if it were a secret plot, but in reality, everyone could hear him. His attitude immediately relaxed Pei Fei, and the others laughed as well. Impressive. This time, even Bai Zhou felt a sense of goodwill toward Lin Baici. This kid had high emotional intelligence and knew how to speak. Breaking the escape room was Lin Baiqi's credit. Everyone else had done nothing. Now that he had split the hush money, everyone felt it was a bit hot to handle and were embarrassed. But after he said that, everyone felt at ease, and the atmosphere became very harmonious. Furthermore, his level of generosity, that was 50,000 yuan. If it were an average person, they would not have the courage to share it with others. Class monitor. Don't worry. Every morning when I wake up, I will praise you first. Ji Xinyan teased. Winter is coming. I have decided to use this money to buy a hand warmer. I will keep it in my arms every day so that I will always be grateful for your kindness. The tea sister was a social butterfly, but because there were many classmates around, she was embarrassed to be too explicit. Otherwise, she would have been flirting heavily with Lin Baici. Why don't you just become the class monitor's girlfriend, holding him every day? Isn't he a hand warmer? Zhang Jixu joked. Have you ever seen a hand warmer this big? Ji Xinyan stretched out her arm and compared the height between her and Lin Baici, which immediately drew a roar of laughter. The tea sister was actually not short and had a pair of long legs, but standing next to the over 1.8 meter tall Lin Baici, she looked quite petite. Old Bai, then I won't be polite. Someone who could leave a laptop worth tens of thousands of yuan on his bed for others to play with. How could he be a stingy person? Fang Mingyuan played with Lin Baiqi's computer the most, to the point it was almost no different from his own. But Lin Baici had never said anything about it. Old Bai, Hu Wenwu was just about to speak, but Lin Baici immediately held up a finger and waved it at him, signaling him not to speak. Xuanquan, take it. Old Bai doesn't care about this. Jin Jiayue persuaded him. Hu Wenwu's nickname was Xuanquan, derived from the idiom Wenwu Xuanquan, proficient in both literature and martial arts. Great class monitor, thank you. Bai Zhou thanked him softly. Everyone else had accepted it. If she refused, it would seem distant and arrogant. Lin Baici smiled slightly and called out to everyone, let's go, let's go. Time to eat. Lin Baici went to the roadside to hail a taxi. Ji Xinyang keenly sensed that the students' attitudes toward Lin Baici had changed. They were more respectful and friendlier. Breaking the escape room record was a display of strength. And casually distributing 50,000 yuan was a sign of generosity and magnanimity. Honestly speaking, who wouldn't want to be friends with someone like that? Thinking deeper into it, who was in this group? Among the girls, there was herself and Bai Jiao, the most beautiful ones, plus a class committee member, Pei Fei. On the boys' side, there was the wealthy Jin Jiayui, Fang Mingyuan, and Hu Wu. These were Lin Baiqi's roommates. And since they already had a good relationship, receiving this money would only make it better. Ji Xinyang looked back and glanced at Liu. This kid was going to have a hard time from now on. If he didn't know his place and continued to make things difficult for Lin Baici, he would end up in an even more miserable state. After sitting in the taxi, Ji Xinyang leaned toward his ear and whispered, "Great class monitor. You really are an excellent hunter." The T-sister could foresee that if Tu Dawen didn't know his place, he would likely have a very difficult time in the dormitory as well. Lin Baiqi's 50,000 yuan was spent in a way that was worth far more than its value. Moreover, the T-sister was certain that Lin Baici would definitely be the one paying for dinner tonight. She had already thought of the reason. Since they had picked up 50,000 yuan for free, they had to share the benefits with everyone. As the saying goes, those who eat someone's food become soft-mouthed, and those who take someone's gifts become soft-handed. Once everyone had eaten Lin Baiqi's meal, they would subconsciously stand on his side in the future. In any case, it was impossible for Liu Yu to find any good friends in this class. Lin Baici smiled reservedly and gently patted the T-sister's thigh. The meaning was self-evident, understood, but left unsaid. He wasn't a fool. Why would he give money to others for no reason? This was called buying people's hearts and isolating Liu Yu. Besides, this money had come for free. By the way, Ji Xinyang's thigh felt quite nice. A body that has practiced dance for 10 years, the muscles are firm and supple, bouncy and chewy, recommended for barbecue, with plenty of cumin. The T-sister can strike many poses you wouldn't even imagine. Dinner was booked by Pei Fei on the 3rd floor of the Wanda Mall, at an affordable barbecue buffet restaurant called Kung Fu Dao. It was hard to determine the appetites of the girls, but at this age, the boys generally had huge appetites. With that little bit of class funds, the dishes they could order definitely wouldn't be enough. So a buffet was a better choice. Everyone arrived at the mall and headed toward the 4th floor in a grand procession. Outside the buffet restaurant, there was a long line. So many people. Bai Jiao took one look and didn't want to eat there anymore. The main issue was that there were too many people, and the dining environment wasn't very good. This buffet restaurant is quite popular, Pei Fei explained. I've read the reviews online. There aren't any private rooms inside, right? We probably won't be able to sit together. So there's no point in having a group dinner. Jin Jiayui didn't care what they ate. He mainly wanted to have fun together. It feels like we'll have to wait a long time. Liu Zilu checked the time on her phone. This is probably going to take at least an hour. Today was the weekend, and there were many young people out having fun. How about we go upstairs and eat Japanese food? I saw it on Xiaohongshu. There's a Japanese restaurant here that's pretty good, Liu Zilu suggested. That must be very expensive, right? In Jojo's perception, Japanese food was very expensive. Something used for taking photos to post on social media to show off. There are so many of us. We can haggle with the boss and ask for a discount. Liu Zilu looked at Lin Baici and Jin Jiayui. These two were the ones who could make decisions. One had prestige, and the other had money. It's just asking. If it doesn't work, then forget it. We won't lose anything, right? I'll go ask.